viable models. For 10-dimensional superstring theories, we usually have either that n equals 1 or n equals 2, though you can also have differing amounts of supersymmetry on the left and the right modes, like we talked about in the heterotic case earlier. Now, you may be wondering about higher values of n, and the issue is that higher values lead to negative dimensions. So you may ask, hey Kurt, why is it that extended supersymmetries with n equals larger than 2 is talked about? This is because when you compactify or you go to the low energy limit, quote unquote, you get what appears to be extra supersymmetry, low energy effective gravity. In string theory, the low energy effective action governs the dynamics of massless fields and connects familiar gravitational physics to the underlying string theoretical framework. Formally, the effective action is described as follows, where G denotes the space-time metric, and phi is the dilaton, and H is the Neveu-Schwarz three-form field strength. The dilaton field introduces the string coupling via the formula on screen, which modulates the strength of string interactions. In the low energy limits, string excitations become negligible, and the effective action approaches the Einstein-Hilbert action, rendering general relativity accurate within this domain. N equals 2 quantum field theories. Extended supersymmetry and supersymmetry in general isn't just for string theory, but for quantum field theory. In the n equals 2 supersymmetric quantum field theory, topological invariants, like we mentioned before, there's Donaldson and Seeberg-Witten invariants, have massive roles to play. Donaldson invariants emerge from the moduli space of anti-self-dual connections in twisted supersymmetric Yang-Mills theory, while a certain twisting procedure aligns the Lorentz and R symmetry groups, resulting in a topological theory. In the context of n equals 2 supersymmetric quantum field theories, this twisting process refers to the modification of the supercharges such that it becomes a scalar under Lorentz transformations. The partition function of the twisted n equals 2 super Yang-Mills theory localizes on the moduli of anti-self-dual connections, and the observables are given by the correlation functions of operators corresponding to cohomology classes. Seiberg-Witten invariants, which generalize Donaldson invariants, come about from the low energy effective action of n equals 2 super Yang-Mills theory. This is governed by the Seeberg-Witten curve and the prepotential, which encode the moduli space of vacua. These invariants are computationally more tractable and can be expressed as integrals over differential forms. Interestingly, there's a correspondence called the Seeberg-Witten-Donaldson correspondence, which relates these two types of invariants. These invariants have connections to string theory, notably in type 2a and heterotic string compactifications, where n equals 2 quantum field theories appear on d-brane world volumes. Multiverse of the string landscape. The string theory landscape refers to the vast array of 10 to the 500, sometimes is quoted, possible vacua resulting from string theory's extra-dimensional compactifications, such as on Collodi-Yau manifolds and even through other techniques like flux compactifications. These vacua lead to a multitude of different gauge groups, particle content, and cosmological constants for the low-energy effective field theories. Historically, the term landscape was first used by Lee Smolin in the Life of the Cosmos book. Each vacuum represents a possible universe with its corresponding physical laws, resulting in a multiverse concept. It's unknown if each of these universes exist. Are we just one of the 10 to the 500 universes? The fermionic string. The fermionic string action is given on screen here, where the gammas are the world sheet gamma matrices, and the nabla denotes the world sheet covariant derivative. This action is invariant under supersymmetry transformations, and thus we say it's supersymmetric. In the 1970s, this guy named Pierre Raymond, and then this other guy named John Schwartz, and then this other guy named Andrei Neveu developed the Raymond-Neveu-Schwartz formulation, the RMS formulation. This implements the GSO projection. It's something that removes tachyonic and unphysical states from the spectrum. Operator product expansion. This allows the computation of correlation functions by expressing the product of two operators in proximity as a weighted sum of operators at a single point. Here, phi denotes the primary fields, C represents the OPE coefficients, H signifies the conformal weights, as usual, and Z and W denote the world sheet coordinates. The OPE significantly simplifies the calculations of amplitudes for processes in string theory by utilizing the conformal structure of the world sheet. In string theory, vertex operators correspond to string mode creation or annihilation, and their OPEs encode information about string interactions. For instance, in bosonic string theory, the OPE of two tachyon vertex operators is given by this formula, which relates the interaction amplitude of two tachyons. Imagine each operator as a character in a story. When there are two characters, so operators, interact, which means they come close on the world sheet, then their combined effect can be represented by a new character, a single operator in the expansion, who carries certain traits, let's say conformal weights and coefficients, influenced by the original characters. Holographic theories. One fateful year in 1997, Maldacena put forward a conjecture known as the ADS CFT correspondence, which states that there's a duality between gravitational theories on an anti de Sitter space and conformal field theories on the boundary of those spaces, generally expressed as the partition functions of each equaling one another. You can think of the partition function as a way of saying, hey, this function contains all the information about this system. This duality provides an extremely powerful tool for studying strongly coupled gauge theories. How? By mapping them to weakly coupled gravitational theories, and vice versa. Sometimes you get a formula connecting the ADS radius, R, with the strong coupling G, the number of colors, N, and the Reggie-slope alpha prime is given by R to the fourth, proportional to a product of all of them with alpha N squared. This is why the ADS CFT correspondence is said to be quote unquote more accurate in the large N limit, where the classical gravity approximation is valid. It's also another reason why the theorists aren't terribly concerned about it being an ADS space and not a DS one, so a de Sitter space. A de Sitter space wouldn't have a boundary like this, at least not necessarily, but if we're taking N to infinity anyhow, then the radius goes there as well. The hope is that there will eventually be some translation or application to de Sitter space, thus describing our universe. For clarity, the N here corresponds to the gauge group rank. So usually it's SU2, which is N equals 2, SU3 is N equals 3. And when someone says that they're considering the large N limit, what that means is to consider numbers of N, so integers, natural numbers of N, which are far larger than, say, 2 or 3, even all the way up to infinity. Now, you may think that this is unphysical, and it is, but increasing n simplifies the perturbation series such that only planar diagrams dominate. Planar diagrams are those diagrams which can be drawn on flat surfaces without crossing lines. This reduction in complexity was first demonstrated by Gerard Tufte, as far as I know, and for more on this, you can watch this lecture here by Witten. Celestial holography. Celestial holography is one of the most beautiful sounding terms in all of physics. It studies encoding scattering amplitudes in asymptotically flat spacetimes onto a celestial sphere at null infinity. In other words, it's another way of looking at holography in string theory that isn't just ADS CFT. An integral component in this approach is the celestial sphere's parametrization by conformal coordinates, omega and omega tilde, with the Mellin transformation associating bulk amplitudes with celestial correlators, given by this formula on screen here, where delta represents the conformal weights and h denotes the dimension of the local operators. The vertex operators V in the worldsheet CFT correlate to local operators on the celestial sphere within string theory, with their conformal weights defining the string state's masses and spins. Celestial holography can be thought of as a Rosetta Stone between scattering amplitudes, conformal symmetry, and string theory. Historically, celestial holography emerged as an outcome of investigating the symmetries of soft theorems, which is actually a hilarious term meaning the study of particles with momentum approaching zero. The Mellin transform applied to scattering amplitudes is the connection between bulk physics and conformal structures, in a similar manner to how the Fourier transform unearths connection between, say, time and frequency. Celestial holography generalizes the BMS symmetry, which was researched by Strominger, which itself goes back to the Bondi, Metzner, Sachs group in 1962. Strominger studied this symmetry in about 2013 or so, and celestial holography can be seen as an extension of this work. The celestial sphere refers to scribe plus or minus, are the future and past null light cones. In a recent video by Sabrina Pastersky, she contrasts celestial CFT with ADS4 CFT3. The primary difference between BMS CFT and celestial holography is that the latter focuses on encoding scattering amplitudes in asymptotically flat spacetime onto a celestial sphere at null infinity, while BMS CFT is more concerned with the symmetries of soft theorems. Fun fact, a few years ago, this formula is one that I would write and I would rewrite effectively as a doodle, merely because I loved the way that the math looked, even though I had no idea what it meant. And I forgot about this until I was writing this script right now.
No.
Supercurrents. In type 2 string theories, supercurrents encode worldsheet supersymmetric transformations. The supercurrent, G plus or minus, is given by this formula here, where the psi's are the worldsheet fermions, and the x's represent the space-time coordinates, and h is the Neveu-Schwarz three-form field strength. These supercurrents satisfy the superconformal algebra, including the Virasoro algebra for the energy momentum tensor, and the U1 current J, with an additional anti-commutation relation. The question of mathematical applicability. Why is string theory so successful at producing results in other seemingly unrelated areas of math? Why is it so fruitful that entire new fields of mathematics are spawned? This is a puzzle because this usually happens with physical theories that have evidence associated with them, like quantum mechanics, with the study of infinite dimensional Hilbert spaces and quantum cohomology, and general relativity and quantum field theory. Part of the answer is sociological, but we don't know how much of the relative pure mathematical success of string theory is because of historical
Never really
reasons
worked out,
like,
did
say,
it?
power and arrogance, such as those outlined
just
by
raised
Eric
your place instead of
Einstein,
being
James
bad?
Nolan, and Peter White, or how much
Give
of this is
himself killed
because
or
string theory is indeed
Cool.
striking at the heart of physical reality. Layer 4. Defining string theory. So, what is a string theory exactly? This isn't something that's asked in most string theory courses. You learn motivations starting with the Reggie slope and then how Feynman diagram singularities can be smoothed out because you've now moved from one dimension to two dimensions. And then you start to explore more and more mathematical consequences. A few people stop to ask, like, hey, when I hand you a theory, how do you know if it's a string theory? Is it the presence of a Nambu-Gatto action or that Polyakov one? Is it somehow that the tension parameter shows up? Is it any theory with extended objects, even if they're more than one-dimensionally extended? Sometimes this question becomes so general that it will lead even the creators of string theory to call any quantum field theory a string theory. Actually, it would be far more accurate to say that a string theory is an example of a type of quantum field theory, where you either have strings or branes. By the way, it's unclear even what a quantum field theory is, and you can see the talks by Natty Seidberg, Dan Fried, and Nima Arkani Hamed. Those are in the description as well as they're on screen right now. The second string revolution. The second string revolution highlighted the non-perturbative aspects of string theory and led to major advancements. So what happened? In 1995, there was the proposal of the existence of another theory called M-theory, an 11-dimensional framework which would encompass all 5 major string theories. Sometimes people say it will quote-unquote unite them, but it's more accurate to say it encompasses them or relates them. M-theory relates to type 2a string theory via compactification on a circle with radius r. So you follow what's on screen, this formula where L11 is the 11-dimensional Planck length and Ls is the string length. M-theory, when compactified on a Z2 orbifold, also connects it to heterotic E8 cross E8. The inception of M-theory can be traced back to Witten and Horava's attempts to understand the strong coupling limit of type 2a string theory. This ignited a spark in both the physics and math community, from which our current flame is a descendant of. The pre-Big Bang scenario cosmological model. In string cosmology, the pre-Big Bang scenario suggests that time predates the conventional Big Bang, with a contracting phase followed by a diluting phase and then a bounce, leading to the observed expanding universe. There are several theories on cosmogony, something I may do an iceberg on. So that is, theories of how the universe came to be and where it's going. Some suggest that time emerged from space, some suggest that both emerged from something non-space-time-like, such as Hawking and Hartle. But today, here, we have something different. Here it's suggested that time existed even prior to the Big Bang. This framework emerges from the low energy effective action of string theory, so given by this formula on screen, where phi is the dilaton field, h is the antisymmetric tensor field strength, and v is the dilaton potential. A key feature is scale factor duality, and also given by the transformations on screen, with a being the scale factor and eta being the conformal time. The pre-Big Bang model describes a universe evolving from a weakly coupled, highly dilute state, so dilaton-driven inflation, to a strongly coupled, hot, dense state before transitioning to the standard Big Bang epoch. Dilute in this case, by the way, means what you think it means, namely sparse and cool matter rather than dense and hot matter. Actually, Gabriel Venziano, the founding father of string theory, was urged by the legendary Stephen Hawking himself to consider the cosmological implications of string theory during a 1986 visit to Boston University, laying the groundwork for future developments in string cosmology. Hagedorn's universe. Is there a maximum temperature? This is an interesting question because we think that there's a minimum temperature, namely absolute zero. So is there some finite version of absolute infinite temperature? Well, in string theory, the Hagedorn temperature, Th, signifies just this. At this temperature, a phase transition occurs, characterized by the prolific production of huge strings, called long strings actually. The Hagedorn temperature is given by Th equals the inverse of 2 pi times the square root of the Reggie-slope. You can see by adjusting the string tension, Th can be made lower than even the Planck temperature. The Hagedorn universe could be a candidate for the state of the universe before the Big Bang. In this scenario, the universe would be in a highly energetic string dominated phase. Interestingly, in the 1960s, Ralph Hagedorn proposed the concept of the Hagedorn temperature in the context of the statistical bootstrap model applied to hadrons before the development of string theory. Non commutative geometry and string theory. Non-commutative geometry, coming from the Moyle product, so the Moyle-Star product, replaces the usual pointwise multiplication of functions with a non-commutative product defined as follows, where theta is an antisymmetric tensor representing the non-commutativity, and those derivatives are derivatives with respect to x and x prime respectively. In string theory, this geometry emerges due to a constant Nebu-Schwarz B field. Historically, non-commutative geometry was developed in the 1940s by Joseph Moyle and later popularized by Elaine Konis. The Seiberg-Witten map relates the commutative and non-commutative fields by introducing correction terms called theta corrections. The discovery of non-commutative geometry and its connection to string theory reveals unintuitive structures potentially underlying the universe. 2-0 superconformal field theory. Now, this is super interesting, at least to me. If you know what a category is, then you know that you can generalize them to two categories and three categories, all the way up to infinity categories. 2-0 theory is related to two categories, which involve objects, so states, morphisms, so think transformations, and two morphisms, which are higher level structures, arrows between arrows. 2-0 theory was proposed in the mid 90s, centered around the dynamics of strings within M5 branes and their interactions with M2 branes. Specifically, it deals with strings on the boundary of M5 branes that form the edges of M2 branes. 2-0 theory employs differential forms, which will be used for representing fields, and homological algebra for studying properties like boundary and symmetry. Mathematically, you can use algebraic structures called L-infinity algebras, which generalize Lie algebras to accept any number of inputs rather than the standard 2. 2-0 theory is considered to be a candidate for the most symmetric field theory, potentially exhibiting a form of maximal supersymmetry. For more, watch this brief lecture by Christian Seaman, who is a professor of mathematical physics at Heriot-Watt University. F theory. F theory is a 12-dimensional, non-perturbative framework, again, there's that ill-defined word, which generalizes type 2b string theory with varying string couplings and compactifying on something called elliptically fibered Calabi-Yau fourfolds. Not threefolds, this time it's CY4. Vafa, the founder of this theory, also linked F theory compactifications to M theory compactifications on elliptically fibered Calabi-Yau manifolds. This elliptic fibration is given by the Weierstrass equation on screen here, but this time F and G are sections of a line bundle given by K minus 4 and K minus 6 on the base manifold B, and KD is the canonical bundle on the base manifold. Historically, the discovery of F theory in the 1990s by Cohen Rafa and collaborators was a pivotal step toward unifying different string theories and understanding their non-perturbative behavior. Apparently, the F stands for father, but I think that the F stands for FU, Witten. My theory is better. The quantum Hall effect in string theory. The quantum Hall effect is a phenomenon observed in two-dimensional electron systems subjected to extreme magnetic fields, which leads to the quantization of the Hall conductance, where mu is the filling factor. This effect's connection to string theory comes through D branes, specifically through D2 branes with an external magnetic field. Why? It's because you can understand the world volume action, which is a generalization of the world sheets action, for a D2 brane by including a Chern-Simons term. Integrating this term over the brane results in a Hall conductance expression similar to the quantum Hall effects formula. Type 2b string theory compactification on a six-dimensional manifold with a non-trivial three-flux form can give a four-dimensional low-energy effective theory resembling the quantum Hall effect, where again the filling factor is related to the quantized three-form field flux. In other words, string theory gives another perspective on the quantum Hall effect. Knot invariance and Chern-Simons theory. Knot invariants, including the Jones polynomial, serve as tools to classify and distinguish knots. It seems like knots are trivial, but that's, haha, not the case. The Jones polynomial is given by this formula on screen, where k denotes the knot, and this absolute value of k represents the number of crossings. While R is the R matrix stemming from the quantum group, so UQ of SL2C, and the UQ stands for the quantum deformation of the universal enveloping algebra. When Q equals 1, you get the regular universal enveloping algebra. The connection between knot invariance and the three-dimensional Chern-Simons theory, which is a topological quantum field theory with the action given on screen, is partially what's responsible for Ed Witten getting the Fields Medal, a medal which has been analogized to the Nobel Prize of Math. In this action, A denotes the gauge connection, and M represents a three-manifold, and K is the level. Through the Wilson loop operator, given on screen here, which takes into account a loop in M and a gauge group representation R, we secure a link between knot invariance and Chern-Simons theory. But the question is how? The vacuum expectation value of the Wilson loop operator remains invariant under ambient isotopy and can be determined via the path integral formulation of Chern-Simons theory. Now, this is remarkable. Who would have thought that a quantization procedure, like the path integral, would have anything to do with knots? The Wilson loop can be used to detect knots and links through the lens of quantum field theory, analogously to how electric charges and magnetic monopoles interact in electromagnetism. You may even say string theorists tie themselves into knots over this. I'm here all evening, people. String field theory. String field theory is a background independent approach to studying string dynamics, with its action formulated as following. Keep in mind, one of the largest criticisms of string theory from Rees-Mollin in the early days is that string theory lacks a background independent formulation. In general relativity, spacetime is the background and it has dynamics to it in a two-way street with matter/energy. That is, matter affects spacetime and vice versa, as you've heard. When someone says that string theory is background dependent, they mean that most often what you do in string theory is you specify a background rather than you calculate one. And even when you provide one, it doesn't have the same sort of dynamics to it that one would think a quantum theory of gravity should have. Loop quantum gravity instantiates such dynamics from the get-go, but it lacks quantum field theory, whereas string theory instantiates quantum field theory from the get-go, but lacks such dynamics. The string field, on the other hand, represents an infinite component field that encodes all string excitations, while the BRST charge operator Q makes a reappearance. After quantization, an interaction term, here, is introduced, resulting in the string field theory potential. This potential allows us to analyze non-perturbative effects, such as the aforementioned tachyon condensation. The homotopy algebraic structure, known as the A infinity algebra, encodes the associated star product, as well as higher homotopy products. The problem with string theory, compared to, say, regular string theory, is that it's primarily developed for bosonic strings and not superstrings. This is partially why it's not been so popular. By the way, do you know who one of the pioneers of string field theory is? Michio Kaku. Yes, the dubious Mr. Quantum Supremacy. BPS states. BPS states allow us to understand non-perturbative aspects of string theory. These are states that preserve a portion of supersymmetry, commonly half, and have a mass formula with some bound, where n is the mass, q denotes charges, and gs represents the string coupling constant. BPS states provide three major benefits. So number one, they're resistant to quantum corrections, since their supersymmetry preservation constrains loop corrections. This ensures the stability of properties like masses and interactions, despite both perturbative and non-perturbative effects. Number two, there are dual relations mapping BPS states in one theory to those in another. So Prasad and Summerfield's original work connected BPS states to soliton solutions in around 1975. Number three, they count microscopic states, allowing us to calculate the black hole entropy through the Strominger-Wafel formula given on screen, where S is the Bekenstein-Hawking entropy as we know and love, and C is the central charge of the CFT, and Q1 and Q5 and N are black hole associated charges. In other words, BPS states serve as stepping stones for understanding the topography of string theory, not topology. That's a common malapropism. As you study string theory and quantum field theory at the more theoretical level, BPS states are everywhere. Sen's conjecture. Sen's conjecture, proposed by Ashok Sen, concerns the behavior of these BPS states, particularly in type 2 string theories, as the string coupling gets varied. This conjecture posits that these BPS states with non-zero mass remain stable even as you vary the coupling constant. The technicality here is that you have to assume that there are no other BPS states with the same quantum numbers passing through masslessness during the process. This condition is expressed mathematically as follows, with m denoting the mass of the BPS states. An interesting historical fact is that it was derived from studying F theory, and also to date, Sen's conjecture has been supported by various calculations and examples, but a rigorous proof of the conjecture remains an open problem, much like ADS CFT. Twistor string theory and cosmological models. Penrose's twistor theory can be used to compute scattering amplitudes in gauge and gravity theories, with a twistor denoted as z with a superscript alpha, which conforms to the incidence relation given on screen here. Specifically, the twistor z alpha encodes information about light rays in spacetime, and this incident relation relates these twistors to specific points in flat spacetime, so Minkowski spacetime. In twistor string theory, the action is given on screen here, where the twistor's connection to spacetime comes from something called the Penrose transform, which maps twistors to spacetime fields. This transform is defined as something that takes holomorphic sheaf cohomology classes on twistor space and maps them to solutions of massless field equations on Minkowski spacetime, often expressed as follows, where the calligraphic O represents holomorphic functions on twistor space, and the latter part represents massless fields in spacetime. You can liken the Penrose transform to a change of basis in linear algebra, except here we're transforming from one representation of a system, so twistors, to another, spacetime fields, under a certain set of rules. Constructing de Sitter vacua in type 2b string theory using flux compactifications stabilizes moduli and yields a positive cosmological constant. The use of twistor theory in constructing de Sitter vacua comes from the formulation and solution of supersymmetric constraints within these cosmological models, particularly in relation to the complex geometry of the compactified dimensions, often represented as transformations in the complex structure of Calabi-Yau manifolds. By the way, if you can think of other applications of twistors to string theory, then let me know. Maybe there's one for non-geometric flux compactifications. Maybe we'll write a paper together. Yangians. The Yangian algebra, a class of Hopf algebras, generalizes the concept of Lie algebras and has connections to so-called integrable systems. Formally, the Yangian algebra is associated with a Lie algebra, and its defining relations are given on screen, where J are the generators and F denotes the structure constants of the underlying Lie algebra G, and kappa stands for the level of the associated affine Kac-Moody algebra. Think of Yangians as a natural way to connect algebraic structures with integrable systems. Within string theory, Yangians come up in the ever-popular ADS CFT correspondence, this time connecting type 2b string theory on a 5-dimensional sphere background to n equals 4 super Yang-Mills theory in 4 dimensions. Historically, Ludwig Faddeev, yes, the ghost guy, and Leon Toktajan first introduced Yangians in the context of the quantum inverse scattering problem. The Yangian symmetry of integrable spin chain models emerges in the planar limit of n equals 4 theory. Spin chains are the one-dimensional version of the Ising model, and planar limits mean considering only the leading order term 1 over n in the expansion where n is the rank of the gauge group SUN. Note, one of these n's is calligraphic and the other is not because, confusingly, they refer to different facets. Don't shoot the messenger. Physics is abound with such pedagogical bewilderments. Anyhow, Yangian symmetry contributes to constructing scattering amplitudes, especially within the Grassmannian formulation. Here, Amplitudes emerge as integrals over the Grassmannian manifold, and the Yangian symmetry imposes constraints on the integrand, streamlining the computations. An example of a Grassmannian integral in the context of scattering amplitudes is given on screen, where calligraphic A is the scattering amplitude for n particles, and the Grassmannian is gr. And we also have an integration measure d and a volume VOL. The PFs are Bathians of certain matrices associated with the geometry of the problem. Don't worry if this looks like gibberish. We'll talk more about this when we get to the amplitude BMN matrix model. Now we get to one of the big boys, the BMN matrix model. This guy's a proposal for a non-perturbative formulation of Big Daddy M theory itself, with the action given on screen. Here, xi are the Hermitian matrices representing transverse coordinates of D0 branes, and the psi are fermionic matrices related to the supersymmetric extension of the model. The action characterizes D0 brane dynamics in a specific plane wave background connected to the Penrose limits of ADS4 cross S7 and ADS7 cross S4 geometries. Inspired by Berenstein, Malvicena, the Gnostics' seminal 2002 paper, which within the large N limit, the BMN model has a phase structure with different phases corresponding to different M theory geometries. Rigorously, this means that the BMN matrix model in the large N limit can be used to study M theory by analyzing its phase structure described by the eigenvalue distribution of matrices. These are related to the distribution of D0 branes, though in transverse space. The action can be derived from the M theory supermembrane action via something called truncation, which I won't get into here. Put simply, though, truncation means what it sounds like. It's the process of simplifying something larger to something smaller. In this case, truncation means to take a full string theory and consider only a subset of its models or degrees of freedom, making calculations more manageable. The BMN model provides a strong weak coupling duality, which you remember means S-duality. This time it's between the gauge theory on the D0 branes and M theory in the plane wave background. This generalizes the ADS-CFT correspondence. BFSS matrix model. This is the older, scrawnier cousin of the BMN. The BFSS provides a non-perturbative definition of M theory by considering quantum mechanical system of n coincident D0 branes, whose actions are described by the action on screen here, where the xi's again represent 9 Hermitian matrices associated with the transverse coordinates of the D0 brane, and theta is a 16-component Majorana Weyl spinner introducing fermionic degrees of freedom. And G is the coupling constant, of course. I say scrawnier because this model has difficulties with the definition of the ground state. It's also formulated in flat spacetime. The action displays UN gauge symmetries and local symmetries with the positive definite bosonic potential coming from the commutator and the fermionic term representing supersymmetry. In the large N limit, the BFS matrix model is conjectured to encompass M theory in something called the infinite momentum frame, ascribing the eigenvalues of the X matrices to the D0 brane positions in transverse space. Actually, if you light cone gauge quantize the M2 brane and add a Chern-Simons mass term to the BFSS, then you almost get to the previous BMN model. We talk more about both the BMN and the BFS models here in this podcast with string theorist Stefan Alexander. IKKT matrix model. This is the creepy, awkward, super genius neighbor of both of the previous two. This model is a non-perturbative definition of, again, type 2b string theory, where spacetime emerges from the dynamics of n by n Hermitian matrices. The action is given on screen, and the gamma term here are the 10-dimensional version of the gamma matrices that you learn in undergrad for quantum mechanics. Bet you didn't know you could generalize them to virtually any dimension. The model's action has Lorentz symmetry and type 2b supersymmetry. Sometimes people say about physics theories that it has manifest Lorentz supersymmetry. I don't like the term manifest because it's an equivocal term, much like saying the quote-unquote following exercise is trivial. The IKKT model was developed when its creators were investigating d-instanton contributions to type 2b superstring theory. The non-commutative geometry of spacetime is represented by commutators here, which imply that the spacetime points no longer are sharply defined. Does this mean spacetime is doomed? Well, that's something we talk about with Peter Voigt here in this podcast about string theory and spacetime. The large N limit of IKKT matrix model is conjectured to capture the full non-perturbative dynamics of type 2b superstring theory in 10 dimensions. So far, this hasn't been proven, and if anyone knows how, Let me know. Again, we'll write a paper together. The low energy effective action of the model reproduces the 10-dimensional type 2 supergravity action, supporting its connection to type 2b superstring theory. Additionally, the discrete light cone quantization formulation has a direct link to the light cone gauge fixed type 2b Green-Schwarz action we've seen before. Kovanov homology. Chern-Simon action is a tool, a powerful tool, in the study of topological invariance and gauge theories. Unfortunately, it's restricted to exactly 3 dimensions by construction. Kovanov's extension seeks to generalize the theory to 4 dimensions using a connection B on a gerb with the action as follows on a 4-dimensional manifold N. Kovanov homology is a categorification of the Jones polynomial. Historically, Chern-Simon's theory emerged in the late 1970s through the works of Xing-Shen Chern and James Harris-Simon, whose collaboration gave rise to new insights in various branches of mathematical physics. The key challenge is now to explore whether the structures of 3-dimensional Chern-Simon's theory, such as knot invariance and Wilson loops, can be successfully captured in a 4-dimensional extension. We talk about Chern-Simon and Kovanov homology here in this podcast with Dror Bar Netten. Black holes and higher compositional laws. In the STU model of string theory, so the STU model, which is a specific model of compactification involving a certain field called STU, we explore the connection between extremal black holes, so those of maximum charge, and Bhairgava's higher compositional laws, which generalize the classical compositional laws of quadratic forms to higher degrees. U-duality orbits of these black holes are characterized by their charge vectors in tensor Z2, tensor Z2. By the way, that's orbits in the group theoretic sense rather than in the planetary sense. It's hypothesized that these group orbits correspond to equivalence classes of something called Bhairgava's cubes, which are numerical representations of algebraic structures containing triples of balance-oriented ideals, which is a specific way of structuring certain subsets of rings, and rings of discriminant D. It may be that black hole microstates correspond to narrow class group classes. The narrow class group is a concept from algebraic number theory. It's a generalization of the ideal class group, which is a fundamental group associated with a ring that measures the failure of unique factorization of that ring. The Bekenstein-Hawking formula, written on screen here, with delta mirroring D, escapes a full explanation, so who knows? Fun fact, Bhairgava is a genius mathematician who won the Fields Medal and grew up less than an hour away from me. Shout out to my fellow Torontonians. P.S. The STU black hole is a supersymmetric extremal solution in n equals 2, d equals 4 supergravity, characterized by 3 independent complex scalars STU. Its charge configuration is given by the integer matrix on screen here, where the electric and magnetic charges are denoted Q and P respectively, and the charge cube obtained via the tensor product Q tensor Q yields a 6 by 6 by 6 integer tensor analogous to Bhairgava's cube of integers, which governs higher compositional laws, describing the action of the arithmetic group SL2Z on integral n-ary quadratic forms. Higher dimensional non-geometric backgrounds. What does non-geometric mean? How can you have a non-geometric space? Recall that a geometric space is one where you can have a globally well-defined notion of a metric, and that your space obeys the usual differential geometric rules, such as compatibility of coordinate patches and a defined notion of parallel transport. There are some spaces that don't have these qualities, yet are spaces in their own right. Maybe they have a metric, for instance, but it's only local, not global. Maybe they have non-commutative or non-associative spatial aspects. In string theory, we explore R spaces and their R fluxes, and T-folds coming from non-trivial H fluxes. The R spaces and their associated R fluxes are related to the geometric fluxes that come about in the process of compactification. They can be understood as generalizations of torsion in the underlying geometry, and they play a role in determining the effective low-energy field theory. On the other hand, T-folds are a class of non-geometric backgrounds that come from compactifying string theory on manifolds with non-trivial H fluxes. These H fluxes are associated with the three-form field strength H of the Neveu-Schwarz two-form potential B. The non-trivial H fluxes can lead to interesting topological features. For example, non-geometric monodromies and non-commutative geometry, each of whom have implications for the structure of the compactified theory. The non-geometric Q flux is characterized by the formula on screen. So what role does Q flux play? Well, it bestows R spaces, their non-commutative and non-associative nature. Now, the tricky part is how do you patch in a compatible fashion these local coordinate charts? How do we go about addressing this? With something called double field theory. That embeds doubled spacetime. It merges geometric and non-geometric fluxes in this massively intertwined structure. The strong constraints shown on screen here ensure generalized diffeomorphism invariance. It's interesting that dual structures emerge over and over in physics, not just in string theory. What does this mean about reality? Algebraic K-theory. K-theory is a way to study topological invariance of vector bundles classified by growth-indeed groups K. The connections between K-theory and string theory come about when you classify D-branes. The RR, so the Ramon field strength F, exhibit quantization of the form, being members of the equivalence class, also the cohomology class, where X denotes the space-time manifold commonly related to K-theory classes. There's a great introduction to K-theory and cobordism theory in this lecture here. This is an advanced topic. Even defining what K-theory is, what a growth-indeed group is going to take
That's
several
not there at
lectures.
all. No, I
And
kind of knew that. I just
string
did
theory
some dumb shit
classifies
because
D-branes by
that's what it looked like the whole
K0
time.
through even rank K-theory classes. The wild type 2A
One of them
does so
areas. I
by
kind of know better.
K1
Sorry,
through
guy.
the odd
You know.
rank K-theory classes. In simpler terms, K-theory allows us to discern the difference between objects that can be continuously deformed into one another, much like various D-brane configurations. These ideas, as applied to physics, came about through the work of Atiyah, Witten, and Harava, among several others. For the string theoretic context we're interested in, specific supersymmetric theories, like the Witten index, a topological invariant counting BPS states, corresponds to the K-theory Euler class, where the dimension here represents the rank of the K-theory group. The Atiyah-Herzebroch spectral sequence establishes the link between K-theory and ordinary cohomology, and is an active research to this day trying to understand how D-branes behave. I'm thinking of doing an iceberg on algebraic geometry. If you would like to collaborate on it, please let me know in the comments. W strings. W algebras extend the Virasoro algebra by incorporating higher spin currents. To account for these currents, the VRST charge has to be modified, where T is the stress energy tensor and Cn are the ghost fields. Un are the higher spin currents, and the contour integration is over some curve C. As usual, physical states are required to satisfy the VRST condition. W strings are a different type of string, coming from W algebras, but they have issues. Some of them being that they have negative norm states and problems with unitarity. The exact connection between alternatives of string theory, including tachyonic, baryonic, non-geometric backgrounds, and fractional strings in W algebras isn't currently clear. The stress energy tensor in the context of W algebras provides geometric information about the worldsheet. This is at the frontier of research, even though its inception dates back to the 1980s. The failure of string theory. The failure of string theory is something that's been talked about for decades. Before it was cool to dunk on string theory. Now it's all in vogue. Hey, I hate string theory. There were just four initial primary critics: Eric Weinstein, Lee Smolin, Peter Voigt, and Sabine Hossenfelder. Though you can lump several other physics and math professors there as well, they just weren't so vocal. Okay, so what is meant when people say that string theory has failed? Okay, number one, there's a lack of experimental evidence. String theory has not provided any testable predictions that could be verified or falsified through experiments, which is a fundamental requirement for a scientific theory. This is technically false. It's provided predictions, they're just far out of the range of what we can currently test.
Morpheus.
Number two, a lack of connection to the standard model. Throughout this whole iceberg so far, I was careful to say the word quantum field theory rather than the standard model. And that's because, despite the hype, string theory is far from being a unification of the standard model with gravity. Rather, it makes compatible gravity with quantum field theory. This is decidedly different. Quantum field theory is a general framework, and it suffers from its own issues of inequivalent representations and not being rigorous, at least enough for the mathematicians. And the standard model itself is a far cry from being the unique quantum field theory. Number three, non-unique solutions. Recall, there are various possible vacua that outnumber the particles in the observable universe. Number four, academic pressure. The academic and research environment has often favored string theory, leading to pressure on physicists to conform to this framework. at the expense of exploring other ideas. Number five, in terms of data showing string theory's decline as a litmus test, you can see the failure by the lack of Wikipedia entries in the history section of string theory, where every decade prior warranted its own section, but for the last 2 decades, despite thousands and thousands of more people working on string theory than ever before, it only has a single entry. Furthermore, it's the smallest entry. Number six, another data point you can use as a rough heuristic is that browsing Ed Witten's publication record on Google Scholar, you can notice a decrease in string related articles with time. Number seven, even Ed Witten's collaborator, Edward Frankel, discusses the failure of the original promise of string theory to provide a unique
Wait a minute,
theory
Speedy,
of
you ever
everything,
will not be going
going
anymore.
unacknowledged
I
by
never
string
was.
theory's
So you don't have to
creators
be either. You
over
the best
and
again.
over again. The podcast with
Well,
Edward
let's talk about
Frankel
human
is shown
beings,
on
guys.
screen here and in the description.
In general.
Number five, non-BPS brains. In M-theory compactifications on Cali-Biao threefolds, non-BPS brains are intriguing objects. They're extremal solutions, meaning that they saturate the so-called Bogomolny bound. And that means basically that they have a minimum amount of energy given a fixed set of quantum numbers like charge. Some of these non BPS brains are called non BPS attractors and have a connection to something called the weak gravity conjecture, which I'll explain shortly, though we did talk about it earlier in the Swampland program. Unlike BPS brains or BPS states, which preserve half the supersymmetry, non BPS brains preserve even less, resulting in non vanishing central charges and non trivial scalar potentials. This quote unquote attractor mechanism is given by the effective potential formula on screen here and governs the behavior of moduli fields, Zi, at the horizon of extremal black holes. Z denotes the central charge, and capital Di signifies the Kähler covariant derivative, and capital GI is the gauge kinetic function. An intuitive way that at least I understand non BPS attractors is that they can be thought of as objects that attract scalar fields to specific values in the moduli space near the horizon, stabilizing them and breaking any remaining supersymmetry. By the way, the weak gravity conjecture is the statement that gravity will always be the weakest force in any consistent quantum theory of gravity. You may think that this is obvious, but it's not, because in other unified theories, such as string theories, there are non geometric phases, there are non perturbative effects that can lead to situations where the gravitational force is not the weakest force. Black hole qubit correspondence. In recent work by Rios, extremal black holes in 5D and 6D are investigated within the framework of string theory, making use of n equals 8 and n equals 2 supergravity correspondences to find a connection between quantum states and spacetime geometry. The key idea here is to consider extremal black holes as qubits, so a higher dimensional generalization of qubits or qubits. And we do this through the lens of Hopf vibrations and Jordan algebras. To be precise, Rios demonstrated that rank 1 elements in Jordan algebras of degree 2 and 3 can be associated with qubits and qubits, respectively. In particular, qubits are formalized by H2O, while qubits are formalized by H3O, and the O is the octonions. What's cool is that when you take into account U-duality groups, these transformations can be understood as quantum information theory's SLOOCC operations, acting on charge vectors Q by GQ, where G denotes the U duality group. So, what does this mean? It means that extremal black holes can be viewed as a cosmic quantum circuit, and their entropic and dynamic properties may potentially be emulated by quantum algorithms. See the paper here for more information. Dilaton and genus expansion. The dilaton field is one of the most important fields in string theory, denoted by this phi, which is a scalar field responsible for the so-called genus expansion of string amplitudes. This genus expansion is like expanding in Feynman diagrams, except for strings. It also determines the strength of string interactions with the coupling constant given as the exponential. The dilaton field equation expressed on screen here shows the relationship between the dilaton field and the curvature R, the Regge slope as usual, and the three form as usual H. In the genus expansion, string amplitudes are classified according to the topology of their world sheet surfaces, with the genus G representing the number of handles or even equivalently holes in the worldsheet. This can be interpreted as a perturbative series in the string coupling where each term is proportional to g to the 2g minus 2. And the first g there, it's difficult to say, is the string coupling constant, and g, like we mentioned before, without a subscript is the genus. And then it equals e to the power of 2g minus 2, and all of that times phi. The importance of the dilaton field resembles the significance of the Higgs field in the Standard Model. Geometric quantization. Now, geometric quantization is a method for constructing quantum theories from classical systems. So you start by identifying the classical system's phase space with a complex line bundle, dubbed the quote unquote pre-quantum line bundle. Associating this bundle entails a covariant derivative, though you have to make use of the Kähler potential, and the resulting curvature aligns with the phase space's symplectic form. Quantum states are viewed as sections of this line bundle, satisfying Q psi, where psi represents a section of the pre-quantum line bundle, and Q is a quantum operator derived from the classical Hamiltonian. Specifically, though, the quantum states are better described as sections of a quotient bundle obtained by dividing the pre-quantum line bundle by the chosen polarization. This is a large topic that I'll be exploring more on an upcoming podcast with Eva Miranda. So feel free to subscribe to see it, as many students are only taught the Feynman path integral or canonical quantization as quantization. The Langlands program. The Langlands program is a broad set of conjectures in number theory and representation theory that's at the forefront of research in math. Some of the most pure of pure math. That's why it's surprising that it has connections to physics, particularly in two-dimensional quantum field theories and 4D gauge theories. See, there's something called the Langlands correspondence. This relates automorphic representations of a reductive algebraic group G, which you can think of as the group of symmetries of a number field, to representations of its dual group, G check, which is actually another reductive algebraic group. Now, the Langlands program is so broad that it has various sub-programs, like the geometric Langlands correspondence, which is a version of the Langlands correspondence for curves over algebraically closed fields. This has physics, quote-unquote, applications, and I say that lightly because it's not clear if you can call them even applications. And it shows connections between the action of the chiral algebra on the space of conformal blocks. This connects the representations of the loop group G hat to the space of D modules on the moduli stack, G hat check, so the dual group local systems, which provides deeper insight into the action of the chiral algebra on the space of conformal blocks. Within the scope of electric magnetic duality, the four-dimensional n equals 4 super Yang-Mills theory provides an example of S duality, which has a specific connection to the Langlands correspondence through the identification of the electric and magnetic gauge groups with the Langlands dual groups. I talk more about both string theory and the Langlands program here in this podcast with Edward Frankel. There's also this lecture by Ed Witten on gauge theory, geometric Langlands, and all that. Link to all resources are in the description. Modular forms and string partition functions. Modular forms originated from the work of Gauss, Riemann, and Klein. They're complex analytic functions with specific transformation properties under discrete subgroups of SL2R, usually SL2Z. In string theory, the worldsheet conformal theory's partition function, Z, must be invariant under modular transformations for consistency. This restricts allowed compactification lattices and conformal field theories. Modular forms, like the elliptic genus ZEG, represent BPS states contributing to black hole microscopic degeneracy. Black hole entropy can be derived from Fourier series coefficients in these modular forms, connecting the mathematical structure and the physical properties of black holes in string theory. Actually, Andrew Strominger and Kamran Vafa established this connection in about 1996. Interview with both of those, so Strominger and Vafa, will be coming up on TOE on this topic, as well as on the topic of modular bootstraps and CFTs. String sigma models with Wess-Zumino-Witten terms. So the WZW term is represented by the integral here, where K is the level and A is the gauge field. It acts as a topological invariant and quantizes H flux. If you think this looks like the Chern-Simons term, you are correct. They both originate from the same structure, a three-form constructed from the gauge field. The Chern-Simons term is typically found in 3D topological field theories and is represented by the integral of the three-form, just like the WZW term. Both involve the gauge field, their exterior derivatives, and then the wedges. However, there are differences in their coefficients and the overall context in which they appear. The WZW term is relevant for string sigma models and conformal field theories, while the Chern-Simons term plays a role in the topological field theories and is associated again with invariance and linking numbers and Jones polynomial. The WZW term can be thought of as a curvature term necessary to maintain the consistency of string theory, with the central charge formula being corrected to what's on screen here, where H check is the dual Coxeter number of the Lie group G. This combined action here retains conformal invariance as long as the background fields comply with the equations of motion and the WZ terms satisfy something called the Polyakov W consistency condition. Black hole string transitions. In a paper recently published by Maldacena and Witten in 2023, they look into the connection between black holes and highly excited strings. Actually, this revisits the self-gravitating string solutions by Horowitz and Polchinski made decades earlier. Their analysis of the linear sigma models for the heterotic strings demonstrates a smooth transition from the Horowitz-Polchinski solutions to black holes, a connection hindered in type 2 superstring theories by differing supersymmetric indices. The entropy S of charged black hole solutions derived from these string solutions through generating techniques adheres to the relation given on screen here, where Q and P represent the charges and S0 is the entropy of the neutral solution. This is super exciting because it shows a new avenue for connecting black hole entropy, quantum states, and string theory. JT, gravity, and black holes. We've talked about the ADS-CFT duality before, denoted here, at least up to a Legendre transformation. Something we haven't mentioned before is that there's actually a simplified two-dimensional dilaton gravity model called JT gravity. If I could pronounce the authors' names, I would, but I can't, so I'll show it on screen. This time, we have a correspondence of ADS-C2 and CFT1. That is a two-dimensional dilaton gravity model, defined by the action given here, where H is the induced metric on the boundary and K is the extrinsic curvature. So why is JT gravity important? Because its equations of motion are trivial in the bulk, but they are non-trivial at the boundary, meaning that we have an elementary context for exploring holography. Its solutions encompass ADS2 black holes, whose entropy can be associated with the dilaton field. Now, the asymptotic behavior, again, this means far away from some region of interest, of the dilaton field provides a practical regularization to quantify thermodynamic properties. Machine learning. This is a new field that has exploded in interest in the past decade. Recall the vast landscape of string theory. Researchers are seeing how the heck can neural networks tackle the parameter space, so the 10 to the 500 proposed vacua. A notable application involves the exploration of these CY manifolds, like we mentioned before, where a machine learning algorithm predicts Hodge numbers from the input adjacency matrix of the quiver diagram of the toric diagram. This leads to a regression problem formulated as follows, with A being the adjacency matrix and F is the learned function. Yan He, along with several others, were pioneers in applying machine learning to this field in 2017. As for F-theory compactifications, machine learning deduces the gauge group and matter content from the singularity structure of an elliptically fibered Calabi-Yau fourfold given as input. Where S represents the singularity structure, capital G is the gauge group, M highlights the matter content, and the lowercase g is the function learned by the model. Potentially, I can do a podcast on just machine learning, so let me know if you'd like to see that in the comment section below. Chiral factorization algebras. Chiral factorization algebras, which are spearheaded now by Emily Cliff, are a rigorous method for investigating quantum field theories. You've heard that quantum field theory suffers from the problem of being rigorously defined. This is only partially true. There are actually several rigorous formulations, it's just that none of them capture the full breadth of quantum field theory. A chiral algebra is a vertex operator algebra, V, that fulfills the operator product expansion relation on screen here for both V of W and V of Z that are members of this vertex operator algebra. This OPE association has singularities with simple poles at most embodying locality in chiral conformal field theories. So, how do factorization algebras fit into this? Well, firstly, they're a generalization of vertex operator algebras, and secondly, they provide a systematic ground-up methodology to develop conformal field theories. For a VOAV, the related factorization algebra, F of V, assigns a state space to each interval I in R. Factorization maps are such that we have this relation here, which almost looks like an exponential property for disjoint unions I1 and I2 within I, and these preserve the OPEs. By exploiting the worldsheet conformal symmetry, holomorphic and anti-holomorphic factorization of correlators is achievable, thus reducing calculations to one-dimensional conformal field theories. Geometric unity. When thinking about string theory, it's useful to think about alternatives. Usually, loop quantum gravity is proposed as the primary contender, but that's only a contender in the quantum gravity stage, not on the toe unification stage. That is to say, it's not clear how loop quantum gravity is a unification of general relativity and the standard model. That whole toe unification stage is a decidedly different stage than the quantum gravity one, and there are not many combatants on it. Wolfram is one such combatant, Peter Woit is another, Gerrit Lisi is another, Eric Weinstein is another, with his geometric unity approach. Usually, Eric explains it as a theory where the four-dimensional spacetime that we know and love is not fundamental, but rather emergent, but I think that's doing geometric unity a disservice. One of the reasons that I like geometric unity is because it takes seriously as a primitive a four-dimensional manifold, which is then used to construct other unfamiliar structures and familiar ones. Geometric unity is quite intricate and can well have its own iceberg. But what other structures? Well, the observerse, for instance, which is characterized by a triple x4, y14, and embedding into a higher dimensional Riemannian monofold. These embeddings are local Riemannian and indusometric on x4, thus generating a normal bundle. At some point, you choose a signature, which then gives the so-called chimeric space, y7, 7. The main principal bundle in GU is as follows, where the first guy is the double cover of the frame bundle of the chimeric bundle. H is the unitary group of 64, 64, and this row, this variation on row, is the representation of the spin group on complex Dirac spinners. From this, you get what looks like space-time spinners and internal quantum numbers. There are other arguments for recovering bosonic particles as well. Often in the discussion of toes is the discussion of grand unified theories, or guts. But just so you know, guts aren't toes. However, there's one gut called the SU10 model, or the Georgi Glashow model. There's also the spin 10 Georgi model, and there's the spin 4 cross spin 6 Pati-Salam model. These all have significance in GU, with the number 10 here being related to the 10 degrees of freedom in the four-dimensional Riemannian metric. Geometric unity is quite intricate and can well have its own iceberg. Non-critical strings. Non-critical strings deviate from the critical dimension, which is 10 as we know for superstrings, and then 26 for bosonic strings. They're related to the cancellation of conformal anomalies, which is a different type of anomaly we haven't discussed. To study non-critical strings, random matrices are usually introduced. Consider the random matrix ensemble on screen here, where M is an n by n Hermitian matrix, V of M is a potential function, and lambda is a coupling constant. This ensemble is a discretized worldsheet action for non-critical strings, with M representing discretized worldsheet fields and V of M encapsulating string interactions. In the 1980s, the study of non-critical strings using random matrices led to the discovery of the double scaling limit by Brezin, Fitzsikhson, Percy, and Zuber. The scaling behavior of the matrix model near critical points exposes properties of non-critical strings, such as string susceptibility, which is determined by the specific heat exponent alpha via the relation that gamma equals 2 minus alpha. To maintain conformal invariance in non-critical strings, Liouville theory is used, and we do so by introducing a Liouville field, phi, that couples to the worldsheet curvature, effectively compensating for the deviation from the critical dimension. By the way, Liouville theory is something you use to maintain conformal invariance when working with dimensions different from the critical dimension. Type 0a and 0b. Tachyonic states are characterized by an imaginary mass and faster than light propagation, though this only happens if you interpret as a particle and if you interpret the coupling constant as being mass. In bosonic string theory, for instance, the mass squared of a string state is given as follows, where n is the excitation level and a is the normal ordering constant. It turns out that in addition to the 5 flavors of string theory that you know and love, there are several more, 2 of them being these type 0a and type 0b, But these are characterized by these flagitious tachyons, as well as because they describe only bosons, thus you hear little about them. Fractional strings and non-integer conformal weights. Fractional strings are strings characterized by non-integer mode numbers. This means that the string's vibrational modes don't conform to simple harmonic patterns. Conventional conformal weights result from the normal ordering of the Virasora generators, L0 and then L bar 0, with integer conformal weights tied to the quantization oscillators. However, for fractional strings, we have non-integer conformal weights, which defies typical quantization. We have to re-examine string spectra and worldsheet symmetries because of these, if we're to take them seriously. The modified conformal weights can be discerned through the formula here for H, where k squared signifies the space-time momentum, and m stands for the fractional mode number, and alpha prime is again, the Reggie slope. The traditional Virasora constraints are impacted, culminating in the updated conditions, which are on screen here. Now, here's the question: what the heck could a fraction of a harmonic mean? It's not clear to me how to visualize them. Fractional strings aren't studied anywhere near as much as regular strings, which is, again, why you haven't heard of them. When people talk about the five flavors, always keep in mind we're talking about vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, mint, and cookie dough. But those aren't the only flavors. There's also, hey, there's peanut butter cup, something that the toe logo looks like, by the way. Unconventional twisted heterotic string theory. Unconventional twisted heterotic string theory is a different approach than usual to heterotic string theory has been proposed by introducing twisted boundary conditions using a twist operator, omega, as an automorphism of the worldsheet satisfying that omega squared equals 1, which acts on the left moving sector by modifying the oscillators alpha mu n to omega for all n and mu. The twisted action is given by simply a sum of both the right and the left one, though the left one now has a twistedness in it. So the twisted left moving action is derived by replacing the conventional oscillators with their twisted counterparts. By choosing specific twist operators, different massless spectra and gauge groups can be obtained. The Shirk-Schwartz mechanism is a historical example of a twisted string theory applied to the breaking of supersymmetry, and this requires compactifying an extra dimension with a twist. To ensure worldsheet conformal symmetry and consistency, the choice of this twisting must commute with the BRST charge, allowing quantization of the twisted heterotic strings via the familiar BRST cohomology. Monstrous M theory in 26 plus 1 dimensions. In monstrous M theory, a recent extension of the standard M theory to 26 plus 1 dimensions by Chester, Rios, and Morani, the massless spectrum of M theory is shown to have connections to the so-called monster group. This is what we discussed earlier in the monstrous moonshine conjecture. The deep origins or motivation for the decomposition of the Greece algebra into 98280, direct summed with 98304, and then we have 1, was unknown to Conway. Mirani realized that one of these middle factors, 98304, is a would-be quote-unquote gravitino, so a spin 1.5 field, which is typically found in supergravity. The 98280 was understood to be half the Leech lattice, possibly like a Z2 orbifold or the identification of positive roots. The 1 is, of course, the dilaton. The new approach suggests an n equals 1 spectrum in these 27 dimensions, or an n equals 2 spectrum in 26 dimensions, so 25 space dimensions. Analyzing M theory for n equals 1, so minimal supergravity, in this spatially odd dimensional setting isn't simple. The moduli space geometry is linked up with the monster group's complexified elements, analogous to the vertex operator algebra representations. This fusion of the largest sporadic groups representation theory with high energy physics potentially reveals new symmetries in spacetime, and I'm excited to see where this research goes, especially as I personally don't know of many applications of the Greece algebra to physics. By the way, if you're wondering about how did they get around Nom's theorem, they found a way with nested brane worlds. So this no-go theorem applies only when you reduce down to 3 plus 1 dimensions. Double field theory. Double field theory is a T-duality approach to string theory where you augment spacetime by doubling its dimension, combining the winding and momentum modes of strings into double coordinates, where x tilde and x represent signifying winding and momentum modes, respectively. The DFT framework involves a double metric that sees the conventional metric and the B field as equal. The DFT action is the following, where phi represents the dilaton as usual and r is the Ricci scalar in the double dimension geometry, and 2D is the doubled spacetime coordinate count, where d is the initial count. Although the DFT action respects generalized diffeomorphisms, incorporating transformations that blend both xi and tilde xi, a stringent constraint must still be instituted for consistency and to retrieve the standard string theory by curtailing these degrees of freedom to the initial dimension count, though this is still being debated today. DFT serves as a geometric method to grasp T duality. It so called unifies diverse string theories under a shared framework. Loop quantum gravity. LQG is a non perturbative background independent quantum gravity framework reconciling quantum mechanics and general relativity. It employs Ashtekar variables representing the gravitational field via an SU2 connection A and its conjugate E. The last one is called a densitized triad. Spin networks are graphs with vertices labeled with an intertwiner I and edges by irreducible representations J of SU2 form the foundation of loop quantum gravity. Just like the motivation for string theory, loop is also quite simple mathematically speaking, and also, like string theory, its humble beginnings belie its subsequent tortuous flowering. Loop quantum gravity creates the Hilbert space basis of gravitational field quantum states, each representing a quantized 3 geometry for the 3 spatial dimensions. Discrete spectra come about for area A and volume V operators, given on screen here, where gamma is the Barbero-Immerzi parameter, and L is, of course, the Planck length. Transition amplitudes between spin networks originate from spin foam evaluation, modifying the famous quantum field theoretic path integral technique. Loop quantum gravity was developed or discovered, depending on your philosophical framework, in the 80s by Ashtekar, Rovelli, and Smolin. Plenty of work was also done in the 90s by John Bias as well. To this day, it's seen as an antagonist to string theory, but Lee Smolin told me in a recent podcast just last week that string theory and loop quantum gravity are two sides of the same coin. Layer 6, Quantum Entanglement. One of the most astounding subjects in modern pop sci is quantum entanglement with its ostensible faster than light signaling. Let's explore this by starting with entropy. If we take the von Neumann entropy, where ρ is the reduced density matrix, then the holographic entropy, which includes the Ryu-Takayanagi formula as a special case, connects the entanglement entropy with the area of a minimal surface gamma. This relationship gave rise to the so-called ER equals EPR conjecture or heuristic, whatever you want to call it. But what does this mean? It suggests that entangled pairs of particles are equivalent to wormholes. Now, if that wasn't remarkable enough, it has the further implication that space-time geometry itself emerges from the entanglement structure of underlying quantum states. But what about that firewall argument? That one that suggests a breakdown of the equivalence principle at the black hole event horizon due to maximal entanglement. The firewall argument, well, it was proposed by 4 researchers named Alan Hurry, Miralf, Polchinski, and Sully, abbreviated as AMPS, raises concerns about the validity of ER equals EPR. According to AMPS, a black hole that's maximally entangled with another system, for instance Hawking radiation, can't also be entangled with its own interior, as that would violate the so-called monogamy of entanglement principle. Consequently, the smooth spacetime structure near the horizon, as predicted by general relativity, would break down, and the observer would experience a firewall instead. This argument has led to this huge debate among physicists, with some proposing possible resolutions, such as the soft hair proposal by Hawking, Perry, and Strominger, or the idea of state dependence, which states that the experience of an observer falling into a black hole depends on the specific quantum state of the system. This is all fascinating and highly speculative. Let me know if you'd like me to do an iceberg on black holes. Moyle stars and non-commutative geometry. A rigorous analysis of string field theory in the context of non-commutative geometry necessitates the introduction of the Moyle star product into the action given on screen here. The Moyle star product is defined by the following, where A is the algebra of the functions on the phase space. Here, this theta is a constant antisymmetric matrix that characterizes the non-commutativity of spacetime coordinates, and f and g are, again, the functions on phase space. The Moyle star product is an associative but non-commutative product that generalizes the usual pointwise product of functions on phase space in the context of non-commutative geometry. What the Moyle star product does effectively is to deform the commutation relations of the spacetime coordinates and the corresponding fields. This leads to a modification of the usual commutation relations, propagators, and interaction vertices. In non-commutative spacetime, coordinates satisfy the following algebra. This is supposed to capture some of the fuzziness of spacetime at the string scale. Non-commutative geometry, though, has its roots with mathematicians like Alain Connis, John von Neumann, and Marie Gerstenhager, all of whom explored it in different contexts before it found its application in string theory. The appearance of the star product in the scalar field's kinetic term, mass term, and interaction term actually comes from the Seeberg-Witten map that we talked about before, which in turn comes from the open string low energy effective action of the non-commutative scalar field. Quantum groups and string theory. Quantum groups are denoted as follows, with this U and the subscript Q of a Lie algebra G, and what they are non-commutative deformations of the universal enveloping algebra of the Lie algebra, with a deformation parameter Q. Now, the defining relation for certain generators is AB equals QBA. The R matrix, which satisfies the Yang-Baxter equation, encodes the non-commutativity with the defining relation on screen here. Importantly, quantum groups retain the structure of Hopf algebras, allowing a description of both algebra and co-algebra actions. In the limit when Q goes to 1, quantum groups reduce to their classical counterparts, both in terms of Lie algebras and Lie groups. By the way, Hopf algebras are algebraic structures that simultaneously generalize groups, associative algebras, and Lie algebras. How so? They have two algebra maps. So a coproduct here, which encodes the algebraic structure, and a co-unit, which encodes the identity element of the group-like structure. Hopf algebras also possess something called an antipode map, which provides something like the inverse of the group-like elements, and they satisfy this relation on screen here. Their relevance to string theory originates from integrable systems and conformal field theories through the underlying worldsheet CFT and its quantum group symmetry. The connection to Bray groups comes from the R matrix, which describes the Bray properties of tensor categories associated with those quantum groups. For rational CFTs, the fusion rules, which are given by the Verlin formula, can be derived using quantum group representations relating conformal weights of primary fields to representation labels. The pair with the lovely names Drinfeld and Jimbo independently introduced quantum groups in the 1980s, primarily to investigate integrable systems. Drinfeld was also mentioned in the book with Edward Frankel, and again, Edward Frankel podcast is on screen here. Love and Math is the book. Exceptional field theory. This is a geometrical scaffold housing varied representations of string theory and 11-dimensional supergravity, employing the terminology of exceptional Lie groups and their corresponding geometry, which are the exceptional in the name exceptional field theory. Its action is on screen here, where G is the EFT metric, D is the dilettante, and H is a measure of the preform field string. With capital D adopting different values in this exceptional field theory, multidimensional flexibility is apparent. The exceptional Lie groups transform into global symmetry groups, resulting in exceptional geometries. Now, while EFTs don't unite all string theories, it explores them as specific sectors corresponding to unique solutions of the EFT equations of motion. Amplituhedron. The amplituhedron is something that Donald Hoffman readily brings up, so it's useful to have an explanation here. Donald has been interviewed several times on this channel before, once solo with the technical exploration of his theories, another with Joscha Bach, one with John Vervaeke, another with Bernardo Kastrup and Susan Schneider, and yet another one with Philip Goff. The topics usually center around consciousness, though here we'll talk about Nima Arkani Hamed's amplituhedron. What this is a specific type of convex polytope with an RK that encodes scattering amplitudes in n equals 4 supersymmetric Yang-Mills theory. This is realized by a relationship with the positive Grassmannian. This means it's a space of k by n matrices with positive minors. Mathematically, the amplituhedron is induced from a mapping of the positive Grassmannians under a specific positive map given on screen here, where the map is defined by taking the positive Grassmannian to the amplituhedron. via a linear map as follows, with the constraint that all k plus 1 minors of C are non-negative. Scattering amplitudes can then be computed via integration over the canonical form of the amplituhedron, providing a way that avoids some complexities of some Feynman diagrams. The amplituhedron is connected to string theory through that good old celebrated ADS CFT correspondence relating n equals 4 super Yang-Mills theories to type 2b superstring theories in an ADS5 cross S5 background. It should be specified that it's the scattering amplitudes rather than the amplituhedron itself that connects to this correspondence, with the convex polytope being this calculational tool like a middleman. In 2013, the amplituhedron was introduced by Nima Arkani Hamed and his collaborator Jora Slav, partially inspired by the study of ancient math objects called associahedra. These date back to the 1960s and appear in various branches of mathematics, including algebraic topology and combinatorics. The amplituhedron is appealing because it suggests that we might not need fields. Fields are often considered as these accounting tools when demanding Hamiltonian time evolution and ignoring advanced causation. The amplituhedron provides a way to consider causality with elementary particles traveling backward in time, possibly through wormholes, while still maintaining local Minkowski spacetime, along with wormhole boundaries. However, this connection is still extremely speculative.
Yeah, trial Garfield.
Double copy
We
theory.
don't get you like that, but
The double copy theory establishes a remarkable correspondence between gauge and gravity
Head to
theories
butt.
through something called KLT relations, where
Be a little
gravity
butt.
amplitudes can be expressed as the square
Yeah,
of
try
Yang-Mills
Garfield on
gauge theory
camera.
amplitudes. I like this phrase poetically, but for me it should be expressed a bit more rigorously because,
Yeah,
at least
much.
for myself, when I hear that the Dirac equation is the square root of the Klein-Gordon equation, or that spinors are the square root of some other structure, personally just confuses me more until I see the math. When we say that gravity amplitudes are the quote unquote square of the Yang-Mills amplitudes, we mean that the gravity scattering amplitude can be obtained as a product of two Yang-Mills scattering amplitudes with a modified kinematic substitution given on screen here. This corresponds to the closed string amplitude being constructed from the open string amplitude in the KLT relations. This, by the way, links closed and open string amplitudes. The color kinematics duality requires that the kinematic numerators satisfy the same Jacobi identities as the color factors. Following this duality, if we have CA equals CB plus CC, then NA is defined as NB plus NC. This allows us to express the graviton scattering amplitude as the square of gluon scattering via something called a BCJ double copy construction. This encompasses the KLT relations which were discovered in the late 1980s. I forgot to mention that we also have to enforce momentum conservation given on screen here. Now, this entire double copy theory is interesting to me because it produces a significant reduction in computational complexity for scattering amplitudes and gravity theories, while still drawing connections between gauge and gravity theories, similar in spirit to what the amplituhedron did. U-plane integral. The low energy effective action for the type 2b string theory on K3 surfaces relies heavily on the evaluation of U-plane integrals. Recall that K3 surfaces are smooth, compact, complex two-dimensional manifolds with a trivial canonical bundle and a holonomy group SU2, and they're important because of their role in supersymmetry, mirror symmetry, and Calabi-Yau manifolds and compactification. In this context, the U-plane is the moduli space parameterized by the complex coupling constant, where this theta represents the Riemann scalar field and GS denotes the string coupling constant. The BPS states describe the spectrum of stable configurations in the theory. By the way, I've heard other names for the U-plane like the S-duality orbit or the Coulomb branch or the Seiberg-Witten moduli space and the moduli of vacua. The integrand takes the form of an exponential multiplied by d and f, where the integer n and the degeneracies d of n specify the BPS spectrum, and the modular forms f of k capture the automorphic properties. To evaluate U-plane integrals, you have to use something called a Rademacher expansion. Now, I probably butchered that, and at first I thought that was the same Rademeister as in the moves, but it's something different. This Rademacher expansion expresses the modular forms as a sum of Poincare series, which allows us to isolate pertinent information from the integrand as follows, where S represents the Kloosterman sum and S is a modular parameter. The U-plane integrals are connected with the Mach modular forms, a class of non-holomorphic modular forms, generalizing the classical Eisenstein series, not Einstein, but Eisenstein, and that links number theory and geometry to string theory. M theories and multiple dimensions of time. We usually talk about 10 plus 1 dimensions of space-time or 3 plus 1, etc. There's always this plus 1 at the end. This means it's one dimensional. However, there is work by Bars that has 2 dimensions of time. But what does this mean mathematically? So mathematically, the concept of multiple time dimensions are captured by extending the metric tensor to include extra temporal components, or you may see it as x squared plus y squared plus z squared minus t squared. It just has extra minuses after it. In Barr's work, he introduces a second spacetime coordinate, t prime, described by a d plus 2 dimensional spacetime. You can take this even further to discuss 3D time in the same way that we discuss 3D space. How? In the context of extending Super Yang-Mills theories through exceptional periodicities. This recent work by Rios, by Chester, by Marani, they consider the superalgebra in D equals 27 plus 3 dimensions. The descending dimensional sequence from a superalgebra in D equals 27 plus 3 to 26 plus 1 reduces the dimensions directly along an 11-dimensional brane world volume, yielding an n equals 1 superalgebra in D equals 11 plus 3, which upon successive dimensional truncation aligns with the n equals 1 superalgebra in D equals 10 plus 1 and D equals 11 plus 1, as well as type 2a, 2b strings. This suggests an 11-dimensional brane world volume origin for string dualities in both M and F theory, though this time with signature 11.3. Wilson surfaces and loop space connections. These guides provide insights into the underlying symmetries and structures of M theory. In particular, Wilson's surfaces generalize the concept of Wilson loops, expressed as follows, which represent the parallel transport of particles in gauge fields. In M theory, Wilson surfaces describe higher dimensional extensions and interactions with M branes, such as M2 branes coupled to the 3-form potential C3 and M5 branes coupled to the 6-form potential C6. Wilson surfaces are expressed similarly as before, where Cn are the n-form potentials and sigma is a p-dimensional submanifold. The loop space connections, denoted by alpha, are introduced as calligraphic alpha equals A plus B2 plus C3 plus so and so on, where Roman A is the usual gauge connection and B2 and Cn are higher form connections. Loop space connections build on Wilson loops. How? They extend parallel transport to deal with extended objects looping through space. This helps us understand the non-perturbative features of M theory, as well as it's meant to reveal more dualities. Arithmetic geometry. In arithmetic geometry, one studies algebraic varieties over number fields and zeta functions, like the Hasse-Weil zeta function. These zeta functions contain information about the distribution of rational points and other geometric invariants, such as those talked about by one of the Millennium Prize problems, the Birch-Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture, though this conjecture refers specifically to the rank of an elliptic curve group and the order of vanishing of its associated L function. You can connect BPS states in string theory compactifications and the arithmetic properties of the zeta functions. This is heavily related to the discoveries in mirror symmetry in 1991 by physicists and mathematicians Candelas, Asa, Green, and Parks. See this talk here about the Langlands and arithmetic quantum field theory, though this is not about string theory. Categorical symmetries. In higher category theory, categorical symmetries come from an abstraction of traditional symmetries represented by group actions. Let's focus on two groups. So mathematically, a true group is viewed as a strict monoidal category, with all objects and morphisms being invertible. In symbols, a two group is a collection of objects and morphisms and multiplications and inversions and identities, where there are only two objects, so G0 and G1. Categorical symmetries come up in string theory through higher gauge theories, which describe extended objects like D-branes and M-branes, and these D-branes can be associated with gerbs, they can be associated with two categorical generalizations of line bundles, and twisted versions of ordinary bundles. Their transition functions are described as elements of the automorphism 2 group of the principal U1 bundle, not just BU1. Recall that a BU1 is defined as the classifying space of U1 bundles, so in other words, BU1 is the same as U1, except you mod out by contractible spaces on which U1 acts freely. Historically, categorical symmetries originated from John Baez's and Jane Dolan's study of higher dimensional algebras in the 1990s. M5 branes have categorical symmetries. Why? Their self-dual 3 form is governed by a 3 categorical structure, specifically through the two connection components as follows. The three-form field strength H is induced by two connection on a gerb, with A being a one-form connection and B is a two-form connection, such that the field strength can be expressed as follows, with F equals dA. The role of three algebras is also useful in describing worldsheet dynamics. Higher spin gravity. If you listen to this podcast, you'll hear me say often that it's not so clear gravity is merely the curvature of spacetime. Yes, you heard that right. You can formulate the exact predictions of general relativity, but with a model of zero curvature with torsion, non-zero torsion, that's Einstein-Cartan. You can also assume that there's no curvature and there's no torsion, but there is something called non-metricity. That's something called symmetric teleparallel gravity. Something else I like to explore are higher spin gravitons. Higher spin gravity theories are characterized by massless fields with spin greater than 2, such as Vasilyev's higher spin gravity in ADS4. The action for these theories has a form similar to the above, where H and phi represent the higher spin fields. These theories possess infinite dimensional gauge symmetries, but so does general relativity, given you ordinarily consider the diffeomorphism group. So how is this different than usual? The difference lies in the types of gauge transformations and the structure of the gauge fields. In higher spin gravity, gauge transformations are associated with tensor fields of higher rank, so S-1, while general relativity involves vector fields. Therefore, it exhibits that conjecture duality with certain large N CFTs with higher spin symmetries, such as the ON vector model CFT. Historically, Franz Bell's work during the late 1970s and early 1980s laid the foundation for higher spin gravity, notably with his equation for massless fields of arbitrary spin. In some ways, you can think of this as allowing for more ways to quote-unquote wiggle in space-time rather than the regular 2 degrees of freedom of ordinary gravity theories. The Atiyah-Singer index theorem. This index theorem is a landmark result in differential geometry and topology. What it does is compute something called the analytical index of elliptic differential operators, and by doing so, shows the connection between the topology of a manifold and the solutions of partial differential equations on it. An analytical index is the difference between the dimensions of the kernel and the co-kernel of an elliptic operator. And elliptic differential operators are linear partial differential operators that satisfy a certain condition called the ellipticity condition, which guarantees the existence of solutions and good estimates for their behavior, expressed as follows for large psi, where p is called the principal symbol of the operator, meaning the highest order homogeneous part of the operator in local coordinates, and psi is a point in the cotangent bundle. Because of this, elliptic operators have favorable properties such as the existence of smooth solutions and well-posedness. In string theory, the theorem has found application in establishing anomaly cancellation conditions when applied to the elliptic Dirac operator on the worldsheet. The index is associated with the topological invariance of the worldsheet, like the Euler characteristic, and the Hirzebruch signature through the following expression, where A is the A roof and L is the L genus of the manifold X, and CH is the Turing character of the relevant bundle. The A roof is defined as the Pfaffian of the curvature form divided by the Pfaffian of the tangent bundle, so this expression on screen here, and the Pfaffian is a polynomial function associated with a skew-symmetric matrix such that the square of the Pfaffian equals the determinant of the matrix. You can think of the Atiyah-Singer index theorem as a generalization of the Gauss-Bonnet theorem. That is, a method to associate purely topological invariance to the curvature of a manifold, but in the context of elliptic differential operators. This theorem was proven in 1963 by Sir Michael Atiyah and Isidor Singer, who received the Abel Prize in 2004 for their work. Moduli stabilization. Recently, a paper was published by Bassiori, which provides non-perturbative terms in the superpotential and the combined effects of logarithmic loop corrections and two non-perturbative superpotential Kähler moduli-dependent terms. How so? They, the authors, derived the following effective potential, which takes into account both the perturbative and non-perturbative contributions, where A, B, C, psi, and eta are coefficients that depend on various parameters of the theory, and this calligraphic V represents the internal volume of the compactification. This potential exhibits a minimum at finite values of the volume modulus given as follows, where W0 is the Lambert W function, and P and Q are convenient parameterizations, and U is a parameter related to the non-perturbative contributions. So what does this mean, Kurt? Well, my friend, the result shows that fluxes exist for large and even moderate volume compactifications, which defines a de Sitter space and stabilizes moduli fields. So, why is this important, Kurt? Well, this is an important finding because it demonstrates the existence of stable de Sitter vacua in type 2b string theory, which was previously known to be extremely challenging. The obtained effective potential appears to be promising for cosmological applications, such as cosmological inflation models, understanding dark energy, and the universe's expansion, as well as providing insights into moduli stabilizations, which connect string theory vacua landscapes with observable universe properties and particle physics phenomenon known as string phenomenology. Dark energy. Dark energy is about the expansion of the universe. Some think it's as simple as, well, it's just the cosmological constant, and others think it has to do with more mysterious modifications of the laws. The study of string cosmology is about examining string theory's implications on the universe's evolution, including dark energy and accelerated expansion. Let's consider the low energy effective action. By now, you should be familiar with these symbols, but for those who skipped around and want a refresher, that capital G is the metric, the dilaton field is phi, the NS-NS3 form strength is H, and F is the RRP form field strength, and the lone G is the determinant of the metric. By compactifying extra dimensions to four-dimensional spacetime, you get a 4D action and a scalar potential which is affected by these fields. This leads to something called a quintessence-like dark energy scenario. Quintessence is a scalar field with a potential responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe dynamically evolving over time. Alternative models in type 2a and 2b give different perspectives on dark energy and cosmological evolution, such as the presence of extra branes and orientifolds which can stabilize the moduli fields, and the interaction of fluxes and form fields respectively. Is string theory the flashlight we need to illuminate the dark corners of the universe? Ambitwister string theory. You've heard of twistors, but have you heard of ambitwistors? What are they? Well, they generalize twistors by considering the complexified phase space of null geodesics instead of Minkowski spacetime. The ambitwister space is a huge space that contains twistor space as a subspace. Ambitwister string theory is a framework that uses both twistor and ambitwister spaces to describe scattering amplitudes of massless particles. The worldsheet action is expressed as follows, with A and P being auxiliary fields related to the twistor variables. Conformal symmetry, which of course is present in conventional string theory, is also there in ambitwister strings. So, what's the difference? Their target space comprises the space of complex null geodesics rather than just regular spacetime. The CHY formula gives a compact representation for tree-level amplitudes of massless particles expressed as integrals over the moduli space of punctured Riemann spheres. This can be understood as a considerably efficient method of representing many particle interaction outcomes. Sir Roger Penrose's pioneering work on twistor theory in the 1960s laid the groundwork for ambitwister strings to emerge decades later. Although ambitwister string theory simplifies scattering amplitudes, encoding soft limits and collinear singularities, it currently faces challenges such as limitations to the perturbative calculations, a lack of understanding of the non-perturbative aspects, and its applicability is mainly for massless particles. Non-Archimedean geometry. There's another field called the p-adic numbers. So p-adic numbers are defined as equivalence classes of Cauchy sequences of rational numbers converging with respect to something called the p-adic norm. Now, just as there's non-Euclidean geometry, there's also something called non-Archimedean geometry. The p-adic numbers, denoted as q with the subscript p, form the completion of the rational numbers q with respect to the p-adic valuation, augmenting q by incorporating something like digits, an infinite amount of digits to the left, rather than to the right, as we're conventionally used to. P-adic string theory was originated by Volovich in the 1980s, and it embeds the string worldsheet into p-adic spacetime using the adaptive Polyakov action. Notice the p-adic norm here. This allows invariance under p-adic reparameterizations and Weyl transformations. P-adic string amplitudes have factorization properties similar to their Archimedean counterparts, allowing for p-adic analogs of Veneziano and Virasoro-Shapiro amplitudes. Tachyonic condensation occurs in the p-adic setting, giving a non-perturbative description of d-branes. The adelic product formula Associating products of amplitudes with certain topological invariants hints at connections between p-adic and Archimedean string theories, although this remains wonderfully speculative. Another physical theory that involves the p-adic numbers is the so-called invariant set theory by Tim Palmer, which suggests that the universe evolves on a fractal attractor. More about this theory coming up on Toe shortly with Tim Palmer, but also here's a podcast with Tim Palmer and Tim Modeling. Enumerative geometry. Topological string theory has applications in enumerative geometry, particularly through the use of Gromov-Witten invariants. Now, those are those correlation functions that count the number of holomorphic curves within a Calabi-Yau manifold weighted by their genus G and homology class C that we talked about approximately an hour ago. These invariants are computed in the A model, so the symplectic one, and the B model, so the complex one, for topological string theories. They give information on the moduli space of Calabi-Yau manifolds, Yukawa couplings, and string theory compactifications, and what's important for this topic, the intersection number for counting problems in enumerative geometry. In other words, rational curves on a quintic threefold. Gromov-Witten invariants generalize classical intersection theory. Symplectic modular symmetry in heterotic string vacua. Ishiguro, Kabayashi, and Otsuka recently examined the unification of flavor, CP, and U1 symmetries coming from symplectic modular symmetry in the context of heterotic string theory on Calabi-Yau threefolds. They found that these symmetries can be unified into the symplectic group's modular symmetries of Calabi-Yau threefolds, with H being the number of moduli fields. Together with the Z2CP symmetry, they're enhanced to this group here, which is the generalized symplectic modular symmetry. They have S3, S4, T prime, and S9 non-abelian flavor symmetries on explicit toroidal orbifolds with and without resolutions on Z2 and S4 flavor symmetries on 3-parameter examples of Calabi-Yau threefolds. This new result shows that non-trivial flavor symmetries appear in not only the exact orbifold limit, but also a certain class of Calabi-Yau threefolds. This research is fascinating because it gives a different perspective on the unification of flavor, CP, and U1 symmetries, paving the way for more comprehensive theories in string phenomenology, allowing us to test string theory. Layer 7. Congratulations on making it this far. Now we're in the deepest layer in one of the most thorny subjects, not only in physics, not only in math, but in all fields imaginable. It's useful to understand the math of string theory, even if string theory ends up missing the mark, because the problems being addressed here are problems at the heart of the physical universe. However, of course, you shouldn't mistake the physical universe as being synonymous with reality. This is a point that Hilary Putnam makes. Despite this, understanding string theory gives you a bedrock at the fount of reality, the reality that can be established mathematically and logically. Let's get on with the iceberg. No precise statement and derivation of ADS-CFT. This is a grueling problem in physics. We often assume that there is such a correspondence, which is just yet to be found rigorously, but even defining it rigorously is formidable. Further, there are 9 major problems. Number 1, mapping between gravitational and field theory configurations. The issue is to find an exact dictionary that conjoins gravitational states with the states of the boundary conformal field theory. When you have configurations with less symmetry, it's not clear how to do this. Number 2, ADS space as a regulator for flat space physics. The use of ADS space as a regulator to extrapolate to flat space physics involves taking the limit where the ADS radius of curvature r goes to infinity. This process, while keeping the local physics unchanged, isn't fully developed, especially in understanding how the ADS boundary conditions translate to flat space observables. Number 3, holography in light-like boundaries. Understanding holography for light-like boundaries, as in the case of Minkowski spacetime, differs significantly from time-like boundaries typical of ADS-CFT. The existence and nature of large n limits for theories that aren't gauge theories and for theories with less or no supersymmetry isn't anywhere as developed either. Number 5, sub-ADS locality. How do you understand the emergence of bulk physics at scale smaller than the ADS radius? The solvable models we have currently of holography don't capture the locality expected from gravity in the bulk which should be evident at scales much smaller than this radius. Number 6, time evolution. The bulk reconstruction techniques developed so far primarily address static or equilibrium situations. The dynamical evolution of non trivial states, particularly those involving black hole formation and thermalization, aren't well understood. Gravitational dressing, number 7. Bulk operators must be dressed gravitationally to be gauge invariant, but the precise nature of this dressing in context with significant back reaction isn't fully understood as well. Dressing in this context, by the way, means incorporating the influence of gravitational fields generated by the operator itself on its definition, ensuring diffeomorphism and variance. This is particularly relevant for operators that couple strongly to gravity. Number 8, entanglement wedge reconstruction. So the conjecture that the boundary subregion R is dual to the entanglement wedge W rather than to the causal wedge CR raises the question about the reconstruction of these bulk operators. The entanglement wedge can extend beyond the causal wedge, potentially including regions behind horizons, which complicates the understanding of bulk locality and the encoding of bulk information in the boundary theory. By the way, the entanglement wedge refers to the region of spacetime in the bulk that can be reconstructed from boundary subregion entanglement, while the causal wedge is the bulk region causally connected to that boundary subregion. And lastly, number 9, black hole interior. The description of the black hole interior is still an open problem in ADS-CFT. What is the existence of firewalls? What is the fate of an infalling observer? We don't know. Fuzzballs and the microstructure of black holes. The fuzzball proposal in string theory suggests that black holes possess a microstructure composed of stringy excitations, or fuzzballs, which replace the classical event horizon as well as the singularity. This stems from the correspondence between black holes and D-brane bound states. It's an attempt to describe the near horizon geometry using the dual conformal field theory. To translate that a tad, the fuzzball conjecture replaces the mysterious core as well as the edge of black holes with information storing strings. The Bekenstein-Hawking formula agrees with the degeneracy of these fuzzball states, accounting for the microstates that generate the black hole entropy. The fuzzball conjecture was first proposed by string theorist Mathur and his collaborators in 2002. You'll hear this term plenty: microstructures and microstates. To be specific, the microstructure generally refers to the arrangement of string excitations that comprise the black hole's interior, while microstates are these distinct field configurations that these excitations can take, each one corresponding to a unique quantum state. Essentially, they represent the different ways that strings can vibrate or be bound together within the fuzzball, giving rise to the black hole's entropy. Now, how do you generalize these fuzzballs not only to non-extremal black holes, but to other broader classes of black holes? This is an open problem. Also, what's the exact mechanism for retrieving information from these fuzzballs? We don't know, but the answer to these can help resolve the black hole information paradox. So, good luck. Background independence and challenges. Achieving background independence in string theory remains a large unsolved problem, but it's not as unsolved as it was a decade ago. There's more and more progress about background independence results in certain scenarios. For instance, this recent lecture a few months ago by Ed Witten. But why is this such a confounding conundrum? Well, it's because string theory's perturbative roots demand a predefined background. However, Kurt, what if you incorporate the Poisson tensor derived from the Polyakov action? Does that not allow for curved backgrounds? Not exactly. Accommodating dynamic backgrounds is different than merely curved backgrounds. It requires a non-perturbative foundation for string theory. But Kurt, what about matrix models or their generalizations like tensor models or higher spin holography? Great point. You are on it today. The issue is extending those results to a more general setting. And just so you know, a universally accepted non-perturbative definition remains unfound. This was one of the major critiques of one of the earlier Lee Smolin books of string theory. By the way, a podcast with Lee Smolin was just released about a week ago. Check the description or click subscribe to get notified. Pure spinor formalism. In superstring theory, an alternative to traditional Riemann, Nevu, Schwartz, and Green-Schwartz formalisms exist, and they're called pure spinor formalism. So, what makes this PSF different? The formalism employs what are called pure spinners, quote unquote, which are a special class of spinners being self dual and annihilated by a maximal isotropic subset of gamma matrices N. The formalism also simplifies calculations, especially for higher loop amplitude, using the simpler BRST charge given on screen. Now, this baby girl is less complicated than her counterpart in RNS formalism. The pure spinor space can be constructed as a quotient of the common spinor space that you know and love by the maximal isotropic subspace, represented mathematically here, where D signifies a Dirac spinor and N is the null subspace. These spinors enable a covariant quantization of the superstring, eliminating the oddities of the picture-changing operators as well as ghost fields. Nathan Berkovitz birthed the pure spinor formalism in his pursuit for more symmetric solutions to superstring theory constraints. Waterfall fields and hybrid inflation. In new work published in just 2022, which by the way is only a blink of the eye in this field, Antoniades, Lacombe, and Leon Torres presented a cosmological inflation scenario within the framework of type 2b flux compactifications. What makes their work different? They used 3 magnetized D7 brane stacks. The inflation is associated with a metastable de Sitter vacuum, and the inflation is identified with the volume modulus. The authors propose that the inflation ends due to a waterfall field, which drive the evolution of the universe from a nearby saddle point toward a global minimum with tunable vacuum energy. This tunable vacuum energy could potentially describe the current state of our universe. The authors detail their model, including the implementation of what's called hybrid inflation, also the analysis of open string spectrums, and the dynamics of the waterfalls on this de Sitter vacuum and inflation. The authors conclude that their model successfully implements the main principles of hybrid inflation. The introduction of these waterfall fields in this model is a pioneering mechanism for driving the universe's evolution from a metastable de Sitter vacua to a global minimum, potentially even explaining dark energy. String net condensation and emergent spacetime. This is a mechanism in topological quantum field theory. String nets suggest that spacetime isn't fundamental, but comes from something pre-geometric in condensed matter systems. Elementary excitations in a lattice, such as spins and qubits, form string-like structures that, when condensed, lead to phase transitions. The ground state of a topologically ordered system is described by a superposition of string net configurations with the string net wave function given here, where L denotes the string label on edge E and delta is the branching rule at vertex V. The emergent spacetime geometry is a result of collective string net behavior. So you may ask, where does the metric come into play? The metric emerges from interactions between string nets and their corresponding tensor networks. The low energy excitations resemble particles in a 3+1 dimensional spacetime, as the emergent gauge fields and gravity are realized via fusion and braiding of anionic excitations in the system. Anions are exotic quasi-particles in two-dimensional systems. The emergent gauge group structure relies on anion fusion rules, while emergent gravity stems from topological entanglement entropy. Whether this is how the world works or not, this gives new tools for those studying the building blocks of spacetime. Eclectic flavor groups. This is a brand new area of research. The best resource I found was this 2020 open access article on screen here. Eclectic flavor groups combine traditional discrete flavor symmetries with modular flavor symmetries. They analyze a model based on the delta 54 traditional flavor group and the finite modular group sigma prime 3, resulting in the eclectic flavor group given on screen here. Keep in mind that it's called eclectic and not electric. I made this mistake at least 10 times when writing the script because of pesky muscle memory. This scheme is highly predictive, constraining the representations and modular weights of matter fields and hence the structure of the Kähler potential and superpotential. The superpotential and Kähler potential transform under the eclectic flavor group such that they combine to an invariant action. Discrete R symmetries emerge intrinsically from the eclectic flavor groups, and this model's predictive power is showcased by the severe restrictions on the possible group representations and modular weights for matter fields, which in turn control the superpotential and and Kähler potential structures. The Kähler potential is Hermitian and modular invariant with leading contributions given by the standard form and additional terms suppressed by the volume of the orbifold sector. Because of the connection between R symmetries and modular transformations within these eclectic flavor groups, this research may provide insights into discrete symmetries in string compactifications. O minimal structures. Originally introduced by Louvain Dendries in the 80s, these O minimal structures are a way of simplifying the topology of semi-algebraic sets. The key idea is to break down any definable set in an O minimal structure into a finite number of cells. So basic building blocks like intervals and their higher dimensional analogs. You can do so by following the cell decomposition theorem. In string theory, considering the moduli space of Calabi-Yau manifolds, more explicitly on screen here, where CYN represents the set of all Calabi-Yau n-folds in O minimal structures calligraphic O and M subcalligraphic O denote the corresponding moduli space. This is brand new research, and the best paper I found is by Grimm on taming the landscape of effective theories. That is, using O minimal structures to explicate the swampland. String universality. String universality is the conjecture that every consistent quantum gravity theory corresponds to the vacuum of some string theory or a string theory compactification. It's based on the fairly braggadocious belief that string theory encompasses all possible quantum theories of gravity, at least within certain conditions like a fixed number of dimensions and certain amounts of supersymmetry. We can symbolically represent this conjecture as follows, where QG is the space of all consistent quantum gravity theories, and the calligraphic STV is the space of all string theory vacua, and this is a surjective map. This conjecture is part of a broader set of ideas known as the swampland program that we talked about earlier. In fact, string universality is seen as the endpoint of the swampland program, where string theory is the ultimate quantum theory of gravity. But you may ask, what about loop quantum gravity? Recall, loop quantum gravity is a non-perturbative and background-independent approach, which attempts to quantize gravity directly by focusing on the geometric and topological aspects of spacetime. Importantly, it does not rely on supersymmetry, which is a key ingredient in many of the string theoretic constructions. Now, advocates of string universality would just argue that, hey, loop quantum gravity is not a complete nor consistent quantum theory of gravity, or some may say it will eventually be subsumed by string theory anyhow. This is a point that Ed Witten made in a recent book called Conversations on Quantum Gravity. But what does it mean to have a consistent quantum theory of gravity? I find it helpful to replace the word consistent with non-pathological, because to me, consistency has a particular mathematical logic meaning, and quantum field theorists don't use the word consistency in this sense. The pathologies that I refer to could be violating any one of the following. So unitarity, which you can think of as conserving probability. Causality is another one, which you can think of as no faster than light propagation of information or communication. There's also the absence of anomalies, which you can think of as some quantum consistency, even though I don't like that word. And then there's stability, which you can think of as the absence of runaway or uncontrollable behavior. String theory and the search for aliens. String theory's extra compactified dimensions raise questions, such as whether unconventional biochemistry, including potentially higher dimensional life, may exist. Let's clarify that this connection is extremely speculative, far from what can be tested currently scientifically. At least we think so. Now, there is the case to be made, as Lee Smolin does, that we may already possess data to answer such questions, and it's staring us right in the face. We just lack the theoretic understanding to interpret the data. Branes can be seen as generalizations of strings, as you well know, given that you're now at layer 7, serving not only as the boundaries where these strings terminate, but also as fundamental multidimensional structures in their own right. Could other advanced civilizations be making use of these spaces either for faster than light travel, or constructing wormholes for slower than light travel but vast distance travel, or even as places for their own existence? Can you manipulate local vacuum states to create pocket universes? Interestingly, Alexander Westphal, a string theorist, gave a talk 10 years ago to SETI, the academic organization behind the search for extraterrestrial life. It was about the string theory landscape that we talked about near the beginning of this iceberg. Each quote-unquote bubble universe in this multiverse may have different fundamental properties, leading to a proliferation of possibilities for the emergence of life. There may even be avenues for communication. String consciousness. You've heard of Penrose and Hameroff's idea that the same mechanism responsible for quantum gravity is twinly responsible for consciousness. It's known as orchestrated objective reduction, and we've covered it here on this podcast with Hameroff himself. If this is the case, and if it's also the case that we have string universality, which connects all quantum gravities to string theory, then it's not so far fetched to conjoin string theory and consciousness. Questions of consciousness, such as the hard problem and the so called problem of other minds, are explored on this channel, Theories of Everything, this podcast here. But what isn't researched are the roles of these extra dimensions and compactified spaces on different conscious experiences. Is there something like a dilettante field of qualia? Here's what Ed Witten says on the topic.
I'm skeptical because it's going to become part of physics.
Yeah.
Yet, of course, whatever you think about consciousness, it's an important part of us and of how we perceive anything, including physics. And that has to do, I think, with the mysteries that bother a lot of people about quantum mechanics and its applications to the universe. So, quantum mechanics kind of has an all-embracing property that, to completely make sense, it has to be applied to everything in sight, including ultimately the observer. But trying to apply quantum mechanics to ourselves makes us extremely uncomfortable, especially because of our consciousness, which seems to clash with that idea.
Consider Carl Jung. In one sense, what Carl was doing was psychology, but in another sense, what he was doing was attempting a rudimentary form of the physics of the mind. That is, what are the natural laws that govern the psyche? You may say, hey, well, they're not mathematical, and so they don't count as the same sort of laws, and that's exactly right. What's also true is that before Newton and before Kepler, before anyone who placed mathematics at the fount of the world, there were hundreds of years of philosophizing with imprecise language and models of the times about nature, such as Thales, a pre-Socratic Greek philosopher, who suggested that water is the origin of all things and the lodestone has a soul. He had an early cosmological model attempting to explain the nature of the Earth and its position in the universe. So these can be seen as primitive nurse crops in the Daniel Dennett sense, necessary for the development of the more articulated mathematical laws. The search for final theory. Is the unification of general relativity with the standard model the last stumbling block in the reductive search for regularities at the sustentation of the world? Do we have to solve every major physics problem, such as the matter-antimatter asymmetry? Do we live in a privileged place in the universe? Should the final theory, if it's meant to be a theory of indeed everything in the literal sense, explain consciousness or purpose? Should a final theory be able to explain even itself? What does it even mean to explain? How essential is mathematical beauty or simplicity in guiding us? Where does the direction of time fit in? Not to mention initial conditions and boundary values. Would a final theory also tell us which interpretation of quantum mechanics is correct? Is the notion of causality to be redefined, even abandoned? Is it the case that the true theory of everything is by definition unfalsifiable, and thus the final theory is one that lies outside the purview of Popperian science? What about what lies outside in principle observation, like singularities? What about observation itself? Where do you fit in? These questions are ones that date back decades, even millennia. We simply don't know. I certainly don't know. But on this channel, Theories of Everything, each of these are explored in extreme detail, as rigorously as we can. The universe is just waiting for someone like you to take a crack at it. All right, congratulations. That was a strenuous exercise. I'm sure at least it was for myself. String theory is a fascinating and deep rabbit hole. Personally, I loved learning about string theory. The past few months that I've spent working on this video has invigorated me. Even if I'm not sold when people say that string theory has elicited new math and that's some justification or testament to it being on a more correct path than some of the alternatives, I don't buy that, but I have found it incredibly fun, absolutely loved it. It's wonderfully engrossing in the same way that some people find listening to Beethoven is engrossing. Now, I'd say I'm a neophyte in this all, and if someone wants to collaborate with me, then please comment the word collab, COLLAB. This way I can control F and find others who want to work on icebergs. I have several ideas, for instance, the extraterrestrial iceberg explained, or the free will iceberg, or the iceberg on theories of time, or the consciousness iceberg, or the iceberg of entropy, or the iceberg of causality. Several ideas. Your comments below will help me prioritize because these take months to make, literal months. I would like to thank at this point all the editors. There are four of them. So that's Prajwal, Colin, Akshay, and most of all, Zach. Thank you so much. A combined hundreds of hours, 400, I believe, by the time this is done. And that's not including the hours that I put in myself in the editing and the writing and the rewriting and the voiceovers and then changing. And then, hey, I know it may seem that looking this good is just effortless for me. And it is, I'll be honest. But I do have to prep for this. I do have to get my outfit and I do have to shower and all of that, even if I'm just recording 5 seconds of some extra material. But anyway, you're not here to learn the secrets of my exquisiteness. There will be a correction section in the description because there are bound to be several notational mistakes, even verbal ones, simply the omission of a word or the addition of an extra syllable that shouldn't be there. Anyone who's edited a video for months knows that it can all just look like white noise at a certain point, like static. If you're confused, make sure to ask a question in the comments and I will respond or someone else will respond. There are other topics I wanted to cover here, like Wolfram's theory. I ran out of time. I also wanted to do asymptotic safety and what it means to have negative dimensions of space. I also wanted to cover string quantum field theory, which isn't exactly string theory, but for more on this, see the work of Lucas Cardoso. But just so you know, there is a whole podcast with Wolfram on his theory of everything. It's on screen here. If you're interested, there are two, as Wolfram's appeared at least twice, actually 3 times on this channel. There are 4 ways of supporting me if you choose to. You should know that I do this out of pocket. There's no major funder. There's no connections that I have. Unfortunately, I get bitter about it because sometimes I look at other podcasters or other video creators who have friends who are in high places, who connect them with other guests and connect them with other connections. And I'm just here lonely in Toronto like an umbratic weasel. But if you would like to support Theories of Everything to make more content like this, then there are 4 ways. So there's PayPal for direct payments, like one-time payments. There's crypto for the same reason. There's Patreon, which is monthly. And then now there's also, you can join here on YouTube monthly. Thank you so much for staying with me for 2 hours, maybe 2.5. I'm unsure how long this will end up being, but it's been a blast. Take care. Okay, now on to some brief channel updates. Stick around for the next minute as they may concern you. Firstly, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. There's now a website, kurtjaimungal.org, and that has a mailing list. The reason being that large platforms like YouTube, like Patreon, they can disable you for whatever reason, whenever they like. That's just part of the terms of service. Now, a direct mailing list ensures that I have an untrammeled communication with you. Plus, soon I'll be releasing a 1-page PDF of my top 10 toes. It's not as Quentin Tarantino as it sounds like. Secondly, if you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external links count plenty toward the algorithm, which means that whenever you share on Twitter, say on Facebook or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content outside of YouTube, which in turn greatly aids the distribution on YouTube. Thirdly, there's a remarkably active Discord and subreddit for Theories of Everything, where people explicate toes, they disagree respectfully about theories, and build as a community our own toe. Links to both are in the description. Fourthly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in theories of everything and you'll find it. Personally, I gained from rewatching lectures and podcasts. I also read in the comments that, hey, Toll listeners also gained from replaying. So how about instead you re-listen on those platforms like iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whichever podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJaimungo and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind it's support from the sponsors and you that allow me to work on TOE full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes, whether it's audio or video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released a few days earlier. Every dollar helps far more than you think. Either way, your viewership is generosity enough. Thank you so much. What's next for you?
What's next for me, my friend, is to prepare myself to enter into the life beyond this one, to enter into the next phase of life.
Today, we're honoring the legacy of Wolfgang Smith, who recently passed away at the age of 94. As you may know, I had the privilege of spending a few nights with Wolfgang approximately 1 year ago, during which we had several hours of conversation. 7 of those hours were recorded and put into podcast form, which you can find in the description. In this video, you'll see a compilation of some of my favorite moments with the scientist, mathematician, and physicist Wolfgang Smith. You will be missed.
Idea of the tripartite cosmos, in which the highest level is beyond space and time. This is the crux of the matter. Well, this is a kind of eternity, but it needs to be distinguished from the eternity of religion, the eternity of the, for example, the eternity which the Christian speaks of when he says that God is eternal, heaven is eternal. So eternity in that sense is more than the eternity, because actually one of the crucial ways in which Christianity differs from the Vedic teaching is that the Vedic teaching regards the cosmos as cyclic. It goes on and on like a sine curve that has no beginning and no end. And the Christian cosmology is radically different, because it is integral to the Christian tradition that at the second coming of Christ, which no man knows the day and the hour, the cosmos in its entirety will be destroyed. So the cosmos, the difference between the Vedic outlook and the Christian is that in the Vedic outlook, the cosmos has no end in both senses, in the sense of a purpose and end in the sense of a termination. So in the Vedic way of looking at the cosmos, there's neither a purpose, because the only answer a Vedic guru could give to the question, what is the purpose of the cosmos, there is none. The Vedic spiritual practice tries essentially to get out of this cosmos because the Vedic wisdom says this is not God, this is not reality, and uh, the purpose of life is to gain union with God. So you see, in this Vedic philosophy, the cosmos plays no role. The cosmos has no purpose. And also, ipso facto, if you will, it has no ending either. In the Vedic tradition, the cosmos is without beginning and without end. And finally, the Vedic masters will tell you that in fact it's unreal. Why, when you see a snake in the row, how can you, why should you ask, where does this snake come from? Why is it there? And so forth. Save yourself the trouble and realize that there is no snake. This is the Vedic approach. It's quite different from the Christian. The Christian says, yes, the cosmos has its reality. It was put there by God, and it was put there for a purpose. It's like a school. A school is there to teach the students, and once that is done, the school has no more purpose. If there were only one student in the world and one school, as soon as this student graduates, you don't need the school anymore. So, therefore, in the Christian religion, the cosmos itself will come to an end. It'll end when it has fulfilled its purpose. As most people know, I'm sure, the world, the physical universe as perceived in quantum mechanics is something utterly different from the physical world as we normally know it and think of it. And so a physical system in the eyes of quantum mechanics is described by a so-called wave function. So suppose you have the simplest system possible, a single particle. The wave function description of that particle will give a certain probability that the particle is just about anywhere in the universe. It is not at any particular point. In fact, in reference to certain experiments, it can in fact multi-locate, it can pass through two slits at the same time. So in short, the world as seen in quantum mechanics is something utterly different from the world that we perceive in ordinary life and the world as described also in classical physics. So the transition between quantum mechanics and classical physics takes place in the act of measurement. And so you measure a quantum system, and in a single instant, the picture changes. In place of a multi-locating particle described by wave function, which is highly mathematical, and only really the trained mathematician can understand what this wave function actually has to say. So in an instant, the picture changes from the quantum mechanical to the classical, which means that after measurement, the particle has a definite position, a definite momentum, and so on. After measurement, we find ourselves, so to speak, in the world that we normally know as a physical universe. And so what then is the measurement problem? It is simply the question, how does this miracle take place? And leading physicists have been thinking about this problem ever since quantum mechanics really was discovered, 1926 to be exact. But when it comes right down to it, no one has given us the answer. I mean, it remains an open question. And so in 1995, I think it was, I became interested in that problem and I wanted to find a solution. And after considerable thinking and research and reading, I put it all together and wrote a book called The Quantum Enigma. And in this quantum enigma, I do propose a solution. And the key idea, there are really two key ideas. The first key idea is that we need to distinguish between the physical universe, which is a universe as conceived by the classical physicists, and the what I call the corporeal world, which is something much richer. The chief difference between the physical universe and the corporeal world is basically that the corporeal world is perceivable, which means that in addition to quantities, it owns qualities. For example, color. So I, uh, I postulated that color is not just a thing of the mind, it is actually a quality pertaining to the corporeal world. So the physical universe then is a corporeal world as conceived by the physicists. So in passing from the corporeal world to the physical, something is lost. And I regularized this all. I introduced the formalism. So with every corporeal object X, I associate a physical object, which I call Sx. And so there is actually a kind of function from X to Sx, because X determines Sx. So this was the first idea, the distinction that between the corporeal world and the physical. And having made this distinction, you still have a problem left. How, namely, does this transition take place? Because in the act of measurement, there is a passage from the physical to the corporeal. The quantum system, the wave function, describes the physical, pertains to the physical universe. And after the measurement is made, you are actually in the corporeal world, because you couldn't have a measurement if the result of the measurement were not perceptible. So you end up with a pointer pointing to a certain location on a scale, and you visibly read off the measurement. So measurement is a transition from the physical to the corporeal, and it is quite easy to understand rigorously that this transition cannot take place through the causation known to physics. So the causation known to physics is what I call horizontal causation, and it is affected by a process taking place in time. On the other hand, the transition from the physical to the corporeal plane, I just explained, it cannot be understood on the basis of horizontal causation. So a different mode of causation is required, and this mode I call vertical causation. And it is easy to see on ontological grounds. I mean, we're outside the domain of physics. You can't write an equation for vertical causation. You can't even talk of it as a physicist without introducing some other notion. So this is what I call vertical causation. And the defining characteristic of vertical causation is the fact that it does not take place in time. In other words, it is instantaneous. I think it will be of interest to put in a little bit of a comment at this point, because many people know that the Nobel Prize in Physics issued in 2022 dealt with a certain question relating to quantum theory on one side and relativity on the other. And one has known for quite a while that the two cannot both be true. Now, the Nobel Prize of 2022 was issued for, I think, 3 experiments, which actually were able to decide which of the 2 theories is true. We know they can't both be true. There's something called the L inequalities, and quantum mechanics says the results will be on this side of an inequality. Einsteinian physics says the result will be on the other side of the inequality. So these experiments actually decided between the 2 issues, and the winner was quantum theory. And now, what does this have to do with vertical causation? The answer is everything, because the issue, the point at issue in these experiments, and therefore in the Nobel Prize, was whether a physical effect can be transmitted instantaneously, in other words, faster than the speed of light. Relativity theory says no. Nothing can move faster than the speed of light. Quantum mechanics says yes. When you make a measurement on a particle, which is, what's the word? Which is entangled. Every particle entangled with this one will be instantly affected. So there's a clear incompatibility here between classical physics and Einsteinian relativity on one side and quantum theory on the other. And so, as I said, quantum theory won. And the implication is that classical physics in its Einsteinian mode is contradicted. Very interesting that I think this has to do with the fact that they waited such a very long time to issue that Nobel Prize. I think more than 30 years they waited. And I think the reason is that this is a very hot potato. By saying that quantum theory won and relativity theory lost, you're stepping on a lot of corn. It's a very sensitive matter, but quantum theory did win. And the Nobel Prize acknowledges that. And incidentally, what does that have to do with vertical causation? The answer again is everything. because the it was really vertical causation that was at issue here, whether causality there is a causality that acts instantaneously as mechanics demands, or whether Einstein was right that no causation can move faster than the speed of light. So vertical causality won. As soon as I gained what I consider clarity regarding the tripartite cosmos, so the existence of an intermediary level subject to time but not to space, I realized that this fact, which is nothing more than Platonist cosmology and also Vedic cosmology, they're one and the same. Platonist cosmology and the Vedic cosmology are one and the same. And integral to this cosmology is the existence of the intermediary realm, which is a realm of time alone. And the mere existence of such a time only stratum disproves all of Einsteinian physics at one stroke. It's gone. An integral part of Gnosticism is the idea of this journey into higher worlds. The problem that the Gnostics face with the dawn of the modern age is that we no longer accept any higher worlds. So the problem was very, very drastic. How can you fly into higher worlds when there are no more higher worlds to fly into? This was the problem. And by golly, they solved it. And do you know how they solved it? It's really interesting and ingenious. This all comes from Satan, and Satan is very ingenious. No question about that. So the neo-Gnostic way of solving this problem, that there are no more higher worlds to fly into, is very simple. They said the higher world is futuristic. In other words, that this world itself is being turned into the higher world. So the higher world became futuristic.
Like worshiping technology or thinking that.
Yes, it's exactly. And as a matter of fact, who is the neo-Gnostic prophet of modern times? Teilhard de Chardin. There's no question about it. Teilhard de Chardin is, so to speak, the great Gnostic guru of the present age. This is also why he had tremendous
Nope.
power, because the devil has
Nope.
power.
Nope.
Let no one be in doubt about that. He has
Guys,
great
not
power.
even.
In fact, the power of Satan
Tibbs isn't Garfield now.
is so
Be evil.
great that unless we humans, avail ourselves
No, Garfield. Not even in that room anymore.
the sacred means given to us by God, we have no chance of withstanding that power.
How do we have free will when, from another perspective, all our choices have been made or all of it can be seen?
Well, I think there's only one answer to that question, and that is that free will pertains to our present state, which is a state of half knowing. Once we attain enlightenment, there's no question of free will. You know,
Sorry, enlightenment is the same as salvation, or is that different?
well, I think nothing short of salvation would put you into that state where there's no more free will. There's no more free will because there is no more will in our sense of the term. The cosmos is there only for a certain stretch of time. It came into being and it will cease to exist when Christ will fully manifest himself at his second coming. And you know, it makes tremendous amount of sense if you think about it long enough, you realize that from a Christian point of vantage, it cannot be otherwise. Because when Christ manifests himself in the fullness of his divinity, it's like turning on an infinite light, and the darkness will cease. The polarity of day and night and all these things will cease. When Christ manifests himself in his full divinity, it's like an atom bomb. All these little things that we know now will disappear. The three levels of the cosmos constitute one irreducible wholeness in its threefold nature. And this is really easy to understand because man, you and I and every human being, is also tripartite in exactly the same sense. We too uh, are made of three levels. In the traditional terminology, this is corpus, anima, spiritus. And clearly, spiritus is the same as the um, eternal realm. Spiritus is beyond time. The psychic realm is subject to time but not to space. And our corporeal realm is
George,
obviously corporeal, so it's subject
Garfield,
clearly to time and space.
different ways.
So um, we mustn't think, and obviously we're one thing, we're one organism. They're not three, and I don't have three parts. You won't find an eternal Wolfgang Smith and a corporeal Wolfgang Smith. Wolfgang Smith, as a person, is composed of these three levels, but these three levels are one organism. And incidentally, this is the, so to speak, the fundamental fact about the Platonist cosmology. And this fundamental fact throws a new light on everything. And it has tremendous scientific implications, so much so that you cannot have any kind of deeper science that doesn't recognize this tripartite nature. So obviously the physicist knows nothing about it, cannot know anything about it, because the very conceptions needed to define the tripartite cosmos or the tripartite anthropos entail ontological ideas which cannot really, which are incomprehensible to the physicist, because the physicist deals only with quantitative realities, something that can therefore be described, say, in a differential equation. You can't write a differential equation for spiritus. You can't write a differential equation for uh, the psychic realm. And actually, you can't write a differential equation for the corporeal world either. Because strictly speaking, the physicist, qua physicist, knows nothing about the corporeal world. Nada, nothing. Because you cannot have a corporeal world consisting only of quantity. Doesn't matter how you want, what kind of quantity, whether you want to talk about the differentiable manifold or doesn't matter. Mathematics is one thing, and the corporeal world is not a mathematical entity. So as soon as you have even a little glimmering of the Platonist cosmology, you see how utterly blind our modern intellectuals are. Whether they are actually scientists capable of working with differential equations is secondary. The point is that practically every intellectual in our day has been metaphysically formed on the basis of mathematical physics. And that means that he is incapable of understanding even the first thing about reality. Once you see it, you see the tragedy of it. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy. We think that we know more than people ever knew, when in fact, strictly speaking, we know nothing.
Do you fear death?
As a natural man, certainly, yes, certainly. Absolutely, because um, we are not yet, we have not reached the stage of sainthood. We've all read the lives of many, many saints. We have some idea of what they're like. And it is, in my belief, only in a high level of sainthood that the fear of death is transcended. It's not a simple thing. And ordinary Christian faith is wonderful, and it's a sine qua non. We need it, otherwise we have nothing. But it doesn't instantly elevate us to great spiritual heights. It's something that you have to work on a lifetime. And there are millions and millions of Christians of all denominations and grades, but only a handful in every generation
Relax.
reaches the
George.
level of true sainthood. And this is something, it's not a matter of degree, it's a matter of kind. It isn't that we have a numerical scale and then we say above this number it's sainthood. No, because sainthood is something generically different from the ordinary condition of man. And anyone who, and incidentally, sainthood is rare. And in my life, I have met only one person who is bona fide a saint. And he is as
Evil
much
sometimes,
different
you're evil,
from any
bro.
other person I've ever met.
People
in my
right now,
world.
I'm not let me sleep.
It's almost as if we were a different species. So many Christians, I think, have somewhat inadequate ideas of what makes a saint. A saint isn't simply somebody who is very, very good and lives a very, very good life. He is that, but that's not what makes him a saint. What makes him a sainthood is categorically different from the state, from our ordinary state. And saints come in all shapes and guises and uh, many different kinds of life they've lived. The saint that I had the privilege to see, I visited him. He has since been canonized, and his name is Saint Padre Pio of Pietrelcina. Anyhow, he was a Capuchin monk. He spent his life in a monastery, San Giovanni Rotondo in southern Italy. And the most remarkable thing about him was that when he was a young priest, on a certain Friday, he said Mass, and while he was saying Mass, he experienced great pain, and at the end of Mass, he noticed that he had the so-called stigmata, that is the wounds of Christ, 5 wounds, 2 in the hands, 2 in the feet, and 1. So these 5 wounds of Christ were manifest in his body. This is called the stigmata. So he was the first priest in history who received the stigmata. And he received it at an early age. I think he was in his 20s. And these stigmata remained on him for 50 years. They came on a Friday and they left on a Friday. And 2 days after the stigmata disappeared from his body, he died. So it was evidently his mission, so to speak, to suffer. And he suffered terribly. That was his mission. So it is so difficult for a non-Christian to understand all this because it is so contrary to our normal human way of looking at things and what we desire and what we shun. So I'm saying all these things just to make the point that sainthood is a very real thing. It's a very uh, uh, wonderful thing. It is almost always associated with great pain and suffering, preceding the the miracle of sainthood, and oftentimes also after that
Garfield?
miracle has occurred.
No,
So a saint
not right now.
is someone who, as it were, uh, in some minuscule way, repeats
This will move the camera
the
in.
life of Christ in his own body, and they're all grades. And so the example of Padre Pio, which I mentioned, it's a very extreme example, but that's why it's, it is helpful in our attempt to understand what sanctity is. It's a very real thing, and it's a discontinuity. In other words, in our ordinary state, we're far, far from sainthood. We can't even imagine it, much less live as saints live. But we can understand, we can appreciate what sanctity is. It is becoming somewhat, in some minuscule way, like Christ. It is always associated with suffering. You do not attain any higher spiritual grade just in fun. No, it's a very serious business, and pain and suffering, as I say, is somehow a sine qua non in this man's journey to God. Many people, and I think there are also many people who call themselves Christian and think they are a Christian, who do not really accept this fact because it goes so much against our human desire. We don't want to suffer. And for example, if you practice certain abstinence during Lent or so, we as human beings, we do it sort of reluctantly. It goes against our brain. And that is exactly why it is spiritually efficacious, because religion is to go against that natural brain.
What's next for you?
What's next for me, my friend, is to prepare myself to enter into the life beyond this one, to enter into the next phase of life. Christianity and every true religion has always taught that one should prepare oneself for the end. One of the great
What are you doing?
insights
What are you
from the
walking with?
Vedic tradition is
Where do
the
you want to go?
Vedic
What do you wanna do?
tradition
Am I going outside?
declares that the natural life of man divides into four stages.
Yeah, go bottom.
Brahmacharya, this is where a young man prepares himself to enter life through study. He's expected to live a celibate life. It's a sort of an ascetic life. And next comes Grihastya, the life of married life. So the man marries, he founds a family, and he has an employment, and he supports his family. This is the second stage of life according to the Vedic tradition. The third stage is, I think they call it Vanaprastha. I think it means a forest life. The idea is that the children are grown up and they've married themselves. So the man and his wife enter a new stage of life, which is a life of, they call it forest life because it's a very simple life. It involves little outward activity. It's a matter of preparing for the life to come. And then the fourth stage of life is called sannyas. And this is something very Vedic, is foreign to our Western way of thinking. But according to the Vedic tradition, this is when both the man and the woman leave all attachment to the world and totally fix their spirit upon God. So the extreme way of living that life of sannyas, and this is
Yeah,
actually,
it's
I
fucking
saw
11
people
o'clock, dude.
living like that. It was still going on. You retire completely from the world and you give your whole day to prayer and contemplation.
I'm gonna fucking find this
Very
fucking
few people in the Western world
They're
can even
so
conceive of such a
fucking
thing.
dead.
When I was traveling in India half a century, half a century ago, it was still
Our neighbors.
visible. It was rare, yes.
So I can't
And
remember
you
my
have
house.
to go far
I'm sure
away
there's several
from
of
New Delhi and Calcutta. Any place where the Western world has so much as touched,
Fucking freaks.
because the Western world is poison in that regard. So this is the ancient Vedic culture. We can't
creep in my fucking house
duplicate
with
it here.
Wouldn't you creep on
But
my fucking house
I'm
black
just
car?
mentioning that the principle applies to us too. The principle is that at the end of our life, there should be a transitional phase where we turn our attention away from the world and the cares of the world, and we live a life as much as possible in prayer, solitude, contemplation. I think the principle is there for everyone. Everyone will do so to the extent that he or she can. And actually, from a higher point of view, all the earlier phases of our life should really, in truth, be a preparation for that fourth stage, which is itself a preparation for the true life, which is life eternal. So, but I think only someone who can really be called a saint is able to, in a very real way, live up to this ideal. But I think, even though we should know this
No way, what?
ideal
You're gonna let me relax
and
tonight?
try
When you just
to live up to it as we
fucking
can.
gray-head
I think
tweakers
God
have
in
you?
His mercy will
Another bunch of old gray
accept
fucking
this.
tweakers. Think they fucking know this
Bernardo
fucking place somehow.
Kastrup interprets the fall in the Garden of Eden as a fall into meta consciousness, i.e., becoming aware of our own awareness rather than
I don't care
simply
if you do
being
meth or not, you
aware
don't fucking
of
sleep.
present
Because
reality.
you staying
Is this relatable
fucking with me all
to a
fucking
fall
night.
in the corporeal realm?
I must tell you in all frankness that I have very little
Torturing that
interest
fucking
in
person over there
this
across
kind
the
of
fucking alley still on.
speculation. I feel that if you want to approach these great truths, the truth of Christianity and Judeo-Christian tradition, you cannot do it by starting from the contemporary Weltanschauung. You cannot do it, strictly speaking, as a man of the 21st century. You have to do it, you have to go back to the basis, our scriptures and our early Christian commentaries and so on, and feel your way into this world to try to understand it basically. And I think this applies not only to Kastrup, it's sort of a typical thing we have a lot of intellectuals today who are basically respectful of the great traditions, which is in itself wonderful because the typical thing is just the opposite. The typical thing in our, if you go to our universities and you get out of them still believing in God,
They
you
will
are one of
torture
the
you
chosen
to death
few.
like they did George.
Because the thrust of it all is, I call it satanic.
What you
because
guys-
I think it basically is.
Capture
They
Garfield
are
like
on
you
the
did fucking
opposite
George,
side.
and then torture him
but-
to death.
The people that you are referring to now, there's a whole
I'm not
group
fucking around
of
like they
them.
fucking do.
It is very much to their
Guys, I'm recording
credit
in
that they are
fucking living room now.
respectful of
So
the
fucking make Garfield
Christianity
freak
and
out
the other
now.
great
They
traditions.
fucking did.
And they want to
For a
understand.
living.
They think that
And
there's
they're
truth
bragging
there,
about
they
it right
want
now.
to understand it, but they want to understand it, so to speak, starting out more or less from the
They're
contemporary
pissed off because they
Weltanschauung.
can't retrieve my organs anymore because they
And
fucking different now.
Think this is absolutely the wrong place to start,
Sucks.
because if we
Fucking
were
bed, Garfield. Better stop
in
pouring
any
away.
way
Pissed off.
schooled or versed
Fucking tired.
in the true metaphysics and the true Christianity, let us say,
Well,
we would realize that the contemporary Weltanschauung is nonsense. It's a disease.
at night you gotta stay right
it's a-
next to me. This one's really
And
not safe. You
it's a little bit
dumbass.
like poison. I mean, it poisons
Sometimes,
you.
dude.
And
Seriously.
so the idea of interpreting Christianity in terms that connect with our contemporary physicists or our contemporary psychologists or whatever you find in the contemporary culture is, in a sense,
11:14 Garfield.
Love you.
Because I know someone around is fucking evil. Even just reporting me over and over and over again is fucking evil. Or writing it all down. Without ever helping me one time. It's fucking evil.
With fair warning.
Damnable.
Choose
Damn it.
Chrome with built-in malware
This actually
protection.
broke my house, tried to kill me. Once or twice. And I know you hired him, huh? You guys did.
When Rabbi Citron invited me, I hesitated between two different topics. One, the golem and the origin of the cybernetics.
No.
The first book on cybernetics was called Golem, God
Yeah,
and
I've seen it.
Golem Incorporated. And since then, there are a lot of attempts to relate artificial man and mind
Why?
with Kabbalah. But then I prefer the topic I shall discuss now, and that is psychoanalysis and Kabbalah. I personally
Why,
don't
Green Man?
subscribe to psychoanalysis, but I believe that I met more
Stop it, Rafa.
psychoanalysts than any other person who is not a psychoanalyst and didn't participate in conferences. And I would like to deal with issues which are much easier to be understood. First, the history of psychoanalysis from the geographical point of view. So, as you may know,
11?
Freud was living for many, many
It's
years in
midnight.
Vienna.
We don't do that.
So Vienna was at the beginning not a very Jewish place, But with time, more and more Jews arrived, including several courts of Hasidim. But what seemed to me more important is the fact that the chief rabbi, if we can put in such a term, of Vienna was Adolf Jelinek, the most important scholar of Kabbalah in the 19th century. That is fact. Jelinek published Kabbalistic books, analyzed them at length, and he was a very attractive preacher in Vienna. Already more than 50 years ago, a psychoanalyst, David Bacon, drew attention to the possibility that Freud was acquainted with Jewish mystics, especially with the Kabbalah of Avraham Abulafia, which was studied by Jelinek more than any other scholar in the 19th century. So the assumption of Bacon was that maybe he listened to Jelinek, a famous preacher in Vienna, and ideas of Abulafia passed to Freud, especially the idea of the importance of associations. I would like not to enter into many details, it's very difficult to prove. But nevertheless, the presence of Jelinek there doesn't mean that Freud had to come to the drashot of Jelinek. They could speak privately. And that is an issue that should be investigated much more. But after 1918, a variety of Hasidic courts arrived to Vienna, and maybe it was the place where more Hasidic courts were found together at the same time. We know that Freud had a discussion with rabbis, Hasidic rabbis. And in one case, a Hasid of Chabad, of Lubavitch, became a psychoanalyst and he arrived to Jerusalem. So the possibility of contacts between Freud and Jewish messages is very, very plausible, despite the fact we cannot prove, for the very simple reason that Freud avoided by, awkwardly to discuss issues related to Judaism because he was afraid that psychoanalysis will become a Jewish science. They didn't have too much Freud because most of his students were Jews. We shall speak about one of them in a moment. The most important student of Freud, Carl Gustav Jung, was not Jewish at all, but he was much more interested in Jewish mysticism than Freud himself. That you can see very easily from the writings of Jung, who is quoting verbatim Kabbalistic texts. And he had also some Jewish students. Two of them I thought to speak at the end of what I say now. And there was, with the time, greater acquaintance of Jung with Jewish mysticism, which included not only quotations, but an interiorization of Jewish mystical terms in Jung's own life. Meaning, in one case, Jung identifies himself with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and a nurse with the Shekhinah, and the place he was living with Hakal Tapuchim, some form of Kabbalistic, in one of his dreams. However, some form of meetings between Jung and people who knew Kabbalah. I don't speak about his Jewish students who didn't know too much Kabbalah. But starting with 33, Jung was the main power in conferences dealing with religion, which took place annually in Ascona, in the south of Switzerland. And there he invited Jewish participants. And the most important Jewish participant from this point of view was Gershom Scholem. Meaning Gershom Scholem arrived to meetings in Ascona every second year, or at least 21, 24 meetings. And what is surprising is that Jung became more and more interested in Kabbalah, but Scholem was not interested at all in psychoanalysis. What is fascinating is that Scholem was married to a lady whose family name was Freud, but he kept a distance from psychoanalysis, not only in his writings, but also in his lectures he delivered at the conferences in Ascona at Eranos. And since I studied very carefully, it's also very important studies by Scholem, I can tell you that he avoided by purpose to use terms like archetype as long as Jung was around. When Jung died, Scholem became a little bit less cautious. But it is quite obvious that Jung was interested in Jewish mysticism, so he invited, before Scholem, Martin Buber, he invited Leo Beck, a rabbi who, a very learned rabbi, who wrote also about Jewish mysticism. So the presence of Jews in the conferences, which took place for several weeks every year, was quite obvious. The most important impact of Jung was on a young Jewish student in 34 who understood that his career in Germany is not going to work. So he came to Tel Aviv. His name is Eric Newman. In my opinion, he's the most important follower of Carl Jung. Unlike Scholem, Newman was very interested in Jewish mysticism. Scholem was interested in Jewish mysticism, but not in psychoanalysis. But Erich Newman, a leading psychoanalyst, was very interested and can find many discussions. I should refer to one of them. But he was living in Tel Aviv. He attempted to convince Scholem to adhere to Jungian vision, but she failed. But that created a tension between the most important scholar of Kabbalah and the most important student, Newman, on psychoanalysis. How do you know about this tension? Newman wrote 2 volumes on what he called Jewish consciousness, a psychoanalytical analysis of Judaism, and didn't dare to publish it as long as he was alive. They appeared only 3 or 4 years ago. He was simply afraid of the presence of Sholem in Jerusalem, so he wrote, we have them, they were published now, translated in German, but we see that he's very cautious of quoting Sholem, the most important scholar. He's quoting him once, but that's nothing. So Erich Neumann was attracted to Jewish studies basically because of the impact of Martin Buber, and he offered an analysis of Hasidus, despite the fact he knew that he doesn't know too much. Based on the selection made by Buber and the German translation of Hasidic text, so he is totally dependent on Buber, was to a great extent not very close to Sholem and vice versa. So the vision of Newman, and we'll discuss in a moment, evolved in Tel Aviv, but Newman was one of the most important participants in the conferences in Ascona. He participated there more than maybe anyone else until his death. See? So in Newman, we have in fact the convergence of someone who is interested very much in Jewish studies, quoting it, even writing a whole volume. What is it? You see that the volume which appeared some few years ago. Don't know what it is. So here, Jung attempts to analyze the history of Judaism, but basically Hasidus, by using the categories of Jung. So, but as I told you, he was afraid to publish it. It appeared only now, actually, many, many years after his death, 50 years after his death. Now, many people wrote about Kabbalah and psychoanalysis. I would like to mention here only two topics which seems to me to be important, and the possibility of the affinity between Kabbalah and psychoanalysis seems to me to be very, very plausible. One is found already in Jung, and that is the idea of bisexuality. Right? Used several times here. I would like to speak about possible sources of this vision in Jewish text. The Genesis 1 discussion of the creation of man, a human, male and female, is not a source because afterwards there was a bisection. However, very early in Judaism, emerged the idea that everything, not only man and woman, were created together, but everything is related to feminine and masculine in general, not only the first anthropos, the first created man, Adam. This idea is very ancient, not found in the Bible, but is found in one of the scrolls discovered in 48, where it is written in plain Hebrew. The foundation of creation is not man, not Adam. The foundation of creation in Hebrew is Yisod Habriya, is a male and female. But as you may understand, no one read listed, but rabbis, important rabbis, in the Talmud formulated something very, very close to it. Rabbi Yehuda, in the name of Rav, formulated a vision that everything created is male and female. Everything created. In a text which is totally kosher in the Talmud, because the two eminent rabbis are formulating it, and a variety of versions of this vision is found in texts which are less classical as the Talmud, but they reverberated the same idea, saying from time to time that everything that will be created in the future will be male and female. So, such a vision of bisexuality that refers not only to the past, not only to the present, but also to the future, was available in principle in Jewish texts. However, medieval Kabbalah quoted those views and developed it to a very great extent, generating a vision that also divinity is male and female. You can say that also in the Bible you can find something like that. בצלם אלוהים ברא אותם בזכר ונקבה. You can say, look, what happens already in the Bible? God is male and female. Because in his image, male and female were created. But Kabbalah drew conclusions which are much more far-reaching, assuming that the bisexual divinity is in need of human activity in order to bring together the feminine and the masculine principles within divinity. Meaning, Kabbalah developed it to a very great extent, more than any other type of lore I am acquainted with. Meaning, the numbers of discussions are maybe millions. And in fact, you can summarize Kabbalah in a simplistic way, to be sure, as intended to bring together the male and female aspects of divinity in a dictum that is found even in the prayer books. People are performing the commandments in order to bring together, liyached, the male and female divinity. That was formulated very clearly in the 16th century, and then it was repeated millions of times by people performing commandments for the sake of the unity of male and female. So, given the fact that that is a basic assumption in Kabbalah, very difficult to assume that Freud was not acquainted with it. Freud knew more on Judaism that he wanted to reveal, as you can learn from the book of Yosef Yerushalmi, but he was shy of recognizing it. That is not the case of Jung, who is very eager to recognize the bisexuality. And now I am moving to a second issue beyond bisexuality, an innovation of Jung which is not found in Freud. According to Jung, under the impact of Christianity and the impact of Kabbalah together, he created a vision that the Trinity of the Christian religion should be complemented by a feminine aspect that will become part of a quaternity, which means that he created a vision in which Mariah became part of the Trinity, a view that had a huge impact on feminist movement, at least at the beginning. Which means that for Jung, the feminine aspect is elevated to a status which is not found in Christianity before, despite the fact that it was a worship of Mariah, but that doesn't mean that she was part of the Trinity. But for Jung, that became a very important addition to Christianity, and he is not shy to mention the Shekhinah in his writing as a source of inspiration for his theological innovation. So, if my assumption is, and that's very, in my opinion, easy to demonstrate, that he was acquainted with the principle of Kabbalah of the Shekhinah. As I told you, in one of his dreams, he identifies himself with Shimon Bar Yochai and his nurse with the Shekhinah. That's sure he was acquainted with. We have here an impact of Kabbalah on one of the principles of Carl Jung, and via Jung also on feminism. So here I see an important moment in which Kabbalistic views, which were intended for Jews alone, penetrated Christian sources in Latin translations. Jung didn't know Hebrew, and he read Latin translations, which he is quoting, and we have those translations published in the 17th century. So it's quite obvious that Kabbalah, via Christian Kabbalah, penetrated psychoanalysis, in my opinion, penetrated also feminism. Now, with the Kabbalists, the principle of the feminine power that I would like to emphasize is not just the last divine power, a humble addition to the 9 other spheres. In my opinion, for the Kabbalists, the Shekhinah was the most important of the 10 spheres, despite the fact that he is in the design of the Kabbalistic tree, she is the lowest. But that is, how to put it, not what the Kabbalists intended, since for them, the Shekhinah was the first divine entity which emerged in the divine soul, despite the fact that she was created later. So that is found in the famous Al-Hadodi, where you can find that actually Sofa Maaseh Machshavat Tfilah, what was done last was the first in the divine soul. And moreover, the structure of the 10 Sefirot that you see is to a great extent a static vision which doesn't represent Kabbalistic approach. For the Kabbalists, the structure was dynamic, which from our point of view, the last divine power was ascending to infinity, taking power from there, giving the power to the husband or Sfira Tiferet, descending and giving the power to the world. Meaning, if we look at Kabbalah as a dynamic system, the most important component of this dynamism is the role played by the Shekhinah as ascending more than any other Sfira, giving power to the husband, to the male principle, and then giving power to the world. So from this point of view, many Kabbalists elevated the feminine principle to a status in which activities, the most important activities, as the Kabbalists are saying, the most important activities are done by means of the Shekhinah. So, such a vision I'm not sure that Jung was acquainted with. Not because he couldn't be acquainted, but I'm not sure, I cannot prove. But this is consonant to elevating the Shekhinah to a supreme status, just as Mariah was given a special status in the theology as formulated by Jung. So, in my opinion, two important principles in psychoanalysis, asexuality and the special status of the feminine, has an impact on psychoanalysis, and this impact had an impact afterwards on developments in European and American culture, which gave to the feminine principle such a special status. Now I would like to address, and will excuse me that I'm doing it a little bit in a personal way, contacts I had with psychoanalysis. The first one, around 73, I was relatively young. I was living in Haifa, and some people approached me to teach them Kabbalah privately. Then I learned that two people of the group were the students of Jung, Gustav Dreyfus and Rivka Kluber. Students of Jung were very interested in Kabbalah, and this group worked for at least a year and a half. And I was surprised. I was bringing them texts that no one read in manuscript, and they were telling me from the very beginning what is written there, which was very annoying for me, and creating some form of reticence. That's why I didn't become close to the Jungian visions, because the scheme was applied before they read the text. I was telling them, look, I'm going to speak about sacrifices. They immediately they knew about text that no one read. That it was very fascinating to see this group, direct students of Jung, and their interest in Kabbalah. That was for me surprising. I didn't know too much. And then I read more about Jung. Reading more about Jung culminated in using Jung in my PhD thesis, where I brought a design which I called mandala using Jung, and I printed it without knowing that Sholem doesn't like it. And that's found in my PhD thesis and in the publication. Meaning, I was not reticent of using Jungian visions, but I didn't subscribe to Jungianism, of psychoanalysis in general. And then came another contact. In 91, I was invited to come to the group that I mentioned earlier at Ascona in Switzerland in the conferences on religion. It was a continuation of Jung's project, but Jung was dead already. So the atmosphere was not so psychoanalytical as it was during the lifetime of Jung and a little bit later after him. But it was fascinating to see the interest. They invited me not because I was a Jungianist, not at all. They invited me as a scholar of Kabbalah. But then I understood that they were expecting some form of psychoanalytical reading of Kabbalah, which I refused to deliver. And nevertheless, I participated several times at these conferences, where it was interesting to see how strong the impact of Jung was 30 years after his death. Meaning, it was almost incredible to see the lingering of Jungian interest in the conference. And then let me come to a third confession. To a great extent, I'm speaking to you now because of psychoanalysis, despite the fact I don't subscribe to it. It has to do with another geographical point named New York. In 1986, there was a centenary of Jewish theological institute seminar there, and I was invited to give a series of lectures there for 2 weeks. And I wrote whatever I wrote without psychoanalysis. But then I discovered that a lot of people from New York who came to listen to it, and I didn't know them at all, were psychoanalysts. And what became even more fascinating for me was the fact that the money used to create this circle of scholars who came from all over the United States was done by a psychoanalyst. Maybe some of you still know the name Mortimer Ostow. In a moment, between the lectures, people started to speak with me, psychoanalysts, brought me their books, and even confessions, which I would like not to enter here. Quite obvious for me that there was a fascination of psychoanalysis, and most of them were Jewish, but not all of them. It has to do with the New York background. So let me define now psychoanalysis from another point of view. In addition to psychology, Freud created what seemed to me the most important Jewish industry. What he couldn't imagine, that the atmosphere and the complexes and the neuroses of Vienna are going to move to other places similar to Vienna, like New York, and his followers, Jungian or not, will make a good life out of applying Freud's and Jung's principles to the neuroses of new places he never have seen. Meaning, and that is also the case, in order to not to discriminate, or what happened in Tel Aviv, not so much in Jerusalem. Neumann became an important figure in Tel Aviv. Up to today, we're speaking about 70 years after his death. The fact that the two volumes that I mentioned here were published, translated from German and English, with a lot of footnotes and introductions, now shows that the impact of psychoanalysis is strong in Tel Aviv. A lot of people were involved in this project, even myself in a way. And I can see how the relevance of problems, psychological problems created by Vienna, still reverberating not only in New York, but also in Tel Aviv. For me, it was fascinating when discussing with the editors of the two volumes to see how devoted they are to Neumann and to Jung also. Not all of them are from Tel Aviv, some of them are from abroad, but it is fascinating to see, including the last 10 years, given the fact that I participated in Ascona conferences, people ask for me to speak about my experience there. How do I look to the Eranos conferences I participated, despite the fact that they knew that I'm not a Jungian. Fascinating volumes, big volumes. In the last 15 years, dealing with the Eranos conferences, the Ascona, are still published and consumed. My approach is a little bit more, how to put it, cautious, not to speak about negative, but that penetrated even the younger generations of scholars of Kabbalah, despite Sholom's reticence. And I shall show you a book which I am not sure that it arrived to the United States, a new, brand new book called Psychoanalysis and Mystical Psychoanalysis. A PhD written at Bar Ilan, a huge book, very recent, a year ago, which shows that people are fascinating. People studying Kabbalah are fascinated by psychoanalysis. And that's just one example. I don't speak about what happened in America, that's a lot. But I'm thinking even in the scholarship, which is historical, philological oriented, in Israel, you can see PhDs dealing with this issue. So let me attempt to summarize why this attraction is so great and still lingering. To a great extent, Kabbalah assumes that what you see is not the most important thing, but there must be a hidden esoteric structure which is more important. That can be found almost in any Kabbalistic book. In the assumption that what is hidden is the most important, is penetrating many Kabbalistic writings. And to a great extent, that is also what happens in psychoanalysis. In psychoanalysis, you see the reverberation of a problem, but you don't see the problem. And in order to cure or heal someone, you must penetrate in problems that are not evident, and when penetrating, someone can see what is more important for that person, despite the fact he is not aware of. Those two dimensions, the exoteric and esoteric, the plain and the hidden, and the importance of the hidden is a common denominator of Kabbalistic and psychoanalytical practices. So, in my opinion, people are still working with this dichotomy, which to a great extent is true for Kabbalah and for sure true for psychoanalysis. And people entering psychoanalysis became interested in Kabbalah, and people dealing with Kabbalah became interested in psychoanalysis. I shall never forget I wrote something about the sources of Jung, and then I received a letter from Haifa who forgot to mention the name of Rivka Kruger, one of the students, which came from a Hasidic background, and she, according to the family, she informed Jung about Jewish mysticism, meaning she was coming from a Hasidic background, from Bukovina, and she was attracted by Jung and also influenced Jung, and that seems to me to be a dialectic that is going to continue despite my reticence and my attempt not to succumb, not to subscribe to any other general system, feminism or cognitive studies, or doesn't matter what, but to take from any system what seems to me to be important, plausible, and to use it in order to understand Kabbalah. So I'm also using from time to time Jung, but I'm not a Jungian. I don't subscribe to it, but I believe they had insights which are very important for understanding Kabbalah or other parts of Judaism. So, as you can imagine, my experience in New York, lecturing without knowing to an audience of psychoanalysts, and afterwards having discussions with them and listening to them books was a little bit shocking because I was a little bit distant and I didn't know that that is the source of the organization of the conferences. But I'm totally sure that those conferences helped me very much in becoming known in the United States. And that's why I was invited now. Because in 86, Mortimer Osto created this, how to put it, opportunity to lecture to many scholars and then to print the books. And that is my lecture here is one of the reverberations of psychoanalysis and Kabbalah today. Thank you very much.
Professor Edel, thank you so much. A wonderful and engaging lecture. France, we would like to ask a question to Professor Edel.
It is true that Kabbalah is not a finished type of law. It's no doubt. It was written by male for males. So that is a very masculine type of law. That is true. Nevertheless, what I described earlier is based on on writings of Kabbalists, which are very explicit. And I believe I can show you hundreds of discussions about the importance of the feminine, despite the fact that the wives and the women were not allowed in Kabbalistic yeshivot. However, let me explain why the woman is so important for the Kabbalists. The first and most important commandment, as I said many years uh, many years at one of the lectures is procreation. And that is the most important commandment in traditional Judaism. People, the males, Kabbalists, knew very well that without a woman there's no procreation, which means that without procreation, someone is not allowed to enter the paradise, including people like Joseph Caro. So there is something structural in the importance of the woman. It's not just that she is necessary. She is actually the clue, the key of the most important commandment, which is procreation, from Genesis 1 up to Joseph Caro and Cordovero, doesn't matter how many people. Meaning, it's not an accident that the Kabbalists generated such a vision of the feminine principle as the important one, as the most active one, as the most influential one. And that can be learned from the writings of leading Kabbalists like Moshe Cordovero and Joseph Caro, for example. Okay, so let me answer. The question is, what is Jung study? What did he study? He didn't study Judaism, but he studied, in addition to his students, he studied two volumes, big volumes, named Kabbalah Demudata in Latin. And he's quoting them openly. Those are translations of most important Kabbalistic writings in Latin. And from this point of view, Jung is a reverberation of Christian Kabbalah. Christian Kabbalists translated Kabbalistic texts in Latin. It was in print, published in the 7th century. Jung is quoting them explicitly. So that's the major source of Jung. However, given the fact that there were several people around Jung, I don't speak about Scholem, in a moment if we speak more. Several people came from Jewish origin and traditional extraction. As I was told by a family of Rivka Kruger, who she wrote books on psychoanalysis. He had discussions with them. As I answer now the relationship between Scholem and Jung. First, I can understand Jung that he invited Scholem, the most important scholar of Kabbalah, because he was interested in Kabbalah. It is less clear why Scholem came there for 20 years. Because Scholem himself, early in his life, wrote about the absence of dialogue between Jews and German. All the conferences at Eranos were in German. So why Scholem came there, I can describe that it's going to take too much time. That was an audience, a very learned audience. The most learned audience in the world. People like Mitchell Eliade and many other main scholars came there. So Scholem didn't have such an audience in Jerusalem. That he can speak in German about the history of religion without speaking on manuscripts and historical issues. That's why the lectures delivered by Scholem and printed in the annual volumes of Eranos are the most phenomenological writings of Scholem. Scholem being in the presence of Jung, refused to use Jungian terminology were used by all the other participants there. So that shows that Scholem was not attracted, for sure not by Freud, but even less by Jung, despite the fact he was spending a month every year with Jung. So that was an attraction and a hate at the same time. But you must understand that he started to visit there in 1950. 1950, to go to Switzerland for a month in one of the most beautiful places in the world and to speak to an audience, European audience in German, for Scholen was something we couldn't refuse. But what is important is that there he formulated some of his most important phenomenological views of Kabbalah, which had an impact in English. You can find them on the Kabbalah and its symbolism, the mystical image of God. Those are lectures he delivered at Eranon, which to a certain extent shaped Sholem scholarship. Because in Jerusalem, the scholarship was oriented toward historical issues and philological issues. While at Eranos, he could speak about what he believed was the most important religious aspects of Kabbalah.
Well, thank you, Professor Vidal. I'm really so honored and have the pleasure to hear what you said. And really thank you, Professor Vidal, for your wise words.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Light, sweet, made with watermelon seed flour. Simple Mills.
The mystical journey is nearly always considered a journey out and up, out of the body, ecstasy, and up, away from the earth, into the heavens, through the spheres of the planets, beyond the stars to a realm beyond all being. Indeed, heaven remains the name for the region in which God and the angels are thought to dwell in Abrahamic mythology. But centuries before the rise of the Kabbalah, Jewish mystics conceived of their journey to the divine palaces, wherein the throne of God was not one of ascent, but descent. They referred to themselves as Yordei Merkava, descenders to the chariot, or to the divine throne. And these mystics left behind an entire literature of their journeys filled with hymns and passwords and warnings about the dangers that lurk within the divine palaces, along with their own mystical praxis. What was Merkava, or chariot, or Hechalut, palace mysticism? Indeed, the earliest Jewish mystical literature, aside from the theophanic, prophetic, and apocalyptic literature found typically in the Hebrew Bible, this earliest form of Jewish mysticism can be divided into basically three groups. The Merkava, or Hechalut literature, the Sar Torah literature and its magical extensions, and the brief but mysterious Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Formation. In this episode, we're going to be exploring that very early stratum of Jewish mysticism, typically known as Hechalut, which means palaces, or Merkava mysticism, which means chariot, a literature in which mystics descend, not ascend, into the divine palaces. They meet with fearsome angels, they gain control over angelic power, and in some cases become transformed into beings of fire, only to mount up to the very throne of God and measure the vast dimensions of the divine body. A dizzying and frankly at times seemingly blasphemous literature, unlike any other in the history of Judaism, maybe just in history in general. Make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for weekly explorations and topics in esoteric history. And if you'd like to support the work of providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content like this episode, I hope you check out my Patreon and the merch that I have available on the channel. If you're new to the study of esotericism, make sure to check out my Curated Study Guide to give you a lay of the land of esoteric literature more general. And if you're interested in actual historical books on topics of the occult, magic, and mysticism, make sure to check out Esoterica Rare Books. You can find all those links in the description and in the pinned comment below. But I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The Merkava or Hechelet literature is a relatively substantial literary collection of about 50 known manuscripts detailing an ancient Jewish mystical praxis in which a descent was made to various palaces or Hechelot, the techniques to navigate the angelic guardians and the various traps within those palaces, ultimately resulting in a vision of the divine Merkava or the chariot throne being transformed into an angel, measuring the divine body, and or joining in the angelic choir, exulting in the praise of the divine. This mystical praxis may go back all the way to the Second Temple period and seems to have been practiced perhaps as late as the Middle Ages, with texts reaching Europe before being incorporated ultimately into the Kabbalah starting in the 13th century. In fact, it's only been since the 20th century that this incredibly ancient and long practiced form of Jewish mysticism has actually been studied rigorously by scholars. Indeed, an earlier generation of scholarship didn't even think the literature was in fact connected to a mixed mystical praxis at all. Indeed, it was only considered an exegetical literature. So what do I mean when I denote the descent to the chariot or Merkava mysticism is in fact mysticism? Mysticism, along with the concept of magic, is one of the most difficult and frankly contested topics in the study of esotericism. Volumes have been written just attempting to provide a rigorous definition of both terms, and frankly, no single definition pleases everybody. So when I say Jewish mysticism, it immediately raises a question of what do I take to be mystical about these texts? Like magic, I'd actually argue that the terms mean very little out of their specific context. That is to say, there's not going to probably be a legitimately analytical definition given the necessary and sufficient conditions for magic or mysticism forthcoming in general. And frankly, that's probably going to be pretty dissatisfying to the philosophers out there, me included, but such complex and variable terms may just admit of enough historical and cultural latitude that the concepts themselves are neither analytically clear and distinct nor mere nonsense, and such is the difficulty, frankly, of working in this field. That and these texts are so strange. That said, I would offer three aspects of the Merkava literature that I take to be mystical. Also, I'm going to be displaying quotations from the Merkava literature on the screen as you're watching the video to give you a sense of just how strange and numinous and wonderful this literature is. But first, the literature seems to be downstream of actual phenomenological events rather than mere speculation or exegesis, a position, as I mentioned, held by a previous generation of scholars. In fact, one of the leading scholars in the field, Davila, denotes that the mystical descenders should actually be understood as a kind of ancient Jewish shaman, analysis that I more or less agree with. They are the result, it seems, of some profound experience, in this case of a visionary descent into some other fundamental reality, and that experience is apprehended in some non-rational way. While apocalyptic literature, the most famous example being something like First Enoch, but lots of other texts remain, provide descriptions of heavenly realms and the cosmos more generally, the Merkava or Hechelet literature seems to in fact reflect a transition from mere exegesis to the phenomenological. They're describing something that they experienced, from the literary or the speculative to the experiential. Of course, as I said earlier, that distinction is a bit blurry to be sure, but I think it serves as a helpful heuristic for appreciating this form of literature and understanding it as novelly mystical as opposed to being merely exegetical. Secondly, the texts are in fact instructive. They describe how one might achieve a similar vision and even the perils to avoid in just that praxis. This importantly separates the literature from earlier prophetic or even apocalyptic literature in the Hebrew Bible, or again as texts like First Enoch. While previous texts describe fantastical realms beyond this world, this literature admonishes and in fact prepares the potential cosmic adventurer, like D&D. In the Sartorial literature, these instructions even extend to angelic theurgy, in which angelic powers are commanded in the service of immediate apprehension of both exoteric and esoteric rabbinical lore. So, in effect, this literature is different from previous literature in that it's telling you how to achieve these visions, not merely describing them. Third, there's at least a whiff of the famed unio mystica, or the mystical union with the divine. And I say just a whiff because Jewish theological concerns at this time and down till now typically forbid a kind of straightforward divine union. One of the core theological values is the transcendence of the divine. But that whiff does take the form of being seated on the divine throne, or even being transformed into a kind of being of fire meant to briefly serve in the heavenly choir. And further, in one case, you're actually transformed into Yahweh Katan. Famously, Enoch is transformed into Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, as part of the process of being divinized. So I don't know that it's union with the divine, but being transformed into an aspect of the divine pretty close to a mystical experience of union with the divine. I've covered that text, Third Enoch, in another episode if you want to check that out. But these three aspects, to me at least, provide a very salient distinction to previous literature, the apocalyptic literature, or other texts in the Hebrew Bible, that I would maintain they represent a real transition from an exegetical pole into a mystical pole. Not again that you can draw a clear line between those categories, but I think this literature is doing something fundamentally different than exegesis or mere speculation. Now, it's also important to note that these texts do not constitute the Kabbalah. In fact, they predate the Kabbalah by centuries. Jewish mysticism existed prior to the rise of Kabbalah in the 13th century, with the compositions of texts like the Sefer Zohar, and so we should consider these texts as a form of Jewish mysticism prior to the Kabbalah, though these texts will become absorbed into Kabbalistic literature later on. In fact, the Zohar actually has sections of it that are Merkabah-like. But I say this because we have to be careful not to map later mystical exceptions, for instance, the system of the Sphirot, back onto this stratum of mysticism. We should let it stand on its own and speak on its own terms with its own agenda. So it's important to my mind to think of this kind of mysticism as unique and separate from the later developments in the Kabbalah, even if the Kabbalah will ultimately come to know about these texts and sort of have its own spin on Merkabah mysticism. We shouldn't take later Kabbalistic ideas and then press upon them to this earlier stratum of Jewish mysticism. Indeed, these forms of mysticism survived and flourished for at least 800 years prior to the rise of Kabbalah, just as long, by the way, as Kabbalah has existed hitherto. It's key to appreciate that distinction. As much as Kabbalah has dominated Jewish mysticism now, those forms of mysticism stood on their own. Merkabah mysticism stood on its own and should be appreciated as such, as much as it is one coherent form of mysticism. Though, again, as I said, it will be absorbed into later Kabbalistic developments, but that is a different process altogether. But the Merkabah literature is itself highly anthological. It's largely written in Mishnaic Hebrew and Aramaic, but sometimes you do get Greek words, especially in the more adjurational kinds of texts. And typically the texts deal with the vision of God's chariot throne, or Merkavah, the control over angels and descriptions of the heavenly realms. And the texts themselves are actually built up by a kind of textual quilting of smaller, distinct literary units, or microforms, which compose larger textual compositions, or macroforms, though there is significant variation in the overall compositions themselves. This variation among the literature is such that even producing a critical edition of some of these texts is often just foregone, or just actually placing each microform side by side in a form of a synopsis. The final texts, as we have them, usually take the form of a Tana, the Tanaim, or writers and composers of from the period of the Mishnah. Most often, people like Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Ishmael, Rabbi Nechunya ben Hakana, and they describe their mystical descent, reciting the angelic hymns that they heard there, and they provide techniques for the reader to make the descent themselves, along with practical advice about how not to go insane and get killed by angels. Most of these texts were likely composed after the period of the Tanaim, so around the middle of the 3rd century of the Common Era, so we conclude that they are probably pseudepigraphic in character. Though it is worth mentioning that a very early microform of the four that entered the Pardes, found in the Tosefta literature, this is a parallel literature composed at the same time as the Mishnah, is in fact in the first person. I descended. It actually may go back to Rabbi Akiva himself. But the tradition of mystical pseudepigrapha would continue well into Jewish mysticism, with Rabbi Nechunya ben Hakana given authorship of the Sefer Bahir eventually, and Shimon Bar Yochai being made the hero, of course, of the Sefer Zohar. But while the literature as we have it probably dates after the Tanaim, the mystical practices themselves may go back much further. The Enoch literature may be partially apocalyptic and mystical, and there's even that very mysterious passage in Second Corinthians, again, written by a Jew, where the Apostle Paul was caught up to the third heaven and he overhears various divine secrets. You can check out my whole episode where I discuss that whole very interesting business about Paul perhaps having been a Merkabah mystic himself, along with the famed Pardes section, which I just mentioned, and Tractate Chagiga in the Talmud, where the four explore the divine realm, with all three ultimately failing the famous water test, and they go insane, die, and mutilate the reeds. They become a heretic, with only one actually emerging successfully, Rabbi Akiva. The entire literature seems to exist on a kind of axis, from descent texts in which the mystic is transformed and enthroned on the one hand, and to the use of theurgical techniques to control angels, often to gain religious wisdom directly, that is to say, without having to do all the very burdensome business of studying, get an angel to teach it to you directly. The more theurgical texts eventually straightforwardly give way to what appear to be magical texts, most famous of which produced during this same period would be the Sefer Harazim, or the Book of Secrets. Thus, we kind of have an axis that runs from mystical, exegetical, apocalyptic, to mystical Merkava Hechalit literature, to more theurgical Sar Torah literature, and then magical literature like the Sefer Harazim, and perhaps the Sefer Yetzirah. So what happens in this literature? Simply put, descenders explore the three, but more often seven-tiered heaven, which are often arranged as concentric rings, with the center ring where resides the throne of God, being the largest and surrounded by vast hosts of horrifying angels. In the apex of this experience, descenders are sometimes allowed to sit upon the throne of God and are then transformed into fiery quasi-angel-like beings, as I mentioned, with Enoch being transformed into Metatron. Sometimes they're provided with mystical crowns by the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah, which instantly reveal both esoteric and exoteric literature or wisdom, and are allowed to literally measure the dimensions of the divine body. The literature is itself quite vast and varied, from very carefully constructed poetry to detailed narratives to lists of divine and angelic names, which we don't often understand, probably have a quasi-magical like function, somewhat like we see in the Greek magical papyri or in the text of the Nag Hammadi library. So in some sense, there's an overlap between the Merkava literature and those forms of Gnostic and magical literature. About 47 manuscripts survive, along with texts from the Cairo Geniza dating from the early Middle Ages. The texts, as I mentioned, are quite fluid, meaning that their exact composition varies quite a bit from manuscript to manuscript, and they seem to have had their literary and mystical origins in a range of literature, including apocalyptic literature, the descent literature of Shior Koma texts, again, where the body of God is measured, and the Sar Torah literature, which again is when you actually summon an angel to instantly reveal knowledge to the person who summoned that angel. Though it seems like all of this different literature had been combined at some very, very early point in the composition of the mystical praxis. neither seems to have much in the way of priority. There's no evidence of a kind of evolution as was previously expressed by earlier scholars. Now, what is some of this literature? The most famous and classic text is Hechelot Rabbati. It is the longest and most stable text, and it's framed around the famous 10 Martyrs narrative, but it also includes a wide variety of hymns, adjurations, and instructional texts. It's incredibly complex, and there's just no substitute for just actually reading it. One really does get the sense of the experience of the descenders and its real dangers. There's even a moment in the text where there's this angel named the Hatarii, who nearly kills the descenders because one of them actually shows up in the seventh palace, or Hechal, without the correct magical seal to proceed. So it's pretty scary stuff. But you get a real sense of the Baroque architecture of the various palaces with their gates and military like angelic guardians, divine passcodes, and the final ecstatic hymns as the descenders in fact reach the throne of God. It's a positively dizzying text, and the final hymns are in a very beautiful kind of drone in Hebrew. Hechelot Zutarti and Maaseh Merkavah are manuals for the descent and include various kinds of adjurations, including descriptions of the famed water test, in which the descenders must see through a kind of illusion, else be driven mad or drop dead. Like the Aramaic for go mad is to go outside. The Hechelot Zutarti may very well contain the oldest stratum of this kind of mysticism, although there's debate about that. Merkava Rabbah, which includes various kinds of memory techniques for Torah learning. There's Sefer Hechelot, otherwise known as Third Enoch, which I've had a whole episode made about that text. It also includes long narratives and some magical material in the recension from the Cairo Geniza. There is the Shior Koma, the measurement of the vastness, which is probably the strangest text in all of Jewish literature, frankly, and it deals with the exact dimensions of the divine body, which are given strange Hebrew names that we don't fully understand, some of which are over a dozen letters long, and everything is measured in the Persian parasang unit, which is roughly about 3 miles or 5 kilometers. The beard of God, of course, is something that the Zohar will become very interested in later, is, if you're curious, 11,500 parasangs long, at least in one manuscript. The dimensions are highly unusual. The divine head is massive compared to the rest of the body. God has very strange long fingers, and this nakedly anthropomorphic depiction of God is otherwise utterly alien in Jewish literature and theology. Menachem Kellner has made the argument that it is probably a text like this that Maimonides has in mind when he composes the Guide to the Perplexed, where he constantly reminds us that God is not physical and does not have a physical body, a point again made in Menachem Kellner's fantastic book, where he basically sees the most famous Jewish philosophical text, the Guide to the Perplexed, is basically a response to the Shiur Koma, which is an extension of this form of mysticism. So incredibly weird. In fact, there are about a dozen other texts that are much smaller and they vary widely in terms of manuscript stability and corruption, but ultimately a pretty extensive literature. An important adjunct and perhaps a slightly separate stream of this literature is the Sar Torah theurgical material and similar other magical texts produced at this time. While in the Merkava text, the descenders travel to the divine, in the Sar Torah literature, the theurgist actually summons an angel, which is perhaps a manifestation of the divine, to themselves. This text takes the form of a dialogue in which the Israelites are squabbling, as Israelites do, and they're wishing for the totality of rabbinical lore from exact legal texts to mystical secrets. And this great secret, or a raz, is given to them despite angelic protests, a very common theme in rabbinical literature. Angels don't really like us in rabbinical literature. And in this case, the throne of glory itself descends. Note again, it's the divine presence that is now the descender in this literature, and the Sar Torah, the Torah prince, immediately provides all these secrets through the uses of crowns and signs. That is to say, through some kind of non-discursive mystical connection with this material. This form of mysticism does remind me a little bit of the ars notoria of the later Middle Ages, in which the adherent stares and meditates upon imagery, and from that imagery one is able to gain immediate knowledge of the liberal arts, which is a lot better than having to go into debt at a liberal arts school. But at any rate, I've done a whole episode on the Ars Notoria and the Sartora literature if you want to check those out. There's also more clearly magical literature which situates itself within the Merkaba and other texts, specifically those found in the Cairo Geniza, and there are lots of other traditions that have developed as well, including the famous Sefer HaVrazim, or Book of Secrets, which is basically a handbook for Jewish magic produced in the early classical period. And this literature, all of it, continued to be produced through the Middle Ages and was ultimately to be found both in the Sefer Zohar, the foundational text of the Kabbalah. Indeed, the Piyut El Adon, which is still used in the Jewish liturgy on Shabbat morning, very likely has its origins in Merkabah mysticism. So this is a place where the Jewish liturgy has been impacted down to this day by this form of mysticism. The text also seemed to express a combination of mystical textual exegesis, mystical experience, and alterations of consciousness, and likely performative religious activity by the composers of the texts. The Hechelit literature seems to emerge from a kind of matrix of biblical texts, especially Ezekiel's vision, the Sinai theophany, Psalm 68, but also the Exodus theophany with God on a sapphire pavement in Exodus 24, Isaiah's vision of God in chapter 6 of that book, the divine silence of 1 Kings 19, the camps of God in Genesis 32, the vision of the Ancient of Days in the apocalyptic text of Daniel 7, the divine chariot and the fiery angels of Psalm 104, and the earthly temple and temple cult of 1 Chronicles 28 and 29, along with a basic background of the rabbinical schools of the day, and again, what appears to be Greco-Egyptian magical practices, all of which have been combined to form a ritual practitioner, someone like, as Davila points out, a kind of ancient Jewish shaman. Further, as I mentioned earlier, many of these texts have a distinctly practical dimension. They're something of handbooks for how to navigate the inner reaches of the divine palaces and their terrifying guardians. Unlike Christianity and Islam, angels in Judaism aren't exactly on the best terms with human beings. In fact, they even voted for us not to have been created in the first place, and they're often downright hostile to the mystical interlopers of this tradition. They really don't want us in the divine palaces and are happy to kill us if they find us. Thus, this literature provides tips and tricks and hacks to negotiate the marine-like angelic guardians of the palaces, but also the numerous traps which can doom a would-be descender. The most famous of those is the so-called water test found in the sixth heaven, in which the pure alabaster can be confused with water, resulting in a catastrophe for the descenders. You can be struck dead or go crazy. Exactly how these mystical states were induced remains pretty mysterious, but in a later period, a tradition had come down in the 11th century to the High Gaon, such that he writes, "You may perhaps know that many of the sages hold that when a man is worthy and blessed with certain qualities, and he wishes to gaze at the heavenly chariot and the halls of angels on high, he must follow certain exercises." He continues, "He must fast for a number of days. He must place his head between his knees, whispering softly to himself at the earth certain praises of God with his face toward the ground. As a result, he will gaze into the innermost recesses of his heart, and it will seem as if he has seen the seven halls with his own eyes, moving from hall to hall to observe that which is to be found therein." A disciple of the High Gaon, Natan ben Yechiel, also observed that they, the descenders, did not ascend on high, but rather in the chamber of their own heart, and they saw and contemplated like a person who sees and contemplates something clearly with his own eyes. And they heard and spoke with a seeing eye by means of the Holy Spirit, of Ruach HaKodesh. Now, what all of that means, we don't know, but it seems like the Chai Gaon at least had some tradition of fasting and perhaps even some kind of breath techniques that induced the alteration of consciousness. The textual origins of this literature are frankly extremely obscure, and there is considerable debate among the specialists. The authors perhaps were para-rabbinic or rabbinic adjacent, possibly going all the way back to the Second Temple period, with traditions persisting well into the Middle Ages, and likely involved, as I mentioned, cultivating some kind of alterations of consciousness through ritual practices like asceticism and perhaps breathing techniques. I think it's likely proper to think of them as something like para-rabbinic shamans, again, as argued for by Davila, and these texts, again, are at some level records of their phenomenological experiences as not exactly psychonauts, but yeah, kinda, and a form of exegetical mysticism in a highly edited form. These texts also again intersect with the magical practices of both the Greco-Egyptian and Babylonian Jewish communities in a pretty complex and sophisticated manner. Just how these texts were transmitted through time is also not really clear. Where these texts were composed, perhaps in Judea, but maybe also in Egypt, and how they were transmitted. We certainly know they made their way to Egypt and Mesopotamia, respectively, but also how they managed to make their way over to Europe via Italy, all the way into the Rhineland of Germany, because we know they were copied and perhaps used by the Chasdi Ashkenaz, is completely mysterious and the subject of ongoing scholarship and debate. We don't know who wrote them. We don't know where they were written. We don't know how they got to the places that they got to. Why were people copying these at all? It's completely mysterious. These texts of the Merkava mysticism form the foundation upon which later Jewish mysticism, like Kabbalah, would be built, and as I pointed out at the beginning of this episode, was the dominant form of mysticism for 800 or so years until the rise of the Kabbalah. And as I mentioned, Menachem Kellner even argues that they had an effect on Jewish philosophy insofar as the greatest of all Jewish philosophers, the great eagle himself, Maimonides, the Rambam, wrote his major work, The God That Perplexed, perhaps as an attack on just this form of mysticism, or at least the Shir Qumran literature, thus making The God That Perplexed a reaction to this mystical tradition in some sense. As I mentioned, Merkaba mysticism would be hoovered up into the Kabbalah starting in the 13th century, but as I pointed out, it endures into Jewish liturgy in the form of some piyutim. In fact, the literature is so interesting, I'm going to be teaching an entire class on just this topic sometime pretty soon. The literature on this material has seen a positive explosion in the past 50 years or so. A couple texts are worth consulting if you can. If you want to consult the text in their original languages, Schaeffer's synopsis of both the collection and the Karaganiza fragments is finally back in print, and only $200 a volume. Get used to that. The English translation of the text is published by Brill, so get your kidneys on eBay. That's De Villa's Hechelet Literature in Translation. It's a fantastic translation, well worth having, very expensive. His study of the Descenders to the Chariot is also really, really well done. It's where he makes the argument that these are kind of ancient Jewish shamans, well worth reading, but also published by Brill, so that's two kidneys. Older translations of some of the text can be found online, especially Hechelet Rabbati, but be aware that these texts are extremely varied, and without something like a critical apparatus in the translation, you're going to really miss out just of how deeply complex these texts are, and I don't know if I trust those translations, frankly. Gershom Sholom's articles on the material are a little dated, but still a well worthwhile starting place, though I'm pretty wary of the way that he uses Gnosticism in that article, but the locus classicus here is his book, Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism. The first volume of Joseph Don's History of Jewish Mysticism is also an excellent introduction to this literature, as it brings to bear a good bit of the current scholarship and his discussion of literature, so also a great place. It's also really interesting that he develops a novel reading of the Song of Songs as a kind of bridge between the exegetical and the mystical. Is really fantastic and an important avenue of research in this material. Also, Arbel's Beholders of Divine Secrets, Mysticism and Myth in the Hechelet literature is a fantastic text and does a great job situating these texts in their cultural and historical situation. So if you're interested in a comparative approach, really looking at Greek magical papyri and other kinds of texts like that, this will be your text you want to check out. I've also done episodes of virtually all the other texts that I've mentioned in this video. The Sefer Yetzirah, the magical textbook, the Sefer Harazim, the textbook of angelic conjurations in the Sar Torah, and others. So if you're interested in that material, if you don't know what I'm talking about, and you want to check out those episodes, I'll put a link down below to get you up to speed on those. But until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
The religion of the future will be a cosmic religion. It should transcend personal God and avoid dogma and theology. Can you feel it? A sort of anticipation growing stronger and stronger? Another way of putting it is time is speeding up. We've heard that discussion for a while now. I know many people are feeling it, whether it happens while observing world events or perhaps through personal experiences in their own lives. Something big is happening. You can see signs of it all over the world. Technology is rapidly transforming the way that we live our lives. Information of literally every variety is available to us at the touch of a button. We are seeing huge debates and conversations taking place about all manner of subjects, from equality to major global issues. New cryptocurrencies appear to be on the brink of changing the way that we interface with finances and wealth. And while all the while we keep seeing warnings from scientists about global warming and overpopulation, which, if things reach some sort of dangerous climax, it has the potential to catapult us into a different way of life very quickly. And with all of these changes, we are actively in the process of discovering something amazing. We are remembering who we are. This revolutionary discovery is what will transform life on Earth into something completely different, something incredible and beautiful, aligned harmoniously with nature. So many people across the globe are learning about this, and by applying what they've learned to their lives, have come to witness marvelous changes. Some have been so impacted that they've dedicated their lives to sharing what they've learned with the world. Personally, I'm someone who's still exploring it, and I want more people to talk about it with. Mind, body, spirit. This is the sacred trinity behind life on Earth. Without even one of these three, we could not function properly. And yet, in today's world, we really only understand two of the three. We have scientifically mapped the brain and have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the body. We understand so much about each of these. Yet, what do we really know about the spirit? The soul? What is it? Where does it come from? For centuries, religions have been the primary source for answers pertaining to the soul. But they're not concrete. Each religion has its own answers about how things work on the spiritual level. Yet, as we've touched on, with so much information available to us, and many ancient discoveries continuing to redefine our history, there are many people now recognizing the common threads between all of these religions and putting the pieces together along with modern science, which is skyrocketing our understanding further and further into an amazing new world of freedom and delight. For a long time, these incredible insights went largely unnoticed by the global community, and while governments and secret services of the world acknowledged them, it wasn't something that really got to the masses. Yet, today, the world is waking up. Today, this information is freely available to all of us, and I'm going to share it with you. Have you ever had a moment where you knew exactly what someone was going to say 2 or 3 seconds before they even started talking? Do you have a shared connection between a loved one or a pet where you can always tell exactly what the other was feeling or what they're thinking of even when they're not really around? What about that curious feeling like you were being watched, only to turn around to see yak? Yeah, just like that. We've all had experiences like these, at least a few times, some many more than others. There are even a few people who can tap into this experience quite easily, and while generally they're written off as being crazy, maybe we've been mistaken. Perhaps there's genuine validity to the idea of psychic. In the world of science, what do we really know about consciousness? We don't really know what consciousness is or how it works. This is what is sometimes called the hard problem, because there's no obvious explanation for why we should be conscious at all. And it's because of this reason that consciousness studies is one of the most exciting frontier areas of science today. For a long time, scientists believed that thoughts resided purely in the brain, and that was the end of the story. Today, however, we understand a lot more, and there are several individuals and their teams I'd love to give special commendations towards. The first scientist is a man named Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, PhD. This man has compiled a number of powerful and thought-provoking experiments which change the way that we look at and understand our minds. From his work and experiments, he puts forth the idea that the mind is not isolated inside the head at all, but extends out into the world around us as a morphogenetic field. One thing I love about this man is that he used very practical and common experiences that many of us go through on a daily basis and turned them into a wide array of powerful scientific experiments. In one particular experiment, they demonstrated the connection between dogs and humans by monitoring the behavior of the dog when the person was out of the house, and the dogs would repeatedly show behavior of waiting by the door for their human buddy as early as when the person even had the intention to go home, even from long distances away. Skeptics are often quick to respond that the dogs are used to hearing familiar car sounds, or they know generally what time their human comes home at. And so Dr. Sheldrake ran the experiments using unfamiliar cars and random and unusual times for the individuals to go home, which still yielded the same results, having the dogs wait by the door the moment that the person sets the intention to return. Dr. Sheldrake also did a number of experiments which he described as telephone telepathy, in which people would randomly call a participant and the person on the receiving end would have to guess who is calling them out of a list of possible callers. The results of this study showed a rather high level of intuition for most people, who were able to guess who was calling at a rather high rate than you would expect if it was purely random guessing. This experiment was also taken further with the sense of being stared at, where he proved that people were able to intuitively know whether or not they were being watched, with stunning results as well. Using this morphogenetic field theory, we are able to explain how herd animals move together as if they were a single unit. Dr. Sheldrake explains this by suggesting that each animal in the herd acts a bit like they were their own magnet, emitting its own unique signal into the field. But as they all come together, much like magnets, they link together to form a singular, larger field. What Dr. Sheldrake concludes through his publications and presentations is that the cosmos is not a lifeless mechanism that we have essentially believed since the 17th century, but an organic living system which is designed to evolve and grow, just as we experience in our own lives. I think my favorite line of his is that, in response to people who suggest this phenomenon is paranormal and whatnot, he simply says, "It's not paranormal, it's normal. It's not supernatural, it's natural." In the comments below, you can find links to Dr. Sheldrake's presentation that he gave at Google in 2008, as well as one to an interview he did in 2016. And there are several wonderful Gaia presentations featuring his work as well that we'd love for you to check out. The next scientist I want to share with you is Dr. Dean Radin, PhD, and his team at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. These amazing people have created a most compelling experiment where they demonstrated that using nothing but meditative thought, you can affect the outcome of an experiment from the other side of the planet in real time. Dr. Radin's talk begins by him describing that almost all of the fathers of quantum mechanics have described that something extra-physical must be involved in the measurement chain of an experiment, and by this they refer to consciousness, something outside of what we know as material reality. He then goes on to explain that they built a very simple double-slit experiment. Most of you are probably familiar with the double-slit experiment, but the simple version is that this is an experiment which shoots photons through two slits, making a pattern appear on the receiver past the slit openings. The thing about this experiment that has mystified scientists for years is that if you don't observe the experiment, the photons seem to shoot through both slits and act as a waveform, giving you a unique wave pattern in the results. However, if you actively observe the photons as they're going through the hole, the photons change their function and act more as if they were solid objects, and either go through one hole or the other, giving you a pattern on the receiving end simply as two slits, as you might expect if you were shooting a tiny BB gun through the holes. Now, what Dr. Radin and his team did was take this experiment to the next level by taking meditators outside of the room and away from the double slit machine to focus on the experiment taking place and see if they can, using nothing but their thoughts, intentions, and consciousness, affect the outcome of the experiment. The results of this experiment were so phenomenal and conclusive that they received a 5 sigma result, which in science terms essentially means that there is only a 1 in 3.5 million chance that the positive results they received were due to statistical fluctuations over the spectrum of the experiments performed. Because of these tremendous results, the Noetic Sciences team put their experiment on the internet to really put it to the test, and between January 2012 and December of 2014, they received thousands of sessions from around the world. Once again, they received compelling results of an individual's ability to affect the outcome of an experiment irrespective of distance. People did this from across the globe and still affected the experiment's results in real time simply by the power of their meditation. Further, we should mention that these guys were incredibly thorough in their experiments, taking account of a wide array of possibilities that might be affecting the outcome of the experiment. Dr. Radin also presents towards the end of his talk that they are not the only ones who have demonstrated this, and he pulls out a number of past experiments that have been done throughout the last several decades that have come to the same conclusions, but of course didn't receive much respect from the global scientific community. He explains that this is likely because most of science so far is based on a materialistic paradigm, and that if we add consciousness to the base in our model of the universe, as long as we can figure out the bridge between consciousness and physics, we don't have to throw out our old information, but rather just continue to add to it and develop our understanding as we always have done. If you're curious about all of the details, I highly recommend watching the full presentation on YouTube, and we'll include links to this in the comments below. What Dean and his team essentially concluded was that it's not so much that consciousness just collapses the wave function, but rather that consciousness steers the outcome of the experiment. Observational effect is an active experience rather than passive. Further, the role of consciousness in the physical world can be tested. It has been tested many times and in many ways, and the results of these experiments suggest that consciousness is an active participant in reality. Now, these experiments largely have to do with thought, feeling, and intention. But as we discussed earlier, what about the soul? Well, this is very interesting because in a book called The Field by Lynn McTaggart, she shares with us the work of a man named Dr. Fritz Albert Popp, PhD. This man and his researchers have conducted experiments that confirms the existence of biophotons. These particles of light with no mass transmit information within and between cells inside of us. His work shows that DNA in a living cell stores and releases photons, creating biophotonic emissions that may hold the keys to illnesses and health. Over the years, Pop has published 8 books and more than 150 scientific journal articles and studies which address many questions of theoretical physics, biology, complementary medicine, and biophotons. There's some great articles and videos to check out about his work, and we'll post some links to those in the comments below as well. Dr. Pop's work is especially interesting because it describes that at our most fundamental level, we are beings of light. This goes back to a number of ancient spiritual traditions and teachings who explain that we are all created beings of light, whole and complete, but have forgotten who we are, and that by our process of remembering, we can actively increase the amount of light that our DNA is emitting and raise our consciousness to a point that we may experience what is called ascension, the rising into a new way of life, and a new world of possibilities opens to us, free of suffering. This is what is described by the card of the child in Patch Tarot, which fuses the 0 and the 1 together, showing the connection between the masculine and the feminine within us, the harmony between the heart and the mind in perfect balance to create the phi ratio, and speaks to the limitless possibilities that are available to us when we live from this enlightened place. Now, with all of this research out of the way, let's bring things down to a practical level for all of us. Let's say, for the sake of discussion, that when you think of something, anything, it appears right in front of you. No, not physically, but let's say it appears in a different realm, one that is in and around all of us, the field that the scientists were describing by their experiments. We can call it the field, the astral realm, the thought realm, whatever you like. For the sake of simplicity, in this video, let's call it the field. When you're doing something, you start by thinking about it. Whether you're building a pool in your backyard or making a sandwich, you have to have thought of it first. Even the subconscious thoughts for things like walking and breathing. This shouldn't be anything new to us. We think of things before we do them, even if it's a split second before the action. This is just how we function, and the physical actions we take generally match the thoughts that we've created in our minds. You might say that we move through our thoughts, turning non-physical thoughts into physical actions. When an inventor gets an idea, this idea can quickly move through all of his colleagues and friends, and this is because ideas and thoughts are spreadable. Multiple people can concentrate upon the same idea at once, allowing the ideas to grow and develop further. This isn't anything strange. Think tanks have existed long into our history. In this scenario, don't think of thoughts as separate, but as a whole that everyone is focusing upon at the same time, and maybe even through time itself. Of course, because we can't physically see this realm of thoughts, we have to use functions like speech and body language in order to communicate them. At least for now, this is how we connect and bridge our thoughts together, through communication. Because of this, we add a bit of our own creation to the mix every time we share something, our own spice, if you will, while still working towards the same common goal. A social gathering is another good example of this at work too. People gather together because they share the same thoughts and emotions as the rest of the people there. Even if you're using something that someone else made, which, let's face it, basically every aspect of our lives involves using something that someone else or nature itself produced, you're still creating your own experience for yourself. You manifested that iPad, house, relationship, or whatever into your experiences. With the notion that thoughts connect with other thoughts comes our first big realization. This new understanding of just how intertwined we really are. We are not only connected in the physical realm, but mentally and spiritually as well. Up until recently, humankind has always understood that they were connected only through their physical being. We assumed that the conscious experience and all of the thinking was totally 100% isolated from everyone else. The fact is, we're not. We are so connected with each other, it's almost impossible to believe. But it's true. We have the science to back it up. Now, thoughts being created are just the tip of the iceberg. The real interesting part comes when you look at emotions. Emotions are much more powerful than thoughts, in that they have more gravity. Emotions pull on you. They often control your actions and guide you throughout your life. It's not always your thoughts that decide where you sit in a classroom or on a bus, but rather if you like that girl or you think that guy smells. When a couple is together, it's their emotions that keep them tethered. If they're fighting, it's their emotions that break them apart. You watch TV or movies that stimulates and compels you on an emotional level. You hang out with friends because you have emotional bonds with them. And now this applies on a smaller scale too. Do you ever have a morning where you wake up grumpy and stub your toe getting up and just think, this is just gonna be one of those days? And then the entire day following is terrible and just everything goes wrong? What about days where you wake up excited and happy and ready to go? Your whole day is just excellent in all of the right ways. Even if something bad does happen, you're less affected by it because you're in such a great place emotionally. The reason for these different potentials in how your day goes is due to your emotional state. And to that end, if you wake up in the morning and just take a deep breath and say a prayer of gratitude for your life and the dawning of a new day, it will instantaneously align you with a more harmonious day for yourself. Even if something bad does happen, you can experience it as an opportunity for learning and growth rather than something that, sucks, poo, now I'm in a bad mood, grr. You see, it's through our conscious participation in our own lives that transforms us from riding on the waves of other people's joys and sorrows to creating our own waves and living the life we want to have. You can look into society and see how we create our lives actively by the way that people speak and act. Those who are the most successful are those who talk most of success, and the people who speak most of illness have that. Yes, illness is also a creation of ours. If we have a low immune system, it's because of our own low vibration, which is a product of the disharmony both within us and in our environment. It also relates heavily with food, the primary nourishment that we put in our bodies. Food is a massive conversation on its own, and you can learn more about it in our food series, episode 33. We can liken healing with healthy food to healing from mental and emotional struggles. What quality of thoughts are you allowing into your heart and mind? In this way, healing is a simple process of going inside and addressing our own negativity, resolving the traumas, releasing the pent up emotional energy, and making room for more light to come through. There's one thing that becomes apparent with this new understanding: we create our reality. We may not always be 100% in control of what happens to us. However, we are 100% responsible for what we do with the experiences that we've had, and we are especially responsible for our own healing of the bad experiences too. Throughout history, we have always played the blame game. It's his fault I didn't get the promotion. It's her fault I couldn't go to the game. It's everyone else's fault I'm so depressed. Whatever it is, and this might be the hardest part to truly get, it's you. All of it is within you. Your happiness, your sadness, your fears, and your fortunes. Every single experience of your life on earth was because of you, for you, and within you. Remember, just as you are creating your own individual reality, we are all co-creating our realities together. We are one species, and as a species, we are creating the realities that we are experiencing as a collective. One argument I hear a lot is, well, what about the starving kids in Africa? How are they creating their starving reality? I would respond to that by suggesting that it's a part of the bigger picture, and that if we can see the bigger picture, we can bring love and support to those in need if we have more abundance than them. This applies through all levels. As a family, you create your reality, and your actions will change what the family experiences. Likewise for a community, and a city, and a country. Because of this, and because we are not in tune with ourselves, it may often seem like we do not have complete control over what we experience. Sometimes we are seemingly forced into scenarios that are outside of our control. This happens as a result of our collective disharmony and lack of connections to ourselves and our environments. When we become more in tune with what's in our hearts, we can feel out certain scenarios and decide if that's a path we want to take. Maybe I won't go into that dark alley. Maybe it feels right to not take that job. Beyond that, even if you do have an experience that you feel is outside of your control, now it's your turn to decide what you do next. You can allow the experience to get the best of you and drain your energy, or you can decide to take it for what it is, experience it, and keep moving forward, keep growing, keep learning. Every dark cloud has a silver lining, and if you're looking for that silver lining, you'll have a much easier time finding it. Many of us have heard of this thing called the law of attraction, which talks about something similar to this. Across the entire world, people have written in to tell of their amazing stories where they really focused on meeting their heart's desire and then received it through some miracle or synchronicity. This is but a small piece in the vast ocean of the internal world that we're talking about, and it is incredibly real, and you can literally change everything in your life by the power that's inside of you. I know this from my own personal experiences, and it's not hard to find others who have too. One continuous argument I hear from people who deny this whole thing is something like, you don't just think things and change everything by sitting on your butt. To which I reply, exactly. You never stop moving. Change your mindset and continue on with your life. Cultivate your emotions, focus your thoughts, and move into them physically. Don't let your emotions control you. Pull your thoughts into the physical realm. What can you do to change things? Honestly, just start by being good to yourself. Fill yourself up with the emotion of gratitude for even the smallest things and let it fill you to overflowing. Don't forget to treat yourself once in a while and try to change your perception of your life from what others think is best for you to what you think is best for you. Take a few minutes to sit down and really ask yourself, what do you really want? Of course, at first, a lot of people might think of money, wealth, fame, and luxury. And hey, I'm sure those things can be pretty nice. But will they buy you happiness? I guess that depends on you and what you do with it. I found in my experiences, and beyond all of those things, what people really want is to be accepted, appreciated, and loved. By genuinely giving to others, you will in turn receive that back, and the bonds that connect you to everything around you will strengthen so much further. I want to bring up one more thing before we end this video. There was a scientist in Japan a few years back who made an incredible discovery, but one that even today is generally unacknowledged by the global scientific community. Many of us are familiar with the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto and his experiments freezing water into crystals, which would change their form depending on what emotions were meditated upon before freezing. Now, this experiment received a lot of scrutiny and several failed attempts to reproduce it. However, there is another version of it which is equally as moving. Emoto discovered that by putting words on the side of a jar of rice with water in it, and every day casting either love, hate, or unacknowledgement towards the jar, it would dramatically change the way that the rice fermented. This experiment is being performed around the world and is easily replicatable by anyone, even you. And I super encourage anyone who's interested to look up the experiment and give it a try. And for those who have trouble replicating the experiment, we might find more information with Dr. Radden's presentation, who says that there was a very clear difference in the results between practiced meditators and people whose minds tend to wander. Having a strong mental and emotional resonance will affect the outcome of the experiment significantly. If thoughts and feelings can do this to organic matter, just imagine what they can do to us. Well, looks like we're about done for the day. But before I go, I want to leave you with words to be with for anyone looking for direction in their lives right now. You can have, do, or be anything you want. Thanks for listening. See you next time. Today more than ever, the world seems to be in a very disharmonic state. Thanks to modern internet technology, we now have access to all of the world's information at our fingertips. And yet, the algorithms behind the mainstream tech we all use only shows us what we're accustomed to seeing, creating social divides the likes of which we've never seen before. If we took an outside perspective on our species, though, you might say that we've always been disharmonic. And that's kind of true. In fact, if our esoteric history is to be believed, we've been growing more and more disharmonic for about 13,000 years now. It's in our DNA, and it's something that we're passing through as a species together. There is good news, though. We're nearing the end of this paradigm, this karmic cycle of disconnection and suffering, and ideally, we will never be here again. At the moment, we're just not in tune with ourselves, and our collective consciousness is beginning to realize it. The reason for our disconnection from the soul is actually fairly simple. And no, it's not about politics, greed, capitalism, or any of that stuff. In fact, all of those are simply long-term manifestations of the real problem, which lies on a deeper, much more personal level. The true problem actually lies in our old way of thinking, creating tension on every level. Right now, as you're watching this video, all of us are going through something of a shift. We are changing into a completely new state of being with a new way of thinking and a different understanding of our multiphasic holographic reality. If you've been around this channel long enough, or have seen like any meditation or spiritual based movie of the last 10 years, you'll probably know that one of the most central and core themes of many New Age disciplines is the seven chakra system. Whether you've used them as meditation aids or seen them in gift shops, you're probably at least somewhat familiar with the idea. If not, keep watching, or, just watch Doctor Strange and see how it turned out for him. When getting started with the New Age concept of chakras, first we have to understand the basics of light and color. If you take white light and shine it through a prism, the light will break into a spectrum of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Ah, yeah, Roy Bit. You can do this at home with your own prism, or maybe you tried it in science class at school. We familiarly recognize this as the spectrum of the rainbow, or even more familiar, the basic palette in Photoshop. Scientifically, though, this whole prism effect and all of the colors it produces are generally called Newtonian colors, and for the most part are the foundation of the visible color spectrum. Now, of course, there are way more than just 7 colors, especially when you get into different wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum, and perhaps even different dimensions. But let's stick with these for now. The thing about color is that each one actually has its own vibration. Red has the longest wavelength and the slowest vibrational frequency, and today we generally recognize it as warm and stimulating. Violet has the shortest wavelength and the fastest frequency, and we recognize it as cool and calming. I don't think I have to describe what happens between these two colors. It's like a frequency change that gets shorter and faster as you move up the spectrum. This basic knowledge, believe it or not, is very important, but we're going to have to look at some other things first. So, what is a chakra? Well, it's usually believed that the word chakra comes from the Sanskrit word meaning wheel, which is partly true, but not the whole story, and we'll get to that later on. In our modern understanding, though, a chakra is a wheel like vortex spinning in a circular motion within the body. It forms a vacuum in the center that draws in energy on a vibrational level and can draw in anything from color vibration to thoughts and feelings of other people that we come into contact with. So, in essence, chakras are energy points or centers that run vertically from the top of your head down your spine, or, from the bottom all the way up. Think of them like pools of energy in our body. When left to their natural state, they will flow seamlessly. But life is messy, and stuff like emotions, abuse, and bad experiences get in the way. And much like moss or algae, it blocks the creek from flowing. Ah, you caught me. I'm quoting Airbender on that last bit. Now, despite how you look at it, there are 7, 8, or 13 primary chakras, as well as over hundreds of smaller, minor ones that are scattered throughout the body along certain channels known as axiotonal lines. We'll cover the 8 and 13 later on, though, so for right now, let's stick with the basic 7. As we understand it, your chakras are kind of like the etheric motor of the soul. Not only do your chakras draw in energy, each and every chakra radiates an energy or vibration and governs over a major organ or gland connected to other body parts that resonate at the same frequency. To have balanced and aligned chakras will make you happier, healthier, and more in tune with yourself. When one chakra center is out of sync, it may eventually affect the organs and glands that it's connected to and cause the chakras neighboring it to also go out of sync, causing a chain reaction and many bodily imbalances. A chakra can become out of balance when it is overactive, underactive, or possibly congested or blocked. This is almost always felt on a mental, emotional, or physical level. The benefits to energizing your chakras and learning about them are primarily for our harmony of mind, body, and spirit. Your mind alone cannot nurture your whole being, nor can a proper food diet solve all of your problems. It is through your chakras that you can learn to balance all aspects of yourself, bringing you into a healthier state of consciousness. As we mentioned earlier, each chakra is connected to an organ or gland, which governs over a section of the body. The order of the chakras is generally thought to go from the bottom up, starting with red and changing vibrations in each chakra until you get to violet. However, we've recently discovered that you can explore them the other way, starting with a higher awareness and bringing it down into your body. This is exactly the methodology behind the 7-day transformation, a one-of-a-kind course that has seen thousands of people change their lives and share their stories about it. And you can learn more about that by clicking the link in the description. It truly is profound. Now, when you break light apart, you get 7 colors. These are the same 7 colors that our physical body is tethered to. What would you see if you were to look at a human being through an etheric energy prism? Are we bodies of light? Think about it. Now, not only does each chakra connect to an organ or gland, but each chakra also has a very specific trait. The first chakra is survival and is connected to the adrenal gland. The next one, the sacral, is governed sex or interaction and is connected to the reproductive organs. The third is the solar plexus, power or ego, and connected to the pancreas, and is often cited as being similar to the Sea of Qi mentioned in Taoist alchemical texts like The Secret of the Golden Flower. The fourth is based in love and connects to the thymus and the heart. The fifth, the throat, is expression and connects to the thyroid. The sixth is called the third eye, which is psychic and intuitive and connects to the pituitary gland. And finally, we have the crown chakra, which is the spiritual chakra and connects to the pineal gland. Although this is debated, and some say that the pineal gland is also connected to the third eye and the pituitary gland with the crown. Now, survival, sex, power, love, expression, vision, and spirituality. These are the 7 traits through which we grow and are at the core of our being and relate to our existence on a fundamental level. Understanding this system and being present with it can help us find out where we're in or out of balance. Okay, so after all that, we know a fair bit about what chakras are now, yet we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of this topic. Let's talk about opening, activating, and charging your chakras. Do you know of a time when you were struggling with your ego, or didn't seem to have a heart, or couldn't express yourself in your usual way? If you or anyone you know has a problem or comes off too strong in any of these traits, the reason why could be because of an imbalance within the chakras. As we know, each chakra resonates to a color. Doing something as simple as wearing clothing that matches the color of a chakra can even cause it to resonate. I remember when I was first learning about this, all of my chakras were closed except for my throat, which was way too open. The reason for this was because my bedroom was painted blue as well as my bed sheets, and every night I would get a chakra boost in that one area. And the reason that something like the color of your room would have an effect on chakras is specifically because everything has a vibration, and our environment stimulate us to think, feel, and take action just as much as our own thoughts do. If you don't believe us, just check out our episode on the biology of belief. And if that's not good enough, just ask Google why they spent millions upon millions of dollars testing what colors would compel people to use their products and services more and spend more money at the same time. Now, sunlight is, of course, our main source and provider of light, heat, and energy. Sunlight itself consists of energies in the form of cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, visible light rays, infrared rays, microwaves, and even radio waves. I mean, let's be real. The sun is just basically constantly waving at us. Haha, ba-dum-tsh. So straight up, lying in the sun for half an hour can give you a powerful energy boost in addition to all of that delicious vitamin D. Our skin loves that stuff. In fact, the practice of sun gazing during sunset or sunrise, when it's actually safe to do, is an ancient practice that was said to bring numerous benefits and skyrocket your ascension process that is attested to by many ancient yogis. Generally speaking, even something as simple as eating food that matches the chakra colors is just as good as well. Seriously, it's believed that eating red tomatoes and apples are good for the root chakra. Eating greens are good for the heart. Could blueberries and eggplants open your mind? At least blueberries. You open up an eggplant and it's like, psych, solar plexus, fool. Does this make you want to eat healthier? However, you have to consider what's in the food too. Skittles may seem like it's good for your entire chakra body of consciousness, but they probably break every chakra considering what's in them. But on that note, if you want to learn more, check out our movie called Healing with Food. Finally, the best way to open your chakras, hands down, is meditation. There are tons of meditations and chakra cleansings out on the web. In fact, we've made one too, and we'll share it with you soon. Sometimes, though, it's as easy as just visualizing the chakra in the area that it's in and seeing it open or flood with energy. Buddhist tradition often talks about seeing the chakras as flowers with closed petals and meditating to see them opening and blooming into their full beauty. And finally, another way that you can work with your chakras is through Reiki. See, Reiki masters are people who are sensitive to and trained to work with energy. They learn to move energy throughout their body and connect it and flow it into yours. It's a very amazing process. You may have to ask, but Reiki masters can also typically communicate with your higher self for you and ask you what you need to progress on your path. Reiki itself is growing more and more popular in the last 15 years, so it shouldn't be very hard to find a number of places near you that offer it as a service. If you're serious about this and you don't know where to start, Reiki and meditation are excellent first steps. However, as with everything, be mindful that we don't want to become reliant on external support just to get by. Reiki can be very helpful, just like a plant medicine ceremony, but not so that you can just go and trash your body the next day saying, oh, no worries, I'm just going to get Reiki again to realign. If you are getting Reiki, do your best to stay aligned after the session, ideally supplementing your own health with proper food, meditation, and even exercise. Medical science has proven that toxins and impurities, including negative thoughts, chemicals in our food, and other pollutants can influence the body. If these are consistent, then chakra imbalances can manifest, which may eventually affect us on mental and physical levels. Traditional healthcare at this time is unable to naturally or totally alleviate symptoms, especially before they happen, and this means it's up to us to improve our health conditions on our own. We can't forget that we need to take care of our whole being, not just the parts that gain symptoms. And with that, I bid you adieu. But don't worry, because we'll be back again soon for even more chakra remakes in the spirit science journey. If you haven't guessed by now, understanding the chakras is akin to understanding the cosmic universal flow. It's a scaling and harmonizing of vibration between polarized frequencies. Just looking at the waveform alone, the vibration of red and the vibration of blue are undoubtedly completely different, and our chakras are the exact same way. There are two primary ways of communicating with beings of higher consciousness. One is through astral projection, where you leave your physical body and communicate to them in person. As much as I'd love to break into astral travel right now, we have to save that for later. The other method involves having a being come to Earth and communicate through a trained person, and this is called channeling. Channeling is a natural form of communication between humans and beings of higher consciousness, included but not limited to angelic beings, spirits of nature, non-physical entities, or even animals and pets. In a sense, it's basically when a human will turn him or herself into kind of like a phone for beings of higher consciousness and people to communicate. A channeler can choose who or what they want to channel. As long as the other party has an interest in communicating, the link is made and the channeling can begin. Now don't worry, there's no possession or anything harmful taking place here. The body is still under the complete control of the channeler, but the channeler and spirit are communicating through thought. Messages are communicated on levels of emotion and thought rather than spoken word. The channeler will then decipher what the spirit tells him into human language. Contrary to popular belief, entities do not generally use human languages because it is considered awkward and clumsy. The majority of this message is conveyed through an elegant series of sensory feelings. Let's talk about animal communication, because this is a form of channeling that you yourself can do. Channeling pets is one of the easiest forms of this art. Pets, of course, do not use human language, but they have a strong desire to communicate with humans. A small disclaimer, if you're planning on trying this, it's also helpful to charge your third eye chakra, as we talked about in lesson 2. It will assist with your mental connection to them. You'll want to practice on a family pet before taking a leap to anything else. A cat or dog who is familiar with you is the best choice to begin. Cats are a tad more difficult because they tend to pick and choose what they want to listen to. A family dog can be easier as they are pack animals and will be more apt to tune into the leader of the pack, which is you. So let's go over some of the basic steps to do this. Start by taking your dog into a quiet room. Sit on the floor next to him, or if he's allowed on the couch or bed, have him sit next to you. Pet him in his favorite spot until he's settled in. Then start talking quietly to him in a loving tone. Find one short sentence or word and use it over and over. You could say, hey there, sweetie, or okay, buddy. Let's just call this your key phrase. When you've gone over your key phrase 10 times or so, close your eyes and be silent. Stop petting him and begin to form a picture in your mind of what you want him to know. You may have to practice visualizations if you haven't ever done this before. After the picture is formed and clear, float the image out of your forehead where your third eye is located and into your dog's head directly between the eyes. Once you've done this, speak the key phrase again one more time and float the image again into his head. Keep doing this until he either leaves to get up or puts his head on your lap. If he leaves, follow him and do it again. If you begin to get a reaction from him, like putting his head in your lap or something else, congratulations, you've just communicated with your dog. Cats are a bit more stubborn, so it'll depend on the cat you're trying to communicate with. The image you're visualizing to him may have to be their favorite cat treat or something that they really like. If they're especially loving snuggle cats, then that's all the better. Use the same directions with the dog though, and who knows, you could be talking with them in no time. If you have smaller animals like avians and reptiles, you have to remember that the animal has a smaller brain. The reception of pictures is apt to be slower and take longer. Remember, practice and patience is crucial to learning to do this. You'll probably start with minimal results, but if you're persistent, you'll not only master the family pet chat, but other animals around you, like your friends' pets or pets in the car barking at you as you walk by and so on. One big question that everyone has around now, do they talk back? Yeah, they do. I communicate with my cat Toonie, and he always tells me what he wants, whether it's food, water, or to go outside. I've actually read that horses are really good at communication as well. In an article I'll be posting in the comments of this video, a woman said that one time she had a horse specifically ask for a green apple, not a red one. Had to be green. Of course, she immediately got one and gave it to her, and they started communicating more. I know what you're probably thinking. Well, don't I have to be psychic to do this? Well, yes, but everyone is psychic, but most people don't really realize it. There's a gland in the brain called the pineal gland, which scientists have actually labeled the psychic gland. Through charging your third eye chakra, you begin to activate the pineal gland, and your psychic connection can begin. Just remember to release the concept that you'll hear words and allow yourself to feel into your animal friend. So now we understand how to channel beings of lower consciousness, animals. For beings of higher consciousness, it's essentially the same thing, only reversed. In this scenario, we are like the animal, and we are communicating with beings who know and understand far more than we do. There's actually a being channeled named Cryon on the magnetic surface. He talks a lot about worldly events and what's going on a global scale. What's interesting is that Cryon has been invited to the United Nations 7 times over the last 13 years. If the UN listens to channeling, maybe it deserves a little more credibility than we realize. On my YouTube, I'm going to be posting small snippets from various channels, but most of them from Crimson Circle. Crimson Circle started out in 1999 when a being named Tobias started communicating with Jeffrey Hope. There's actually a really cool story here. I can't go over all of the details, but Tobias was actually written about in the Bible, in the book of Tobit. This particular book was removed by the church in 1546 during the Council of Trent. Tobias was written as one of the main characters in that book, and Jeffrey and him began communicating more. In 1999, Crimson Circle was formed, a group dedicated to communicating with Tobias and other spirits. Up until recently, it was mostly Tobias who was channeled by the Crimson Council. Tobias then said that he wanted to return to Earth and live another lifetime because he missed physical reality and said his goodbyes. Today, Adamus St. Germain is channeled instead, and he's very lively. A little insight on Adamus, he is what you would call an Ascended Master. An Ascended Master is someone who underwent a process of spiritual transformation and moved into higher states of being beyond physical life. This will make way more sense in future lessons. Okay, I want to wrap up by going over a short list of definitions. During the channelings, you may hear some words that you're not familiar with. Amyo is absolute and pure trust in the self, the realization of the I am. Makyo are kind of like lies that you tell yourself, that take you away from the I am, like I'm not good enough or I can't do it yet. Kind of like the opposite of Amyo. Ascension is the process of going from one lifetime to the next while staying in the same physical body. Kaldra, you may hear this one a lot actually. Kaldra is the nickname that Tobias gave to Jeffrey. So if you ever hear Jeffrey say during a channeling, Calder doesn't want me to say this, but I will anyways. That's Adonis speaking through Jeffrey about Jeffrey, whose nickname is Calder. Is that confusing? Shambra is the name that Adonis uses for the group of humans going through the awakening process. If you're watching the videos, you too are a Shambra. Shoud is a channeling, essentially. What you'll be watching are shouds, gatherings for communication with Adonis and other beings. Well, that about wraps this one up. Happy channeling. Know ye not that ye are gods. Better get some popcorn ready. This one's going to be pretty long. What we're going to be talking about today is something that will be very important in the next few lessons. The topic is male and female energy. From there, we'll be talking about left brain and right brain, then the new children, and bring it full circle. Ready? Deep breath. A few weeks ago, we touched upon chakras and how they're the source of what's affecting your internal systems. What we didn't talk about was the energy flowing within them. Now, there's lots of kinds of energy through and around all of us, and that'll be a future topic later on. Today, I want to talk about two specific energies that can be expressed through this image. The energy that flows here is male and female energy. Male energy is focused, and female energy is creative and random. Neither of them is greater nor weaker than the other, and both can be extremely powerful when fully manifested. Female energy is the land of unbridled possibilities, creative potential, and affecting the universe from within. Focused male energy takes direct roads from point A to point B. This energy can be as strong as a tank, accomplishing tasks and going where it needs to go with precision and without distraction. The important thing to know about this energy is in how they move. I'm going to use some super basic sacred geometry to demonstrate this. This is the Fibonacci spiral. We're going to be talking a lot more about it when we dive into the topic. For now, all you have to know is that it starts at 1 and flows outward forever in a very specific way and is present in all life everywhere. As male energy flows through the spiral, it goes from base point to point, from here to here, to here to here. It doesn't curve, it just goes straight where it needs to be. Female energy, however, would flow in the actual spiral. It would go around, going in and around outside all of the lines, but still getting to the same or similar results. This is the graphic representation of how it flows, but it also acts in the same way. From this understanding, you can see how we use these energies in our lives. It's the difference between driving straight to work and being on schedule all the time, and taking the scenic route because it's a more pleasant ride, even if it means being late. It's baking a cake strictly by what it says in the cookbook, and putting it together with what just feels right. It's getting that promotion for working the hardest, and getting that promotion for coming up with the best ideas. Here's a relatable example. It's the difference between Inception and Sucker Punch. Both about dreams, but one of them being the masculine story of professional men just doing their no-nonsense work, trying to get the job done, and the other being the feminine story that was creative and random and, according to many, didn't make much sense. Both male and female energy, like the chakras, have their own traits. Male energy is linear, analytical, strategic, and practical. However, when male energy is constricted, it is very blundering and confrontational, and what tends to occur is not seeing all sides of a situation, or not being open to any other possibility other than the one being pursued. You can see a lot of that in today's society. Most commonly, we call it being closed-minded. Female energy, on the other hand, moves in curves. It does not stay inside the lines. It is creativity and movement and expression and emotion. It can do anything and go anywhere, but it has trouble sticking to schedule. If constricted, it can get out of its flow, running rampant between emotions and mood swings and ideas. The creativity could get jumbled and come out as an out-of-control mess. We don't have this widespread issue in today's society, and it has a lot to do with our brain hemispheres. We're going to look at that in a moment. One big difference between the two is that male energy looks at parts and female energy looks at wholes. Before I go on, I want to make this clear. Male and female energy has very little to do with sexual orientation. Like, it's in the mix, but it's not a fundamental part of the energy itself. For example, if you look at the shape of male and female bodies, men have straighter bodies, women have curvier bodies. We'll probably come back to this in a lesson down the road. Okay, brain hemispheres. We have two of them, and if you remember what you learned in grade 10 biology, this will be familiar. The left brain is the male energy side of the brain. It is orderly, statistical, logical, and mathematical. It sees things in straight lines, rational and practical. The right brain is the female energy side of the brain. It is our creative side, a free spirit. It's passion and experience of taste and feeling, movement and art. As is the same with the energy, the left brain cannot make sense out of the right brain. You cannot put feelings and expressions within boxes. They must be felt to be truly experienced. The right brain, too, cannot make sense about how the left brain understands them. Okay, so as a species, we are primarily left-brained. Well, incredibly left-brained. This basically means that as a species, we essentially have a male energy imbalance. There's way too much of it. It is dominant and it's constricting on the female side of the brain. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's kind of a blessing in disguise, but we have to talk about some other things first. So, there's nothing wrong with our female energy. We're just not really using it to potential. Our male energy is really messed up, and that's why we're where we are right now. By where we are, I mean the economical, political, financial, religious, nuclear, dolphin, and bee killing global war crisis. After lesson one, I touched upon how right now the world is a mess in a myriad of areas. A few people commented saying, well, study the financial crisis, and study the nuclear crisis, and study the political crisis. They're all completely separate issues. And this is how the male energy looks at parts. We're realizing now that it's constricting on our point of view. As a whole, all of these issues together are further proof that we don't understand how to be harmonious because our male energy is out of sync with each other and the planet. So let's look at indigo children and super psychics. There's a new type of children being born on Earth. Since sometime in the 80s, new children started appearing with different or unusual traits. Their numbers began to increase, and today, nearly 100% of all children born in North America are indigo children. So, what are these traits? Let's go over a list developed by Jan Yordi, a play therapist who has been studying and working with indigo children for about 4 years now. As we go over the list, see if any of these sound like you. Maybe strong-willed, independent thinkers who prefer to do their own thing rather than comply with authority figures or parents. Have a wisdom and level of awareness and caring beyond their youthful experience. Traditional parenting and discipline strategies don't appear effective with these children. If you try and force an issue, a power struggle is the typical outcome. Energetically, indigos are vibrating at a much higher frequency, so they can get scrambled by negative energy easier. Emotionally, they can be very reactive and may have problems with anxieties, depression, or temper ages if not energetically balanced. Are creative right-brain thinkers, but may struggle to learn in a traditional left-brain school system. Often, indigos are diagnosed as having ADD and ADHD since they appear impulsive. This is because their brain can process information faster, and they require movement to help keep them focused. Indigos are very intuitive, often psychic, and may hear, see, or know things that seem unexplainable. Indigos may have more problems with food or environmental sensitivity since their system is more finely tuned. When their needs are not met, these children appear self-centered and demanding, although this is not their true nature. These children have incredible gifts and potential, and may be shut down when not properly nurtured and accepted. So what's causing this? Well, for one, there are 2 new DNA blocks being activated within these kids. They are microcephalin and ASPM. Both of these blocks are designed to regulate brain growth, giving the kids a broader spectrum of thinking and a newer way of learning. Because of this, the average IQ of an indigo child is about 140, which is 40 to 50 points higher than the average IQ. We're just learning now that our school system's methods of teaching are becoming outdated. It's because our kids are changing. We're going to look at the broader spectrum of why this is happening in a moment. For now, let's move on to the badassery that is the super psychics. These kids are hardcore. They can do anything, literally. Some can move solid objects through walls with their minds. Some are blind, yet they can see everything around them from a myriad of different screens within their head. And there are some who can look at a person and know absolutely everything about a person just from looking at them, including when they'll die. So why haven't we heard about this? Do you think this would be huge in the world? Well, for one, almost all super psychic children are in China, and almost all of the evidence is hardly ever rendered into English, although some of it does make it into the public in China. If you want to learn more about this, the book China's Super Psychics by Paul Dong and Thomas Raffel is a great starting place. Before we wrap up, we totally have to bring this video full circle. What on earth do the new children have to do with male and female energy? Isn't it obvious? Indigo children are directly connected to our species' male energy, and super psychics to our female. As we grow closer and closer to the peak of the ship, the planet itself is beginning to change. Essentially, this is happening to balance us out. On one half of the world, indigo children are being born. On the other half, super psychics. They are here to help the consciousness of the planet in an incredibly crucial time. There are way more indigo children on the planet than super psychics because it's our male energy that needs to understand. It's through the indigo children and their new way of thinking which is affecting the consciousness of the planet, putting us back onto the harmonious path. As we just learned, to understand things, it takes 2 to tango. You cannot only understand something by reading about it. You need both sides of the brain to click. In the modern world, things like astral projection and channeling aren't really considered science. One of them is exploring different realms outside of the body, and one is communicating with beings of higher consciousness. And yet, because we can only seem to measure it from experience, it doesn't qualify to be legitimate. Because of this left brain constriction, we have lost a major part of what life is about. See, what we have is called polarity consciousness. We see everything in 2 ways, good or bad, hot and cold, right and wrong, religion and science. To once again become harmonious with each other on the planet, we have to learn to understand again from the left brain. When this happens, we can move out of polarity consciousness into unity consciousness, and that's essentially where we're going. That about wraps it up. See you next time. In lesson 4, we talked about male and female understandings. When you watch spirit science, you have 2 choices in how you understand it. You can come from the left brain, take notes, and carefully see the logic in each step. Or you can come from the right brain. Just let go and don't think. Feel. Watch it like a movie, expanded, not contracted. Either way, it will work. My advice is to try and see both angles if possible. It is through balance that spiritual health returns. Whichever way you take it in, the fact that you are watching is what matters, and what you receive is what you were meant to receive. Today's lesson will be separated into 3 parts. First, we're going to talk about existence of extraterrestrial life. Then we're going to take a look at human life before recorded history, and finally end with why things are happening on Earth today. Part 1. The Dogon tribe, Sirius B, and dolphins. There is an African tribe near Timbuktu called the Dogons, who hold information that would be absolutely impossible to know according to today's standards. See, the Dogons have a cave on their land that stretches back into a mountain, and in this cave are drawings over 700 years old. Now, the brightest star in the sky to us is called Sirius, now called Sirius A. If you look at Orion's belt, following it downwards to your left, you can see it. The information in the Dogon cave specifically showed the star Sirius. They're very specific about the star, and they have a diagram of not just Sirius' rotational pattern, but a small star orbiting it. They say it's very, very old and very small, and made out of the heaviest matter in the universe. They also say that it takes close to 50 years for this small star to rotate Sirius. Astronomers were able to validate the existence of the secondary star, now called Sirius B, in 1862, and only about 30 years ago could they validate the rest of this information. The way that stars work, when they get really old, they have 2 options. They can go supernova, or it can blow up as a red giant, cause an explosion, and slowly collapse into a white dwarf. Sirius B is a white dwarf, which corresponds with what the Dogons say. White dwarfs are the smallest star type, estimated to weigh approximately 1.5 million tons per cubic inch. Black holes aside, that would surely seem to be the heaviest matter in the universe, or at least incredibly close. The Dogons were right on every aspect. Not only that, but when checking the rotational pattern of Sirius B around the larger star, Sirius A, they found it to be 50.1 years. Now, this could not be a coincidence at all. It's just too close, too factual. Yet, how did an ancient primitive tribe know such detailed information about a star that could really only be measured in the last 30 years? And that's not all they knew. They also knew about the other planets in their solar system, including Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. They knew exactly what these planets looked like when you approached them from space, let alone from Earth. They knew about red and white blood cells, and had all kinds of physiological information about the human body. All of this from a primitive tribe. Naturally, a team of scientists went to the Dogons and asked how they knew all this. This was probably a mistake to these researchers, because if they accepted that the Dogons really have this information, then by default they must accept how they got it. The Dogons told them that a drawing on the cave wall showed them. The drawings show a flying saucer in its familiar shape, coming out of the sky and landing on 3 legs. Then it shows the beings in the ship going into water and coming up to the edge of the water. These beings looked very much like dolphins. In fact, maybe they were dolphins, but we don't really know for certain. Then they started communicating with the Dogons. They described where they came from and gave the Dogon tribe the information. Here's another thing the Dogons knew. This little drawing was on the walls, but the scientists didn't know what the heck it was until computers calculated the orbits of Sirius A and B. As seen from Earth, this pattern shown in the cave is identical to the pattern of Sirius B moving around Sirius A in a time frame between the years 1912 and 1990. These 2 times are actually kind of important. 1912 was the first year when we began communication with the Greys, and in 1990, a specific electromagnetic grid around the planet was formed. But we'll have to look at that later once we go over some other stuff first. Another thing about this rotation, it's the exact same rotational movement of DNA. Part 2. How old is the Sphinx? This is probably one of the most important discoveries on the planet ever. The first one to really discover this was R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz. He is a famous Egyptian archaeologist who has written many books. He and his stepdaughter, Lucy Lamy, have demonstrated a profound understanding of sacred geometry and Egyptian culture. Now, on the Sphinx, there are wear and cut patterns that are totally different from the patterns on other buildings in Egypt. Toward the back of the Sphinx, there are cuts 12 feet deep into the surface. This pattern appears to be smoothed by water, as opposed to all the other buildings and structures built by Egyptians, which are only textured by sand and wind. The last time that there was water in the Egypt area was over 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. Scientists have determined that after the ice age, the Sphinx took a heavy beating, after which it was encased in sand for about 8,000 years. The face, however, was above the sand and continued to be weathered. The Egyptians didn't build the Sphinx, they merely restored it. Of course, Egyptologists have been slow to adapt to this new incredible discovery, but I think we know why. See, there are around 5,000 Egyptian archaeologists in the world, and they all pretty much agree with each other in most ways. They make little changes, but not too many, and most agree on the age of the pyramids. All of these archaeologists are Muslim, with a few exceptions, and their holy book is the Quran. Please understand that I'm not trying to discredit a major religion, but as is true for many followers of a single classical belief system, if they start coming up against new discoveries that completely have the potential to change their belief system, or on the surface suggest that there's more to the story than what they see in their holy book, it's usually easier to simply deny what they're seeing. Another thing that's actually incredibly interesting, the Sphinx has a body like this, and a head like this? That's rather unproportional, isn't it? Not only that, but the Sphinx is actually facing a very specific direction. It is an astronomical marker. The Sphinx is in the shape of a lion. If it were built when Egyptologists say it was, that would be only 2,500 years ago, while the constellation of Taurus was in the sky. The only logical time for the Sphinx to be built when it was when the constellation Leo was in the sky, during the 11th millennia BC, the time that matches exactly where our new findings say that it would have been built. In the past, when something new like this was discovered that has a major influence on the viewpoint of the world, it takes about 100 years for it to get to the average person to say, oh yes, that's true. But this time, it's happening a lot quicker because of the internet. Now scientific circles are actually beginning to look at the words of Plato in a new light when he talked about another culture, another continent, from a dim past called Atlantis. The Sphinx is the largest sculpture on the planet. We know it was not done by hairy barbarians, but by a very sophisticated culture. And it was not done by anybody we now know here on Earth. From a scientific point of view, this is the first solid evidence to be accepted about the true age of civilization. There have been lots of other evidence, but it has kept being put under the table. Now we have the accepted evidence that there absolutely had to be someone on Earth who was highly civilized as early as 10,000 years ago. This is just the beginning of how we are going to completely change our view of who we think we are. Part 3, Earth's relations to the cosmos. We are living in accelerated times. Remember in lesson 1 I said time is speeding up? Let's talk more about that. The following is a fact according to Encyclopedia Britannica. From the time of our oldest known civilization, the ancient Sumerians, around 3800 BC, continuing for almost 6,000 years up to about 1900, a certain number of information was collected. Let's say for simplicity's sake, that in that time we learned one bag of facts. 50 years later, from 1900 to 1950, our knowledge doubled. That means it took 6,000 years to get a bag of facts, and in 50 years, we got another one. Amazing! But then in the next 20 years, we doubled it again. And then in 10 years, we doubled that. And now we're getting bags of facts every month, maybe within days, I don't even know. The fact is, things are speeding up monumentally. We're living within a knowledge avalanche. Life on this planet is accelerating faster and faster, obviously culminating in something new and something different, perhaps just out of the reach of our normal imagination. What does this mean for the world? Why is it happening? Better yet, why is it happening now? Why didn't it happen 1,000 years ago? Or why didn't it wait to happen 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 years from now? It's really important to understand the answer to this question, because if you don't know why this is happening now, then you'll probably not understand what's happening to you in your life, or be prepared for the coming changes. Now, the Earth actually has a wobble. Well, it has many wobbles, but the one I'd like to talk about today is the one called the precession of the equinox. Essentially, what this is a rotation that the planet does, which completes a cycle once every 26,000 years. It looks like this and slowly turns on its axis and points to different locations. Science looks at this and says, well, so what? It's just a wobble. But by looking at what the ancient civilizations knew, you see a more complete image. The point actually points to and away from the center of the galaxy. The center of the galaxy is where most of the energy and the most consciousness is. It's not just light up there, you know. So, in this diagram is our rotation. Here's the tip pointing towards the center of the galaxy, and here's the farthest pointing away. The ancient Sanskrit writings that also talks about this precession call this going with the galactic wind. The Sanskrit writings say that there are two very important places on this wobble. One is at A, and one is at C. Not the very tips as you might think. There are also important places at D and B, but not as important as A and C. According to these ancient writings, as we hit position A, we begin waking up. And as we hit position C, we begin to fall asleep. We continue on the cycle, but every time we make a full rotation, we wake up more and more. It works the exact same way as day and night on Earth. You go through this cycle every day, waking and sleeping. But every day you become a little more conscious. You learn new things. You don't do the same things over and over. I want to talk about religion for a bit, because you can definitely see this wobble over recorded human history. See, when we were the ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, and Mayans and such, we were incredibly wise. We may not have known all of the advanced intricacies of the world that we do now, but we knew about the precession of the equinox, and we had an advanced geometric understanding of the universe that we're going to talk about soon. Then we got dumber and became all philosophical, not quite knowing anymore, but still able to understand many things. This is where things like the Fibonacci sequence and pi and the golden ratio were discovered. And then we got dumber still, and it was around this time that we had a real solid formation of most of today's religions. But you have to remember that these religions were based on earlier writings. They were written by people who understood far more than they did. They just couldn't make sense of it, and that's why many Bible stories just seem ridiculous. Ultimately, though, every religion did spawn from a more conscious understanding, so you can't discredit religions completely. You just have to trace them back a bit further. You'll also see, looking back, that we went from a more female-oriented understanding to an incredibly male way of looking at things, very strict and orderly. Not much room for creative thought. It has to be 100% logic-oriented. Back to precession. The Tibetans and Hindus also had these time periods called yugas, which were simply ages. Each yuga had a descending and ascending phase. Many of those who follow New Age beliefs will tell you that we're moving into the age of Aquarius, but not many people know what that means. Well, we're right here on the precession of the equinox, just about at point A. Remember, this is a really important time for us, not just humans, but all of Earth, and perhaps maybe our solar system. This is a chart showing the precession scale with our constellations. The astronomical sign that we see in the sky when we hit point A will be that of Aquarius. Are you ready for this? The big finisher? Can you guess when we're going to hit point A exactly? The Mayans figured it out. It all started December 21st, 2012. We're into the era of transformation now. Everything in the universe is geometric, whether it's people, trees, cats, planets, solar systems, stars, you name it. Anything in the universe can be measured on a geometric scale. Having said that, it's important to note that creation is also geometric. What we're going to be looking at today is the pattern of creation. Essentially, what this means is that everything in the universe comes out of this single pattern. I'm not making this up. This single image will change everything. When I mentioned in Lesson 5 that the ancient Egyptians and even more ancient civilizations knew about a deeper, basic understanding of the universe, this is the flower of life. And it is also the creation pattern of everything in existence. Even non-tangible things, emotions, thoughts, music in its entire spectrum, everything comes from this image. Okay, so there are 13 information systems that comes out of the flower of life. Today, I'm going to show you how physical reality can manifest itself, which is just one of the 13 systems. In future lessons, we will look at more. It's also important to note that at first it may not make sense. I ask that you do not choose immediately to shut this out, and just watch with an open mind, and try and see this in a new way. Also, I want to tell you that by learning about sacred geometry simply by observing, you are absorbing only a very minuscule amount of information. If you really want to learn more, you must begin to draw it yourself. I kid you not, when you do this, you begin to see things in a new way. You begin to understand why things are done in the way that they are done. Promise. The flower of life was known around the world in ancient times. It was found in Ireland, Turkey, Israel, Egypt, China, Greece, Germany, India, and Iceland. It's also been recorded to have been found in England, Tibet, Japan, Sweden, Lapland, the Yucatan, and I think 14 other places. This thing is everywhere. Not only that, but everywhere around the world it has the same name, the flower of life. Now, to understand the flower of life, first we have to talk about how it's formed. This could get incredibly complex, so I'll try and keep it simple. Imagine consciousness, or spirit, floating in a void, which means it's nothingness, and then spirit. No physical body or mind, just spirit, and that's it. Then blackness, essentially nothing, all around the spirit, for infinite. Spirit decides to do something, so it expands its consciousness all around itself as far as it can go without moving. It creates a sphere around itself. This is the first circle in the flower of life. Then, spirit has an awareness of what's around itself in 360 degrees. It moves to the very edge of the sphere anywhere and repeats what it did the first time. It creates this image, which also creates the Vesica Pisces. Within the Vesica Pisces is a vast and incredible amount of knowledge about width, proportion, depth. Also comes the square roots of 2, 3, and 5, which are all numbers that go on forever. But even more interestingly, comes geometric information about light. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, spirit has no choice but to do it again. Spirit is flawless, and therefore it will move flawlessly, creating the next circle either here or here, exactly one radius away from the other circle next to it. Every time spirit moves another sphere, more and more knowledge comes out of the image that is created. The first complete image to be formed is this. It has two names, the seed of life, or the Genesis pattern, and for good reason. Now, let's look at the book of Genesis for a second. Each of these movements, or creations of circles, can be seen as another day. On the first movement, the second sphere, it created knowledge about not only mathematical proportions, but light. The first sentence of Genesis says, the earth was without form and void, and that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. In the very next sentence, God says, let there be light. The key here is in the order. The movement happened first, then light happened immediately after. Well, but what about the waters? Well, you have to remember, the Bible has been changed over time a lot. The ancient Egyptians would say that the way our modern Bibles begin creation is impossible, especially if you think about it from a physics point of view. Imagine a dark, infinite space that goes on forever and ever in all directions. You're just floating there with nothing. You can't really fall, but where would you fall to? From a purely physics or mathematical point of view, motion itself, or kinetic energy, is absolutely impossible in a void. You can't even rotate, because motion cannot become real unless there is one other object in the space around you. So the ancient Egyptians would say that before God moved upon the face of the waters, it would first have to create something to move relative to. So, Genesis pattern, after 3 spheres, you get the Holy Trinity. Another interesting one, it says in many Bibles of the world, not just the Christian Bible, that on the 4th day of Genesis, exactly 1/2 of creation was completed. Starting from the first motion, exactly 1/2 of the circles were formed on the 4th day. 5th day of Genesis, 6th circle, more information, and then on the 6th day, a geometric miracle takes place. The last circle forms a complete six-petaled flower. This is what many earlier Bibles meant when they said, "In the beginning there were six." Our Bible even said creation was formed in 6 days, and this fits exactly. This is the pattern of Genesis, and so it's called the Genesis pattern. It's also the beginning of the creation of the universe that we live in. These original movements of spirit are really important, but now let's look at something even cooler. Another image that comes out of this pattern is this. It's called the Tree of Life. Many may recognize this as the Jewish or Hebrew Kabbalah, but the Kabbalah did not originate this image, and there is proof. The Tree of Life does not belong to any culture, not even the Egyptians, who carved the Tree of Life on 2 sets of 3 pillars at Karnak Temple, Luxor, over 5,000 years ago. It's outside any race or religion, as with all of these images. They are patterns that are intimately connected with nature. You'll also notice that every circle on the Tree of Life is either the length or width of the Vesica Pisces. The second image beyond Genesis in the Flower of Life is the Egg of Life. This is formed during the second vortex motion. Upon its completion, it creates an image like this, a 3-dimensional shape that you can hold in your hand. If you were to connect their centers, you would see a cube. So what? Who cares? Well, the ancient Egyptians did, because they were concerned with creation, life, and death. They called this cluster of spheres the Egg of Life. You probably won't believe me just yet, but this shape is the morphogenic structure that created your body. Your entire physical existence is dependent on the Egg of Life structure, and everything about you was created from that form. Everything from your eye color to how long your fingers are. This is a whole lesson on its own, so let's move on for now. All around the world, the flower of life was always made the exact same way. See, this pattern can clearly go on forever. However, they always stopped after 19 circles. Why? Well, because they didn't want you to see what I'm about to show you. Back then, this image and knowledge was so sacred that they couldn't allow it to become common knowledge. It was appropriate at that time. However, now we either use the information or fall further into darkness. In biology, all cells have a zona pellucida around the edge. These circles around the flower of life are the zona pellucida of the flower of life. You must remove these, then complete the spheres that were cut off by the zona pellucida. With one more step, you will have the secret. Finish the drawing, add the final missing circles, giving you this. This image is the fruit of life. This pattern of 13 circles is one of the holiest, most sacred forms in existence. It's called the fruit because it is the result, the fruit, from which the fabric of the details of the reality were created. Remember when we talked about male and female energy, lesson 4? As you can see, this image is female. It has no straight lines. However, when you combine male lines with these female circles, something amazing happens. What you do is draw a straight line from the very center of every single circle to every other circle in this image. When you do this, you get an image which is known throughout the universe, everywhere, as Metatron's cube. It is one of the most important informational systems in the universe, one of the basic creation patterns in existence. So what is Metatron's cube? Well, anyone who has studied sacred geometry, or even regular geometry for that matter, knows that there are 5 unique shapes in the universe, and that they are crucial to understanding both regular and sacred geometry. They are called the Platonic solids. A Platonic solid has certain characteristics by definition. First of all of its faces are the same size. For example, a cube, the most well-known Platonic solid, has a square on every face, so all of its faces are the same size. Secondly, the edges of the Platonic solids are all the same length. All edges of the cube are the same length. Third, it only has one size of interior angles between the faces. In the case of the cube, this angle is 90 degrees. And fourth, when put inside of a sphere, all of the points will touch the edge of the sphere perfectly. With that definition, there are only 4 shapes besides the cube that fit that description. So what are they? Well, we have the dodecahedron, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the isosahedron, and the hexahedron. All of these shapes are found within Metatron's cube. This knowledge is also where original alchemy came from. The ancient alchemists and great souls like Pythagoras, father of Greece, considered each shape to have an elemental aspect to them. The tetrahedron was considered fire, the cube was earth, the octahedron was air, the isosahedron was water, and the dodecahedron was ether. Ether, also known as prana, and tachyon energy are all the same thing. They extend anywhere and are accessible at any point in space, time, and dimension. This is the great secret of zero-point technology. The sphere is voidness. These 6 elements are the building blocks of the universe, and they create the qualities of the universe. To summarize, this is the first informational system that comes out of the fruit of life through Metatron's cube. In alchemy, they rarely discussed ether. I've read that in the Pythagorean school, if you even uttered the word dodecahedron outside of the school, they would kill you on the spot. That's how sacred this shape was. 200 years later, when Plato was alive, he would discuss it, but only very carefully. This is because the dodecahedron is near the outer edge in your energy field and is the highest form of consciousness. There's quite a bit more here, but I don't think I can go much further on it right now. Anyways, recognize this? The periodic table of elements? Every single element on this table has a geometric relation to one of these 5 shapes. Modern scholars ridiculed this idea until the 1980s, when Professor Robert Moon at the University of Chicago demonstrated that the entire periodic table of elements, literally everything in the physical world, is based on these same 5 forms. In fact, throughout modern physics, chemistry, and biology, The sacred geometric patterns of creation are being rediscovered. Another example is the egg of life that I showed you earlier. Hopefully, that will help you to understand just how incredible and important of a discovery this truly is. Everything that modern science knows about the elements and reality are tied together through the platonic solids, which come out of Metatron's cube, which is formed out of the fruit of life, which comes from the flower of life, which is made by spirit. Damn. Whether you're convinced yet or not, this is the missing piece of the puzzle. It all comes down to spirit. Don't forget, this is just one of 13 informational systems that created the universe. At the end of lesson 6, I showed you some really cool geometrically perfect crop circles in the flower of life form. Most people didn't like that, or care. So instead, I offer you this. This intense drawing was done by Leonardo da Vinci, proving that he actually studied the flower of life form. In fact, over 200 drawings of his were found, all studying different angles and proportions, complete with descriptions of each one. The editor of the book who published these lost drawings didn't really know what they were, so he just said this is how he came up with his gear inventions. Leonardo was able to invent such intricate inventions and designs because he studied divine proportion. Also, Leonardo was a master mason, and it's clear that he most likely got his original knowledge from them. Is the flower of life, among other things, the secret information that the Masons have been keeping secret for the last 1,000 years? Today, I was going to look at spirals and sequences found all throughout the universe, which is pretty important, but at the last minute I decided to change it because I want to show you something else. Now, in the comments or end credits, depending on where you're watching this, I posted links to a TED Talks video by Garrett Lacey, a particle physicist who tells us of an amazing discovery in the scientific field. I want to show you and talk about his findings, and then we'll look at dimensions after that. Okay, so Garrett has discovered that by examining coral, they found that each coral head has thousands of different polyps. These polyps are constantly budding and branching into genetically identical neighbors. Through performing heat experiments on these polyps, they were able to find that every single polyp is part of a whole, a single unit of being, but each one is experiencing its own reality individually. From their findings with the coral, they were able to look at quantum mechanics. See, the mathematics of quantum mechanics shows us exactly how our universe works, and we see that everything in the reality is just continually branching into new possibilities, just like the coral. As humans, we are individually experiencing only one of these possibilities, much like the individual polyps. What physics is telling us is that everything comes down to geometry and the interactions between elementary particles. Things can happen only when things are perfectly balanced. So Garrett starts showing us some subatomic particles and the things that make up electrons and protons and neutrons. We always consider these to be the smallest particle, but we never think about what's creating them. Garrett demonstrates to us how the particles that create point particles really work. He shows that when you plot them out in how they move, this is what they look like. At the tiniest scales of the universe and how it works is very beautiful. Now, look at this. This is one of the ways that these charges branch off from each other. As you can see, it flows in a hexagonal pattern, the same pattern that we found in the expanded flower of life. Then, if you rotate this pattern in 6-dimensional charge space, you see it forms yet another pattern. Many of you will recognize this as the shape of the Star of David, but its true name is the star tetrahedron, which maps perfectly over the fruit of life. This entire pattern created by the particles is mapped across over precise places on a 200-dimensional spherical shape scientists have called E8, of which also has a geometric shape. By rotating that shape as well, you can see how there are nearly infinite possibilities as to how these elementary particles interact with each other. The details of the reality begin to take form. Now, as this shape is rotating in 8 dimensions, you can see a myriad of different patterns here. Look at this one in particular. This looks a lot like Metatron's cube, doesn't it? At the heart of particle physics is pure, beautiful geometry. By now, you probably can begin to see where sacred geometry falls into this. Where do these shapes originate? Do they just come into being at random? Or does the first shape come from somewhere else? In lesson 6, we talked about the flower of life, the original, perfect geometric symmetry that created the universe. This shape, as we learned, is not only the root of all mathematical proportion, light, the platonic solids, but is also the source of every musical system in the universe, including systems both used and unknown to modern man. It is also the source of energy patterns and, well, everything. It all comes from the flower of life. I believe this is what is at the heart of what's forming every subatomic particle formation, and it probably goes at least a few levels deeper than what Garrett is showing us. Now we can start talking about dimensions. These wheels are some of the oldest symbols known. The only places that they've been found is on the ceilings of certain very old Egyptian tombs. They are always found in sets of 4 or 8, and nobody knows what they are. Even the most famous Egyptologists have no idea, but this is actually proof that the Egyptians not only understood the flower of life, but they lived it. Today, I'm going to show you what these wheels meant, and in future lessons, we will go over the details of this unraveling. There's a lot to cover before we get there, though. For the record, the unraveling looks like this. Yeah, it's a doozy. So on the walls with these wheels are drawings of 7 people with animal heads. They're called meters, and each of them has an orangish red oval above its head. This is called the egg of metamorphosis. The Neaters are showing us a time when we go through a certain stage of resurrection, which is a rapid biological change into a different life form. Not the average type of resurrection, I know. As you can see here, they're changing directions 90 degrees, and in doing so, they're changing dimensions. See, the dimensional levels are separated by 90 degrees. Musical notes are separated by 90 degrees. The chakras are also 90 degrees. It's a number that continually appears. Probably at this point, we should get a common understanding of what dimensions are, like third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension. What are we talking about here? Most people think of dimension in terms of time and space, the x, y, and z axis, with time becoming the fourth. It has 8 white keys from C to C, which is the familiar octave, and in between there are 5 black keys. Together, this creates what is called the chromatic scale, which is 13 notes, well, actually 12, with the 13th being the first in the next octave. So from one C to the next is really 13 steps, not 8. This also correlates with the 7, 8, and 13 chakra system I mentioned in lesson 2. Keeping that in mind, I want to show you a sine wave. Sine waves correspond with light and the electromagnetic spectrum and the vibration of sound. We're all very familiar with this. In this entire reality we're in, every single thing is based on sine waves. There are no exceptions to this except for maybe spirit and void. Quantum physics and quantum mechanics looks at everything in the reality of one of 2 ways. You can look at anything, like the computer you're watching this video on, to be made up of tiny particles like atoms. Or you can forget about that idea completely and look at it as a vibration, a waveform, such as electromagnetic fields or even sound. If you look at it as atoms, the laws can be seen to fit that model. But if you look at it as waveforms, the laws can be seen to fit that model. Both of these systems come out of the flower of life, one being the one we just looked at, fruit of life to Metatron's cube and beyond, and the other being this beautiful mess of a picture. Just looking at it hurts my head. Everything in this world is a waveform, or can be seen as sound. All things, your bodies, planets, absolutely everything, are a waveform. If you choose this particular way of looking at reality, and then superimpose that view over the reality of the harmonics of music, we can begin to talk about dimensions. The dimensional levels are nothing but different base rate wavelengths. The only difference between this dimension and any other is the length of its basic waveform. It's just like a radio set. Turn the dial, you pick up a wavelength. It's the same with dimensions. If you were to change the wavelength of your consciousness, and in doing so change all of your body patterns to a wavelength different from this universe, you would literally disappear out of this world and reappear in the one you were tuned in. It's been theorized that the base rate wavelength that we're currently living in is 7.23 centimeters. There's a few reasons for this. In a spiritual sense, the 7.23 wavelength is Om, the Hindu sound of the universe. Maybe that's why Oming is such a powerful tool in meditation. Not only that, but if you were to take 100 people and measure the distance between their eyes, the average length is 7.23. Same with the distance from the tip of our chins to the tip of our noses, and the distance across our palms and between our chakras. This 7.23 length is located throughout our bodies in various ways because we are immersed within this particular dimension. There's another reason as well. Bell Laboratories found this wavelength when they were setting up the microwave system around the United States. They found static in their system because they chose a wavelength just slightly longer than 7.23 for their system. In order to get rid of this static, they did something that we as a planet are still suffering from. They upped the power 50,000 times over what we would normally need, which created a very powerful field, so that the 7.23 wavelength would not interfere. It's for those reasons that I believe 7.23 is the wavelength of our dimension. As you go up in dimensional levels, the wavelength gets shorter and shorter, with higher and higher energy. As you go down in levels, the wavelength gets longer and longer, with lower and lower energy, more and more dense. Just as with the piano, there's a space between the notes, so that when you hit one note, there's a very definite place where the next note is. In this waveform universe we exist in, there's a very definite place where the next dimensional level exists. It's specific wavelength relative to this one. Most cultures in the cosmos have a basic understanding of this and understand how to change between dimensions. However, because of certain events that happened on Earth 13,000 years ago, we have all forgotten, but we're about to remember. So if we show each note in the chromatic scale as a circle, we have 13 circles. Each circle represents a white or black key, and the shaded circle at the end would be the 13th note that begins the next octave. This circle here represents the third dimension. This is where we are, and this circle next to it would be the fourth. In lesson 3, we talked about channeling, and this is typically where channeled beings are. This is also where you explore when you are astral projecting or lucid dreaming. You'll notice now that the musical system goes upwards and downwards forever, octaves over octaves over octaves. Theoretically, this is how the universe goes too, an infinite spectrum of universes in both directions going upwards and downwards forever. I mean, come on, we thought our universe was big, but everything in our universe, as far as we can see, well, that's just this one dimension. You may have heard people talk about 144 dimensions and how 144 relates to other spiritual subjects. This is because there are 12 notes in an octave and 12 overtones between each note. 12 times 12 equals 144 dimensional levels. To be specific, there are 12 major dimensions and 132 minor dimensions within each octave, though in truth this progression probably goes on forever. The diagram we've been looking at represents one octave. The 13th note repeats, and then there's another octave after that. Looks like I'm about done for the day. I want to show you this. I was watching Ancient Aliens not long ago, and And one of the natives who has communication with beings in higher dimensions told the man who was interviewing him
that they have always been here, even right here where we're sitting right now. But you just don't see them. They're in a different frequency.
and no one really got what he meant. So that's kind of a fresh perspective on that. I think, therefore I am not. Only when the mind is silent, I am. After Dimensions, things got a little hectic. There were literally 5 different topics that opened up for me to talk about, and I didn't know which one to cover. Fortunately, I had this one saved on the back burner, so while I figure out which order to do these next ones in, we can talk about meditation. There's quite a bit going on with meditation than most people realize. The average person will tell you that meditation is simply a tool to calm you down, when in fact, that's probably the least important thing it's good for. We're going to talk a lot more about that soon, but first, I want to tell you a story about Robert Monroe. Now, if you were to read his biography on Wikipedia, you'll learn that Robert Monroe was a radio broadcasting executive that was researching the effects of sound patterns on the brain and sleep learning. Then he started exploring out-of-body states of consciousness and formed his own company, the Monroe Institute. And that's about all you'll learn. Unfortunately, that's not really what he did. He learned so much more than anyone today will accept. In fact, he found out more about the nature of the universe than any modern scientist could tell you. The stuff that he has written about seeing and doing out of body is incredible. He's completely mapped out a whole nother world. You might think of him as the Marco Polo of the next world. We've explored the lands and the oceans, and now we're exploring the heavens, or the dimensions of consciousness. In his book Ultimate Journey, Robert Monroe goes to great lengths to map out the human mind, as observed from a more conscious understanding. This is what he says. As human minds, we are what we think. We are also what others think. Most of this has little to do with our physical bodies when we go below the surface. To deal with this more closely, let us create a model of the human mind as it is and operates in practice. A pragmatic model, if you like. Imagine it structured in layers, like an onion, and let us work from the in to out. At the very core is the core self. This is the original human mind, the sum of our experiences without limitation. The inner core is composed of what we have lived and consciously thought to date, the emotions and dreams we've experienced, whether we remember them or not, the pains and the pleasures, the daydreams, wishes, and hopes. This is our essence, our spirit. It is who we really are. Above that is the animal sub-self. This is the layer that is most difficult to control. This is where the filtering, discoloration, and contamination takes place. The problem is that we think we need to rely on it or else we can't remain physically human. Physiologically, it is the cluster consisting of the mammalian brain and the limbic system. Above that is the conscious mind. This layer can be identified as what you think you are. However, it is entirely different from knowing what you are. The reason for this is that only a part of the inner core is available to the conscious you. Hence, there is much distortion, as expression has to pass through the animal sub-self. The conscious mind may be wholly accurate, but some areas may give an opposite interpretation from that of your core self. Though much of this layer is deliberately hidden from others, a considerable part is expressed in your outer self. Because it is so strong, we have no choice in this. This layer is also complicated by belief systems. For many of us, the complexity becomes a maze. It is no surprise that most of us don't find a clear way out. The next outward layer is the human mind external. This is what we think others think of us. This is a grand mixture because part of it is intuitive, nonverbal communication, which gets confused with what our sensory and analytical perception tells us. This layer is constantly changing with new experience and new perception. It is also controlled heavily by cultural context. We develop these artificial and synthetic drives and motivations, which most often leads to mental and physical dysfunction. Instead of being yourself, you begin to lead a totally reactive existence, which is what many people do. If you allow this lifestyle to take over, it can be a living hell. Moving outward, the next level is the human mind role. This is like the skin, what you want others to think of you. This is fairly simple. It is the presentation of the self. Mostly, it is set by the acceptability and needs of the world around you, superimposed hopefully with waves and pulsing, thrusting from your inner core. The presentation of self is careful and usually covered with a sheen of deception. In hard cases, no signs of the inner layers ever even appear, even under great stress. And finally, the outermost layer, much larger than you'd expect, is composed of others' thoughts of you. Consider yourself as existing wherever and whenever another person or being thinks of you, even only occasionally, living almost through memories, but by creating those memories, they are connecting with you, and they do exist all around you. It is because of this that most often others' perceptions of you have very little awareness of what's in your inner core self. The disguise and filtration are in the way. Many people have a hard time connecting with their core self, their spirit. Most don't even know that it exists, though that is changing. So, moving on, let's answer the biggest question here. What is the point of meditation? Well, everyone has a different answer to this question. Early research showed that meditation was good for lowering blood pressure, lifting depression, reducing cholesterol, and making physical changes to the brain. These are all incredibly Western views about meditation. There are lots of different types of meditation, but in the traditional Buddhist sense, all of these different forms of meditation all have the same common end result, which was spiritual enlightenment. And through that comes the elimination of suffering. This elimination comes with the understanding of the unity consciousness, which we talked about in lesson 4, realizing the oneness of all things. See, the traditional intent of meditation is not to eliminate suffering by lowering blood cholesterol or stress, but to eliminate suffering by shifting perspective. Meditation teaches you to turn your attention away from the mundane physical and personal experiences of the world, where problems seem significant, and turn to experience life through a broader, more interconnected perspective, being one with everything. The process transcends and changes our sense of self, so that our problems seem less meaningful and less troubling. The point is not to reduce the physical cause of discomfort through improved health, but to change the importance we place on that discomfort. Maybe it's time to revisit that quote from the beginning. I think, therefore I am not. Only when the mind is silent, I am. When the mind is silent, you can connect fully with the core self, the spirit, going beyond the conscious mind and the animal sub-self, and being in the I am. We haven't really talked about things for you to do since lesson 3, where we went over the steps to animal communication. So now I'm going to teach you a very basic meditation that you yourself can do. Start by wearing some comfortable clothing and either sit or lie down and become relaxed. First, focus on each part of your body individually. First your feet, then your legs, then your thighs, hands, for about 10 to 20 seconds each, and just focus on them becoming relaxed. Once you've done that all the way to the top of your head, begin to count silently in your head from 100 down to 0. Take your time, it's not a race. If any stray thoughts come into your head, simply ignore them and keep counting. Try not to get distracted. Once you've reached 0, you start to count from 30, and count from 30 down to 0 again. After you've done this a second time, sit in the aura of silence that you've just created for yourself. By this time, your mind should be at peace, and you might even have an experience. Don't expect anything though. Just allow whatever happens to happen. Be in the I am. You'll know when you're ready to finish the session. If you're going to take this seriously, I recommend that you practice on a daily basis. 10 minutes a night even, it's all you need, unless you want to do it more. However, the amount and duration is totally up to you. If meditation isn't what you're looking for, don't feel obliged to start. Finally, let's talk about binaural beats. Binaural beats were first developed by Robert Monroe at the Monroe Institute in experiments to induce different states of consciousness and out-of-body experiences. They are essentially audio tracks that place a single tone in each ear, slightly different from the other, which actually creates a third tone in your head. One ear goes, "Ooh," and the other tone goes, "Ooh," and in your head, you hear, "Ooh." It's pretty cool. I know what you're thinking. Does it work? Absolutely. Does it work if you don't know how to meditate? Not so much. If a regular Joe decided to try it out while listening to these tones without any meditational background, it probably wouldn't work so well. You have to be good at getting into a deep meditational state before you start using these tones. If you're serious about trying these and experiencing these effects, it's almost crucial that you learn to meditate on your own first. Get really good at it. A final word of advice. If you are really serious about getting into meditation, join a class. When it comes to meditation, personal guidance from a trained and experienced instructor is paramount. It will accelerate your progress tenfold and you will shoot up to a very high level in no time. And that's all I have for today. Happy meditating. You are not a human being with a soul. You are a soul that temporarily inhabits a physical body. Astral projection is probably one of the coolest things you will ever experience. Imagine this scenario. You're lying in your bed, eyes shut, completely relaxed and totally awake. After a few minutes, you feel your body becoming heavy and numb, and then you start rising up, floating a few feet above your bed. You look down and find that your physical body is sleeping peacefully on the bed. You notice that there's a glowing, pulsating bluish-white cord connected to your physical body. You are calm, relaxed, and awake. This is not a new experience for you, and you feel a blissful sensation of peace because you are now unchained from your physical shell. You are experiencing a joyous feeling of exhilaration and freedom from bounds. You look around the room and see that everything seems to sparkle. Everything seems to have life, more vibrant. You fly through the ceiling and into the sky and look down at your house, becoming smaller and smaller. And soon you can see the curvature of the earth. You think of a friend of yours who lives across the world in Sweden. By thinking about him, you consciously go to him and you zoom across the world, and soon you're coming down into a house. You see your friend eating cookies at his computer. He's wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt. Soon you realize it's time for you to go back, and you think about your sleeping body. You find yourself back over your house, slowly moving down into your bedroom, and then back into your sleeping body. You wake up and go to your computer. Your friend is on Skype and you tell him what you just saw in your dream. Your friend gapes in amazement. That's absolutely right, he says. My friends, welcome to the world of astral projection. Astral projection is a phenomenon that is becoming rapidly more popular in the last 20 years, and even more so in the last 5. It is a process by which the human consciousness temporarily leaves the physical body and functions independently, while the physical body remains still and passive throughout. This results in observing the world from a point of view other than that of the physical body, and by means other than those of the physical senses. While astral projecting, however, you retain a very high level of waking consciousness during the experience, and can remember the event in every detail upon returning to the physical body. For many people, this happens randomly while asleep, becoming conscious in the middle of a dream. If you haven't, odds are somebody you know has. This is a very common experience, which is also known as lucid dreaming or out of body experience, OBE for short. This may sound crazy, but it really isn't. It's just relatively outside of the average human consciousness. In fact, we all experience this out of body state every night when we sleep. Most of these projections are unconscious because we are not trained to remember them. We'll be talking more about that in a bit. Astral travel was also known about in ancient times. The Egyptians called this the light body, Ka. They left inscriptions and drawings on rock walls depicting the soul leaving the human body. The Tibetans called it a double body, which housed the soul. Many Greek philosophers like Plato, Herodotus, and Hermotimus all talked about this as well. It's even written about in the Bible, for example, in the Apocalypse of John, and as well as the epistles of Paul and Tarsus. Reports confirm that at least 1 in 10 people have experienced a conscious OBE, either spontaneous or controlled. Spontaneous OBEs can occur at any time, while sleeping, during sickness, under medication, during an accident, or even while meditating. Controlled is like it sounds, willingly leaving the body. Before we continue, let's talk a little more about dimensions that we established an understanding of in Lesson 7. The dimension I'd like to talk about in specific is the 4th dimension, which is also generally referred to as the astral realm. Those who have visited the astral typically find themselves in an environment where all senses seem greatly magnified. These senses are not our normal physical senses, but inner astral senses. Thoughts can actually be seen to take shape instantly, and anything desired can be manifested by means of the powers of the imagination in the very process of creation. It is the ultimate place for true creation to take place, because you are only limited by yourself in what you can create. The astral plane vibrates at a much higher frequency than the physical plane. There is no gravity, or at least if there is, you're not bound by it. You're existing in these higher dimensions all at once, though less in the higher ones than here. In Lesson 1, we talked about the thought realm. At that time, I couldn't really say 4th dimension. It would have made no sense. But ultimately, that's where your thoughts are manifested. Even right now, as you're watching this, you're manifesting thoughts or ideas into this realm. From my understanding, emotions manifest on the 5th dimension, or it could be the 6th, as they are much more powerful. When you visit the astral realm, you'll learn that it's basically divided into 3 sections. This spans across different dimensional overtones that we covered previously. They're usually just called lower, middle, or higher astral planes. The difference is their vibratory frequency. The lower astral plane is vibrating at a very low frequency. It's relatively dark and more primal. Some have described it as the places of Dante's Inferno, and others think of it as purgatory. Many lost souls reside here, but it's usually also where people go when they're dreaming, as well as where you're exploring when you are astral projecting, unless you know how to raise your own frequencies into higher realms. It takes a long time to get there, though. The middle realm is a plane full of double rainbows of vivid colors and exquisite beauty. It would be impossible to try and rationalize this place. Everything, including inanimate objects, have auras of energy emanating from them. Time is a great illusion to us, and in these realms, time will seem distorted. Many people have said that they are able to perceive past and future events. The higher astral planes are called the heavens by the Christians, and the Summerland by the spiritualists. This place is beyond comprehension for most people, but it is a very pure, angelic realm. In fact, this is where the angels reside. Oh yes, angels are real. Remember when I said you were existing on higher dimensions as well? Well, angels would be a part of your higher self. To this day, all over the world, people report of being visited by angels. This is where they're from. As the dimensional levels go higher and higher, less and less has been documented. For few people have actually been there to write about them, and even those who have a hard time putting such experiences into human words. So, let's talk about some benefits of astral travel. First-hand experience gives us the unique opportunity to experience and explore beyond the limits of our physical senses. It gives us the ability to obtain first-hand knowledge of our existence. Recalling past lives. We learn more about ourselves by understanding our past lives. Most people on Earth have been reincarnating over and over for the past 13,000 years since the to-be-discussed fall I mentioned in Lesson 7. As we project more and more, we begin to have healthy recollections of past lives. Identify reasons for existence. You may even recall the purpose that you came to this lifetime on Earth for. This information can help us get to know ourselves better, overcome traumas, self-cure certain illnesses, and expand our sense of fraternity and universalism. Remember, you don't have a purpose except the one you give yourself. Do you remember what that purpose was? Flight. Probably the best part about astral projection. I've only had 4 or 5 out of body experiences personally, but in all of them, I just ended up flying around. One time, I even flew through space. In the astral, even the sky isn't the limit. You can glide through the air like a balloon, or Superman around the world at breakneck speeds. I can't stress enough how fun this is. If you're going to astral project, you'll probably just want to fly all the time. Meeting guides. You can meet up with your non physical guides. They have had many names throughout history: your higher self, your guides, your mentors, guardian angels, or simply your helpers. One time I was in meditation and I asked my guides to help me with astral projection, and they told me that they were helping, but I would still have to leave my body consciously on my own. Damn spirit guides. I wanted them to just pull me out. Other benefits also include overall well being, a reduction in hostility, increased psychic abilities, accelerated personal development, inner calmness, an increased quest for answers, an increased respect and zest for life, meeting deceased loved ones, increased intelligence and memory recall, increased knowledge and wisdom, witnessing other realities, increased self responsibility, increased spirituality, healing, and the biggest one of all, an understanding of life after death. Through astral projection, individuals are provided with irrefutable personal evidence that we are immortal. The physical body can die, but the consciousness lives forever. It reassures us that there is a life after death. People who have even one OBE are generally transformed, having a much greater faith in existence beyond the physical. Fear of death is just fear of the unknown. Once you separate from your body, you absolutely know that you continue after death. Dying may not be a scary experience, but rather a wondrous spiritual adventure into the next realm of being. Death is something to be embraced with excitement and anticipation when the time arrives. That's key, by the way. When the time arrives. I'm not advocating you kill yourself, especially at this point in human history. You're going to want to be around for what's happening. On that topic, it's time to talk about heaven and hell. When you astral project, one of the first things you realize is that you are in control of your reality, more instantly than on the physical. If you want to fly, you fly. If you want some kind of flying car, you can materialize it right in front of you. Though I'm not sure why you need it. The concept of heaven and hell came from this understanding. When you die, you return to the fourth dimension. If you're a good person, you will create a good reality. Good people create good afterlife in higher dimensions. Then they will hang around in that realm for however long they want, and eventually, if they choose to, return to Earth and start a new lifetime. If you are a bad person, full of hatred or fear or anger, you will also return to this fourth dimension, but you will create a reality full of hatred and fear and anger. Ultimately, heaven and hell are the same place, and it's what you create it to be. For the record, this is how it works in the physical realm as well. We talked about this in lesson 1. You create your own reality. It's just in this dimension, the process is very slow because everything is more dense. You're bound by your physical body. The silver cord that I mentioned earlier, by the way, is the cord that tethers your physical body to your spirit. It connects when your soul connects to the physical body, and when you are astral projecting, it tethers your spirit to your body, and you can see it, but you can't break it. The cord only breaks when you die. Everyone who has ever consciously astral projected will see this cord. It can stretch to infinity and will make sure that no matter how far you go, you can always return to your body. Dreaming. What are dreams? Well, when you're asleep, you are out of body. Your physical body needs rest, but your consciousness, your spirit, does not. So your consciousness returns to higher levels of being for the night. You do this every night. Remember, in higher dimensions, you can create any experience for yourself instantly. Dreams are simply you just creating experiences for yourself out of memories or thoughts or emotions that you have. Usually, while you're dreaming, you're functioning at a very low level of consciousness. You're not trained to remember and consciously experience these realities you're creating. So dreams seem kind of hazy. So when you have a dream and you're pondering the meaning, just ask yourself, why did I give myself that experience? Some have said in these higher realms they can perceive the past and future. Perhaps this is why sometimes we have dreams of things that happen a week later. Scientist Stephen LaBerge has actually proven that the phenomenon known as lucid dreaming is real. Lucid dreaming and astral projection are actually the exact same thing. Many mainstream scientists will say that astral projection is unproven. However, now we've proven lucid dreaming to be real. So naturally, if you accept lucid dreaming, you have to accept astral projection as well. So what's the difference between lucid dreaming and astral projection? Well, lucid dreaming is becoming conscious while asleep, already out of body. Astral projection is consciously leaving the body, going straight from a waking state to an out-of-body state. And that's it. Now I have a little surprise for you, but first I wanted to say this. I don't have time to teach you methods of astral projecting, but I have a myriad of resources for you to look at in case you want to try it out. I really recommend it because it's absolutely the coolest experience you will ever have. Even for you skeptics, I ask that you don't immediately shut this out, especially since modern science has proven it to be real. My first recommended source is the book Astral Projection: Amazing Journeys Outside the Body. This is the best book you'll ever read on the topic. It It has great descriptions and explanations of everything, including tons and tons of projection methods as well. Next, the 3 Robert Monroe books in this order: Far Journey, Ultimate Journey, Journeys Outside the Body. As I mentioned in Lesson 8, Robert Monroe completely mapped out these other worlds, and if you want to learn about them in depth, seriously check these out. And finally, binaural beats. In Lesson 8, we talked about binaural beats and what they are good for. There are many, many binaural beats that you can use to achieve out-of-body states, but you should learn to meditate first, of course. Remember, Google is your friend. Simply Googling astral projection will give you a myriad of other sources that will help you find out as much as you need to know about it. There's tons of stuff out there. And now for your surprise. Simply explaining astral projection won't show you just how incredible of an experience it truly is. I want to show you. So I worked really hard this week, and I hope to give you an idea of what you can expect to experience whenever you go out of body, if you choose to.
Raindrop on mountains, when falling, I get stronger. From rooftops, horizons, we're calling to fly further. Just one fell attempt from my biggest set. Well, so I pretend because I'm like a waterfall, yeah. People would like to see me crashing down, but I'm too far to give up. I'm invincible. I'm like a waterfall, yeah. People would like to see me crashing down, but I'm too far to give up. I'm invincible. These 4 days, temporary. I heard but start amending. The fight makes the glory. The stories happy ending. Just one failed attempt from my biggest set. Well, so I pretend because I'm like a waterfall, yeah. People would like to see me crashing down, but I'm too far to give up. I'm invincible. I'm like a waterfall, yeah. People would like to see me crashing down, but I'm too far to give up.
Don't believe or disbelieve anything we discuss in spirit science. Simply have your own experience. In Lesson 6, I showed you an intro to sacred geometry, the flower of life. We looked at the Genesis pattern and how it forms the fruit of life, the pattern that all physical matter in existence comes out of. We jumped out of the sacred geometric pool for a few lessons, and today we're going to dive right back in. I've mentioned quite a few times that within the flower of life are found the music and harmonics of everything in existence. Let's find out how that works, shall we? First, I want to show you phi and Fibonacci. It's important to understand for what we're going to talk about. I'll show you what you need to know to continue, and if you want to learn more in depth about these sequences, I will provide sources in the comments. Phi, also known as the golden ratio or golden mean, is a very simple relationship. If you had a rod and were going to put a mark on it, only 2 places would mark the phi ratio, which is here or here. The length of A plus B is equal to the length of C. This ratio is 1.6180339 and continues on forever. If you multiply the length of C with phi, it will create the exact same image, only bigger. C and D is equal to E. This ratio could then span on forever, going smaller and smaller or bigger and bigger forever. This ratio is infinite. It has no beginning and no end. It is also believed that phi is the mathematical root of all other sequences. See, every mathematical sequence in existence needs a minimum of 3 numbers to figure out the sequence. Phi only needs 2. It is the only one. Similar to how the circle and square are the source of all shape, but we'll get to that later on. The next thing that you need to know is that this ratio is found in all life everywhere, sort of. By sort of, I mean it's really Fibonacci, but we'll look at that in a moment. Look at your hand. Not only does each finger have its own ratio moving up each finger, which is phi to the next bone, but it oscillates back and forth from the tallest finger to the thumb. You wonder why the human hand is like that? It's based on phi. This relationship is found throughout the body in various ways, moving up the arms and legs, in your face, throughout the entire body. This is a Greek statue that accurately represents this. The Greeks were very precise when they made their art, because they understood phi, Fibonacci, and the importance of these sequences. When the Romans took over Greece, you could see the perfection in statues just completely disappear. I'm not saying the Romans were bad artists. They just didn't measure everything to the same caliber that the Greeks did. Here is the phi ratio in butterflies. You can see this ratio everywhere, from the wing size to the body to the antennas. They're all phi ratios. Here's dragonflies. It's the same story. Phi runs along the entire body and the relation to the body and the wings. Here it is in frogs. Phi is found throughout the body in relation to the head, to the arms, to the fingers, and so on. Well, what about fish? You'd think they wouldn't be found in fish. Well, here's 3 kinds of fish. Once again, the ratios are consistent. It doesn't just apply to these creatures, though. Regardless of what mammal, insect, avian, plant, or living creature of any kind, you will find this ratio one way or another. There's a reason for this, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let me show you the importance we used to place on this golden ratio. In ancient times, we built many structures based on phi because we understood divine proportion. This is the pagoda of Yakushiji Temple in Japan. It's built with these same mathematics, from the doorway to the ball on top of the temple. It is a structural embodiment of the proportions that all life holds. The Parthenon in Greece also has the exact same mathematical structure, but even more. I recommend watching Nova's Secrets of the Parthenon if you wish to learn more about this, because the stuff that they find is really cool. The Great Pyramid in Giza also has these proportions. They're incredibly precise, perfect in every way. You'd think that by building these structures using the logical and mathematical proportions so carefully, they would hinder the creativity behind these buildings, but they really don't. In fact, the left brain understanding all of this can even enhance creativity if used correctly. It makes me wonder about all of the world-famous buildings of the modern world. Could phi be a large factor in what makes them stand out? Let's move on to our next sequence, which is called Fibonacci. Now, the Fibonacci sequence is life's way of creating the golden mean. Allow me to explain. This sequence is continually made from adding the previous number to the current. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 and 2 is 5. 5 and 3 is 8. You can see how it continues. Now, what most people don't know about Fibonacci is that it actually continually strives closer and closer to the phi ratio. By dividing the current number into the last, you can see this happening. 1 into 1 is 1. Well, that's not close at all. 2 into 1 is 2. This time it's over 5, but closer. 3 into 2 is 1.5, which is under, but closer still. 5 into 3 is 1.666. This time it's over, but even closer. Continuing with that, it's 1.6, and then 1.625, 1.615384, 1.619048, and so on. It continually oscillates over and under the phi ratio, never quite making it there, but continuing on closer and closer every time, until eventually you can't even tell the difference. Because phi is an infinite number, this sequence will go on forever. Let's look at some spirals in nature, another way that phi and Fibonacci can manifest. This is a nautilus shell. Many people will say it's phi, but it's really Fibonacci. See how when it's in its earliest form, it's crude, not smooth or anything? One look and you can tell that's not phi. But as it goes up farther and farther, it gets closer and closer to phi. It becomes a nearly perfect phi spiral by the time it's all the way out here. This also happens with sunflowers, pine cones, and many plants in nature. In many cases, such as the pine cones and sunflowers, it flows in a double spiral or more, much like the spiraling arms of a galaxy. From the microcosm to the macrocosm, spirals are always present. So phi is basically source, or spirit, or God, in a mathematical way of thinking. The math of God. Don't forget, this sequence is an intimate part of nature itself. I'm going to call it source. It is the source of all mathematical sequences, and all life in existence grows based on phi. However, phi has no beginning and no end. Life doesn't know how to deal with that. It's like source says, go and replicate this, and life says, we don't know how. Because life doesn't know how to create from something that has no beginning. So it creates the Fibonacci sequence instead, which has a beginning, but starts out crude, very basic, and then continually goes closer and closer to source, becoming more divine every step. It does take steps too, which actually has quite a bit to do with evolution. Let's move on for now though. The only other sequence you need to know for this is binary sequences. This is a sequence like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. We're just doubling the last number instead of adding it to the previous one. We're all very familiar with this. Binary sequences are found in life as well. For example, mitotic cell divisions are binary. We go from being a single cell being to having over 100 trillion cells in only 46 divisions. Binary sequences are also how computers work, by turning on and off chips. Computing at its core, anyways, is binary. Okay, let's move on to something different for now, but what we just looked at will reveal itself in time. This is how a polar graph usually looks. with 36 radial lines in 10-degree increments representing the 360 degrees. Then, concentric circles are drawn, each with the same distance away as the last, creating 8 equal demarcations as the one before, counting the inside circle as 1. Think about what this represents too. It's a two-dimensional drawing of a three-dimensional sphere, one of the sacred forms, by projecting it onto a flat surface. This is also called a shadow form, and casting shadows is a sacred way to obtain information. Also, a polargraph has both straight, male lines and circular, female lines, both male and female energies interacting at once. If you plot a golden mean spiral at 0 degrees on the polar graph, it will loop all the way around before hitting 0 again, exactly at the 8th circle. You'll find that this golden mean line crosses 5 specific places as it goes out. These places are where the female circular lines meet the male lines. It crosses at 120 degrees, 190 degrees, 240 degrees, 280 degrees, and then it jumps to 360 or back at 0, depending on how you look at it. What's interesting about this is that it creates both a binary and Fibonacci sequence. Looking at the radial increments from the center, it crosses at 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Well, that's Fibonacci. But it also crosses at 2, 4, and 8. Well, that's a binary sequence. We're going to look at the binary sequence in particular, though, because what you find is very cool. If you draw lines from the outermost circles on the lines where the binary sequence was formed, you get this image. It is an equilateral triangle. If you continue the spiral outward, it would continue to hit these exact same places and continue to form larger equilateral triangles. Let's divert yet again to look at something very interesting. There was a man named Keith Critchlow who discovered something very important to understanding the geometry of music. First, he drew a straight line through an equilateral triangle, and then he measured from the middle of the center line and drew a straight line up to the top edge and back down to the bottom corner. Then he did the same, but passed through the center line of the top and back down again. He did this yet again on the other side. You can keep doing this on either side as well. By drawing this funny little form, he discovered something of great importance. He writes, continuing in this way, each successive proportion will be the harmonic mean between the previous proportion and the total length, and all of these proportions will be musically significant. 1 over 2 being the octave, 2 over 3 being the fifth, 4 over 5 being the major third, 8 over 9 being the major tone or step, and 16 over 17 being the half tone or step. In other words, he discovered the geometries of music, or at least one aspect of them. Then he tried measuring it in a different way, starting at a different point of the center line. At 3/4, he found the measurements were 1 over 7, 1 over 4, 2 over 5, 4 over 7, 8 over 11, and 16 over 19. All of these numbers are musically significant. This is very interesting. It means that the harmonics of music are somehow related to the proportions of the central line moving through a tetrahedron. Back to the polar graph, you can see that this drawing has a much greater value all of a sudden. Not only that, but it becomes even easier to make your measurements thanks to the polar graph itself. You can just draw a straight line through the drawing on the graph, and it will give you the center line. This information has been taken light years beyond what I just showed you, though. A research team found that you can draw these lines not only from the center, but from any nodal points inside the upper half of the triangle, and you'll come up with all known harmonics in existence. Basically, this means that anywhere the straight line and curved lines on the polar graph cross from 0 to 120 degrees and start making the pattern, you will come up with all known harmonic systems. Not only the Western keyboard, but the Eastern, and even many unknown systems that have never been used. As I'm not a musician, there's not much more I can show you related to this, but I would love to see what a musician could really do with this knowledge. How far could you take this? Alright, I'm running low on time here, so I'll wrap up with this unraveling. Remember when we talked about spirals in nature? They often travel in twos. Usually this is male and female. So on this polar graph, if you're going to copy nature, you don't just plot one spiral, you have to plot two. When you do that, it gives you this image, which is a star tetrahedron inside of a sphere. We mentioned this in lesson 7, and this image is more commonly known as the Star of David. Do you remember the face on Mars? NASA obviously tells us that it's just a random formation on the surface of the planet. But right next to the face, there are also a few pyramids and other anthropomorphic structures. I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would I bring that up all of a sudden? Well, Richard Hoagland and his colleagues have spent a long time researching and deciphering a message on the surface of the red planet. Want to know what that message was? It was a star tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere. Holy balls, right? There's a link in the comments to a page with all of this information if you want to learn more. It's pretty crazy, and very eye-opening now that we have this information about what this really means. Inside the star tetrahedron, another one fits perfectly. We can continue to put more and more star tetrahedrons inside or outside of the other star tetrahedrons, the same way the golden mean spiral can wrap around the polar graph infinitely big or infinitely small. You'll notice that this smaller tetrahedron also happens to fit perfectly around this sphere. Well, check this out. If you put this same size sphere centered on the point of every single star tetrahedral point, guess what suddenly reveals itself? Fruit of life. It's back. According to the Egyptians, as well as the Ascended Masters, this is one of the holiest, most sacred forms in existence. Of course, we already learned one of its informational systems in Lesson 6, and what you just saw was the second, only in reverse order. What this means is that all of the information of music, harmonics, sound, and spirals come out of this image. Not only that, but light and the dimensional levels work in the same way as harmonics, which we've already discussed in Lesson 2, 7, and 9, meaning that the geometric information about light and dimensions are also related to this star tetrahedron pattern. So just briefly, looking at this image that we looked at in Lesson 7, this is the fourth unraveling of the flower of life. It is an infinite spectrum of never-ending fruits of life within more fruits of life. This is the unraveling of dimensions, so it makes a little more sense now. But I won't have time to show you anything more today. So what you just saw was the second unraveling from the third rotational pattern of Genesis, the geometry at the heart of creation. If we value the pursuit of knowledge, we must be free to follow wherever that search may lead us. The free mind is not a barking dog to be tethered on a 10-foot chain. Back in the late 1700s, early 1800s time period, there was a social movement liberating the modern world from the reign of control that religion and superstition had on the people. Essentially, after our darkest part on the precession of the equinox, we were really beginning to wake up. Started making new inventions that were rapidly changing the world. The industrial era was beginning. Because of this, we began to see that maybe religion as an answer was not in our best interest, and so the movement happened. We turned to science instead to answer questions about the universe. The only problem with this was that we grouped in many things with superstition that we probably shouldn't have. Things like consciousness, intuition, human connection, paranormal phenomenon. All of it went right out the door with superstition, when in fact we've proven these things today to be real. So after 200 years of just going with the same idea about what's classified as superstition and what's okay to talk about, mainstream science is still going with the assumption that consciousness is just a part of the brain. They don't know how it works. They don't have a single rational explanation for it, but they keep on believing it. Why? Well, when we tossed superstition out of the door, even talking about it became taboo. It's just not done. Literally, the reason that it's tough talking about this stuff in the mainstream scientific community is because that's just the way science has been for 200 years. They won't have any of it, even though there are scientific institutions that prove that theory wrong. The field of noetics and the works of biologist Rupert Sheldrake and his colleagues have more than proven mass consciousness exists and is definitely not a part of the brain. Now, no disrespect to the scientific community, but that assumption that we're still holding on to has not gotten us anywhere. It's time we begin to question the decisions of our ancestors, because many of the things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. I'm not saying blindly accept all of the new stuff that's coming out nowadays, but we should at least put it on the table and be able to discuss it as a global community. An apocalypse is a disclosure of something hidden from the majority of mankind in an era dominated by falsehood and misconception. If you haven't seen Lesson 10 already, you should probably watch that one first. This lesson builds on what we covered last time, the phi ratio in particular. Today, we're going to be looking at another way that humans grow through phi. Instead of looking at phi inside the body, we're going to be looking at phi outside the body, and what it means for us in this pivotal point in human history. One other thing before we get this rolling. I want to give an overview about what sacred geometry really is. Sacred geometry is the geometry of consciousness. It revolves around the idea that all consciousness, including human, is solely based on sacred geometry. Because it is, we can begin to see and understand where we have come from, where we are now, and where we're going. Do you remember the fruit of life? This is the basis of all 13 informational systems that come out of the flower of life, the creation pattern of everything. The first system created the platonic solids, which created structure throughout the universe. The second system was the basis of how vibration, sound, harmonics, music, and matter are all interrelated in all of creation. Today, we will look at the third system. The fruit of life will reveal itself in the process. We'll call this system the circles and squares of human consciousness. It is what the Chinese called circling the square and squaring the circle. Remember when we discussed the platonic solids in Lesson 6? I explained that there are 5 shapes from which all shapes and matter in existence come from and form into. I showed you that all of them will sit perfectly within a sphere, each with every corner touching the sphere perfectly. Well, there's one other shape that can do that. It's a characteristic that only one of the platonic solids have, making it special. It is the cube, which you can put every single platonic solid inside, and an edge or point will touch the inside of the cube perfectly. Through truncating the cube in different ways, you can create all of the other shapes. Because of this characteristic, it essentially means that the cube is like the father of all shapes. It is a male form. And the sphere is the mother of all shapes. It is a female form. All levels of consciousness in the universe are integrated by a single image in sacred geometry. It is the key to space, time, and dimension, as well as consciousness itself. Each level is a geometric image or lens that spirit looks through to see the one reality, resulting in a completely different experience. In the case of humans, this image is the circle and square. This is what Leonardo da Vinci was doing when he drew this drawing, and I'm going to show you what this circle and square combination means. If you put a circle inside a square perfectly and then continue to put another circle and square, each with the same diameter, one radius away on all sides, going outwards, you get a drawing that looks like this. You'll notice that with the first circle and square, they fit perfectly within the other. This also happens with the second circle and square. However, then the squares begin penetrating circles. The male form begins interacting with the female form. Why is this important? Well, the circles and squares begin to equate the phi ratio. See, when the circumference of a circle and the perimeter of the square are equal, this equates the phi ratio. So as you can see on this diagram, on the fourth square and the fifth circle, it begins to create the phi ratio. It's close, but not perfect. It's only a 0.6 difference. I'm measuring in radii, by the way. The inner circle has a radius of 1, so it's 2 radii across. The next is 4, and then 6, 8, 10, and so on. Anyways, so the one we just looked at makes a close phi ratio, and then it moves out of sync, staying out of sync for a bit, and then bam. Again, it moves into yet another phi ratio. This time, the difference is only 0.52, even closer to perfection than before. This will continue on forever. If you were to continue this drawing outwards to infinity, each time it would go into sync, drop out of sync for a few circles and squares, but then eventually hit phi again closer than it did the last time. Right now, there are 3 primary levels of consciousness that we're going to be talking about. They are essentially who we were, who we are, and who we will be. We'll call it the first, second, and third, so that it's easy to understand what we're talking about. The ancient Egyptians were very concerned with these 3 levels as well, and much of their culture was based on this information. Each of these levels has their own geometric lens too, which look like this. We'll come back to these soon. This is the first level of consciousness, and this is the third. We are on neither of these 2 phi levels on the circle and square chart. Where we are, the second level of consciousness, is here. We are on the 5th square relative to the 6th circle. For quite a while now, I've been saying that we're at a disharmonic level, and it's something that we're passing through as a species. Now you begin to see the bigger picture of what I meant. The reason it's disharmonic is because it does not equate a phi ratio, not even close. Disharmonic levels are important because they bridge a gap between the divine, pure levels. However, when a species is here, it has to get in and get out as fast as possible, or else they will destroy themselves and everything around them incredibly quickly. You can see this happening all around the world today, because we're at the very end of it, and everything is crashing down on us. We've discussed this all before, notably in the intros of lesson 1 and 2. So the reason that we're on this circle and square combination and not the 6th square relative to some other circle is because of this. If you take the square and rotate it 45 degrees, it actually creates a bridge. It connects us from 2 harmonic levels of being. We're moving from one state of being to the other, this time even closer to source. This is a very exciting time for us. Oh, let me show you this too. This is how the Great Pyramid is set up. This chamber here is called the King's Chamber. If you cut the Great Pyramid horizontally at the King's Chamber, which was the main initiation chamber, and rotate the top half 45 degrees, it makes the exact same image as our level of consciousness. There's a reason for that. The Great Pyramid is the key instrument in allowing humans to reach the 3rd level of consciousness, both as a species and individually. In fact, that's part of the reason why the Great Pyramids were created in the first place. Let's talk more about these levels though. So what Leonardo was drawing was actually the first level of consciousness. See how he hid lines in this drawing? If you complete this grid, it creates an 8x8 grid. This is the same 64 square grid found on the first level. Measuring in radii, this grid is 8x8. However, the circle has 10 radii across, so we'll call this first level an 8x10. This is where we were. According to Thoth, an ascended master who has provided much of this information with us, the first level is the first time self-aware consciousness began. The second level has 10 squares across a large square and a 12 radii circle, so we'll call it a 10x12. This is where we are now. This level is the 3rd level, which is also called Christ consciousness. It is a 14x18. Now, there's always a reason for everything in sacred geometry. Nothing, absolutely nothing, happens without a reason. Everything is connected. Out of the whole spectrum of possibilities, why did self-aware human consciousness begin when the 4th square went into harmony with the 5th circle? Well, let's overlay the fruit of life over our first level for a second. Look at that. It exactly fits the 4th square and 5th circle perfectly. Do you see the perfection of life? The fruit of life pattern was hidden beneath this pattern all along. They're precisely superimposed over the other. In a right brain way, this is how to explain why consciousness first became self-aware between the 4th square and 5th circle. This sacred image was part of the pattern. The fruit of life was completed at the precise moment that the phi ratio first appeared, and when phi appeared, consciousness had a way to manifest in a new way. Throughout time, many scholars have tried to figure out the secret meaning behind what Leonardo meant with the Vitruvian Man drawing. He was showing us human consciousness. This is where we were, the first level. There is a man who did draw our level, though. Da Vinci was studying the works of a man named Vitruvius, who lived 1400 years before Da Vinci, hence the name Vitruvian Man. Vitruvius actually drew his own drawing of consciousness as well, and this is what it looked like. The circle and squares in this one are hidden, less obvious than the Da Vinci drawing. Regardless, They're there, and this is the current circle and square combination around our bodies. This drawing also contains the exact proportions of the Merkaba, which is an important energy system outside of the body, similar to how chakras are an energy system inside the body. This image also contains the diamond that perfectly contains the man from head to feet. This is the same image we saw in the consciousness chart, as well as the Great Pyramid. Further proof that this was what Vitruvius was demonstrating to us when he created this image. So here we have drawings of the first two levels of consciousness. From what I know, there is no drawing of a third. If there is, it's sealed up, locked away somewhere, and is probably one of the most sacred drawings in existence. Alright, I know talking about geometry all the time can be a little daunting. So many circles and ratios and everything. If this is something you want to learn more about, I am providing the Flower of Life books and PDFs in the comments. This information is found at the very beginning of Volume 2, and much, much more. I could probably do 4 or 5 lessons about the geometries of the human body and still not run out of things to talk about, but it's there for you if you want to learn more now. For the last portion of today's lesson, we're going to talk about some recent findings in modern science. As we just saw in the geometry, we are currently in a disharmonic state of being, but we are just about done with it. In doing so, we are moving into a new state of being. We are transferring from the second level of consciousness to the third, also called Christ consciousness. If we look at evolution in Earth's history, we always seem to make random jumps. There are always missing links in the evolutionary chain. Scientists say that we just haven't found all the fossils. And creationists say that God did it, and therefore it's part of some divine plan. But looking at what we just learned about consciousness, does it not make sense that evolution and creationism are just two sides of the same coin? Consciousness moves through different states of being, constantly moving closer and closer to divinity, to Phi. Every time it reaches a new stage, it makes a rapid biological change into something new, like what we're doing now. This is what the ancient Egyptians called resurrection, which we mentioned in Lesson 7. So, if we're really going through an evolution of consciousness, what's happening inside of us? Surely, this would mean that there are also biological changes happening to us at our core level, right? Does modern science see any big changes that they're afraid to tell the general public because they think it will cause a panic? Short answer, yes. Long answer, we are changing. Right now, as you're watching this, your DNA is mutating. See, in the last few months, modern medicine has finally accepted publicly that a child was born with 3 DNA strands rather than 2. In a simplified way of seeing it, we are adding an entirely new strand to our DNA, going from a double helix to a triple helix. This wasn't discovered recently, though. In fact, scientists have been studying this for almost 10 to 20 years now. Several years ago in New Mexico, there was a convention of geneticists from all over the world with the main topic of discussion being DNA mutations. Scientists acknowledge that we are changing, but the end result they do not know. Through sacred geometry, we begin to actually see where we could be going. With 12 strands activated, you have 10 times as much information available to you than you do with just 2 strands, as we do now. Not only that, but the 12 strands work in sync with the 12 chakras, providing an immense amount of energy into the body. We are about to become super beings, enabling us to understand and do things that currently seem paranormal, bizarre, or downright impossible. From the article The Bigger Picture by Suzanne Thorpe Clarke, we are being changed physically from carbon-based beings to crystalline-based beings. This is interesting because I've actually heard this from various channelings now, ascension and transformation into crystalline at our core. First the psychics were telling us this, and now we have science backing it up. What we know for sure is that we are going through a shift. Today, I want to close with this. In almost every ancient text and Bible, it speaks about a great shift and awakening. The Bible speaks about the coming of Christ. This is interesting, actually, because Christ is the name of the third level of consciousness. I didn't just make that up. We are moving into Christ consciousness, which means not that Jesus is going to show up with a big "hey," but we are actually moving into the level of conscious understanding that Jesus had. It is the coming of Christ through the human species. Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we rounded the curve on the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history account for many things, but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle. For example, the pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made. Individually, each block cannot be pulled even with 50 men pulling it, let alone drag it for hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of each other 450 feet in the air, in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve, not to mention having it lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet. And that's just one example. Our history is not what we think. Many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. This has got to be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves. Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities Archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city. The tablets were completely covered in text written in cuneiform and tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the earth and the origins of the human race in great detail. Now, the first thing we all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from. However, if this was true, how can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know? Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system, but so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization. A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and have put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account matches the Sumerian records. Adamus and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see all of these records and sources, there is a huge connection between the stories. Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim, seeding the human race, Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting, but not the most crucial to know. We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria and discussing the events of Atlantis up to present day. What I'm going to tell you is a mix of what these records say, along with what Thoth has told us for some finer details. Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself. There was a time, long ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness. We were interdimensional and were very psychic. We communicated through thought and emotion, much like how animals do rather than speaking or writing, which would seem very primitive. We lived primarily on a large string of islands called Lemuria, but there was a consciousness shift. We moved up in consciousness, and the islands of Lemuria sank beneath the oceans. At the time of this shift, a new continent rose out of the waters. We called it Atlantis. Back in the early 1900s, the spiritual path of the United States was similar to what's happening today. People began to learn about meditation and study ancient lands like Atlantis and Lemuria. We actually found quite a bit of evidence that Lemuria existed, and it had to do with coral. See, the ocean floor does rise and fall. Coral can exist up to 150 feet under the surface of the water. In 1910, the surface of the ocean was probably higher because they were able to see coral rings heading away from Easter Islands for a great distance. These rings were estimated to be found at 1,800 feet, which means that for them to have existed, they would have had to be much higher and sunk slowly. Probably more important, they also found the exact same fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the Easter Islands. This is a great distance, but if you look at a map, you'll see a long string. That string, according to Thoth, used to run along the western shores of Lemuria. It is only on these islands that have the same flora and fauna. Same trees, bugs, bacteria, everything. Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point. Although we were studying this at that time, World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality and the ancient lands for a very long time. After the sinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis, at first the human race became scattered. We moved to various islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet. We didn't know where to go. At that time, there were about 1,000 humans at a very high consciousness, more than all of the rest. They were called the Nakals. Today, we know them as Ascended Masters. The Nakals began preparing Atlantis to be our new home. They projected their energies across the surface of the continent in the form of the Tree of Life, not with 10 circles, but with 12, an extra on top on the island of Udal, and an extra on the bottom in the water. There were 10 components on the mainland, and even though it extended over hundreds of miles on the surface, it was projected to the accuracy of a single atom. We chose to move to Atlantis because of the Kundalini. In humans, the Kundalini is often referred to as the energy serpent that runs up and down your spine. When activated, it provides an immense amount of energy through all of the chakras. The Earth itself also has a Kundalini because the Earth is alive, like an organism, running from the center of the planet to a specific place on the surface. Wherever the Kundalini resides, the people there become the spiritual leaders of the world. The Earth chose Atlantis to be the new energetic center of the planet. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last 13,000 years. It was a very pure place. It moved again within the last 10 years, but that's a story for another time. If you want to read more, check out the book The Serpent of Light by Drew below Melchizedek. Suddenly, in a single day, The Nicals breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortexes of energy rotating out of each and every circle. Once the vortexes were established, the children of Lemuria began to be called forth. Millions upon millions of Lemurians who had settled all across the planet began to be pulled toward Atlantis. A great migration began. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary consciousness. Because we were right-brained, we were a female species, like a 12-year-old girl, and some of our centers weren't working yet. They had worked with these energies, but only mastered 8 of the 10. Each migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis, depending on the nature of the individual. There, they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes with nobody using them, not a single person. These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life, you can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill it. Similar to if you were driving along a freeway, following another car, and you drop too far behind, someone will fill the place. That's exactly what happened on Atlantis. Though the Lemurians had only filled 8 of the vortex areas, Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. You can see these records in the Troano document, which is now located in the British Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old, and it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these 2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped in. Not 1, but 2 completely different races. The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth says that they came from off-planet, but we don't know where exactly. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through 5th grade and didn't make it, so they had to do that grade over again. They learned all the math, the left brain stuff, but they didn't get the right brain aspect of evolving consciousness, the doing. They didn't graduate to the next level of evolution, so they had to do it again. They knew a lot of things that we didn't know yet and brought many concepts and ideas to us that we weren't aware of yet. Now, if this is true, this would explain quite a few things about the Hebrew people in general. They seem to have many sacred geometries hidden within their culture. It also puts perspective on the story of Exodus. Perhaps Moses incarnated into that lifetime to free the Hebrews because they were not direct descendants of humans and were being treated unfairly. Or could it be that Moses was visited by an ascended master of the Hebrews who guided him to free their people? Given what we know about dimensions and consciousness, it definitely puts a fresh perspective on old stories that didn't make much sense. We could talk about this more, but let's continue for now. There were no problems caused by the Hebrews coming to Atlantis. They actually benefited our evolution. The other race that stepped in caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars. See, according to Thoth, Mars looked very much like Earth a little less than a million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees that were just fantastic. But something happened to them, and it has to do with something called the Lucifer experiment. From the very beginning of creation, everything is simply an experiment. Creation itself was just consciousness creating and inhabiting itself in that creation. There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants. Having said that, if Spirit decides to cut itself off from the rest of consciousness and create a separate reality on its own, it can do that too. This is called the Lucifer experiment. Because Spirit is God, it can do this. There is nothing wrong with that. We've kind of been led to believe that Lucifer is evil and the devil. This just isn't true. Lucifer is just another means of perceiving the reality. It is not a unity perception of oneness, but rather a duality perception of two-ness. There's a flower of life pattern for Lucifer as well, but that's a big topic for another time. Anytime the Lucifer experiment has been attempted in the universe, it always ends in failure. The species will cut itself off from love and will become incredibly male, left-brained. What always ends up happening is that everyone becomes very greedy. There is no compassion for one another, and everyone ends up fighting until they end up killing themselves. More than 1 million years ago, the beings on Mars joined the Lucifer experiment, and it failed dramatically. Basically, they cut themselves off from the unity of the universe and created a separate reality. When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotion. What happened on Mars was that they ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. They blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of the planet. Nova recently did an episode on planetary magnetics, and they found some interesting things about Mars. The planet didn't have a magnetic system, however, the surface was magnetized, implying that at one point it did, but that something happened. Now, we've been discussing the star tetrahedron before, and now I want to give you a brief understanding of the Merkaba. The Merkaba was known in ancient times as the Chariot of Ascension. It is the star tetrahedral energy field around the body. All around the world, there are references to this in ancient texts. When activated to its full potential, the Merkaba, which is both a tool and part of your being, can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe. Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3, 4, and 5-sided pyramids, eventually building a complex that was able to build a synthetic Merkaba. After 1 million years or so, it's been eroded, but the proof is there. Now, because the Martians were severed from the unity consciousness, they couldn't create a living Merkaba. They simply used it as a tool. They created a synthetic Merkaba to travel in time and find a new home. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, and that place they found was Earth. About 65 65,000 years in our past. They saw this little vortex sitting there, just pulling in life with no one in it. They didn't ask permission. Being part of the Lucifer experiment, they just said, all right, let's do it. And they stepped onto that vortex, and in doing so, they joined and changed our evolutionary path. Thoth's father, Thome, was one of the Nakals who set up Atlantis on the island of Udal. That island, the top of the Tree of Life, was the brain of Atlantis, and on it was a small city called Poseidon. This city is what Plato was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore 10 children, the 10 circles on the Tree of Life. Poseidon was made of 3 rings painted in black, red, and white stones, and it was the symbol for Atlantis. The inner circle represented the Nakals. The middle circle were the priesthood, called the Maya, and the outer circle represented the regular people of Atlantis. We'll come back to this down the road. There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba. The first thing they did when they arrived in Atlantis was try to take over the continent. They tried to declare war and invade. However, they were vulnerable due to their small numbers compared to the millions of Atlanteans, and we finally subdued them. We were able to stop them from conquering us, but we could not send them back. When this happened on our evolutionary path, we now had the planetary consciousness of a 14-year-old girl. The Martians were an incredibly male species and also very old, so what you had was a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a 60 or 70-year-old man. We had no choice in the matter. The Martians just stepped in and said, like it or not, we're here. They didn't care what we thought or felt about it. Really, it was no different from what the settlers of North America did to the Native Americans. Once the initial conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try and understand this female thing they lacked, this emotional feeling which they had none of at all. Things more or less settled for a while, but the Martians slowly began to implement their left-brain technologies, which the Atlanteans knew nothing about. One after the other, the Martians kept putting out these left-brain inventions until the Atlanteans slowly began to see things through their left brain. We slowly began to become a male species. The Martians gained control, bit by bit, until eventually they had all of the power, as was their intention. The animosity between Atlanteans and the Martians never subsided, not even till the end of Atlantis. They hated each other. The Atlanteans were shoved down and treated like inferiors. It was like a marriage that the female component didn't like, but the male component didn't really care if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until about 26,000 years ago, when the next phase slowly began. Before we continue, we have to talk about polar shifts. See, in the 1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling information for a geologist when he stopped and he said, there's something you should know. In the near future, the Earth's poles are going to shift. Cayce was a brilliant man with a very strong connection to higher dimensions, where he communicated with other beings for the human race. Ultimately, it was because of his channelings that the belief system called New Age was created. This is again just putting what he was doing into boxes of understanding, because no one else understood what he was doing at that time. Nevertheless, when Cayce talked, people listened. Geologists began exploring the possibility of a polar shift, and they found something remarkable. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth and lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on the subject. Scientists believed that if there was going to be a physical pole shift, there would also be a change in the magnetic poles. Through studying lava beds, geologists were able to see where the planetary magnetics were when the lava beds hardened at certain depths. They found that the earlier magnetic poles were not where they were now, but in Hawaii. The last shift that took place was 13,000 years ago, and we will get there in the story soon. They did another test and found that it had shifted again 26,000 years ago as well. Scientists also learned that polar shifts happen very quickly. In a single day, the magnetics would do a complete flip, or turn 90 degrees. There's that number again. And within 24 hours, the sun would be rising differently than it did the previous day. This shift has happened hundreds of times over the last 100 million years on Earth, but it's speeding up now and happening faster and faster. Now only 13,000 years between each shift. A whole new viewpoint is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse? Now, there's a lot more to talk about with polar shifts, but I'm going to give you the basics. A scientist named Charles Hapgood was studying this at great detail because the leading theory behind what caused polar shifts was still underdeveloped at the time. He came up with a theory that demonstrated to be possible through various experiments. Through these experiments, they learned that the surface of the Earth, the crust, could slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing happened. The crust would rotate and spin out of control until eventually it settles again in a new location aligned with the new magnetics. During this time, there are massive earthquakes and tsunamis and devastations that rock the world. Doesn't that sound a bit like the destruction described in the Book of Revelations? Now, I don't want to freak anyone out. Besides Edgar Cayce's account, many other ancient prophecies, including Nostradamus and Mayan prophecies, have talked about polar shifts in one way or another. And modern science is becoming increasingly aware that there is going to be a polar shift in our near future, which is lining up with our consciousness shift, though they don't take that aspect into account. It's funny, actually. A while back, NOVA did 2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then recently, NOVA released a new video called Earth's Magnetic Storm, That video shows all of the evidence for pole shifts without actually using the words pole shift. It's almost as if a specific company doesn't want us knowing about this and the evidence that's been brought forth. Polar shifts are directly related to the magnetics of the planet as well. Planetary magnetics are supposed to look like this, but the reality is much different. Our magnetics have been weakening over the last 500 years or so, and today they look a little more like this. It was the magnetics becoming more and more warped that's causing many of the problems we've seen in the last 20 years. Birds follow the magnetics of the planet to migrate, and they'd be ending up in places they shouldn't be. Whales were continually beaching themselves in the 90s because they followed these magnetics, which led them to land where there should have been water. As for humans, you know how on the night of the full moon there are more rapes, murders, and violent crimes than any other night of the lunar cycle? Well, the moon affects the magnetics of the Earth, slightly. But the magnetics are so warped right now, it's affecting how we think and act as a planet. Our collapse of social structure is related to the geomagnetics of the Earth. Or perhaps it's the other way around. There's one other thing that we need to discuss about polar shifts. They always line up with a consciousness shift. They are interrelated. Thoth lived on Atlantis for a very long time, and he told us that he saw the Earth shift 5 times, watching the sun rise in the east, and then the west, then the east, then the west. This is how to explain why during a consciousness shift at the end of Lemuria, it sank beneath the oceans and Atlantis rose. If the crust was spinning randomly around the planet, many geological events such as continents rising and falling would take place. Now that we have an understanding of polar shifts, we can continue with this drama on Atlantis. 26,000 years ago, we were exactly where we were today on the precession of the equinox. We had gone through our falling asleep phase, and we were about to begin waking up. It was at this point that there was a small consciousness shift. We actually went down in consciousness, not up. A piece of Atlantis about the size of Rhode Island sank into the ocean. This caused a tremendous amount of fear within the Atlanteans, because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened with Lemuria. Because of the consciousness shift, one of the bigger things they lost was their connection to the future. They couldn't foresee big events such as the potential sinking of their home. After about 200 years, this fear began to subside. Now, in both the Bible and the Sumerian records, the accounts of Adam, Eve, and all of their children were reported to have exceptionally long lifespans, like 900 years or so. So 200 years for us back then is like 20 years for us today. We'll explain how we got there soon. Things kind of settled for a while, and then between 13,000 and 16,000 years ago, a comet approached the Earth. Because we were living at a high consciousness across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority, even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. However, the Nepals had learned of the comet's true nature, and the Atlanteans protested. They said that the comet was in divine order. They had to allow it to take place naturally. Let it hit the Earth. That's what's supposed to happen. The Martians fought the Atlanteans, but in the end they gave in. The Martians agreed to let it hit the Earth. When the time arrived, it came screaming into the atmosphere, plunging into the Atlantic Ocean just off to the western shores of Atlantis, near where Charleston, South Carolina is now. Only that was at the bottom of the ocean at the time. The remnants of the comet are now scattered across 4 states, and science has definitely determined that it hit at least 12,000 years ago, if not more. They're still finding pieces today. Although the main portion struck near Charleston, a few fragments actually hit the main body of Atlantis, crashing into an area right where the Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population. They were pissed. They said, "It's all over. We're divorcing you, and we're going to do whatever we want. You can do what you want, but we will never listen to you again." We know this whole bit. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world. And the children? Well, look at our modern world today. We are the children. You can guess what the Martians did next. Their primary interface with the reality was control. And when their anger rose to meet their desire for control, they decided to take over the Earth. They began to once again create a complex like the one they built on Mars long ago to try and create another synthetic Merkaba. If they had succeeded, they would have gained control over everything on the planet. The only thing was, around 50,000 Earth years had passed since they had built a Merkaba, and they didn't quite remember how to do it. But they thought they did. The Martians built the buildings in Atlantis. They set up the whole experiment, threw the switch, and lost control. The destruction was immense. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control Merkaba. The experiment began to rip open the dimensional levels, not the higher ones, but the lower ones. To give an analogy, if you took a knife and slit open your stomach, the stomach acids would seep into other parts of the body that it's not supposed to be in. That's like ripping open the dimensions. The Martians almost destroyed the Earth. The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison, though today's disasters are a direct result of these events. Because of this tear in the dimensional levels, a huge number of lower dimensional spirits and beings were thrown out of their comfort zone and into these higher levels. They were forced into a world that they did not know or understand. To survive, they needed bodies and began automatically entering into the bodies of people. For every human body, there were hundreds of lower dimensional spirits inhabiting them. These beings were Earthlings like us, but very different, not coming from this dimension. It was a catastrophe, probably the biggest the Earth has ever seen. The reason the Nicals were special wasn't just because of their incredibly high consciousness, making them like guides of Atlantis. They also had achieved what today we call immortality. Let's just say they figured out a way to keep their body healthy and young for as long as they chose, and could choose to pass on whenever they desired it. When reincarnating, they did not suffer the great memory loss that we do when we incarnate. They did it through their expanded consciousness and tantric interdimensional sex meditations. This is how Thoth was a priest king of Atlantis for thousands of years and stayed on Earth until 50 years ago when he gave all of his memories and understanding about sacred geometry to a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek. The Merkaba is formed of three-star tetrahedrons overlaid on top of each other. Two of them are counter-rotating and the third is stationary. When the Merkaba is formed with unity consciousness, it is formed internally with love. When it is formed externally through the Lucifer experiment, it does not have that love and can become unstable very quickly. The Martians' attempt at controlling the world took place on one of the small islands in the west of Atlantis. This place today is known as the Bermuda Triangle. It's a triangle because the top of the stationary tetrahedron of the Merkaba is actually sticking out of the water there, which causes a huge electromagnetic imbalance in that area. Many planes and boats have reported to have gone missing there. They just vanished without a trace. The imbalance is multidimensional, and in many cases, these ships and planes have been sucked into different dimensions, never to be seen again. That Merkaba is still there on the seafloor today, but from what I know, it's going to be corrected soon. The Nicals did their best to save Atlantis. They sent most of the lower dimensional beings back, at least as many as they could, and sealed up the dimensional tear. Despite this, the situation got really bad, really fast. All of the economic systems collapsed. Financial, social, and all concepts of how life ought to be completely broke down. Everyone on Atlantis began getting sick with weird diseases, and the entire continent went into a state of survival. Life was no longer about living. It became about surviving until tomorrow. It was a literal hell on earth. The Nicals had no idea what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been thrust upon them. So they prayed. They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of life. Why I'm drawing is the Justice League because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state. What they told us was this: we were going to fall. We were going to hit rock bottom, level 1, the lowest place we possibly could be in the universe and still survive. Also, we were changing polarity. We were no longer a female species, so we were starting from square one as a male species. And finally, and this was the shocker, we would only have 13,000 years to return to Christ consciousness. Normally, it takes hundreds of thousands of years for a species to get to Christ consciousness. We had to do it in a fraction of the time. If we didn't, we would not survive. This has never happened before in the universe, ever. Thoth, who was the priest king of Atlantis at the time, learned that they would have to perform this experiment on themselves. They received instructions from the highest levels of life and they went on their way. Thoth proceeded with a being named Ra and Aragat, who were previous kings of Atlantis, and began the experiment. To understand what they did, we have to talk about consciousness grids. A planetary grid is an etheric crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the consciousness of any one species of life. This grid does have an electromagnetic component associated with the third dimension, but it also has a component for every dimension as well. These grids are geometric, of course, and science will eventually discover that there's a grid for every species in the world. Each of these grids have their own geometry and are unique. There's not another one like it, just as the species itself are unique. These grids give off light as well, and from space they can be seen as the source of the bluish glow around the Earth. What Thoth and friends had to do was create a synthetic Christ consciousness grid, allowing humans to ascend to Christ consciousness in a very short time. But first, let's talk about the science behind the grid. Perhaps you've heard of the 100th monkey experiment. Over a span of 30 years, scientists were researching a species of monkey called Macaca fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this, though. This went on for some time, until one day, the monkeys who actually knew the technique hit critical mass. And bingo, the technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily across all of the Japanese islands nearby, as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So, what did we do? We tried it on humans. Our research team made a picture out of human faces, about 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, all right, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so, not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC special that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects, and lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces. After this experiment, they knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of noetics is learning more about it daily. It's mass consciousness. In Lesson 11, I showed you the 3 levels of consciousness. Each of these levels have their own consciousness grids around the planet, and our second level grid is based on squares and triangles. Many governments of the world, especially the Russian and US governments, were studying our grids back in the 60s and probably earlier. When mapping out the grid on the planet, you find little military bases on many of the nodal points of the grid. There are tons of these bases way out in the middle of nowhere, like on little islands like Guam. This couldn't be a coincidence that these government powers placed their bases right where the little spirals came out of the grid. They were trying to take control of the grid, because if you control consciousness, you control what we think and feel. Of course, there was another organization that had its hand in both of these governments, and still do, and we will discuss them soon enough. This grid is visible through astral projection as well. 13,000 years ago, it began. Thoth, Ra, and Aragat were to create a global complex that was able to build a synthetic Christ consciousness grid over a 13,000-year time period. The first thing they did was fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the Land of Sem. It was also a rainforest back then as well, not desert like it is today. First, they created a grid around the planet fourth dimensionally, and then began to construct it in the physical third dimension. They went to the male energetic axis of the Earth and constructed a complex which today is called the Solar Cross. These men were six-dimensional beings at that time and were living at a very high level of consciousness, so whatever they thought happened instantly. It was that simple. According to Thoth, he built the Great Pyramid, not the Egyptian king Cheops. Thoth says that it was built 200 years prior to the Pole Shift and built very quickly. These pyramids were aligned precisely with both Fibonacci and golden mean spirals emanating from out of the solar cross. Interestingly enough, Edgar Cayce also channeled that the pyramids were constructed in this time. The pyramids were also found to be built from the top down. The stones on top were placed first, which has baffled researchers ever since. Every time more is learned about the pyramids, we move further into dark on understanding how they were formed. If what Thoth says is true, well, that explains everything. From there, Thoth and friends constructed an entire network of temples and structures along this grid fourth dimensionally, placing them on nodes on the new synthetic Christ consciousness grid they were creating. All of them were made with Fibonacci or golden mean spirals, and all of them were mathematically referred back to the solar cross in Egypt through the Great Pyramid. The creation of all of the sacred sites on the planet were no accident. It was a single consciousness that created them all, from Machu Picchu to Stonehenge to Zagula. You name it. There are a few exceptions, but most were created by a single awareness as part of a unity consciousness grid. Although the Great Pyramid was done all at once, many of these ancient structures of the world were made fourth dimensionally and slowly dropped in frequency until they manifested on the third dimension over a long period of time. Richard Hoagland's research brings this forward, but he wasn't the first either. They showed how one sacred site is extrapolated from another to another to another. A hot topic of discussion right now are ley lines. These are simply geometric relations between sacred sites. Archaeologists are now finding these huge connections between major spiritual sites in the globe, and now we know why they're connected. These sites had to be built physically so that the Christ consciousness grid could manifest. In a way, think of the physical sites as the wiring of a giant wireless electrical system, and then it needs about 13,000 years of continuous energy flow for it to actually turn on. And just so that you're not left in suspense, yes, the grid was completed. It came to life and is now active, though not really used. Congratulations, Earth. We actually survived. Not only has Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablets. These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place. In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization. These tablets share a great wisdom, and you can read them at over 100 different levels of consciousness, and you will always understand them differently. If you're interested in this stuff, you should definitely consider reading them. As you can probably tell, Thoth plays a pretty large role in what happened. Most of this information comes from him. Thoth also provided most of this information about the flower of life and its geometric relationship to consciousness with us, and this stuff is tied intimately to the geometry of the universe. Considering the quality and quantity of information that he has shared, it makes you really start considering that this next part can be true. The Great Pyramid has a legendary missing capstone. According to the Emerald Tablets, deep under the Great Pyramid there's a room called the Hall of Records. This room was not built by Thoth and long predates the Atlantean civilization. Within the Hall of Records is the capstone of the pyramid, which is 5.5 inches high, solid gold, and completely holographic image of the Great Pyramid. It has all the little rooms and everything. However, this leaves us with a 24 square foot piece of the Great Pyramid that's missing. If what Thoth says is true, that missing piece actually belongs to a very special airship that exists on Earth. And the way to the airship is through the Sphinx. The Sphinx, according to Thoth, is not 12,000 years old, but dates back over 5.5 million years on Earth. Deep under the Sphinx with a flat floor and flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object on Earth. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and top. It is also only about 3 atoms thick, except for a pattern on the top and bottom, which looks like this. This pattern is 5 atoms thick. Thoth says that it's powered by consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, and connects with your own living Merkaba, which means that it becomes an extension of you and your own energy fields. The ship is also intimately connected with the spirit of the Earth and is the protector for the whole planet. Thoth built the pyramid the way he did to fit with the ship. When on top of the Great Pyramid, he creates this image from above. The disc ship has a circumference equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. As we discussed in Lesson 11, whenever that ratio appears, life occurs. This ship can only be used by the purest of souls. See, whenever we approach the point in the precession of the equinox where our poles do these shifts, we become very vulnerable. Things often degenerate, and while things become chaotic, there are often other species who wish to take us over. This has always happened, not just with us, but with all evolving consciousness. Every time a takeover seems imminent, a very pure person will find their way to the ship and raise it into the air. The earth and sun will connect with that person and give him or her great power. Then, whatever that person thinks and feels will happen. And think about it. If consciousness is the primary core component of the entire planet, does it not make sense that it would have its own defense mechanism? This defense is an airship that plugs into the earth and the sun, allowing the earth to have protection. Our takeover event actually already happened, the same year the Christ grid was activated. The year was 1989, and we were having some troubles with the Greys, a race of ETs who were slowly plotting takeover due to a previous scuffle we were having. A very pure woman in Peru made the ascension process into the Christ consciousness grid and found the ship. She tuned it to the frequency of the fourth dimension, where she raised it through the earth and into the air, and manifested a situation for the Greys to leave. Within a very short time, the Greys began getting sick, and remained sick for as long as they stayed here. They have been forced to leave for now, and we are once again safe. The ship is a warship in that whatever race is trying to take over, the person will just think them away, think up a situation, and force them to leave. Returning to the events on Atlantis, after completing the complex in Egypt, Thoth and pals returned to Atlantis, where they waited for about 200 years until that critical point on the precession of the equinox where the poles would shift. They knew that Atlantis would sink, and they would be ready.
Previously on Thoth and Pals.
Thoth, the poles are shifting.
I know the pole shift.
Whoa, what's wrong with your eyes? I don't know.
When Thoth first saw signs of the polar shift, they returned to the land of Sem and raised the warship into the sky. They went to Atlantis and picked up the Nakals. The Nakals weren't just passengers, though, and each and every being was working in unity to create a very powerful Merkaba around themselves and the ship. They returned to the Great Pyramid and landed the ship on top, forming the phi ratio with the pyramid. And then it happened. The poles began to shift, and human consciousness began to plummet. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic and magnetic fields of the Earth collapsed, and all life on the planet went into the Great Void, the 3.5 days of absolute blackness described by many ancient cultures in the world. The Emerald Tablets say that whenever we go through a polar shift, we go through a void space as we change our frequencies for about 3.5 days. This is also in the Toronto document, depicted by 3.5 stones painted black. This refers to a time when we go through what science calls the electromagnetic null zone. During the pole shift, a phenomenon takes place where everything just seems to disappear for a certain time. Usually it's between 2 to 4 days, and the last time it was 3.5 days. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens to us does not usually happen to a normal species, because most advanced species will have their Merkabas handy at the time of the shift. We didn't, due to our little crisis, and we got sucked into the void space without protection. This resulted in us losing our memories. Science realizes that all of our memories are connected through cells in our brains as well as fields around our heads. What is not entirely understood by science yet, at least not directly, is the connection our memories have with the planet itself. We've discussed this before. The magnetics of the Earth affect how we think and act. The Merkaba is an electromagnetic field that you create around your body that can serve as protection from void as you're consciously going through it. What happened to us when we didn't have that protection? It was a clean life. When we existed on Atlantis, we were living at a very high level of consciousness in a higher dimension. We had extremely advanced and sophisticated bodies and minds, and were capable of practically anything, living in a dimension where molecules were spaced so far apart that consciousness could interact with them without physically moving. It's hard to explain because you can literally shape your environment immediately through your consciousness in these higher frequencies. In that sense, we were creators, knowing and understanding oneness, beings of love. But then we fell. We dropped back down to this place called the third dimension. We also fell in consciousness back to zero. We forgot how to use the pineal gland, and it slowly shrunk to the size it is now, like a raisin, where it's supposed to be eyeball size. When this happened, we forgot how to breathe source energy into our bodies, and our lifespans went kaput. Eventually, we went from 900 years to what it is today. We had not experienced this dense reality that we had before, at least for a very long time. We were kind of like a supercomputer that gets completely wiped, no operating system or anything. We have these advanced physical bodies, but we didn't know how to use them. This is why today we are so physically advanced compared to pretty much all the other animals in this third dimension. For a time, the survivors of the Atlantean fall, and there were a few, were literally hairy barbarians. We even had to rediscover fire. The reason we're having such a hard time finding evidence of Atlantis is because, for the most part, the events of Atlantis took place on a much higher dimension than our physical Earth exists on right now. Everything I've drawn of Atlantis can't be taken as that's what it looked like, because it didn't. This landmass did physically exist, but the Atlanteans were not inhabiting that dimension of its existence. If the warship hadn't been protected by the Merkaba, the Nicals would have lost their memories. They retained their memories when the Earth came out of the void and began their work once more. Thoth and 1/3 of the Nicals went to the Island of the Sun in Bolivia. Aragot and 1/3 went to Tibet, and Ra and the remaining third went to Egypt, where they waited. Now, we're going to begin bridging the gaps between this story and our current history. In between the fall of Atlantis and the dawn of our first civilizations, who were the Egyptians and the Sumerians, there was a 6,500-year gap between them. What was happening to us in that time? We have to look at this precession chart again. This is where we fell in consciousness, point C, and this was our falling asleep phase too. Thoth, Ra, and the Ascended Masters were waiting until point D. They had to wait for humans to just evolve themselves over a 6,500-year time period until they were advanced enough to actually receive this new information that they were going to provide. Sometime in here was when the flood of Noah occurred. Because of the pole shift, the Earth went through an ice age. This is scientific fact. When the ice melted, it would have caused massive flooding. DNA is the physical manifestation of who you are. It is your soul's physical aspect. What we are seeing in DNA is changes in the codons. There's 64 possible codons in DNA, and humans only have about 22 or so. What we're finding is that there are 6 more codons being activated within these children, and they are choosing 2 of the 6. These kids are what we call indigo and crystal children, and probably the super psychics as well. Now, this is a chromosome. Basically, what this is lots and lots of DNA wrapped into this weird H-like shape. This is located in every cell and is part of your body's consciousness grid, but it's chromosome change as well. The second level, where we are now, has 44 and 2 chromosomes. To any scientist, this is basic biology. The first level, however, has 42 and 2, and this third level has 46 and 2. The fourth and fifth have 48 and 2 and 50 and 2, respectively. The primary physically visible difference between these DNA in all life is height. The first level has an average height of 4 to 6 feet tall. The second level, us, has an average height of 5 to 7 feet. Third are about 10 to 16 feet, which we are about to translate to. Fourth is 30 to 35 feet, and the last is 50 to 60. You may remember a being named Metatron, the Hebrew archangel, who is the perfection of what humanity is to become. He was 55 feet tall, that guy. The last 2 heights are far in the distant future for us, though. This is a place in Egypt today called Abu Simbel. The first thing you notice is that these statues are huge, but with the information about the DNA, this paints a different picture. These beings would be in the 60-foot range if they were to stand. They were at the 5th level of consciousness. These beings on a different wall are 35 feet tall, 4th level of consciousness. Here are some 3rd levels as well. Archaeologists saw this and thought that it meant that the man was just much more important than the woman, when in actuality, the kings of Egypt had 5 different names, one for every level of consciousness. Some of the kings were even able to translate into different dimensions, and that's how they guided the population with the power of the gods. In Egypt, according to today's top archaeologists and researchers, the Egyptians and Sumerians both began their civilizations right around the same time from each other, within a few hundred years or so. Both of these civilizations emerged out of nowhere with perfect writing abilities that were not improved upon since. When they first emerged, they were extremely sophisticated and clear, and slowly degenerated over generations. No archaeologist can explain how this happened or explain how it could have happened. They placed Egypt and Sumer into a special classification called stair-step evolution. What happened was, one day, Egypt got its language, full and complete. Then the knowledge leveled off. And then it got another massive leap a little while later. Then suddenly, they knew everything about water and moat systems just perfect. Then, a little time later, bam, they're masters of hydraulics. How did Egypt and Sumer do this? Well, this is what Thoth said. When we were evolving on our own for 6,500 years, Ra and the Ascended Masters were waiting in an underground city beneath the Great Pyramid. We'll come back to this in a bit. Thoth's son Tat formed a group called the Tat Brotherhood, which is a secret group that still exists today as protectors and keepers of the sacred temples. Today, they're still connected to the Ascended Masters. So about 6,000 years ago, some members of the Tat Brotherhood would wait until they would meet someone who could understand what they were going to teach them. When they found someone, they would just tune their frequencies to the 3rd dimension and walk up and tell them information flat out. They said, hey, if you do this and this happens. The Egyptians would say, wow, look at that. Then they would go underground, wait another little while, and repeat the process. Over a short period of time, the Egyptian and Sumerian evolution shot up in stair steps. As for the Sumerians, they also received a more detailed story by those who were assisting them. They described to the Sumerians in all of the details they remembered. They said, "This is the history of the planet. Write it down." The Sumerians knew about the precession of the equinox because they were told it by the Nicals from Atlantis. After this stair-step period, we began to fall asleep further. Things got worse once more. It was our falling sleep stage of precession, and although the Nicals had given us a boost, we were consciously dozing off. On that note, it's time for the story about the city under the pyramid. Keep an open mind about this because there is very little proof for what I'm about to say. For over 40 years, Drunvalo Melchizedek has been studying human consciousness through sacred geometry and spiritual teachers and masters all over the world. In 1996, he was contacted by a source in Egypt who said that something incredible had been discovered. A stone stele came out of the ground between the paws of the Sphinx into the daylight. They removed it and dug into the earth beneath the Sphinx. There they found a room with 3 tunnels leading off of it. One of the tunnels, which went to the Great Pyramid, had another tunnel coming off it, and it was shielded by a wall of light. Bullets could not pass through this field, and people could not even get close to it without feeling like they're going to die. The Egyptian government found a particular person who could turn off this field. They also had brought in Paramount Studios to film it, as they had filmed the opening of King Tut's tomb. They had a good relationship with Egypt. The government wanted several $1 million from Paramount, but at the last minute they asked for an extra $1.5 million under the table. Paramount was outraged, and they backed off. Things were silent for about 3 months. Then, Drunvalo heard from a source again, who was involved in all this, who said that 3 men shut off the light field and went inside. They found themselves inside a very large building that went on for miles underground, which was really the edge of a giant underground city, which was really just one giant building. Then, a little while later, an Egyptian archaeologist named Larry Hunter began describing the same thing, but more detailed. He said that the city was 6.5 by 8 miles wide and 12 stories deep, and the city was outlined by specific temples in Egypt. The 3 pyramids are lined up with Orion's belt, but there are also small temples for every other star in the constellation. Those temples map out the city underground and are made out of a special stone not found anywhere else in Egypt called Koinen stone. Incredibly enough, very recently, ancient tunnels were found in Romania that led to both Egypt and the inner earth. Now, I don't have time to go into detail about this particular story, but if you want, check out the book Transylvanian Sunrise by Radu Sinamar. To be clear, this is a theory that has not been accepted by the Egyptian government, but the underground city that folks said was there is, according to Mr. Hunter, marked by temples made of a unique substance, and the temples match the star pattern of the constellation of Orion. 4,000 years after the stair-step evolution, we were at our lowest stage of our evolution. We were hitting bottom on the awareness road. Suddenly, out of the darkness, 3 men came to Earth to give us a little nudge. Everything in ancient Egypt was synthetic. They had this entire civilization based around achieving heightened states of consciousness, but they had to do it through tools. Now, we're not going to look at each of these tools individually, but let me give you a brief overview here. This tool was used for transferring vibrations into the body. Along with that were the hook and flail. This little device was a kind of generator to increase vibrations, though there's not too much information available on it. This thing, however, was their most important tool, the Ankh. They saw the Ankh as the secret to eternal life, and they used it not as a physical tool, but as an energetic one. They would use this form and ankh their sexual energy. Now, this could be a huge topic on its own, like how energy travels up and down the body through a vertical tube between 5 energy channels that counter-rotate as they extend through the body. But basically, sexual energy is an incredibly powerful energy. We definitely abuse it today, but what the Egyptians knew was that when you had an orgasm, a very large amount of energy bursts from your root chakra all the way up your spine to the top of your head, and then it gets released. What the Egyptians would do was when the spiral of energy hit their heart chakra, they would ankh the energy out of the back of their body and over their head and back into their body, where they would keep the energy and retain a massive energy boost. In other words, if you take a tuning fork and hit it, it will reverberate for a certain amount of time. Then, if you attach an ankh on top of it and hit it again, it will reverberate at least 3 times longer. The Egyptians were doing this with their bodies. Moving on, when Atlantis was first formed, the Nicol set up something called a mystery school. This is a special type of school where you learn about consciousness, and you learn different aspects of expanding your own consciousness, and eventually getting to a place where you become immortal. It usually took a very long time to achieve this state, and that's why there were only about 1,000 Nicols in comparison to the millions of Lemurians at the start of Atlantis. The first Atlantean to reach the immortal state was a man named Osiris. Ancient Egypt's mythology tells a story about Osiris, a man who was killed and cut up into pieces by his brother in an act of rage, and then the pieces were scattered. This event, perhaps less exaggerated than the myths, actually did happen, and it took place on Atlantis. Osiris's wife and sister retrieved the pieces, and upon returning the final piece, they restored the creative energy flow and brought his spirit back into the body. Through doing this, Osiris became immortal, and he was the first immortal of Atlantis. This story is told throughout ancient Egypt on many temple walls, and I'm going to show you why. Osiris went through the 3 stages of consciousness. The first one was full, the second was separated from itself, included physically, and the third was whole again. The Nicalls used Osiris's understanding of how he became immortal as a template for how others could do it as well, only through consciousness without needing to be cut up, of course. This eventually became what we would call the religion of Atlantis, but it was more of a deeper understanding that they were following. This template was also used in Egypt, which we will look at now. Through this stair-step evolution, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. Before the fall, we had incredible memories. It wasn't this vague recollection that we have now, but today we might see it as full-tilt 3D holographic memory. After the fall, we still had a photographic memory and could share these experiences with each other, which is called dream time. It is what the Aborigines of Australia still have today. Through the introduction of writing, however, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. We lost our incredible memories and became very separate from each other and ourselves. Thoth was the one who introduced writing, and if you look at ancient Egyptian culture, it even says Thoth brought writing to us, as well as many other things. Now that we were in the second level, over time, things began to change, and a very serious problem developed, which if it hadn't been solved, it would have caused a major catastrophe in our own near future. Basically, in Egypt, the Ascended Masters had used Osiris' genetic coding of changing chromosomes to show others the path of ascension. They developed a system of 42 and 2 gods, with a lowercase g. They were actually called meters. Most will recognize this one. His name was Anubis. There were 42 and 2 meters who were representative of human chromosomes. Each one of them showed a specific pathway of life or human experience, and people would follow these understandings to learn more about their life or their own reality. The problem developed when both Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt became more separated from themselves, and the meanings of these meters were lost. Over time, the drawings of these meters changed, and the meanings changed with them. People had no idea what they meant. Then it got worse, when the Egyptian king Menes merged Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt into a unified country. Menes also merged the belief systems, so now you had 88 gods that people were fighting over to decide who was really God. This was an issue because now they had people not knowing what to believe, completely lost, separated from their understanding of their own divinity and God. Things became separated further. People fought over which gods were really gods. Today, we look back and say, wow, they thought there were so many gods, when really, this wasn't the case at all. Even with the help from the Tat Brotherhood, we just couldn't get it right. There was one short period of Egyptian culture that most historians don't really understand. As it's written in ancient texts and hieroglyphs, for 17 and a half years, there was a bizarre new ruler that completely changed how Egypt was run, and his name was Akhenaten. Before him, there were only kings. Akhenaten was the first pharaoh, which meant that which you will become. He was also, believe it or not, 15 to 16 feet tall, at least that's how he was always depicted, and had an elongated skull. Both of these aspects are related to Christ consciousness. Akhenaten abolished all previous understandings of God and tried to instill a one God understanding in everyone. After 17 years, the majority of Egyptians revolted and Akhenaten was killed, soon to be replaced by someone else, returning to the old system. What actually happened? To correct the problem, Thoth got the help from Ai and Tia, who were the first immortals from Lemuria, and got them to mate interdimensionally to conceive a Christ consciousness being. Thoth said that he worked with the previous kings of Egypt to help achieve this, and Egyptologists found that Akhenaten came completely out of nowhere. It took some time, and there was a transitional period involving Amenhotep III, but soon
What the fuck is
was
this?
on the throne. Akhenaten used his time to bring Egypt back to a simple religion where there was one God, one reality. He used imagery of a sun disk to represent this. The priests in Egypt didn't.
Turns out it's not like inaccurate kind of, but it's not like totally accurate.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really? First up, we've got shaped video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition here. Just import any SVG file and set it as a shape mask. Nice. Next up, we'll keep it moving with the hoverbox. You can use it to animate any element and create these really eye-catching interactions. And what I love is that the level of control you get here is crazy precise. You can set your animation ease, scale size, and position to create this really dope effect. Third, we've got the Mega Menu. This not only lets you organize your site menus into different subcategories, but it also looks amazing when you add in different elements like text, buttons, images, and pretty much anything you can think of. And last but not least, we've got My Designs. This feature lets you save any section or component that you've already created,
That is so
and
true.
you can use it as a starting point on any other pages or sites you're working on. This one's personally saved me a ton of time. So you got all these features. Now see what you can do with them. Get on over to Wix and create something dope.
Chapter 1. The King. The tale of the Mahabharata unfolds with a ruler named Shantanu. One day, while wandering through a forest beside the banks of river Ganga, he encountered an enchanting woman emerging from the waters. Captivated by her beauty, the king found himself irresistibly drawn to this mysterious figure and sought to learn more about her. In response to his inquiry regarding her identity, the woman questioned his intent. Shantanu declared his status as the king of Hastinapur and professed his deep love for her, expressing a desire to marry her. The woman agreed to his proposal, but stipulated two conditions that must be met. Intrigued, yet apprehensive, the king urged her to state her requirements. She outlined her first condition. He must never inquire about her origins or identity. The second condition required that while he could observe her actions, he must never interfere or question them. The woman warned that should he violate either condition, she would leave him. Though taken aback by such demands, Shantanu was overwhelmed by his feelings and willingly consented to her terms. They then returned to the palace where they wed. Chapter 2. The Queen. As time passed, the queen gave birth to a son, filling the king with immense joy. Eager to celebrate, he hurried to her chamber, but confusion washed over him when he saw her carrying the newborn towards the river. His heart sank as he watched her place the child into the water, allowing the currents to carry him away. Horrified, the king felt an urge to cry out, but he was reminded of his vow to the queen to observe her actions without interference or question. He was left speechless. After this harrowing event, the queen returned to the palace and life continued. Eventually, she bore a second son. In his joy at the birth of this new child, the king had managed to forget the tragedy of his first son. However, once again, as he approached her chambers, he witnessed the same heart-wrenching scene. The queen carried the baby to the river and let it wash away in the water. Once more, despair filled the king's heart, yet he could do nothing, bound by his promise. This grim pattern continued for several years, repeating itself with each of the five subsequent sons. Finally, an eighth son was born. The queen, as was her custom, carried the child towards the river, but this time the king could no longer contain his anguish. He shouted for her to stop, his voice filled with desperation. Stop! Don't allow this to happen again. The queen halted and turned to face him. But you promised, she reminded him gently. Overcome with emotion, the king replied, I don't care. I can't bear it anymore. I have watched seven of my sons perish. I will not let you take this child too. The queen smiled, yet there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Very well, dear king. According to our agreement, I must now depart. However, before I go, I shall reveal my secret. I am Ganga, the god of the river. The eight children born to you are celestial beings, Vasus of the heaven. They once angered a great sage, who in retaliation cursed them to live as humans and endure the suffering of mortal life. Seven of these Vasus repented and sought mercy, and the sage, moved by their pleas, shortened their human lives. Yet the eighth
Even a game as timeless as baseball
The eighth Vasu remained defiant and as a result was condemned to experience a long and painful existence in this world. This eighth child is the eighth Vasu. I will take him with me and prepare him, teaching him the skills and resilience necessary to face the trials ahead. I promise to return him to you once his training is complete. With that, Ganga disappeared, taking the child with her. The king stood by the river in a stunned silence for a long while before returning to the palace, his heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 3. The Eighth Son. Years after the departure of the queen and his son, Shantanu found himself wandering along the banks of the river Ganga. He often returned to this place, reflecting on his lost queen and son, haunted by the tragedy of the seven children he had seen drowned in the waters. His heart had been heavy with sorrow throughout these years. On this particular day, his attention was caught by a young boy playing with a bow and arrow near the river bank. There was something intriguing about the boy that drew the king closer. As Shantanu approached, he was met by the radiant figure of goddess Ganga, emerging gracefully from the river. Greetings, dear king, she said. In accordance with my promise, the time has come to return your son to you. He has completed his training. Over the years, she had taken the boy across many realms, where he learned from the greatest teachers. He had mastered responsibilities of kingship and the intricacies of political science. He had been educated in ancient scriptures as well as in mental and spiritual disciplines. He possessed knowledge of the duties of priests and had been trained in advanced warfare. Moreover, Ganga revealed that he had been bestowed with celestial weapons from the king of the gods. I have named him Devavrat, she said, looking fondly at the boy. Go to your father, my son, and bring him joy. With that, Ganga vanished, her duties fulfilled. Shantanu was filled with overwhelming joy at the return of his son and heir. Over the years, Deodat demonstrated remarkable wisdom and valor, proving himself time and again. He single handedly defeated an invading army and earned the affection of all in the kingdom. While Shantanu swelled with pride for his son's achievements, he still felt the deep ache of loneliness in the absence of Ganga, missing her presence dearly. Chapter 4. Bhishma. One day King Shantanu beheld a beautiful woman named Satyavati by the banks of the river Ganga. Having experienced years of loneliness, he yearned for companionship. The woman was the daughter of a fisherman, and Shantanu sought the fisherman's permission to marry her. However, the fisherman was a shrewd negotiator. I will agree to this marriage, dear king, he said, but only if my daughter's sons are made the heirs to the throne. Shantanu was taken aback by this request. But Devavrat is the crown prince of Hastinapur. I cannot alter that, he replied firmly. The fisherman insisted, then I cannot permit this marriage. Reflecting on the past, Shantanu remembered how he had blindly accepted conditions before, leading to the loss of his seven sons. This time, he resolved not to be so reckless with his heart. He turned down the proposal and returned to the palace, feeling deeply saddened. Noticing his father's distress, Devarath inquired with the council about the source of his sorrow. Upon learning of the woman his father had encountered, he decided to speak directly with the fisherman. My father is in love with your daughter. Please allow the marriage. Devarath pleaded. The fisherman replied, as long as you remain the crown prince, my daughter's sons will have no chance at the throne of Hastinapur. Devarath declared, then I will renounce my claim to the throne. I will do anything to bring joy to my father. The fisherman cautioned him, but your sons will always have a claim to the throne, which could lead to a conflict for my grandchildren. Devrath made a solemn vow. In addition to giving up my right to the throne, I've also promised to remain a celibate for my entire life. At these words, the heavens opened up, showering him with flowers. From that moment on, he was known as Bhishma, meaning the one who took a terrible oath. With the fisherman's consent, Bhishma brought Satyavati to his father on a chariot, where he informed Shantanu of his vow. The king was devastated by the severity of his son's decision. However, Shantanu decided to bestow a special gift upon Bhishma in recognition of his sacrifice. He granted Bhishma the extraordinary ability to choose the time and place of his own death, effectively rendering him nearly immortal. Soon after, Shantanu married Satyavati, and together they had two sons. Chapter 5. The Three Princesses. Upon the passing of King Shantanu, the sons he had with Satyavati ascended to the throne as per their agreement. The firstborn son was crowned as the new king of Hastinapur. Tragically, however, he met his end in a battle before he could produce any heirs. With the death of the first king, the second son was appointed as the king, but being still a child, Bhishma took on the role of a regent. As the young king grew, Satyavati and Bhishma decided it was time for him to marry and secure an heir. The king of Kashi was hosting a contest for suitors to choose amongst his three daughters, inviting all eligible kings and princes. But due to a prior dispute, Hastinapur was notably excluded from the invitation. Feeling insulted, Bhishma, with Satyavati's permission, set off for Kashi to win the princesses for his brother. Once there, he gathered the three princesses, Amba, Ambika, and Ambalika, into his chariot and issued a challenge to the other suitors, declaring that they would have to defeat him to reclaim the brides. The assembled kings and princesses gave chase, but none could match Bhishma's skill in battle. Among them, King Shalva pursued him for the longest duration and fought with great determination to win back the princesses. Bhishma ultimately destroyed Shalva's chariot, leaving him humiliated but choosing to spare his life. Having successfully secured the three princesses, Bhishma returned to Hastinapur to offer them to the young king. However, the eldest princess Amba confided in Satyavati that she was in love with King Shalva, the very suitor who had chased them. Understanding her feelings, Satyavati requested Bhishma to allow Amba to return to Shalva, and he graciously consented. Unbeknownst to them, Amba would play a crucial role in Bhishma's life in the years to come. The remaining two princesses, Ambika and Ambalika, were married to the young king. Unfortunately, the young ruler fell ill and passed away before he could leave behind any heirs. This left Satyavati deeply troubled, as the kingdom now faced the dire prospect of being without a lineage. She turned to Bhishma, urging him to take the throne and to marry his brother's widows. Mother, he said, you know better than anyone of my vow to never claim the crown and to remain celibate throughout my life. I cannot break this oath. With this in mind, Satyavati pondered another solution to the dilemma they faced. She decided to unveil a secret she had held for many years. Chapter 6. Vyasa. Before her marriage to Shantanu, Satyavati encountered a sage named Parashar, with whom she bore a son named Vyas. Like his father, Vyas was a revered sage endowed with immense spiritual powers and wisdom. With the kingdom in need of an heir, and Bhishma bound by his vow of celibacy and renunciation of the throne, Satyavati called upon Vyas to address their dilemma. He had promised his mother that he would always be available to help her in times of need. Satyavati explained the unfortunate circumstances surrounding her son's death before he could produce heirs with his two queens. As the half brother of the deceased king, Vyas had the right to father heirs with the queens. Vyas willingly agreed to fulfill his duty. Ambika was the first queen to be sent to Vyas's chambers. However, when she beheld him, she was struck by his hideous appearance. In horror, she closed her eyes throughout. Afterwards, Vyas informed his mother that while Ambika would conceive a strong and capable heir, he would be blind from birth. Next, Ambalika was summoned to Vyas. Upon seeing him, She turned pale with pride. Following the completion of the blessing, Vyas conveyed to Satyavati that Ambalika would bear a brave son, but he would be pale in appearance and suffer from jaundice throughout his life. Dissatisfied with these outcomes, Satyavati directed Ambika to return to Vyas's chambers for another blessing, determined to have a healthy child without any disabilities. However, Ambika, unwilling to face Vyas again, devised a plan. She dressed her handmaiden in her attire and sent her in her place. The handmaiden approached her duties with courage and detachment, unlike the two queens before her. After the blessing, Vyasa proclaimed, "You will bear a son who will be wise, diplomatic, and learned. He will elevate you from your life as a handmaiden." With that, Vyasa completed his task and vanished. Ambika later gave birth to a son named Dhritarashtra, who was blind. Ambalika's son was named Pandu due to his pale complexion. The third son, born to the handmaiden, was named Vidur and was considered the most perfect of the three. As the boys matured, Pandu was appointed king, despite being the second born, as Dhritarashtra was deemed incapable of ruling due to his blindness. Vidur was given the position of prime minister. In a bid to secure the kingdom's future, Dhritarashtra was arranged to marry Gandhari, the princess of Gandhar. Upon learning of her husband's blindness, Gandhari chose to wear a blindfold from the day forth so that she could share in his experience of the world. Pandu was married to Kunti, a princess from the Yadava dynasty. Yet, Bhishma advised Pandu to take a second wife from the Madhva kingdom to further strengthen their empire. Thus, Pandu wed Princess Madri as his second wife. However, Kunti held a secret, one that would eventually shake the foundations of the kingdom of Hastinapur to the core. Chapter 7. Kunti. In her youth, Kunti's household was graced by the visit of a great sage. Impressed by Kunti's devoted care and attentiveness, the sage gifted her a mystical mantra before departing. This powerful mantra had the ability to summon any celestial deity, allowing Kunti to receive their blessing for a child. Intrigued and filled with youthful curiosity, Kunti decided to test the mantra. With a sense of innocence, she recited it to summon Surya, the sun god. As promised, Surya appeared, bestowing upon her a radiant child who glowed with brilliance of the sun and wore a golden chainmail across his chest. However, once the wonder of the moment faded, Kunti was engulfed by panic. As an unmarried young girl, she felt utterly unprepared for the motherhood and feared the judgment of her family and society. In a moment of desperation, she placed the infant in a basket and set it afloat on the river Ganga, praying for a compassionate soul to find and raise the child as their own. Years later, Kunti became the queen of Hastinapur alongside Madri, Pandu's second wife. When King Pandu returned from a successful campaign, he took his two queens on a trip into the forest, leaving Dhritarashtra in charge as king. One day, while hunting, Pandu shot an arrow into the bushes, mistakenly believing he had spotted a deer. Tragically, the arrow struck a mystical rishi who was accompanied by his wife. With his dying breath, the rishi cursed Pandu, declaring the moment he touched his wives with desire, he would meet an untimely death. Devastated, Pandu realized that without heirs, his lineage and the future of his kingdom were at risk. Determined to ensure the continuation of his line, Pandu decided to remain in the forest, extending Dhritarashtra's responsibility as king. He discussed the dire situation with Kunti, who revealed to him the mantra that the sage had bestowed upon her. Overjoyed by this revelation, Pandu encouraged her to use the mantra to summon their heirs. "Which deity should I invoke first, my lord?" Kunti asked. "Invoke Dharma, the god of justice. This will ensure that our eldest son is blessed with righteousness." Kunti recited the mantra, and Lord Dharma appeared, granting her a son, who they named Yudhishthir. Pandu, eager for more children, instructed Kunti to invoke Vayu, the lord of the wind, so their second son would possess great strength and power. After Kunti chanted the mantra, Vayu blessed her with a son named Bhim. Pandu's excitement grew as he expressed his desire for a third son, who would be the most glorious and formidable among men. For this child, Kunti invoked Lord Indra, the king of the heavens, and thus Arjun was born. Recognizing the importance of lineage, Pandu then asked Kunti to teach the mantra to Madri so she too could have children. Kunti complied, and after learning the mantra, Madri invoked the Ashwin Kumaras, the twin deities. They gifted her twin sons, named Nakul and Sahadev. Thus, the five sons born to Kunti and Madri came to be known as the Pandavas. Meanwhile, in Hastinapur, Gandhari became increasingly aware of the children born to Kunti and Madri, igniting a deep yearning within her for children of her own. Chapter 8, Gandhari. Upon learning about the children born to Kunti and Madri, Gandhari felt an overwhelming longing for her own children. Despite the passage of many years, she had not conceived. In her moments of despair, her heartfelt prayers seemed to be answered when Vyasa appeared in Hastinapur, seeking food and shelter. Gandhari welcomed him with open arms, tending to his every need, and her devoted care impressed the sage. Seeing her dedication, Vyasa asked her to name her reward. With unwavering determination, Gandhari expressed her desire. I wish for 100 strong sons. Vyas promised her, and so you shall have it, before vanishing from the sight. Shortly after this encounter, Gandhari fell pregnant, but 2 years passed without the arrival of her children. Frustrated and desperate, she struck her belly with a stick, an act that unexpectedly triggered labor. To her horror and that of her handmaidens, she gave birth not to a child, but to a solid mass of flesh resembling an iron ball. Heartbroken at this grim outcome, Gandhari commanded her attendants to dispose of it. At that moment, Vyasa reappeared and instructed, Stop, I will prepare what needs to be done. He proceeded to create 100 pots, carefully breaking the mass of flesh into equal portions, placing each piece into a separate jar. During this process, Gandhari's longing deepened, and she silently wished for a daughter as well. Seeing her thoughts, Vyasa assured her, The last bit of flesh will produce your daughter. Eventually, the first son emerged from one of the pots, wailing as his lungs filled with air. The wild animals outside Hasnapur responded with cries, and the winds howled violently while fierce fire broke out around the kingdom. This firstborn son was named Duryodhan. One by one, his 99 brothers followed suit, emerging from their jars, until finally their sister, Dushala, was born. These children came to be known as the Kauravas. Dhritarashtra felt immense gratitude to finally have heirs. Yet he was acutely aware that Yudhishthir, the son of King Pandu, would inherit the throne, not his son Duryodhan. This awareness brewed jealousy and resentment in Dhritarashtra's heart, setting the stage for a fierce rivalry that would ultimately lead to a cataclysmic clash between the Pandavas, the son of Pandu, and the Kauravas in years to come. Chapter 9, Return to Hastinapur. Pandu found solace and happiness in the forest, living alongside with his two wives, Kunti and Madri, as well as his five sons. This tranquil existence, however, was shattered one fateful day when Pandu, momentarily forgetting the curse of the rishi, succumbed to desire and touched the arm of his beloved wife Madri. The curse was swift in its vengeance. In an instant, Pandu fell to his death. Madri, overwhelmed by grief and unable to bear the loss of her husband, chose to take her own life. This tragedy left Kunti as the sole parent of the five Pandava brothers. With a heavy heart, Kunti resolved to return to her family to the palace of Hastinapur. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed back, but not everyone in the family shared the same joy upon their return. Yudhishthir, the eldest son of the Pandavas, was the rightful crown prince. Yet Dhritarashtra, blinded by his ambitions for his eldest son Duryodhan, yearned for the throne. Queen Gandhari's brother Shakuni further fueled the growing animosity between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, intensifying the rift within the family. Despite these tensions, a semblance of harmony was achieved, and Bhishma took it upon himself to train the princess in their royal duties and martial skills. As time passed, a fierce rivalry developed between Duryodhan and Bhim. Bhim, known for his immense strength, often bested the Kaurava brothers in wrestling matches, humiliating them in front of their peers. Meanwhile, Arjun, gifted in the arts of warfare, excelled in all forms of combat training. One day, while playing in the fields, the princes found themselves in a predicament where their ball fell into the bottom of the well. In his attempt to retrieve the items, Yudhishthir accidentally lost his ring as it slipped from his finger and fell into the depths alongside the ball. As the young princes struggled to devise a plan to recover their possessions, an archer happened to pass by. Observing their plight, he collected reeds from the surrounding area and skillfully shot the first reed into the ball. He continued this method, shooting subsequent reeds into the end of the previous one, eventually forming a long chain that reached the top of the well. With this clever device, he was able to pull out the ball. Next, the archer removed an arrow from his quiver, recited a mantra, and shot the arrow into the well. To the prince's astonishment, the arrow returned, bearing Yudhishthir's lost ring. Overjoyed, the princess invited the archer to accompany them back to the palace to meet their granduncle Bhishma. As they walked, the archer concealed a mixture of sadness and a deep-seated desire for revenge in his eyes, hinting at a future that was yet to unfold. Chapter 10. Drone. Upon hearing about the prince's encounter with the mysterious archer in the woods, Bhishma immediately recognized that this must be the legendary Drona. Drone had just returned from the disheartening meeting with King Drupad, which had left him feeling humiliated. In his youth, Drone had been close friends with Drupad. The two had shared a great bond, and Drupad had promised Drone that when he ascended to the throne, he would share his kingdom with him. However, years had passed, and Drone's future had taken a downturn. Now married, with a young child to support, he struggled to provide for his family, despite his exceptional skills as a warrior. Desperate, Drone traveled to Panchal to remind his friend Drupad of his childhood promise. When he approached the king, Drupad laughingly dismissed Drone's plea. Kings cannot be friends with those who are poor and powerless, he proclaimed. The court echoed his laughter, leaving Drone feel humiliated, embittered, and furious. As he left the palace, he stumbled upon the princes attempting to retrieve their ball from the well. Demonstrating his exceptional archery skills, Drona captured the prince's admiration. They quickly introduced him to Bhishma, who recognized Drona's talent and appointed him as the instructor for the princes. Grateful for this opportunity, Drona eagerly accepted, seeing it as a way to resolve his financial struggles. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to training the princes in the art of warfare. Among the students, Bhim and Duryodhan displayed remarkable prowess with the mace, while Yudhishthir excelled with the spear. Nakul and Sahadev proved their skill with the swords. However, it was Arjun who captured Drone's admiration, quickly becoming his favorite student. One day, Drone devised a challenging exercise. He set up a wooden bird in a tree and instructed the princes to aim for its eye. Before allowing them to shoot, he asked each prince, what did they see? Yudhishthir responded, I see the bird, the branch, and the tree. No good, replied Drona, instructing him to step aside. The other young princes offered similar responses until it was Arjun's turn. What do you see? Asked Drona. I see only the eye, Arjun replied confidently. He drew his bow and let his arrow fly, striking the eye of the wooden bird dead on the target. As the princes owned their skills, Drone soon requested his Gurdakshina, the traditional fee paid by a student to their teacher. What is it that you desire, master? Arjun asked earnestly. Bring me King Drupad, Drona replied. Determined to fulfill this task, the princes set off on their mission. With their unique abilities and Drone's expert training, they quickly overcame Drupad's guards. By the following day, they had captured Drupad and brought him to Drona's feet. Addressing Drupad, Drona said, "Once you claimed only a king can befriend another king. I sought your kingdom so I could earn your friendship, and I have succeeded. But now that you are no longer a king, I shall return you half of your kingdom." Drupad, forced to accept the terms, smiled tightly, but the humiliation would linger in his memory, and the two former friends, now adversaries, would one day find themselves on opposing sides of a great war, their fates forever intertwined in the unfolding saga of their lives. Chapter 11, Deadly Rivals. Upon Kunti's return to Hastinapur with her five Pandava sons, not all was met with joy. With the passing of the teen Pandu, the responsibilities of the throne fell to Dhritarashtra until Yudhishthir, the eldest son of Pandu, reached maturity. This situation created palpable tension between the two sets of cousins, the Pandavas and the Kauravas. The Pandava children consistently outshone the Kauravas in intelligence, learning capabilities, and physical prowess. Among the Kauravas, Duryodhan, the eldest, quickly recognized the significant threat posed by Bhim, who particularly excelled in strength and athleticism. Bhim frequently wrestled the Kaurava brothers into submission, humiliating them in various competitions of strength. This only deepened Duryodhan's hatred for Bhim, leading him to seek a way to eliminate his rival. One day, Duryodhan suggested a trip to the banks of the river Ganga for all the cousins. The day unfolded with much merriment, but when the opportunity arose, Duryodhan took a sinister step. He poisoned Bhima's food, knowing fully well that his cousin's voracious appetite would lead him to consume it all without any hesitation. As the day came to a closure and the cousins returned to the palace, Bhim, unaware of the treachery, fell into a deep coma near the river bank. Seizing the moment, Duryodhan tied Bhim's hands and feet and rolled him into the river, abandoning him to drown. He then returned to the palace, feigning ignorance about Bhim's disappearance. When Yudhishthir noticed Bhim was missing, he inquired about his brother's whereabouts, but no one had any answer. Meanwhile, Bhim sank deeper into the river, surrounded by the Nagas, or serpent beings, who began to bite him mercilessly. However, in a twist of fate, their venom counteracted the poison in his system, and Bhim awoke. Breaking free from his bindings with ease, Bhim seized the Nagas and hurled them against the river bed in a display of his formidable strength. The terrified Naga swam to Vasuki, the king of the Naga realm, to report the incident. Upon realizing that the mighty young man was the son of Vayu, the wind god, Vasuki invited Bhim into the Naga palace. To aid in Bhim's recovery, the Naga king presented him with pots of Rasakunda, a potent potion renowned for enhancing strength. Bhim consumed 8 vessels of this nectar, and soon after he fell into a deep sleep. Once rejuvenated, the Naga king returned him safely to the surface. When Bhim returned to the palace, he recounted his incredible tale to Kunti and his brothers, much to Duryodhan's astonishment. Yudhishthir, suspicious of Duryodhan's involvement in Bhim's near demise, felt a nagging doubt but lacked any evidence to confront him directly. Realizing the depth of their cousin's malice, the Pandava brothers understood that they would have to exercise greater caution in their dealings with Duryodhan in the days to come, setting the stage for an escalating rivalry between the two families. Chapter 12, The Son of the Sun. Once Drone completed his training with the young princess, Bhishma organized a grand contest to showcase their remarkable skills to the kingdom. The first competition featured a fierce face-off between Duryodhan and Bhim, who showcased their prowess in mace fighting. Their duel quickly escalated to a point where it seemed that they were on the verge of a life and death battle. It was only the timely intervention of Ashwatthama, Drona's son, that prevented a tragic outcome. Following this intense round, it was time for Drona's star pupil, Arjun, to take the stage. Arjun dazzled the audience by shooting arrows into the ground, igniting flames that danced upon the earth. He then fired arrows into the sky, summoning rain that extinguished the fire, showcasing his mastery over the 5 elements of earth. In a spectacular display of skill, Arjun rendered himself invisible, leaving the crowd roaring with excitement and admiration. As the applause thundered in the stadium, Drone addressed the crowd with pride, declaring, "Behold, the greatest archer of our time. There is none who can match his skill." Just then, a mysterious figure emerged in the arena, commanding immediate attention. "Guru Drone, Arjun is not the greatest archer. I am," the young man proclaimed boldly. The audience fell into stunned silence, eager to see who this boastful challenger was. In a breathtaking demonstration of archery, the young man matched Arjun's prowess shot for shot, stunning everyone with his exceptional talent. Drone, curious about the newcomer, asked, "Who are you, young man?" The challenger said, "I am Karna, and I challenge your star pupil to a contest to the death." Arjun, momentarily taken aback, responded, "To challenge a prince, you must be of royal blood. What kingdom do you hail from?" Karna remained silent, unwilling to reveal his lineage. In the audience, Duryodhan, recognizing Karna's potential, took the initiative. "Guru Drone," he said, "I hereby crown Karna as the king of Anga, effective immediately. This should satisfy any requirement for the contest against Arjun." Amidst the cheers, a charioteer in the crowd burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, "My son, I'm so proud of you. You now have a kingdom." Observing this turn of events, Bhishma inquired about Karna's parentage. The old man replied, "O great Bhishma, I, Adiratha, am the adopted father of Karna." Bhishma curiously said, "The son of a charioteer cannot challenge a royal prince. Who are your real parents?" he pressed. Karna's expression darkened with anger and frustration. He had no knowledge of his true lineage, and thus no rights to contest against the royal family of Hastinapur. With this revelation, the contest was called off, but Duryodhan recognized Karna's potential as a formidable ally, one who could rival even Arjun, the most skilled of the Pandavas. Yet, amidst the crowd, one heart was heavy with grief and recognition. Kunti, watching from afar, wept as she realized the true identity of the young man before her. He was her firstborn son, the one she had secretly placed in a basket and set adrift on the river many years ago, the son she had conceived with Surya, the sun god. Her emotions surged as she recognized Karna as her long lost child. Chapter 13, The House of Fire. As the years passed, Yudhishthir's reputation amongst the citizens of Hastinapur flourished. Renowned for his wisdom, righteousness, and impeccable conduct, he captured the hearts of the people, who eagerly wished to see him ascend the throne as their new king. Under mounting pressure from his council, King Dhritarashtra formally appointed Yudhishthir as the crown prince, a decision that incensed Duryodhan, who coveted the crown for himself. Duryodhan's resentment was rooted in the history of his family. Although his father Dhritarashtra was the eldest of the Kuru dynasty, his blindness disqualified him from ruling, allowing his younger brother Pandu, the father of the Pandavas, to be crowned a king. After Pandu went into exile, Dhritarashtra had resumed the responsibilities of the throne, and following Pandu's death, due to a curse, his reign was extended. Now, as Yudhishthir approached maturity, Dhritarashtra's time as a king was drawing to a close. Duryodhan believed that the crown should naturally pass to him, as he was the eldest son of Dhritarashtra. Feeling concerned by the unfolding events, Duryodhan devised a sinister plan to eliminate the entire Pandava family. An upcoming 5-day festival in Varnavak, a region under Hastinapur's dominion, presented the perfect opportunity. Duryodhan approached his father with a proposal. "Father, since Yudhishthir is the crown prince, it would be fitting for him to represent the royal family at the festival. In fact, it would be wonderful for the entire Pandava family to accompany him. They would enjoy the sights and sounds of Varnavas and have a splendid holiday." Dhritarashtra, despite having suspicions about Duryodhan's true intentions, agreed to the proposal, secretly wishing for his son to be the next king instead of Yudhishthir. Thus, he appointed the Pandava family as the royal representatives at Varnavas for the festival. Though Yudhishthir was very wary of the situation, He ultimately consented to fulfill his royal duties. Unbeknownst to them, Duryodhan had commissioned a grand mansion to be constructed for the Pandavas in Varnavas. However, he instructed the builders to use lath, a highly flammable material for construction. One of the builders, loyal to Vidur, the prime minister, learned of Duryodhan's treacherous plans. He discreetly sent word back to Vidur, alerting him to the dangers of the mansion's construction. In turn, Vidur cautioned Yudhishthir to remain vigilant as they prepare for their journey to Varnavas. Upon their arrival, the Pandava brothers and their mother Kunti settled in their new mansion. The first 4 days of the festival passed without any incident, and they relished the celebrations and attractions surrounding them. However, on the fifth night, disaster struck. The mansion suddenly erupted into flames, engulfing the structure in a raging inferno. The people of Varnavas watched in horror, fully believing that no one could have survived such a catastrophic blaze. Chapter 14, Deadly Sanctuary. During their time in Varnavas, the Pandavas and Kunti remained vigilant against Duryodhan's potential treachery. Upon arriving at the mansion constructed for them, Yudhishthir detected the strong odor of lath, a highly flammable substance. Fortunately, their uncle Vidur had forewarned them about the dangers. Although Duryodhan had commissioned the mansion, some of the builders were loyal to Vidur and had secretly created an escape tunnel beneath the structure. That night, the Pandavas and Kunti slept in the mansion's basement. On the final evening of their stay, Yudhishthir organized a ceremonial dinner, inviting Duryodhan's key accomplices. Once the Brahmins departed, the accomplices were entertained, unaware of the plans unfolding behind the scenes. When the festivities concluded, the Pandavas and Kunti slipped down to the escape tunnel. Bhim set the house on fire as they made their getaway, and Vidur had arranged for their transport across the river and into the safety of the forest. They dared not return to Hastinapur, knowing that Duryodhan had spies and assassins lurking everywhere. Thus, the family sought refuge and began strategizing their next move. As news of the tragedy reached Hastinapur, the kingdom fell into despair. Duryodhan, faking sorrow, journeyed to Varnavas to confirm the supposed death of the Pandavas. The remains found in the Chand mansion were beyond recognition, and Duryodhan accepted them as proof of the demise of his cousins and Kunti. Meanwhile, the Pandava family fled deep into the forest. Exhausted from hunger and sleeplessness, they eventually collapsed under a banyan tree. Bhim, ever vigilant, set off to find water while the others slept soundly. Upon his return with the precious liquid, he found his family still resting. He chose a nearby rock to sit upon and keep watch over them. However, an evil demon lurking in the forest had caught the scent of human presence. The demon craved the taste of human flesh and sent his sister Hidimba to investigate. When Hidimba discovered the sleeping humans, she was instantly captivated by Bhim's formidable stature and strength. Overwhelmed by desire, she transformed into a beautiful woman and approached him. My dear, she said, in her soft and alluring voice, this forest is treacherous for you and your family. My brother, Hidim, the ruling demon of this land, has a particular fondness for human flesh and intends to feast on you tonight. However, I have fallen in love with you and wish to help you escape. Before Bee could respond, a thunderous voice boomed from the depths of the forest, cutting through the air with menace. You treacherous wench, now you will perish alongside this human family, and I shall indulge in a grand of human and demon flesh tonight. It was Hidimba's brother, who had arrived to confront them. Chapter 15, Demon Slayer. When Hidim observed his sister Hidimba professing her love for Bhim, rage consumed him. You will pay for your betrayal, he snarled, seizing her arm. This act of aggression incited Bhim's fury. Remove your hands from her, demon. Fight me instead, he declared, hurling Hidim through the air with surprising ease. The demon was momentarily stunned by the sheer strength of this young man, who was far from an ordinary human. Bhim had been gifted to Kunti by Vayu, the wind god, endowing him with extraordinary strength from birth. This power was further amplified when he was a child, as he had consumed 8 vats of the magical potion, Rasakunda, given to him by the Naga king Vasuki. With a fierce growl, Hidim lunged at Bhim, unleashing his full ferocity. The clash between them echoed throughout the forest, shaking the very ground and uprooting ancient trees. The thunderous noise roused the rest of the Pandava family from their deep slumber. As they prepared for the battle, they quickly realized that their intervention was unnecessary. Hidden was of no match for Bean. After a brief but intense struggle, Bean seized Hidden and lifted him high above his head, spinning him around with tremendous force before slamming him into the ground. With a few final gurgling breaths, the demon who had instilled fear in the hearts of the forest's inhabitants for decades lay dead at Bhim's feet. Kunti, noticing the beautiful woman by her son, inquired, "Who are you, young lady?" "Mother, my name is Hidimba," the woman replied. "Your son has slain my brother Hidim. He sent me to find you for his meal tonight. But I have fallen in love with your son and warned him of my brother's intentions. With your blessing, I wish to marry him." Kunti observed Bhim's pleased expression at the proposal and replied, "Very well. If my Bhim agrees, I will grant you my blessings. But on one condition. During the night, we require his great strength to protect us. He may spend his days with you until sunset." Bhim, however, added a second condition to the marriage agreement. "I will spend my days with you, but only until you bear a child. After that, I must return to my family." Hidimba accepted these terms, and thus Bhim and she began their married life together. In the mornings, Bhim would depart with Hidimba, while in the evenings he returned to ensure the safety of his mother and brothers. Over time, Hidimba gave birth to a son, but this child was no ordinary offspring. He was destined for greatness. Chapter 16, Demon Son. When Hidimba gave birth, the unique lineage of both her and Bean endowed their child with extraordinary traits. He grew rapidly into adulthood, emerging with a bald head, earning him the name Ghatotkaч. This remarkable child inherited immense power, embodying all of his father's legendary strength and his mother's mystical abilities. The Pandava brothers took it upon themselves to train Ghatotkaч, imparting their knowledge of warfare to him. He became adept in various weapons, yet he developed a particular fondness for the mace, much like his father. As the nights passed, Ghatotkacz's demon powers flourished, enhancing his capabilities even further. After rigorous training, the time came for Ghatotkaч to stand on his own, as the Pandavas realized they could not remain in one place for too long without risking detection from Duryodhan's spies and assassins. Before their departure, Kunti asked Ghatotkaч to stay behind and watch over his mother Hidimba. Ghatotkaч willingly agreed, but made a solemn promise: if ever his father or the Pandava family needed him, he would be there in an instant to provide assistance. With gratitude, the family bid him farewell and continued on their journey. As they traveled, they encountered Sage Vyas, the revered grandfather of the Pandavas, who guided them to the town of Ekachakra. In this village, they disguised themselves as Brahmins, a class of priests, and took refuge with the Brahmin family. During their stay, Bhim demonstrated his might once again by confronting and slaying the fearsome demon Bakasur, thereby protecting the village from his tyranny. One day, a visiting Brahmin brought thrilling news from the kingdom of Panchal. He spoke of King Drupad, who had long harbored a desire for vengeance against Drona, the royal teacher of the arms of the Kuru dynasty. In a bid to fulfill this wish, Drupad performed a grand sacrificial ritual aimed at conjuring a son capable of defeating Drona. His prayers were answered when a powerful young man emerged from the flames of the sacred fire, named Drishtadyumna, meaning the courageous and the splendid one. But Drupad's miracle did not end there. As the flames flickered, a second figure stepped forth, a young woman whose beauty was unparalleled. Chapter 17, Daughter of Fire. Upon hearing the captivating tale of King Drupad's daughter and her remarkable birth, the Pandavas were filled with curiosity. Drupad had arranged a swayamvar, a ceremony for selecting a groom for his daughter Draupadi. Many Brahmins from Ekchakra planned to attend the festivities in the kingdom of Panchal, and the Pandavas, along with Kunti, decided to join this journey. It offered a chance to revisit the splendid kingdom of Panchal. After arriving into Panchal, the Pandavas enjoyed some sightseeing, while Kunti rested at their rented accommodation. The Pandava brothers made their way to the Swayamvar, mingling with the countless others who had gathered from near and far. At the grand stadium, the attendees were segregated by caste. The Pandavas, disguised as Brahmins, settled amongst the priests, while the Kshatriyas, the class of warriors, occupied the opposite side. Among these Kshatriyas were their sworn enemies, Duryodhan and Karna. As the ceremony commenced, Drishtadyumna, the brother of Draupadi, led his sister onto the stage. The crowd gasped in awe at her beauty, and the Pandava brothers were equally entranced. This Swayamvar was unlike any other, as it featured an extraordinarily challenging contest. At the top of a tall pole, a golden fish with a glass eye spun in a mesmerizing motion, while a reflective surface was placed at the bottom of the pole. To win Draupadi's hand, suitors would have to lift an exceedingly heavy bow, string it, and shoot an arrow to strike the fish's eye, all while aiming at the reflection in the water below. King Drupad had intentionally designed such a difficult task, harboring a secret hope for a son-in-law with exceptional skills of Arjun. However, he thought Arjun had supposedly perished along with his family in the fire at Varnava, leaving Drupad to settle for a suitor who could at least demonstrate a fraction of Arjun's prowess. As the crowd observed, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembled nobles. Many princes, kings, and renowned warriors made their attempts one by one, but all failed miserably against the daunting challenge. As per some versions, eventually Karna, the close ally of Duryodhan, stepped forward, igniting whispers amongst the spectators. Despite Duryodhan's bestowal of a kingdom upon him, Karna was the adopted son of a charioteer, placing him in the Shudra class, traditionally viewed as laborers. With determination, Karna picked up the bow, but before he could take aim, Draupadi's voice rang out, loud and clear. I will not wed a Shudra. Her words stung like a dagger, inciting a furious reaction with Karna, who felt the heat of humiliation wash over him, as if the sun itself were echoing his wrath. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and set the bow down without attempting to shoot. This story, although very popular, is not present in the Ved Vyasa's Mahabharata. One after the other, everyone failed. As the crowd fell into a silence tinged with disbelief, it appeared that no other noble dared to challenge the difficult task. However, amidst the tension, a young Brahmin stepped forward to make his attempt, prompting gasps of astonishment amongst the onlookers. A Brahmin attempting what no Kshatriya had succeeded in. It was ludicrous. This young man, however, was none other than Arjun in disguise. Chapter 18, Victory. The crowd looked on in disbelief as the young Brahmin stepped forward to attempt the seemingly impossible task of shooting the eye of a revolving fish. So many Kshatriyas, the warrior class, had failed before him. The notion that a Brahmin, a member of the priestly class, could succeed where esteemed warriors had faltered was almost laughable. With surprising ease, the young man strung the bow, displaying a mastery of the weapon that went against his peaceful appearance. As he focused on the moving target in the reflective pool, he steadied his breath and released the arrow. It soared through the air, striking the eye of the golden fish with precision. The crowd fell into hushed silence. Astonishment etched on every face. The Kshatriya, including kings and princes, were left in shock, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Disbelief quickly morphed into murmur began to rise among the warriors. This must be a trick. Drupad has brought us here to mock us. There's no way a Brahmin boy could outshine us in a battle. The tension escalated, transforming the crowd into a mob. Kill Drupad! Burn his daughter! Came the shouts from the agitated Kshatriyas as they surged towards the royal family, weapons drawn. With the situation spiraling out of control, Arjun, still disguised as a Brahmin, swiftly reloaded his bow, ready to defend against the onslaught. He dispatched the approaching mob with remarkable ease. Neutralizing the threat, Karna observed the unfolding chaos with keen interest, convinced that the Brahmin's victory was merely a stroke of luck. In a fit of rage and jealousy, he loosed a volley of arrows aimed at the young warrior. However, Arjun, adept at the art of archery, countered all of Karna's attacks effortlessly. The skill displayed by the Brahmin astonished Karna, who found himself barely able to deflect Arjun's return fire. Shocked by the extraordinary prowess before him, Karna, for the first time, felt a twinge of fear. Who are you, young Brahmin? Are you Lord Vishnu or Indra in disguise? I have never encountered a warrior with such remarkable skill, he asked, awe evident in his voice. In a voice altered to conceal his identity, Arjun replied, my guru has imparted me all the knowledge of warfare. You are no match for me, Karna. Beware. For the first time in his life, Karna faced a warrior who made him hesitate. Other formidable Kshatriyas, including the exceptionally strong Shalya, joined the fray, but they were swiftly dealt with by Bhim. As the fight escalated, Arjun's brothers rallied to his side, supported by Brahmins from the crowd. The chaos drove many spectators away from the stadium to avoid the danger. Yet, those who remained were left bewildered, questioning the true identities of the mysterious Brahmins. Amongst the onlookers, however, one individual recognized the Pandavas despite their disguises. He was none other than Lord Krishna, the nephew of Kunti and the cousin to the Pandavas. In that moment, he understood the significance of the events unfolding before him. Chapter 19, The Five Husbands. Once the commotion subsided, Draupadi completed the Swayamvar by garlanding Arjun, the victorious Brahmin, and accepting him as her husband. The outcome left Drupad perplexed. A Brahmin succeeding in such challenging archery contest was indeed an anomaly. Intrigued, Drupad instructed his son Drishtadyumna to investigate the circumstances surrounding this unexpected turn of events. After leaving the stadium, the Pandavas, still in disguise, escorted Draupadi to their rented home in Panchal. As they approached, Arjun playfully called out, Mother, look what I have brought home. Kunti, who was absorbed in her prayers, responded without turning. Whatever it might be, make sure to share it equally with your brothers. When she finally turned to see Draupadi, realization dawned on her, and horror washed over her face. She had mistakenly believed Arjun had returned with food for their evening meal. Now they faced a dilemma. To uphold dharma, righteousness, and proper conduct, Kunti's words had to be honored. Turning to Yudhishthir, known for his wisdom and sense of justice, Kunti sought guidance. However, before he could respond, Draupadi reassured her, Mother, do not worry. The situation was preordained. After my birth from the flames, sage Vyas visited me and revealed insights into my past. In my previous life, I underwent great penance to seek a boon from Lord Shiva. I desired a husband who embodies dharma and justice. I wished for a man who possessed the strength of Lord Hanuman, the archery skills of Lord Parshuram, the wisdom of Lord Brihaspati, and unparalleled beauty of Nakul. Lord Shiva informed me that such qualities could not be contained within a single mortal, as that would disrupt the natural order. Yet I insisted on my request 5 times, and eventually he granted my wish. Now I understand how the Lord has fulfilled my desire. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. It was Lord Krishna, along with his brother Balaram. Krishna had recognized the Pandavas as a Swayamvar and came to pay respects to his aunt Kunti and his cousins. The family welcomed them with joy, and Kunti recounted the events that had unfolded. Lord Krishna assured them that Draupadi's marriage was indeed in accordance with Dharma. He explained, in addition to Lord Shiva's blessing, the five Pandava brothers shared a singular soul. They are all incarnations of the Devas. This revelation brought comfort to Kunti, and they began to discuss how to break the news of marriage to King Drupal. However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation was not as private as they believed. Hiding outside the home, Drishtadyumna had overheard everything, and he was now burdened with the knowledge of the Pandavas' true identities and Draupadi's extraordinary circumstances. Chapter 20, The Divided Kingdom. The news of the Pandavas' survival spread swiftly throughout Hastinapur, reaching the ears of King Dhritarashtra and his son Duryodhana. Now that the Pandava brothers had allied themselves with King Drupal's families, they found refuge within the kingdom of Panchal. This alliance unsettled both Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana. With Yudhishthir now an adult, the throne of Hastinapur rightfully belonged to him as the eldest son of King Pandu, while Dhritarashtra served merely as a caretaker king. The revelation that Duryodhana had orchestrated the failed assassination of the Pandavas became an open secret, and in a secretive council with Karna, Duryodhana plotted a potential attack on Panchal to seize the kingdom and eliminate the Pandavas. However, to wage open war, they required approval of grandfather Bhishma and Prime Minister Vidur. Bhishma and Vidur quickly dismissed Duryodhana's absurd scheme. They recognized that the throne should pass to Yudhishthir. To maintain peace, they proposed a compromise. The kingdom should be divided, with half ruled by Yudhishthir and the other half by Duryodhana. Though grudgingly Dhritarashtra consented, granting Yudhishthir the region of Khandaprasth. The Pandavas accepted these terms, and Yudhishthir began his reign over the land. Under his kingship, which symbolized justice, truth, and moral duty, the region flourished, leading to the establishment of a new capital named Indraprastha. One day, the Pandavas received a visit from sage Narad, who delivered a foreboding warning. He cautioned them that having Draupadi as their common wife would foster divisions amongst the brothers, presenting a significant threat to their kingdom. Following the sage's counsel, Draupadi and her husbands agreed upon a pact. If any brother entered Draupadi's chambers while she was with another, the intruding brother would be required to spend 12 years in exile. Soon after, a priest came to Arjun in distress, pleading for help as robbers were stealing his cattle. Time was of the essence, and to assist the priest, Arjun needed to act quickly. However, he realized that his weapons were in Draupadi's chamber. Understanding his duty as the protector of people, Arjun made the hasty decision to enter the chamber and retrieve his weapons, despite Draupadi being with Yudhishthir at the moment. Although Arjun swiftly dealt with the thieves and returned victorious, he now faced the repercussions of breaking the agreement he had made with his brothers and Draupadi. The conflict between duty and the terms of their pact loomed ominously over their shared lives. Chapter 21, Exile. Upon returning from defeating the robbers, Arjun was fully prepared to accept the consequences of his actions. His brothers, Yudhishthir and the others, urged him to reconsider, but Arjun was resolute. He understood that the penalty for his breach of their agreement was 12 years of exile, and so he departed from his kingdom. His journey took him across lakes and into the dense forests until he finally reached the source of the sacred river Ganga. One morning, while Arjun was bathing and performing his morning rituals in the river, a powerful force suddenly pulled him underwater and transported him into the kingdom of Kauravya. There he encountered the Naga princess Ulupi, who had been captivated by him. She confessed her love. O prince, I beheld you as you entered the water, and I have fallen in love with you. I am unmarried, and I long for a child. Please grant me this wish, and I shall reward you abundantly. Though initially taken aback and hesitant, Arjun found himself enchanted by her beauty and charm. In time, he married Ulupi, and she bore him a son named Iravan. After some time, Arjun felt the need to continue his journey. Ulupi bestowed upon him the ability to conquer any amphibious creature and assured him of invincibility in water. Grateful for her gifts, Arjun resumed his pilgrimage, visiting numerous holy sites, descending the Himalayan slopes, traversing the Mahendra mountains, and journeying along the coast until he arrived in Manipur. In Manipur, Arjun was graciously received by the king Chitravahana, who had a single child, a daughter named Chitrangada. She was not only renowned for her beauty, but was also a trained warrior. Captivated by her, Arjun sought the king's permission to marry her. King Chitravahana agreed, but with the stipulation that their son would remain in Manipur and inherit the throne. Arjun accepted the condition, and a grand wedding took place between him and Chitrangada. Years passed in Manipur, and after the birth of their son, whom they named Babruwahana, Arjun felt compelled to continue his journey once more. He departed from the kingdom, leaving behind a legacy that would ensure his son's future as king. Arjun then traveled south to the oceans, where he spent time with ascetics. During his stay, the ascetics informed him that they had abandoned five ponds in their vicinity due to the ferocious crocodiles inhabiting them. Undeterred, Arjun visited the first pond repeatedly. However, he was suddenly seized by a giant crocodile. With great strength, he wrestled the creature and threw it onto the dry land. To his astonishment, as soon as the crocodile landed, it transformed into a stunning woman. She revealed to Arjun that she and her four companions were celestial beings, cursed to live as crocodiles until a mighty prince could rescue them. With determination, Arjun freed the other four maidens from their watery prison, and in gratitude, they returned to the heavens. Continuing his odyssey, Arjun eventually arrived at Prabhas, where he was joyfully greeted by a dear friend, marking another chapter in his extraordinary journey. Chapter 22, Dwarka. The news of Arjun's impending arrival at Prabhas reached Lord Krishna, who eagerly set out to greet the mighty prince. Their meeting was filled with joy, after which they traveled together to the city of Dwarka. As they approached, the citizens of Dwarka gathered in large numbers, filled with excitement to catch a glimpse of the renowned Arjun. He was welcomed warmly, and during his extended stay in Krishna's palace, he became acquainted with the beauty of the city. One day, Arjun's gaze fell upon a striking woman who instantly captured his heart. Lord Krishna, observing this blossoming affection, recognized the woman as Subhadra, his own half sister, and he approved of Arjun's interest. Eager to win her hand, Arjun sought counsel from Lord Krishna. The Lord revealed that a Swayamvar, a ceremony for a bride to choose her groom, was being planned for Subhadra. However, Krishna advised caution such events were always uncertain. Given Arjun's status as a Kshatriya, Krishna suggested that he might consider abducting her, a method that was traditionally acceptable among warriors. He recounted how their grandfather Bhishma had secured the hands of Princesses Ambika and Ambalika through a similar means. With this strategy in mind, during a religious ceremony dedicated to the king of the mountains, Subhadra circled the mountain in prayer and was preparing to return to Dwarka. Seizing the moment, Arjun charged forth, swiftly lifting Subhadra onto his chariot and racing away with her. The princess's guards were caught off guard, unable to intercept the fleeing princess. Meanwhile, the elders of the Yadava clan were incensed by Arjun's bold act. Balaram, Subhadra's brother, quickly assembled a formidable army with the intention of recapturing the rogue prince. However, he was curious about Lord Krishna's silence on the matter. What are your thoughts on this situation, Krishna? Balaram inquired. Krishna replied with calm authority, stating, Arjun is the most esteemed among Kshatriya princes. There is no better match for Subhadra. Should you pursue him, the mighty Arjun would surely humiliate your forces. Instead, heed my counsel, accept this union, and bring Arjun and Subhadra back to Dwarka, where they can be married with all due ceremony, befitting a royal couple. Calmed by Krishna's wise counsel, Balaram and the elders reconsidered their approach. They welcomed Arjun and Subhadra back to Dwarka, where a splendid marriage ceremony took place, honoring their union. After spending a year in Dwarka with Subhadra, Arjun prepared to return to Khandavprasth. As he journeyed back, he pondered the potential reaction of his first wife, Draupadi, upon learning of his new marriages. The prospect of returning home with Subhadra weighed heavily on his mind as he anticipated the complexities that lay ahead. Chapter 23, Return to Indraprastha. Upon Arjun's return to Indraprastha with Subhadra as his new wife, the atmosphere was tense. Draupadi, though devoted to all her husbands, felt a deep disappointment. Arjun held a particularly cherished place in her heart, making Subhadra's presence difficult to accept initially. Recognizing the potential friction, Subhadra approached Draupadi with a respectful demeanor. She humbly apologized for any distress caused by Arjun's actions and vowed to do everything within her power to make amends. Draupadi, touched by Subhadra's sincerity, began to soften. Over time, she forgave both Arjun and Subhadra, welcoming them into her life. A bond of friendship blossomed between Draupadi and Subhadra, which was further strengthened by arrival of Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu quickly won the affection of his uncle Krishna and inherited the warrior spirit of his lineage, trained diligently under each of the Pandava brothers, becoming a skilled warrior in his own right. Meanwhile, Draupadi also gave birth to five sons: Prativindya, Sutasoma, Shrutakarma, Satanik, and Shrutasena. Together, they were known as the Upapandavas, and their presence added to the happiness of the household. Krishna maintained a close friendship with Arjun, frequently visiting Indraprastha to share in their joys. One day, as Krishna and Arjun strolled along the river bank, they were approached by a Brahmin seeking assistance. What help do you require? Arjun inquired. The Brahmin expressed his dire hunger, revealing that it could only be quenched by consuming the Khandav forest and everything within it. To their astonishment, the Brahmin revealed himself to be Agni, the god of fire. He explained that the Khandav forest had become a refuge for thieves and murderers over the years. Agni had attempted to incinerate the forest multiple times, but each time Indra, the king of gods, intervened, sending down rain to anguish the flames. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Arjun and Krishna agreed to aid Agni in his quest. Arjun said, however, to confront Indra, we will need special weapons. In response, Agni summoned the god of water, who graciously bestowed upon Arjun the Gandhi, the most powerful bow in existence, along with two inexhaustible quivers filled with arrows. Additionally, he provided Arjun with a magnificent golden chariot drawn by four white horses. Lord Krishna, he granted the Sudarshan Chakra, a divine discus capable of slicing through anything. With their divine armament secured, Agni ignited the Khandav forest, setting it ablaze. However, it wasn't long before Indra became aware of the fire and the imminent challenge to his authority. Chapter 24, The Fire God. In a radiant form, Agni, the fire god, unleashed his fury upon the Khandav forest, determined to consume it entirely. Indra, the king of the gods, had sworn to protect this forest due to his friendship with the Naga Takshak and his clan, who made it their home amongst its trees. In an effort to thwart Agni's advances, Indra sent down torrents of rain to extinguish the flames. However, Agni was safeguarded by Arjun and Lord Krishna, who had equipped themselves with celestial weapons. With his might, with his mighty Gandiva bow, Arjun unleashed thousands of arrows, skillfully deflecting the rain and ensuring that Agni could continue his fiery feast. Lord Krishna further fortified their position by blocking access to the forest, enabling Agni to devour the forest without interruption. In retaliation, a furious Indra summoned a violent storm, unleashing billowing clouds and howling winds that momentarily rendered Arjun unconscious. This brief lapse allowed some of the forest creatures to escape. Upon regaining his senses, Arjun swiftly aimed his arrows at Indra, who responded with thunder and lightning. In the face of this onslaught, Arjun invoked a powerful mantra and unleashed the Vayava missile, which dispels the dark clouds overhead. With the sun shining down once again, Agni was free to continue his burning feast. Indra, further enraged by Agni's unchecked consumption, intensified his assault, summoning a multitude of gods to directly confront Agni's protectors. Yet, the combined strength of Arjun and Krishna proved overwhelming, causing Indra's divine allies to scatter in fear. Undeterred, Indra pressed on alone, but suddenly he heard a celestial voice proclaim, "The Khanda forest is destined to burn. Know that Krishna and Prince Arjun are invincible. Turn back and return to your abode." Acknowledging the power of the prophecy, Indra withdrew, while Arjun and Krishna erupted in triumph roars of victory. As Agni relished the last of his feast, a mysterious figure emerged from the forest, racing towards Arjun. "Protect me, dear prince! Save me!" the figure cried out. Arjun, compassionate and brave, granted the Asura asylum, allowing him to escape the devastation. With the Khandar forest reduced to ashes, Agni completed his meal. Indra returned to pay his respects to Krishna and Arjun, clearly impressed by Arjun's formidable skills. As a token of gratitude, Indra offered Arjun a boon, promising him to grant whatever he desired. It was then that the Asura Arjun had rescued introduced himself. "I am Mayasur, the architect of the Asuras. I also wish to serve you in some way." Arjun, recognizing the value of Mayasur's talents, directed his wish towards Krishna. "What is your wish, my lord?" Mayasur inquired Krishna. Krishna, with a knowing smile, replied, "Construct a palace for Yudhishthir, one that will leave all who see it in awe." Chapter 25, Palace of Illusions. In gratitude for being rescued by Prince Arjun and at the behest of Lord Krishna, Mayasur, the illustrious architect of Asuras, commenced the construction of a magnificent palace for King Yudhishthir. This architectural marvel, named Maya Sabha, was renowned for its breathtaking illusionary design. The walls of the palace were adorned with precious jewels and gems, while the floors created an enchanting illusion of flowing water. In other areas, pools appear to be solid ground, further enhancing the palace's mesmerizing quality. The palace featured walls that seemed to contain doors, only for them to be mere illusions, while other walls, which appeared smooth and seamless, concealed actual doors that were invisible to the eye. Such wonders attracted special guests and dignitaries from far and wide, who came to marvel at the splendor of Maya Sabha. One day, sage Narad visited Yudhishthir, bringing with him important news. He informed the king of the unfulfilled wish of his father, King Pandu. Before his passing, Pandu had intended to perform the Rajasuya Yajna, a great ritual that would have established him as the sovereign king of all Kshatriyas, effectively making him the king of the world. Unfortunately, he had died before he could realize his ambition. As the eldest son, it now fell to Yudhishthir to fulfill his father's dream. Sage Narad advised him that it was the opportune moment to begin preparations for the grand ceremony. Despite the sage's counsel, Yudhishthir found himself in a state of conflict. To perform the Rajasuya Yajna, he would require the support of all other Kshatriyas, kings, princes, and leaders from various realms. Seeking guidance, he approached Lord Krishna. "You are qualified for this position, Yudhishthir," said Krishna. "You are wise and a just king. However, there is one who will stand in your way, King Jarasandha of Magad. He will attempt to obstruct the yajna. Having conquered many kingdoms, he has imprisoned 99 Kshatriyas, whom he intends to sacrifice to his deity. Many of the other Kshatriyas support him out of fear. What do you propose we do in this situation, O Lord?" Yudhishthir asked, eager for a solution. "Jarasandha must be defeated, and the imprisoned kings freed. Arjun, Bhim, and I would journey to Magad and challenge him to a duel with one of us. Jarasan's great ego will compel him to choose Bhim, and Bhim will surely defeat him in a combat. Reluctantly, Yudhishthir agreed, and the trio set forth towards Magadha. Upon their arrival, they quickly caught the attention of Jarasandha, who demanded to know the reason for their presence. Lord Krishna boldly addressed him. We come to inform you of Yudhishthir's intention to perform Rajasuya Yajna. You are the only obstacle standing in his way. Your imprisonment of the kings violates all principles of dharma, and thus you must be defeated. We challenge you to combat, and you may choose any one of us as your opponent. True to Krishna's prediction, Jarasandha's immense pride led him to select Bhima for the challenge. The battle commenced and raged on for 13 cruel days. Throughout the contest, Bhima demonstrated his strength, repeatedly lifting Jarasandha high above his head and slamming him down to the ground. Yet, despite the relentless assault, Jarasandha always managed to recover and continue the fight. Eventually, in a climatic moment, Bhim seized Jarasandha by feet and with a fierce display of strength tore him into two. However, even his brutal act did not conclude the battle, for Jarasandha harbored a secret that would soon come to light. Chapter 26, King of Kings. King Jarasandha's birth was marked by an extraordinary twist of fate. He came into the world in two halves. In a dark act of magic, a demon stitched the two halves together, endowing Jarasandha with a near invincibility in battle. During the fierce contest with Bhim, when Bhim tore him apart, he did so along the magical seam that held them together. As Bhim turned to walk away, believing the fight was over, he was met with a maniacal laugh that sent chill down his spine. The dark magic binding Jarasandha's scarf was still potent, and he recovered from Bhima's devastating attack, ready to continue the battle. Frustrated and at a loss for how to proceed, Bhim sought guidance from Lord Krishna. In a moment of clarity, Lord Krishna plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, split it in half, and tossed the pieces in opposite directions. Understanding Krishna's signal, Bhim acted decisively. He seized Jarasandha once more, this time tearing him apart and throwing the right side to the left and left side to the right. This strategic move shattered the dark magic that had sustained Jarasandha, and he was finally defeated. With Jarasandha vanquished, Lord Krishna, Arjun, and Bhim took control of Magadha. They liberated the kings who had been imprisoned by Jarasandha, and the freed kings expressed their profound gratitude. They pledged their support to Yudhishthir in his quest to become the world king. Recognizing the need for stability in Magadha, Lord Krishna appointed Jarasandha's son, Sahadev, as the new king. Unlike his father, Sahadev was wise and just, promising to be a righteous ruler who would also support Yudhishthir. With the pieces of the puzzle now firmly in place, Yudhishthir moved forward with the Rajasuya Yajna. The grand ceremony attracted hundreds of kings, including King Dhritarashtra, his son Duryodhan, grandfather Bhishma, Guru Drona, and the rest of the Kauravas. The rituals unfolded over several days, with Brahmins meticulously performing sacred rites. During the Rajasuya Yajna, kings and representatives from various regions gathered to pay homage to Yudhishthira, acknowledging his supremacy and offering gifts as a token of their acceptance of him as the world king. However, the ceremony was not without its challenges. King Shishupal, a cousin to both the Pandavas and Lord Krishna, posed a significant threat. Cursed by the sage Durvasa in his youth, Shishupal was destined to meet his end after committing 100 heinous acts. Fueled by jealousy and hatred for Lord Krishna, he continuously insulted and berated Krishna throughout the festivities. As Shishupal crossed the threshold of 100 offenses, Lord Krishna unleashed the Sudarshan Chakra, the divine discus, swiftly beheading Shishupal. This act fulfilled the curse and brought an end to Shishupal's transgressions, marking a dramatic turn in the proceedings. As the Rajasuya, as the Rajasuya Yajna came to a close, after days of joyous festivities and rituals, the final ceremonies were performed and blessings were bestowed. The participating kings and rulers departed, having recognized Yudhishthir's rightful supremacy. Yet Duryodhan lingered in the palace. consumed by admiration for its beauty and craftsmanship. Within him, however, envy festered, igniting a deep-seated hatred that would soon propel him towards dark intentions. Chapter 27. The Insult. Following the conclusion of the Rajasuya Yajna, Duryodhan, accompanied by his uncle Shakuni, lingered in the Pandavas' magnificent palace for a while longer. As he wandered through Maya Sabha, he was awestruck by its beauty. Yet, with each passing moment, his jealousy and hatred for the Pandavas grew. The palace, renowned for its illusions, displayed areas that appeared as flowing water, only to be solid floors, and vice versa. In his distracted admiration, Duryodhan was deceived by one such illusion, and fell into a pool that he believed was a solid floor. Draupadi, who watched from an adjoining chamber, could not contain her laughter, and exclaimed, "A blind son like the blind father." Her words struck deep, igniting a profound sense of embarrassment in Duryodhan that quickly morphed into fury. Although this is the most popular version of the story, according to the real Ved Vyas Mahabharata, Draupadi was not even there on the spot. Duryodhan was mocked and laughed by the younger Pandava brothers. On their journey back to Hastinapur, Duryodhan confided in his uncle Shakuni about the humiliation he had suffered. Upon their return, Duryodhan and Shakuni sought the counsel of King Dhritarashtra, the blind ruler of Hastinapur. Duryodhan recounted the mocking words, and the king's face contorted with anger. His blindness had cast a shadow over his claim to the throne, which has instead passed to his younger brother Pandu, and subsequently to the Pandavas. Despite his physical limitations, Dhritarashtra had governed Hastinapur effectively since Pandu's death, but the desire to see his son Duryodhana ascend the power burned fiercely within him. He felt that the entire kingdom rightfully belonged to Duryodhan, and he listened intently as Shakuni and Duryodhan devised a scheme to reclaim their lost kingdom and the wealth that Pandavas had acquired. Dhritarashtra's interest peaked, but he expressed some reservations about their plan. "I must see the counsel of the wise Vidur," he said. Duryodhan quickly countered, "Vidur is an ally of the Pandavas, father. He will surely oppose our plans." Shakuni interjected with a cunning proposal. "We will build a magnificent hall in Hastinapur to rival the Pandavas' palace. As a part of your coronation celebrations, we will host a gambling match. I shall place the wagers, and I will play on behalf of Duryodhan." Duryodhan nodded, his anger shifting to determination as Shakuni outlined the strategy. "If you invite Yudhishthir by Kshatriya honor, he will have no choice but to accept. Furthermore, as a warrior, he must agree to the challenge of the game. With your blessing, Uncle Shakuni can help us regain our stolen kingdom." Thus, fueled by resentment and ambition, Duryodhan and Shakuni set their plan into motion, laying the groundwork for a confrontation that would change the fate of their families forever. Chapter 28. A Game of Dice. Despite his strong objections, Prime Minister Vidur found himself compelled to deliver an invitation to King Yudhishthir. Having tried to dissuade King Dhritarashtra from participating in the proposed gambling game, Vidur faced resistance as the blind king was easily influenced by his ambitious son Duryodhan. Upon receiving the invitation to the coronation at Hastinapur, Yudhishthir sensed the underlying malice in the scheme concocted by his uncle and cousin. He confided in Draupadi and his brothers about his concerns. Yet, bound by Kshatriya honor, he felt obligated to accept the invitation. There was another, more personal reason that swayed him. Over the years, Yudhishthir had developed a fondness for gambling. The thrill of the game provided a welcome distraction from the burdens of kingship, and he believed in his ability to emerge victorious. Thus, Yudhishthir accepted the invitation, and together with Draupadi and his brothers, he made the journey to Hastinapur. Upon arrival, he quickly noticed that the newly constructed hall of the Kuru dynasty paled in comparison to the grandeur of Maya Sabha, the Pandavas' own palace. The craftsmen had misled the blind king about the materials and finishes used in the construction. Once the coronation ceremony concluded, the gambling match commenced as a part of the evening festivities. Duryodhan Duryodhan established the rules. He would stake the wagers while his uncle Shakuni would play on his behalf. The game attracted an audience of esteemed guests, including King Dhritarashtra, grandfather Bhishma, Prime Minister Vidur, the Pandava brothers, and the rest of the Kauravas, along with Karna and Duryodhan's close allies. Draupadi, feeling the weight of the moment, retreated to her chambers. As the elder of the Pandavas and the guest king, Yudhishthir insisted on playing the game himself. The game of dice commenced with Duryodhan making the first wager of 1,000 horses. Both Yudhishthir and Shakuni rolled the dice, and all eyes were on the outcome. I win, Shakuni exclaimed. But unbeknownst to Yudhishthir, Shakuni had rigged the game with enchanted dice that ensured his victory. With each round, Duryodhan raised the stakes further 10,000 servants, 100,000 soldiers, 300,000 chariots. Every time the dice were cast, Shakuni's triumphant declaration of I win echoed through the hall. In the feverish pursuit to recoup his losses, Yudhishthir clung to the hope that fortune might eventually favor him. Meanwhile, the Kauravas revelled in their wins, cheering loudly with each victory. In stark contrast, the Pandava brothers remained silent, their concern growing with each passing moment. Prime Minister Vidur, witnessing the unfolding disaster, implored King Dhritarashtra to end the game, because as the host, it was only the king who had the authority to halt the proceedings. But he was not only blind to the physical world, but also to the deceit and wickedness of his son. With each roll of dice, he eagerly anticipated the results, quietly rejoicing in Duryodhan's victories, unaware that the worst was yet to come. Chapter 29. The Humiliation of Draupadi. Yudhishthir found himself hopelessly enmeshed in the feverish excitement of the gambling match. Shakuni had skillfully identified and exploited the young king's vulnerability, while Duryodhan ruthlessly capitalized on their ill-gotten fortune. Within just a few rounds of the game, Yudhishthir had lost not only his kingdom, but all his wealth to the Kauravas. Yet, Duryodhan's insatiable hatred for the Pandavas drove him to push further. You have lost everything, Yudhishthir, Duryodhan taunted, but you still have a chance to reclaim your kingdom and home. Stake your brothers, and you may play another round. The noble king, now a mere shadow of his former self, agreed to the provocation. I agree. I wager my brothers. Another round commenced, and once again Shakuni's voice rang out. I win. Duryodhan pressed his advantage, urging, wager yourself, Yudhishthir. Perhaps you can win your brothers back. The dice were rolled once more, and once again Shakuni announced, I win. At last, Duryodhan declared, you are now our slave, Yudhishthir. You have just one possession left. Wager your wife, Draupadi, and you may win freedom for yourself and your brothers. Cold sweat trickled down Yudhishthir's face as he felt the weight of the moment. As if entranced, he uttered, I agree. I stake Draupadi, the foremost amongst all women. The dice were cast again, and once more Shakuni's voice echoed, I win. With a triumphant roar, Duryodhan exclaimed, Vidur, bring Draupadi down to the court. She is now our maid. Vidur, having witnessed the degradation unfold with mounting disgust, interjected, it seems my counsel is no longer required in this court, Duryodhan. I resign my position. I will have no further involvement in this sinful behavior. However, Duryodhan, intoxicated by victory, paid little heed to Vidur's defiance. Brother Dushasan, go to Draupadi's chambers and bring her here, Duryodhan commanded. Dushasan eagerly complied and rushed to Draupadi's quarters. She was settling down for the night when he barged in, startling her. What is the meaning of this? She exclaimed in fright. Your husband has lost his kingdom, his brothers, himself, and you in the gambling match. Your presence is commanded in court. You are our slave, the Shasan replied mockingly. Draupadi was taken aback, her confusion quickly transforming into fury. What sin has my husband committed to wager me in this match? Did he lose himself before staking me? She demanded. The Shasan, however, was not in the mood for dialogue. He seized Draupadi by the hair and dragged her towards the court. Meanwhile, the Kauravas revelled in their apparent victory, their glee palpable in the air. Karna, seizing the moment to avenge his past grievances against Draupadi, proclaimed, "She is our slave, strip her naked." With a malicious delight, Dushasana obeyed, grasping Draupadi's garment and beginning to pull it from her. The court echoed with cheers from the Kauravas' side, their hearts filled with vindictive joy as they sought to humiliate a noble queen. Chapter 30, The Divine Intervention. Draupadi found herself ensnared in a harrowing nightmare. Her husband Yudhishthir, caught in the fever of gambling, had lost not only his kingdom and wealth, but also his brothers, himself, and their common wife. The Shasan had dragged her to the court by her hair, igniting her indignation. "What is the meaning of this? Have you no shame? Will the elders of the court not defend me?" She pleaded. Grandfather Bhishma, bound by honor to uphold the throne of Hastinapur, found himself powerless to intervene. The blind king Dhritarashtra was a mere puppet, and slave to the ambitions of his sons. Draupadi's husbands had fallen into the Kauravas' grasp, according to the dharmic rules of gambling, and the situation grew more dire with every passing moment. Karna, who had long harbored resentment towards Draupadi since her rebuke during the Swayamvar, seized the opportunity to humiliate her father. Karna declared with a cruel smile, "She is no longer a royalty. Strip her naked, and she can join the servants in their quarters." Duryodhan, delighting in the unfolding chaos, eagerly agreed, tapping his thigh in lustful anticipation as he leered at Draupadi. As the Shasan began to pull at Draupadi's garment, unraveling it from her body, she fervently prayed for help. In that moment, Lord Krishna's grace filled the room, enveloping her in divine protection. To the astonishment of everyone present, no matter how much the Shasan tugged at her clothing, it seemed there was no end to the fabric unrolling from her. After hours, exhausted, he eventually collapsed, unable to continue. At this critical juncture, Bhim, who had been bound by dharmic law to accept the actions of his elder brother and the Kaurava elders, awoke from his stupor. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he erupted. "Dushasan, you vile creature, I vow to crack open your chest on the battlefield and wash Draupadi's hair with your blood. This I swear, or else I vow never to enter the heavens." Bhim's fearsome oath sent shockwaves throughout the court, rousing King Dhritarashtra to take action. Finally, recognizing the depth of the evil he had been supporting all this while, Dhritarashtra said, "This is wrong. No, we have made a grave error. What have we done?" With a heavy heart, Dhritarashtra nullified the results of the game, restoring the kingdom to Yudhishthir and granting the Pandavas their freedom. Relieved, the Pandavas and Draupadi departed Hastinapur without delay. However, Duryodhan was seething with rage at his father's decision. "Father, we had them. We had everything we desired. Now the Pandavas will return to their kingdom and raise their armies against us. We are doomed." The blind king, now uncertain and confused about his actions, looked to his son for direction. "What shall we do, Duryodhan?" he asked. Duryodhan's eyes gleamed with a newfound resolve. "Send out the guards. Order Yudhishthir to return for another match of dice. This time, the stakes will be different." With that sinister plan taking shape, the stage was set for further treachery.
Why so many dogs? The four primary Vedas, namely the Rig, Sama, Atharva, and Yajur Vedas, represent the accomplishment of a highly developed religious system. The primary function goal of these four Vedas was to encourage the satisfaction of material desires through worship of the demigods, or those divinities called the Vedic gods. Therefore, the Vedas provide numerous instructions on properly performing the necessary worship and specific sacrifices or rituals for these devas, demigods, to receive blessings that could enhance one's power and position, reach the heavens in the future, or achieve other goals. The argument posits that the devas influence and aid in every aspect of global governance and operations, encompassing the weather patterns and the recipients of specific luxuries like wealth, attractive spouses, a sizable household, and optimal health. For example, one could worship Agni for power, Durga Devi for favorable fortune, Indra for a favorable sexual life or plenty of rain, or the Vasas for getting money. The Karma Kanda section of the Vedas, widely regarded as the most significant aspect of Vedic knowledge, contains such instruction. However, this is to assist people in acquiring the necessary facilities to live a basic material existence. Our desires to achieve specific results prompt various actions, known as karmas. This is the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas. However, this only encompasses part of the Karma Kanda segment, which aims to provide rituals for purifying our minds and actions as we pursue our desires, rather than restricting ourselves to merely obtaining all our material needs and desires from the demigods. Faith and steadiness in performing the ritual establish purification one's habits and thoughts. This provides a gradual process of acquiring one's needs and working out one's desires, while simultaneously becoming purified and free of them. Such consciousness purification can then lead us to a higher level of spiritual activity. The Karma Kanda rituals served this higher purpose. With this understanding, one can grasp the significance of rituals and continue to adhere to them in pursuit of material desires, thereby further entangling oneself in the material world. As a result, the focus of various Vedic texts shifted from rituals and prayers to a deeper understanding of one's spiritual identity and relationship with the Supreme, as they compiled and presented. These texts encompass the Upanishads, followed by the Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita, and eventually expanded to include the Puranas and other texts, to name a few. Thus, these Vedic Shastras, also known as spiritual books, elaborated on the spiritual truths found in the Vedas. They also emphasize that various gods, such as Vishnu or Krishna, considered the divinities capable of elevating one's spiritual consciousness and assisting in achieving moksha, or complete liberation from material existence. The other demigods are unable to provide such liberation. In other words, the entire collection of Vedic texts contains information on all levels of spiritual understanding. The highest levels teach a person how to stop wanting material things or needing to worship gods for them, as well as how to enter the spiritual realm, which is the highest spiritual goal. Divinities? There are generally two ways followers of the Vedic tradition view the Vedic divinities. Some adherents of the impersonal view believe that the Supreme is not a physical entity, but rather an impersonal force that creates everything akin to the great Brahman effulgence. They generally believe that all Vedic divinities are different forms or representations of the same supreme or absolute truth. Thus, it does not matter whether a person worships Shiva, Krishna, Ganesh, Murugan, or any other Vedic gods or goddesses, because they all represent the same absolute truth or God in various forms. This is true for the Lord Krishna avatars, but there are differences with the other deities, which will become clear as we go through this book. On the other hand, Some individuals believe that the ultimate truth is ultimately a matter of personal preference. They believe that choosing Vedic divinities to worship matters, as each one provides unique blessings and outcomes and has a specific purpose. This is why some people ask why there seem to be so many gods within Hinduism or Vedic culture, and if so, which is best to worship? If we properly analyze the situation, we will see that all Vedic divinities have different purposes, and that only one supreme being with many agents or demigods manages the cosmic creation and natural forces within it. Like any other demigod, when approached appropriately in prayer or worship, they can assist the individual in fulfilling specific desires under their authority. So, let us begin to explain. First, in some places in the early portions of Vedic literature, there are 33 Vedic gods, or as many as 33 million. We count the 33 gods as 8 bases, 11 Rudras, forms of Shiva, 12 Adityas, and Indra and Prajapati, Brahma. Then, other positions are considered major or minor devas. According to the devas are not imaginary or mythological beings, but agents of the supreme will to administer different aspects of universal affairs. They also represent and control various natural powers. Thus, they manifest in our existence's physical, subtle, or psychic levels, both from within and without. The transcendentalist sees that behind every aspect of nature is a personality. These gods' names are considered offices or positions rather than the actual name of the demigod. For example, we may call the country's president by his name, Mr. President. The position itself allows him to have certain powers or areas of influence. In the case of the devas, only after accumulating much pious credit can a living being earn the position of a particular demigod. Then, a person may become an Indra, Vayu, or Brahma, or attain some other position in order to assume specific powers or control various aspects of material energy. Thus, such beings are not gods, but demigods. They merely have a position within this material creation, as long as it remains in place. Though some people may call them the Vedic gods for ease of conversation. Another example is walking into a large factory and observing the numerous workers and their tasks. At first, you might assume that these workers are the driving force behind everything in the factory. However, the supervisors, managers, and executives who oversee and direct the activities and flow of work are more important than the workers. Among these, you will find people of varying degrees of authority. Someone will be in charge of designing the products. Another person may be the chief financial officer or main accountant. Someone may manage personnel while another handles factory maintenance. Ultimately, a company's chief executive officer, also known as the president, holds the most significant position. With him, there may be company. Although you may not see the president directly, his influence is pervasive as all workers participate in projects based on his decisions. The managers and supervisors act as authorized agents to keep things moving accordingly. The numerous demigods act similarly to nature's functions, all representing some aspect or power of the supreme will. Hinduism sometimes asserts that there are 33 million gods. Every living entity possesses a form of god, known as the supersoul. Currently, there are over 8 billion humans on Earth, which means there are over 8 billion gods. There may be many forms, avatars, and aspects of God, but there is only one ultimate God, or absolute truth. God is a singular, all-encompassing source that is the foundation for all other creations. Another view of the Vedic devas, or demigods, is that they represent different aspects of understanding ourselves, particularly through yoga and meditation. Vayu, for example, is the god of wind in yoga, as is the breath and its control in pranayama. Agni is the god of fire and relates to the fire of consciousness or awareness. Soma refers to the samadhi bliss in yoga practice. Numerous Vedic gods symbolize specific yoga powers and correlate with the various chakras within the subtle body. People accept that as they elevate their consciousness through chakras, they will attain the level of awareness, power, and assistance associated with the specific divine personality associated with that chakra. Bhagavad Gita 3:10-12 explains the reciprocation between the demigods and society. The Bhagavad Gita states that in the beginning, the Lord of all beings created men and demigods along with the necessary sacrifices to Lord Vishnu. The Lord blessed them, saying that these sacrifices would enable men to prosper and attain all desirable things. With these sacrifices, the demigods will be happy and provide all the necessities of life, spreading prosperity to all. However, as explained, anyone who enjoys what the demigods give without offering it back is a thief. In this manner, people were recommended to perform sacrificial rituals to obtain their desires. However, these acts should demonstrate their reliance on the demigods and the Supreme Being. The Bhagavad Gita 3:14-15 further explains that all living beings exist on food grains produced from rain, which they obtain by performing prescribed sacrifices or duties. The Vedic literature describes these prescribed duties as manifestations of the Supreme Being. Thus, acts of sacrifice forever establish the Supreme. Despite accepting worship from humans and bestowing specific blessings on sacrifices, the demigods must elevate themselves to the level of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, an extension of Lord Krishna. The Rig Veda 1:22-20 explains, the demigods are always looking to that supreme abode of Vishnu. Bhagavad Gita 17:23 also points out, from the beginning of creation, the three syllables Om Tat, Sat have been used to indicate the supreme absolute truth, Brahma. Brahmanas uttered these syllables during Vedic hymn chanting and sacrifices to satisfy the Supreme. The demigod worshippers also express their gratitude to Lord Vishnu for their prosperity by repeating the Vedic texts' emphasis on Sat. Since Lord Vishnu is the Lord of material liberation and the four Vedas primarily deal with material elevation, the demigods receive the majority of sacrifices. However, Lord Krishna points out in the Bhagavad Gita that men of little knowledge, drawn by worldly desires, find pleasure in the flowery words of the Vedas, which prescribe rituals for achieving power, riches, or rebirth in heaven. Their pursuit of enjoyment leads them to believe that there is no other purpose. However, Krishna goes on to explain in Bhagavad Gita 7:21-23 that when a person desires to worship a particular demigod for the temporary and limited fruits they may bestow, Krishna, as the supersoul in everyone's heart, makes that person's faith in that demigod steady. However, Krishna alone, without whom no one possesses any power, bestows all the benefits bestowed by any demigod. Furthermore, Krishna explains that the worshippers of the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but the worshippers of Krishna reach Krishna's spiritual abode. Therefore, as one's understanding deepens, one should gradually abandon one's pursuit of fleeting material pleasures and focus on achieving the ultimate objective of Vedic knowledge. The prescribed duties in the Vedas for worshipping the demigods become unnecessary for one who possesses such knowledge and self-realization. As Bhagavad Gita 3:17-18 explains, for one who is fully self-realized, who is fully satiated in the self, and who delights only in the self, there is no duty or need to perform the prescribed duties found in the Vedas, because he has no purpose or material desires to fulfill. After understanding the information supplied, We can see how the different Vedic gods have particular roles or functions and represent or control different forces of nature. Thus, they are not all the same. They all possess unique abilities to perform specific tasks in the arrangement and management of the universe. Most have specific positions and purposes to help facilitate the cause of the universe's creation, maintenance, and even destruction. The most prominent Vedic gods are the trinity of Vishnu, Rama, and Shiva. Rama assists in creating the world, Vishnu maintains it, and Shiva assists in annihilation. I have dealt with this aspect extensively in my book, How the Universe Was Created, so I will not include that here. We can generally divide those who follow the Vedic path into three main categories: those who worship Shiva and are Shivas, those who worship Shakti, or the goddess, and are Shaktas, and those who worship Vishnu, the Vaishnava. So, let us understand the identity and function of Lord Shiva and Goddess Durga. One of the most significant of all the Vedic gods is Shiva. One of the most noted goddesses is Shiva's wife, Durga. They also go by many other names. For example, Durga is called Parvati and Sati, which means chastity. The name Shiva means auspicious. Shiva is also known by many different names according to his function. When he expresses himself through space and time, for example, he is known as Ishwara. People call him Sadashiva when he works through the air, incorporating the principles of both sound and touch. Shiva is known as Rudra when he operates through the fire, incorporating sound, touch, and form principles. Shiva is the embodiment and controller of Tamaguna, the mode of darkness, inertia, and the tendency toward annihilation. This is how he aids in the destruction of cosmic creation during the end times, contributing to the ongoing display of death and destruction that we witness every day. However, we can also view this demise and dissolution as a renewal, a concept associated with Shiva. The Srimad Bhagavatam 4.2.2 lists additional characteristics of Lord Shiva, stating that he is the spiritual master of the entire world. He has a peaceful personality, is free from enmity, and is always satisfied with himself. He is the greatest among all the demigods. He is considered the world's spiritual master because he exemplifies the proper way to worship the Supreme. He is considered the best of all devotees. Therefore, he has his own spiritual line, the Rudra Sampradaya, which comes directly from him. It is now contained in the Vishnusvami Sampradaya, or the Vallabha Sampradaya. People describe Shiva as the most powerful, second only to Lord Vishnu. In this sense, Shiva is not the supreme, but he possesses a power that is almost as great. Despite his lack of accomplishments in the material world, he consistently works for the betterment of everyone in this universe, aided by the material and dangerous energies of the goddesses Kali and Durga. They serve him by killing all kinds of demons and envious people. War represents Kali's energy of devastation. At times, images depict Kali in a fierce form, standing with one foot on Shiva's body. This is due to Shiva's occasional need to lie down in front of Kali to calm her down and to prevent her from killing all the demonic individuals in the world. In this way, Shiva controls the material energy. Kali and Durga assist Lord Shiva in controlling the destructive energy known as Tamoguna, the mode of darkness. Durga helps him keep most living beings in the darkness of ignorance. For this reason, people describe Durga and Kali as dangerous potencies. This darkness only protects those who are serious about spiritual life. Often, depictions of Shiva show him as a handsome young man with long hair, from which a spurt of the Ganga Ganges River, symbolizing purity, and a crescent moon float. He is also white or light blue in complexion, sometimes with a third eye between the eyebrows on the forehead, and usually with 4 arms, a sign of universal power, holding a trishula, a trident, showing his ruling proficiency over the 3 modes of nature. The damaru, a small hourglass-shaped drum, the beating of which represents language or the alphabet, and exhibiting the mudras, hand positions of abhaya, protection, and farada, giving blessing. According to legend, Shiva's drum symbolizes Srishti, the creator. The abhaya hand, which bestows blessing, symbolizes spiti, preservation. His downward pressing foot symbolizes tiropava, the veiling effect. And his uplifted foot signifies blessings, anugraha, particularly the ability to see through the ego's veil of illusion. The image of him holding an axe symbolizes samsara, or destruction. He sometimes appears with 8, 10, or even 32 hands. These represent his various potencies and contain such things as an akshamala, rosary that signifies being the master of spiritual sciences, the katvanga, magic wand, that shows as being adept in occult sciences, a darpana, a mirror showing that the creation is a reflection of his cosmic form, a chakra, disc, a noose, a staff, a bow, a Pashupata spear, a lotus, a sword, and so on. He's often sitting on or wearing tiger skin. The tiger skin represents his command over his desires, often consuming commoners like a tiger. Snakes often encircle Shiva's arms, waist, neck, and hair. Snakes often invoke fear, so this represents how Shiva is free from fear. The snake also symbolizes time. If a poisonous snake bites someone, it is only a matter of time before that person will die. Time catches up with everyone sooner or later. Therefore, Lord Shiva reigns over both time and death. These serpents suggest that death surrounds him, but he remains immune to its influence. Ash from the cremation grounds is also visible on Shiva's body. This is called vibhuti. It symbolizes death, detachment from the world, and lust. It also signifies that our bodies, as inert matter in their essential form, will transform into ashes upon our death or cremation. Thus, we must rise above bodily identification and become conscious of our real identity. Ash is a symbol of Shiva's complete renunciation of the world. Shiva occasionally appears, donning a garland of skulls. The skulls represent his status as the Lord of Destruction, as well as the cyclical nature of material creation's appearance and disappearance. The king of dances, Nataraja, represents one of Lord Shiva's most beautiful forms. Shiva holds his damaru drum in his upper right hand, just as Nataraja does. This indicates nada, the sound of universal development. On the other hand, he holds a flame of destruction. Together, these indicate creation and destruction, the counterpoints of all material existence. He also holds his right hand in a position of blessing and protection. Nataraja also wears a tiger skin, which he skillfully wields. This symbolizes the ego, which resists attack and necessitates defeat through the guru's knowledge or Nataraja's wisdom. The image of Nataraja depicts him subduing or standing on Mahamaya's body, personifying the illusion that causes all suffering. He raises the other foot upward, symbolizing the attainment of the Turiya state, which transcends waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and the influence of the mind and creation. Thus, he is completely free from all of these. Many stories relate to how and why Shiva appears the way he does. For instance, some depictions of Lord Shiva feature a third eye between his eyebrows and his forehead. His third eye is believed to symbolize the eye of wisdom or inner sight. The other two eyes represent a balanced form of love and justice. Thus, Lord Shiva is neither too harsh nor lenient, but views everything with the proper proportions of love, justice, and inner knowledge. Shiva's three eyes symbolize the sun, moon, and fire, symbolizing the illumination of the universe. One day, Shiva's wife Parvati covered Shiva's eyes with her hands, engulfing the entire world in darkness, which explains how Shiva acquired a third eye. Then, Shiva willed the third eye to manifest, which sent forth light, heat, and fire. According to another story, Shiva once accepted the heavenly Ganga river on his head, where it remained until it was ready for release. The Ganga River is considered to have entered the universe when the Supreme Lord, in his avatar as Vamana Deva, kicked the outer shell of the universe with his toe, thus letting in some of the water of the Parana Dakashayi ocean, the spiritual water that surrounds the universe. This became the holy Ganga. Consequently, people revere it as the Lord's foot wash. As a result, Lord Shiva keeps this water on his head. People also believe that Shiva's Ganga water symbolizes the flow of knowledge and devotion to God. The Ganga water spout on Shiva's head signifies that Shiva is the foremost devotee of Lord Krishna, Vishnu, or Lord Rama. The Bhagavatam 10:41-15 relates, the water of the river Ganga, Ganges, has purified the three worlds, having become transcendental by bathing your Lord Vishnu's feet. Lord Shiva accepted that water on his head, and by that water's grace, the sons of King Sagara attained heaven. According to another legend, many objects began to emerge from the ocean of milk as the demons and demigods churned it. One was the moon, which Shiva took and placed in his hair. Shiva wears this as an ornament, symbolizing the phases of the moon and the passage of time, as he remains unaffected by them. The crescent moon also signifies the happiness of life, especially when it is based on a spiritual purpose. Just as the rays of the moon nourish the vegetable kingdom, they also enhance one's inspiration and energy for spiritual life. It symbolizes the calming light of self-awareness and the ideal way to live life. Another object emerged from the churning, revealing the severe poison that Shiva had drank to prevent its spread. However, Parvati, alarmed by this, grabbed Shiva's throat, preventing him from swallowing the poison and causing his throat to turn blue. Shiva, often portrayed standing next to or on his bull, Vishnu, or Nandi. Symbolically, Nandi represents animal tendencies, such as the urge for sex, which are tamed and docile by Lord Shiva's mastery over them. Thus he rides on Nandi, who is obedient to Shiva's command. Nandi also represents strength and virility. In Shiva temples, Nandi often reclines in front of the main shrine, gazing toward the image of Shiva. Nandi also symbolizes the Jivatma, the individual soul, and the animalistic impulses that, if not curbed, will drag it into material existence. Shiva works to benefit everyone and tries to help living beings advance spiritually. This is why he has his own line of disciplic succession. Any person who surrenders to the Supreme Personality of God, Lord Krishna, the controller of everything, is very dear to me, he says to the sons of King Kusinivara. The king's sons were going to practice austerities to worship Lord Vishnu, and while searching for a suitable place, they found Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva's bodily luster resembled molten gold. His throat was bluish. He had three eyes, and musicians accompanied him, extolling his virtues. Shiva is the protector of the pious and those with gentle behavior. So he was pleased to speak to the princes the way he did. He continued this way. When a person directly surrenders to Lord Krishna or Vishnu in unwavering devotional service, they immediately ascend to the spiritual planets. I Lord Shiva and other demigods have attained these planets only after the destruction of the material world. You are all devout followers of the Lord, and as respectable as the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. This lets me know that my devotees respect and love me. Thus, no one can be as dear to the devotees as I am. In this way, a devotee of Krishna does not disrespect Lord Shiva, but worships him as the greatest of devotees of Lord Krishna. A Krishna Bhakta devotee also prays to Lord Shiva, but he asks Shiva to assist him in gaining Lord Krishna's favor, not just for material benefits. As we find in the Tulasi Ramayana, Uttarakanda, Doha 45, Lord Rama says, "With joined palms I lay before you another secret doctrine. Without adoring Sankara, Lord Shiva, man cannot attain devotion to me." So in this way, Shiva can assist us in attaining devotion to Lord Krishna and his expansions. After Lord Shiva had spoken to the sons of King Prasinabhavi, he related a mantra for their benefit, which is pure and auspicious for anyone who wants to attain the ultimate goal of life. The mantra known as Shiva's song consists of verses 33-79 from the 24th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam's 4th canto. He starts his prayer with this verse: "O Supreme Personality of Godhead, all glory to you. You are the most exalted of all self-realized souls. Since you are always auspicious for the self-realized, I wish you were auspicious. Your all-perfect instructions make you worshipable. Since you are the super soul, I offer my obeisances to you as the ultimate living being." Through the remaining 45 verses of this prayer, Lord Shiva praises the many qualities, characteristics, and powers of the Supreme Being in the form of Lord Krishna. At the end of many years in which the sons of the king, called the Pratsetas, repeated this prayer every day, Lord Vishnu himself appeared to them. He declared, "I will bestow benedictions on those who offer me the prayers composed by Lord Shiva, both in the morning and evening. In this way, they can fulfill their desires and attain high intelligence." Also, in the Bhagavatam 4.64253, we can see Lord Shiva's greatness among the demigods. During the disastrous ritual of Daksha, who displayed profound dislike toward Shiva and Shiva's wife, Durga, Sati, immolated herself in the fire. Sati, Daksha's daughter, could not tolerate her father's insults toward her husband Shiva. So, while in meditation, she burst into flames. After that, Lord Brahma and the demigods went to pacify Lord Shiva. Brahma consoled Shiva, addressed him as "my dear Lord," and called him the controller of the entire universe, the combination of mother and father of the universe, and the supreme Brahman beyond this creation. We can see that Brahma, the universe's partial creator, praises Lord Shiva as superior. This is to appease Lord Shiva, since it is known that his anger can annihilate the universe. When the ritual continued and Daksha offered the clarified butter with the mantras from the Yajurveda, Lord Vishnu appeared in his original form as Narayana. As described in the Bhagavatam 4.7:18-29, as soon as Lord Vishnu appeared, all the demigods, including Lord Brahma, Shiva, the Gandharvas, and the sages, immediately offered their respectful obeisances. The glaring effulgence emanating from Lord Vishnu's body dimmed the radiance of everyone else. They all offered their prayers to him. Therein, Lord Shiva addresses Lord Vishnu. "My dear Lord, my mind and consciousness are always fixed on your lotus feet, which, as the source of all benediction and the fulfillment of all desires, are worshipped by all liberated sages, because your lotus feet are worthy of worship. People who blaspheme me, claiming that my activities lack purification, no longer disturb me with my mind fixed on your lotus feet. I do not mind their accusations, and I excuse them out of compassion, just as you show compassion toward all living things. After all the personalities had offered their prayers to Lord Vishnu, he replied to Daksha, Brahma, Shiva, and I are the supreme cause of the material manifestation. I am the super soul, the self-effulgent witness. But impersonally, there's no difference between Brahma, Lord Shiva, and you. I am Godhead's original personality, but to create, maintain, and annihilate this cosmic manifestation, I act through my material energy, and according to different grades of activity, my representations are complete. A person lacking proper knowledge may believe that demigods such as Brahma and Shiva are independent, or that living entities are independent. A person with average intelligence does not think the head and other body parts are separate. Similarly, my devotee does not differentiate Vishnu, the all-pervading personality, from anything or any living entity. Those who do not view Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, or any other living entity as separate from the Supreme, and who are aware of Brahma, truly experience peace. Others do not. This demonstrates the demigod's interdependence on Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu is the ultimate cause of universal creation. As we will explain, Lord Vishnu gave birth to Lord Brahma, who gave birth to Lord Shiva. Lord Vishnu's energy, in the form of Lord Brahma and Shiva, creates and destroys the universe. Lord Brahma manifests to continue the creation, while Lord Shiva aids in the annihilation. This interconnection allows them to function as a unified entity. Despite playing distinct and significant roles in the affairs of the cosmos, they all remain dependent on Lord Vishnu. We can achieve real peace if we realize that all living beings are extensions of the Supreme Lord and his energy. In fact, it is believed that Lord Shiva, Brahma, and Lord Vishnu worship these sages and devotees who see with such equal vision. Once, when Lord Shiva was traveling, he met the legendary sage Markandeya as he came out of his yogic trance. At that time, Markandeya offered prayers to Lord Shiva, who blessed the sage and then asked if there were any benedictions that the sage wanted. As described in the Bhagavatam, 12:10, 1922, Sutta Goswami said, Lord Shiva, the foremost demigod and the shelter of the saintly devotees, was satisfied by Markandeya's praise. Pleased, he smiled and addressed the sage. Lord Shiva said, please ask me for some benediction, since among all givers of benedictions, we three, Brahma, Vishnu, and I, are the best. Seeing us never goes in vain, because simply by seeing us, a mortal achieves immortality. The inhabitants and ruling demigods of all planets, along with Lord Brahma, the Supreme Lord Hari, and I, glorify, worship, and assist those Brahmanas who are saintly, always peaceful, free of material attachment, compassionate to all living beings, purely devoted to us, devoid of hatred, and endowed with equal vision. These devotees do not differentiate between Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma, and me, nor do they distinguish between themselves and other living beings. Therefore, because you are this kind of saintly devotee, we worship you. In the Bhagavatam 4.3.23, Lord Shiva tells his wife, Sati, that he is always engaged in worshipping the Supreme Personality known as Lord Vasudeva, Krishna, who is revealed in pure consciousness by offering obeisances. As described in the Bhagavad Gita 11.15, Lord Shiva is subordinate to Lord Vishnu, Krishna, as he is also a part of Lord Krishna's universal form. We find Arjuna said, my dear Lord Krishna, I see all the demigods and other living entities assembled in your universal body. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, along with Lord Shiva, many sages, and divine serpents. In Lord Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavana, we discovered that Lord Shiva had also tried to enter the Rasa Leela dance between Krishna and the gopis, the cowherd damsels. The Mahadeva Gopesvara temple in Vrindavana commemorates Lord Shiva's desire to become a gopi and enter the dance with Lord Krishna. Lord Shiva was trying to enter Sri Krishna's most confidential pastimes and devotions. In another life, Lord Shiva is Lord Krishna's brother-in-law. When Krishna was born in Vrindavana, Yasoda gave birth to a daughter, Katyayani, or Durga, and Mother Devaki gave birth to a son, Lord Krishna. To save him from the nefarious King Kamsa, Krishna's father, Vasudeva, brought Krishna from Mathura to Gokul and exchanged him with the daughter of Mother Yasoda, taking the daughter back with him. When King Kamsa came to get the newborn from Mother Devaki, the child rose into the air and exhibited her form as the eight-armed Durga and chastised Kamsa. In this pastime, Durga is Lord Shiva's wife and Lord Krishna's sister, implying that Shiva is also Lord Krishna's brother-in-law. In another place in the Bhagavatam, 8.12.10, when Lord Shiva was bewildered by the Supreme Lord's form as a beautiful woman, Mohini Murti, Lord Shiva admitted his weakness in being unable to fully understand the illusory nature of this material creation. O my Lord, I, the best of the demigods, along with Lord Brahma and the great rishis led by Marichi, hail from the mode of goodness. Nonetheless, we are bewildered by your illusory energy and cannot understand what this creation is. What can we say about others such as demons and humans who inhabit the base modes of material nature, Rajoguna and Tamoguna? How will they know you? Later, Lord Shiva, often pictured in meditation, explains to his wife, who he meditates on while in trance. He says, O goddess, you have now seen the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the unborn master of everyone. Even I, one of the principal expansions of his lordship, succumbed to the illusion of his energy. So what can we say about those who rely solely on Maya? When I finished performing mystic yoga for 1,000 years, you asked me upon whom I was meditating. Now here is the Supreme Person, to whom time has no entrance, and whom the Vedas cannot understand. 5. Another time when Lord Shiva described his subservient position was when Lord Krishna was battling with Banasura, a devotee of Lord Shiva, and cutting off Banasura's hundreds of arms that he had acquired as a blessing from Lord Shiva. When it appeared that Banasura was about to lose his life, Lord Shiva, who had also been involved in the battle scene, approached Lord Krishna to pacify him and spare him. Sri Rudra said, you alone are the absolute truth, the supreme light, the mystery hidden within the verbal manifestation of the absolute, according to Bhagavatam 1063, 34-45. Those who have spotless hearts can see you. You are uncontaminated, like the sky. In the 10 following verses, Lord Shiva also addresses Lord Krishna in other ways. Your current descent into the material realm, O Lord of unrestricted power, is meant for upholding the principles of justice and benefiting the entire universe. We demigods, each dependent on your grace and authority, develop the 7 planetary systems. You are the original person, one without a second, transcendental and self-manifesting. You are the cause of all that is uncaused, and you are the ultimate controller. When Uddhava prayed to Lord Krishna, he said, even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva act only as your instruments in cosmic creation and annihilation, which are ultimately done by you, the Supreme Lord, in your invisible aspect of time. Sri Shukadeva Goswami described one of the major differences between Shiva and Krishna as follows. Manifesting himself in 3 features in response to the entreaties of nature's 3 modes, he thus embodies the threefold principle of material ego in goodness, passion, and ignorance. The 16 elements have evolved into transformations of that false ego. When a devotee of Lord Shiva worships his manifestation in any of these elements, he obtains also corresponding enjoyable opulence. Lord Hari, however, has no connection with the material modes. He is the supreme personality of Godhead, the all-seeing eternal witness who transcends material nature. One who worships him becomes similarly free from the material modes. 7. Therefore, a worshipper of Lord Shiva experiences results subject to material nature's effects, whereas a worshipper of Lord Krishna experiences liberation from material nature instead of material opulence. So, in this regard, Sri Shukadeva Goswami said, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, and others are able to curse or bless one. Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma are very quick to curse or bestow blessings, my dear king, but the infallible Supreme Lord is not. Understanding Shiva's purpose and how it relates to his appearance is another aspect of his position. The ancient Brahma Samhita text, verse 15, clearly explains this. The text states, the same Mahavishnu created his next expansion of Vishnu, Garbhodakashayi Vishnu, from his left limb, Brahma, the first progenitor of beings, from his right limb, and from the space between his two eyebrows, Shambhu Shiva, the divine masculine manifested heaven. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta explains that when the mundane creation of the universe manifests, the space between Vishnu's two eyebrows gives birth to the principle of Shambhu in the form of Rudra. Shambhu enshrines the materialistic ego principle. This principle identifies living with the material body as subject to material and bodily happiness desires. Brahma Samhita, verse 1, purport. So, Lord Shiva's power comes from Lord Vishnu's potency. The Brahma Samhita describes this as follows. The person embodying the material causal principle, Visamas, the great lord of this mundane world, Maheshvara Shambhu, in the form of the male generating organ, joins with his female consort, the limited energy, Maya, as the efficient causal principle. The Lord of the world, Mahavishnu, is manifesting him by his subjective portion in the form of his glance. So when Mahavishnu looks into the shadowy power of Maya during the creation process, Shambhu, who is the Lord of the Pradhana, the unmanifest material ingredients, and is the same as Rudra, breaks up with Maya, which is the principle that makes mundane energy possible. However, Shambhu can only do something with the energy of Mahavishnu, who represents Krishna's direct spiritual power. In this way, only when material creation arises does Mahavishnu, the plenary portion of Lord Krishna, be propitious towards the active endeavors of Maya, Shiva's consort, and the principle of mundane causality. Brahma Samhita, verse 10, purport. The Brahma Samhita, verse 45, more clearly describes the difference between Mahavishnu and Shiva as Shambhu as follows. Just as milk transforms into curd by the action of acids, but the effect curd has is neither the same as nor different from its cause, viz. Milk. So I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whom the state of Shambhu is a transformation for the performance of the work of destruction. In this verse, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta clarifies that Shiva is not a second Godhead other than Krishna. In fact, those who entertain such a discriminatory sentiment commit a major offense to the Supreme Lord. Shambhu's position is subservient to Govinda Krishna's. Hence, as the above verse indicates, they are not really different. However, just as yoga originates from its primary source, Shiva also manifests from his primary source, Krishna, through Mahavishnu. Therefore, when God attains a distinct personality by adding a particular element of adulteration, such as the form of Lord Shiva or Shambhu, he assumes a subservient position to his direct forms. Through this form, the Lord comes into contact with the material energy, as Mahavishnu never touches the mundane energy. However, Shiva has no independent initiative or ability. This means that Shiva, as Shambhu, comes into contact with and interacts with the material energy as the agent of Mahavishnu, who does not come into such contact but only sets it all in motion. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta further describes that in this way, Govinda manifests himself as a plenary portion, which in this case is a guna avatar in the form of Shambhu, Lord of Tamoguna, or the mode of darkness. Thus, according to Govinda's supreme will, Shambhu works in union with his consort, Durga Devi, using his time and energy. Therefore, the real difference between Govinda and Shiva or Brahma is that all the majestic attributes of God are fully present in the form of Govinda, Krishna. Shiva and Brahma are entities adulterated with mundane qualities, however slight they may be. Even though Vishnu manifests divinity in the form of goodness, he remains pure. The appearance of Narayana as Mahavishnu, or as Garbhodakashayi Vishnu, Vishnu's expansion of each universe, and Kshirodakashayi Vishnu, Vishnu's expansion as the supersoul within each living being, are examples of the ubiquitous function of the supreme divinity. Lord Vishnu is the Godhead, while Brahma, Shiva, and all other gods serve him. The different expansions of the supreme being, Govinda, are the same as the identical light appearing in different candles, all shining from the spiritual potency of Govinda, Krishna. Brahma, Samhita, verse 46. Purport. This makes it clear that Shiva and Brahma's forms and positions are eternal, but only in the context of material creation's endurance. The annihilation of material creation removes the need for its forms and positions. Lord Shiva is the Lord of Tamoguna and material nature, but not of the spiritual world. The description of Lord Krishna as the supreme being and controller of both spiritual and material energies is unique. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta further explains that Lord Krishna possesses 60 divine qualities in their fullest measure. 50 of the divine qualities of the individual jiva souls are present, along with 5 additional qualities in Lord Brahma. Yet, these 55 qualities are also present in Shiva, but to greater degrees than in Lord Brahma. Brahma Samhita, verse 49, purport. Thus, we have described Lord Shiva's position regarding his purpose and function within the material creation, and his form is simply an extension of Lord Krishna. This chapter's How Shiva and Durga are considered the mother and father of the universe section explains Lord Shiva's real position and identity. The previous paragraphs highlight how Lord Shiva participated in the creation process from Mahavishnu as Shambhu. However, this also pertains to Lord Shiva's personal appearance in this universe as Lord Brahma. The Bhagavatam 3.12.4 explains that Lord Brahma manifested 4 powerful sages named Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanatkumara at the beginning of the creation process. Brahma expected them to assist in filling the universe with various living beings. However, their high elevation prevented them from participating in materialistic activities. Brahma asked them to start procreating, but they declined, citing their attachment to Lord Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord, and their focus on achieving moksha, or liberation. So they expressed their unwillingness, which made Lord Brahma extremely angry. Lord Brahma's anger erupted between his eyebrows, despite his attempts to control it. Immediately, a child of mixed red and blue colors emerged. This child immediately began to cry and asked Lord Brahma, "O Destiny Maker, Teacher of the universe, kindly designate my name and place." Lord Brahma then pacified the boy and said, O chief of the demigods, you shall be called Rudra, because you have cried so anxiously. Then Brahma gave Rudra the following places for his residence: the heart, the senses, the body's life, the sky, the air, the fire, water, earth, sun, moon, and austerity. He then told Rudra that he would be known by 11 other names: Manu, Manu, Mahan, Shiva, Ritabhaja, Ugrareta, Baba, Kala, Vamadeva, and Dritavrata. These names represent the other aspects of Lord Shiva, each having different appearances and activities. People often depict Rudra as tall, well-built, with long hair, wielding the thunderbolt, bow, and arrow. People view him as the guardian of humanity against its enemies. He is also an excellent physician, with numerous medicines that can cure diseases. Rama also told Rudra that he would have 11 wives: Di, Driti, Rasala, Uma, Niyut, Sarki, Ila, Ambika, Iravati, Svadha, and Diksha. Brahma then told Rudra to accept these names as wives, and since he was one of the masters of the living beings, he should now increase the population on a large scale. Rudra then created many offspring who resembled him in color, strength, furious nature. They were unlimited in number, and when they gathered together, they attempted to devour the universe. Alarmed by the situation, Brahma requested that Rudra not create living beings of this nature.
What are you doing?
It would be better if Rudra engaged himself in penance, which is auspicious for all. Through penance, he was able to recreate the universe as it had been before.
What are you doing?
Only penance can bring one near the Supreme Lord, who is in everyone's heart, but beyond the senses. Thus, Rudra accepted the advice of his father, Brahma, and went to the forest to perform austere penances. This is why we often see Shiva pictured in the mountain forests, engaged in meditation. Some of Shiva's other names include Dakshina Murti, meaning a universal teacher. Then there is Trilokana, three-eyed, Nilakanta, blue-throated, Pancha Anana, five-faced, Chandrasekhara, moon-crested, Gangadhara, bearer of the Ganga, Girisha, mountain lord, Jatadhara, wearer of matted hair, Stanu, immutable, Visvanatha, lord of the universe, Bhairava, the terrible, destructive aspect of Shiva, Bhutesha or Bhuteshvara, lord of ghosts or elements, Hara, remover of death, Shambhu, abode of joy, Shankara, giver of joy, Hava, existence, Mahadeva, great god, Ashani, thunderbolt, Isha or Ishana, ruler, Pashupati, the herdsman or friend of animals, Mrityunjaya, conqueror of death, Agora, non-fearful, Ugra, the fearful, Bhima, the tremendous, Rudra, lord of tears, as well as Shuli, Maheshwara, Ishvara, Shava, Kandavarashu, Rita, Ritvasa, Vinaka, Kamakadipa, Upadi, S. Vikanta, S. Vidikanta, Kopalabri, Komadeva, Mahadeva, Virupaksha, Vishamurika, Savajna, Vijati, Vilaloka, Smarahara, Harga, Triambaka, Tripurantaka, Antakarshi, Kapupasi, Vrishadvaja, Vyomakesha, Umapati, Ahirbudnya, Ashtamurti, Gajari, Mahanata, and others. Chapter 17 of the Anushasana Parva of the Mahabharata and the Linga Purana, 165 to 98, contains Shiva's 1,000 names. Shaivism is one of the major traditions of the Vedic system. Shaivites accept Lord Shiva as the supreme deity, centered around his worship. The Vedas and Puranas reference Shiva worship, despite its origin predating recorded history. You will notice that the devotee of Shiva in India usually wears vibhuti or lasna, the sacred ash on his forehead, and rudraksha mala around his neck and elsewhere. The rudraksha or Rudrati represents the third aspect of Shiva's form. The Shivite should worship the Shiva lingam, the leaves of the bilva tree, and his meditations will consist of chanting the Panchakshara, philosophy of Shaivism covers a wide range of Hindu thought, from idealistic monism to pluralistic realism, depending on the locality. Over time, several Shaivite sects emerged, with the Pasupatas regarded as the earliest. Shaiva cults have enjoyed immense popularity with village people across India, and they use a form of this includes rising above anger and greed, engaging in deep meditation and concentrating on repeating the sacred syllable Om. Long matted hair, often wrapped and piled on the head and bun, distinguishes many Shaiva ascetics. They often wear a horizontal three-lined tilak mark on their forehead. Many initiates and Naga Babas also smear their bodies with ash, either from the sacred fire in their camp or from crematoriums. They chant mantras to free themselves from the bonds of material existence, and sometimes dance and sing to induce trance-like states. Depending on the school of thought, their practices have sometimes been unorthodox and met with opposition. The Shiva Purana provides extensive information about Shaivism's practices. The Pasupata, they base their ideas on two works, the Pasupata Sutra, written around 100 CE, and the Pankakavasya, 400 600. They expanded primarily into Gujarat. The Pasupatas accept the idea of a supreme controller, but they do not follow the Vedas. They establish the existence of the supreme through influence and say that the supreme, whom they accept as Lord Shiva, is not the original cause of the material world, but is the operative cause in that he used the material ingredients that already exist to form the cosmic manifestation. Therefore, Lord Shiva's potency and material energy, commonly known as Shakti or Mother Durga, combine to create the universe. However, the conclusive Vedic literature maintains that Lord Narayana, Vishnu, the creator of the material worlds and all ingredients, created and subordinated demigods such as Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva to him. The Varaha Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Vishnu Purana, and many others specifically state that Narayana is the supreme personality, and from him Brahma was born, from whom Shiva was born. Therefore, the demigods are not the supreme, but only dependent agents of the supreme who work under his direction. Numerous verses of Vedic literature confirm this. Although some places describe demigods such as Shiva, Ganesh, Surya, Indra, and others as the rulers and creators of all, we should understand that almost all prayers to these demigods use similar terms. However, we should interpret the words in their etymological context, referring to Narayana or Vishnu, the origin of the demigod's power. Shiva's name is Pasupati, which means Lord of all souls. Ganesh means Lord of all beings. Surya means the goal of the wise. And Indra means the supreme ruler, all of which ultimately refer to the supreme Lord, and that these demigods are his agents and represent the power of the supreme. The Vedanta Sutras point out various contradictions in the philosophy of the Pasupatas, or Shaivites. Vedanta Sutras, or Sri Vasya 2235-41. It concludes that if one is serious about attaining spiritual enlightenment and liberation, he must avoid this questionable philosophy, for despite the uncommon austerities and lifestyle of the Shaivites, their destination after death is not self. Despite worshipping Shiva as the supreme being, they believe God is an unembodied void they try to merge into. Many accept Shiva or any other deity as a material manifestation of that void, or Brahman. Therefore, they must revise their understanding of the absolute truth and direct their spiritual realization process. The Vedic literature establishes Lord Shiva as one of the topmost devotees of Lord Vishnu or Krishna. Many verses from the Puranas depict Shiva in meditation, elucidating his constant focus on the Supreme, Sri Krishna. This means that Shiva is a Vaishnava of the greatest caliber. In addition, he is one of the most important demigods in the universe. Therefore, as long as one understands Lord Shiva's real position and avoids the impersonalistic philosophy that most Shaivites follow, there is no harm in worshipping, offering respects to Lord Shiva, or visiting the temples dedicated to him. In this case, worshipping Lord Shiva is simply offering respect to a superior devotee of God who can help one along the way. In fact, as we have explained earlier, respect for Shiva is beneficial for such advancement. In addition to the Pasupatas, there are many other Shaivan sects. The Pratyabhijna Shaiva sect is based in Kashmir. Vasugupta, 800 CE, systematized them based on the Shiva Sutra and Spangakarika. Somananda, Utpaladeva, Abhinavagupta, and Shimaraja expanded the latter with their commentaries, summarizing the teachings in their Pratyabhijna Vidaya. The Virasaiva, or Lingaya,
No, Garfield.
were another sect that received little attention until Basava, a Kannada Brahmana, developed them. They made a
Yeah.
call from the Kalamikas and worshipped the Linga. The Shaiva Siddhantas were another South Indian sect that originated in the 11th and 13th centuries. They used Sanskrit texts, but the Tamil texts of the Nayanar poets eventually overshadowed them, contributing to their bhakti or devotionally oriented system. Moreover, the Lakulisha Pasupatas, who were also ascetics, were present. The Kapalikas dwelled on the cremation grounds.
No.
Kalamukas
No.
were ascetics similar
Not
to the
going anywhere.
Pasupatas. The Kashmir or Trika Shaivis had a threefold concept of God: Shiva, the Shakti energy, and the Anu, or individual. The smart or orthodox Shaivism practiced the Varnashrama system as enunciated in the Samriti literature, the Manu Samhita, and the Kalpa Sutra. Goraknatha is believed to have founded the Natha, or Kanthata Yogis, a Shaiva sect. This blended the Pasupata system with Tantric practices and Hatha Yoga. Shaivism essentially consists of believing and accepting
No.
that Shiva is the
Where you go?
absolute,
Not me too. Not a
that
fish.
he is transcendental to
Well,
time
there
and
was. There was.
space, and that
Just
he
reading the book
pervades
up.
all
What
energy
you
and
gonna do?
existence. Shaivites believe that removing Maya and Karma will liberate them from the shackles that prevent them from seeing their spiritual identity as equal to Shiva. They frequently chant obeisances to Shiva, such as Om Namah Shivaya, or simply Namah Shivaya. If Shiva is pleased, he blesses his devotees with material opulence, and he can be easily pleased or quickly angered. Yet many people generally worship Shiva and Durga to obtain blessings from material facilities. In particular, the Saiva Siddhanta school summarizes Shaivism's basic process as follows: maintaining virtue, serving and worshiping; yoga, meditation. Knowledge acquisition leads to enlightenment and self-realization. To elaborate, the first step involves maintaining virtue and purity, which entails causing no harm to any creature,
I'm not trying to watch
refraining
you all
from
day.
stealing, and upholding honesty, truthfulness, proper conduct, patience, dedication, compassion, and
We don't have any food,
control
Garfield, but there's some
over
thought.
one's appetite. However,
There's
these
no
are the
food.
basics of karma yoga and the building blocks of any spiritual process. The second step is to maintain discipline in sadhana, as well as spiritual practice and habits. This is when we control the mind and absorb consciousness into the higher purpose of life and activity. We also refer to this as kriya, which means structured physical exercises or techniques. There is also the worship of the image of the divine, or deity, to invoke the dormant spiritual love within us. Participating in puja and worship at a temple or ashrama, joyfully immersing oneself in Vedic wisdom, and chanting or singing are also part of the experience. The third step includes the performance of yoga, in which a person practices pranayama and pratyahara, breathing control to steady the mind and senses, and withdrawing them from external distractions. Then, through concentration and meditation, the practitioner becomes aware of God within. This practice may also activate the kundalini, which rises through the chakras. This practice reduces doubts, faults, mental weaknesses, ignorance, and even past karma. Then ecstasy and divine energy awaken. Ultimately, practice leads to nirvikalpa samadhi, the experience of the timeless and formless Parashiva. The fourth step is when a person becomes enlightened and self-realized. In this state, divine wisdom is a part of one's every move. Though still living in this mortal world, the person knows and perceives that he is not it. He is of a different, transcendental nature. This is the result of all his practices: austerity, sadhana, and devotional love. No more does such a yogi experience the mind's or ordinary intellect's limitations. He is free of it, a jivan mukta, a liberated soul. The above paragraphs describe this process, which includes basic steps found in most forms of yoga, whether directly applied to Shaivism or not. However, in today's world, perfecting this system is challenging, and attempting it with the expectation of success may require greater accuracy. Nonetheless, the basic steps of this process encompass qualities and practices that can enrich anyone's life and aid in pursuing any spiritual path. Shivaratri is a festival in which all Shiva worshippers participate. The night of Shiva follows a typical pattern of preparation,
Garfield, no.
purification, realization, and celebration. On the festival day, people will fast and spend the day focused on Shiva, meditating and chanting Om Namaha Shivaya. Thus, they offer their obeisances to Lord Shiva, maintaining a single point of concentration throughout the day. Shiva then manifests as the
Look, now you're making a big old fucking mess.
This
If it's tired, it's
night represents our overcoming dark ignorance and reaching a state of purified spiritual knowledge. We conquer the influence of the mind and senses, demonstrated by staying awake all night, and enter a state of steady awareness wherein there is spiritual awakening. To truly experience Shivaratri, one must follow this process. One thing you may be questioning is why Lord Shiva is so often represented as a lingam. Linga is a sign or symbol. The lingam is a symbol of the shapeless, universal consciousness of Lord Shiva. Shiva also implies that creation remains dormant after annihilation. So one explanation is that the lingam represents
Nope, we'll just start.
all created things rest after cosmic annihilation. It also represents the pradhana, the potential but unmanifest
Got some yams.
of the material world. Another explanation is that Shiva means auspicious. As a result, the linga
Garfield,
is the shape
no.
symbol for the great god.
You cannot slip away and go anywhere else.
The linga's purpose is to direct
Quit trying to drag me around.
to the shapeless unknown. The yoni, on which the linga typically rests, symbolizes the manifest universal energy. All other things create the manifest energy, which originates from the unmanifest. The yoni, a symbol of Shakti, combined with the lingam, represents the eternal union of the paternal and maternal principles, the positive and negative, or the static.
Nope, I don't feel like going to the kitchen and smoking.
With absolute reality.
It's
All
cold.
actions and changes are a result of the eternal consciousness and Shakti's dynamic power. It also symbolizes the universe's creation by combining Lord Shiva's active energy and Shakti. This is how Lord Shiva and Durga are considered the parents of the universe. The lingam and yoni symbolize the base of the spine, meaning the Muladhara chakra upon which the Kundalini is resting, waiting for awakening. The Puranas provide a few different explanations for why people worship Shiva as a lingam, as well as how this came about, which I will discuss. There was a massive sacrificial ceremony that took place hundreds of years ago. They invited the revered sage Narada Muni to the ceremony and asked him who would receive the effects of the sacrifice. Since no one responded, the present sages asked Narada Muni who should receive the sacrifice's effects. Narada said that Sri Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva were all eligible, but they would have to find out which one had the most patience and purity to receive the sacrifice.
No, stop it.
Therefore, he chose Brighu.
You can get out to one people, not really. It's not for the safe, please.
Brighu had many mystic powers and was able to travel to the demigod's domain. So first, he went to see Lord Brahma. But Brahma was preoccupied and did not notice Brigu's presence. Feeling insulted, Brighu cursed Brahma. You are so proud of your power of creation. You did not notice my arrival. For this reason, you shall have no temples on earth. Thus, there are very few Brahma temples on earth. Next, Brighu went to see Shiva in Kailash, but Shiva also did not notice Brigu's arrival. Once again, feeling offended, Brighu cursed Shiva, limiting his worship to a mere lingam on earth. This explains why people primarily represent and worship Lord Shiva as a lingam on this planet, rather than a personalized deity. Then, to continue the story, Brighu went to see Lord Vishnu, who also did not recognize Brigu's presence. Brighu was so angry that he went forward and kicked Vishnu's chest. Lord Vishnu apologized that he had hurt Brigu's foot, and he began praising
What do you want to do?
Brighu.
What do you want to do?
Brighu immediately felt pleased and understood that Vishnu was the most qualified to receive the sacrifice's offerings. However,
Anywhere in the house.
Lakshmi Devi, the goddess
Says
of
he
fortune,
fucking can get kidnapped
wife,
again.
was very dissatisfied by Brigu's action and therefore did not bestow much mercy on the Brahmanas,
Like fucking
who,
George was.
as a result, are often without much money. A Bahana linga, shaped like an egg, symbolizes Ishvara's lack of beginning and end. The Linga Bhavamurti form of the linga is the prime manifestation of the formless, which Shiva is said to have manifested exactly at midnight on Shivaratri. This is why everyone stays up until midnight and then worships that form during the Shivaratri festival. Any important Shiva temple often features a representation of the Linga Bhavamurti in a niche on the outside wall of the sanctum. In the temples, the lingas typically form three parts. The lowest part is the base square, called the Brahma Paga or Brahma Pitha, which represents the creator Brahma. The next part in the middle is the octagonal Vishnu Paga or Vishnu Pitha, which signifies Lord Vishnu, the sustainer. Both of these parts form the pedestal. The top cylindrical portion is the Rudra Paga or Shiva Pitha, also called the Puja Paga, since this is the worshipable part. The top portion also symbolizes the projecting flame of fire. This flame also symbolizes God's destructive aspects and his preserving power. India is home to 12 important Jyotirlinga, or self-manifesting linga temples. You can find them at Kedarnatha, Kashi Visvanatha, Somnatha, Vaijnath, Ramesvar, Krisnesvar, Himasanka, Mahakala, Mallikarjuna, Amalesvar, Nagesvar, and Triambakesvar. The five Panchabhuta lingas in India are Kalahastisvar, Jambukesvar, Arunachalisvar, Ekambesvara, and Kanchipuram, and Nataraja at Chidambara. The temple of Lord Mahalinga at Tiruvidaimarudu, Madhyarjuna, is also magnificent in South India. People often worship Lord Shiva by pouring Ganges water over the lingam, symbolizing the Ganges' descent from heaven to Shiva's head. According to legend, when the Ganges first began to flow from the heavenly region to the earthly planet, to prevent this, Lord Shiva agreed to let the river first fall on his head before forming a river. Worshippers explain that pouring milk or Ganga water on the linga symbolizes the pouring of ghee on the sacred fire during the fire ceremony, or yajna. This is our symbolic offering to God. The Linga Purana contains a story about the Shiva Linga. It describes how Lord Brahma, the god of creation, and Lord Vishnu, the god of protection, once argued about who was greater. When those two powerful gods were fighting, Lord Shiva appeared as a huge pillar of fire that spread across the universe. He told Brahma and Vishnu that whoever found his flame's head or foot would be considered superior. Then Brahma transformed into a swan and set out to reach the flame's summit. To seek out the fire's foot, Vishnu took the form of a boar, but despite their efforts, they could not succeed in finding the limits. They recognized their mistake and Lord Shiva's peerless greatness. This demonstrates how the ego cannot approach Shiva, but responds with love to those who surrender to him. Lord Shiva appeared as the fiery lingam for their benefit in this pastime. As a result, they gained a deeper understanding of how to worship his most ancient form. Lingobhava is the name of this form of Shiva that emerged from the flame. This story appears in the Shiva Purana and other texts. This further illustrates how the lingam is not formless, nor really a form, but a symbol of Lord Shiva's divinity. In Sanskrit, linga also means mark. It is a mark or symbol of Lord Shiva, in the same way that large puddles of water indicate heavy rains. It implies something else, such as divine formlessness and omnipotence. Indian and Vedic cultures have worshipped goddesses for at least 4,000 years. Durga is the universe's goddess. Goddess Parvati, Lord Shiva's wife, is her form. She has up to 64 different forms, each with a different name. Each form symbolizes a unique pastime, power, or aspect of the goddess. The names of these forms of Durga are Ambika, Bhadra, Bhadrakali, Arya Durga, Vedagarbha, Shamachamakari, Naikabahu, Bhagavati, Katyayani, and others such as Sati, which means chastity. People worship her in her gentle aspects such as Kanya, Kamakshi, or Mukamba. The maiden name of Lord Shiva's consort is Uma, Parvati. She represents matter, Prakriti. Shiva is the god of destruction. Without objects to destroy, he has no meaning. Thus, he is paired with Uma. The Narada Purana, 1.3.13-15, lists many other names for Durga. The Supreme Lord regards her as his Shakti, referring to her as Uma, Parvati, Girija, and Advita. The ancient sages designate her as Durga, Bhadrakali, Chandi, Maheswari, Kaumari, Vaishnavi, supreme potency of Lord Vishnu, Varahi, potency of Lord Varaha, an avatar of Krishna, Aindra, Shambhavi, Brahmi, connected with Lord Brahma, Vidya, spiritual knowledge, Avidya, nescience, Maya, the illusory energy of the Lord, and Para Prakriti, the supreme primordial nature. Other aspects of Durga are accompanied by different names, and each name often carries a story. We won't recount every story, but we can summarize some additions. These include Lalita, a beautiful goddess who lives eternally in Sripura on Mount Meru with her spouse, Shiva Kameshvara. Annapurna is the form of Parvati, who blesses the household with food. Aparajita means Durga, the invincible. Bala means child. When Daksha insulted her husband, Shiva, Bhadrakali, a manifestation of Mahakali's wrath, fought alongside Virabhadra, the embodiment of Shiva's wrath, to destroy Daksha's sacrifice. Bhairavi is the Devi with the power to cause terror, one of the 10 aspects of Shiva's energy. Bhavani has a different name. Bhutatma is the mother of the Bhutas, or ghosts. Dakshayani is Durgati, Daksha's daughter. Gauri is Shiva's yellow or golden wife. Indrakshi has eyes similar to Lord Indra's, and Indra often worships them. She can also alleviate incurable diseases. Jagadatri is the one who keeps the world going. Katyayani is Devi, who was once Kata's daughter. Parvati is the daughter of Parvata, the personification of the Himalayas. Rudrani is the wife of Rudra. Tripura Bhairavi is the Shakti of Shiva, and when he is the ruler of death, Tripura Bhairavi is Shiva's. People often picture Durga as a beautiful woman wearing red clothing. She may have 4, 8, 10, 18, or 20 hands and 3 arms. Items in her hands can include a conch, disc, trident, bow, arrow, sword, dagger, shield, rosary, wine cup, and bell, all representing the different potencies. She may also be standing on a lotus or riding a lion. The lion represents power, but the animal desires food and other sensual objects. The riding on the lion represents that she keeps all such tendencies under complete control. The Devi Bhagavata, or another text, known as the Durga Saptashati, is part of the Markandeya Purana and contains all of Durga's details. The name Durga means one who is difficult to know. Despite her status as the mother of the universe, love allows us to approach her. It is also natural for her to show love to her children. All materially conditioned living beings absorb Durga's personification of material energy in their thoughts, actions, and identities. She is also considered the power of sleep, or the Yoga Nidra, in which Lord Vishnu rests between creative cycles. She is also the personification of wisdom and knowledge. Her energies permeate the universe. She embodies sacrifice or penance, as well as the highest knowledge. She is most beautiful, but fierce and terrible. She can dispel difficulties and kill demons. Mahishasuramardini is another one of her popular forms. Often depicted in this form, she wields 8 arms, each armed with a weapon, and defeats the demon Mahishasura in his full-life form. The gods, namely Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, and others, created her out of their anger and powers, and their weapons became her weapons. Thus, riding on her fierce lion, she fought and killed Mahishasura and his army. The demon symbolizes the self-centered tendency to rely solely on physical force to fulfill one's selfish desires. He triumphed in his battles with the gods, allowing their combined might and determination to emerge as the Devi, Mahishasuramardini, who subsequently vanquished the demon. Symbolically, Durga destroys the buffalo demon, representing Tamoguna, the dark quality of laziness, ignorance, and inertia. So she destroys the Tamoguna within each of us, which can be very difficult to overcome. Her wrath, which sometimes manifests as war, is another one of her qualities. Such war cleanses the world of the many negative elements accumulated in a sinful society. Later, the demons Shumba and Nishumba challenge the gods, prompting them to petition the goddess. This time, she manifested herself as Kaushika Durga, also known as Ambika from Parvati's side. Ambika's beauty attracted the demons, who then wanted to marry her. She vowed to marry the one who could defeat her in battle. But all such attempts were disastrous. They were unsuccessful, even with the help of giants such as Dumralochana, Chanda, Munda, and Raktapija. In the form of Durga manifested in fierce goddess Kali, who became known as Chamaka, for beheading the demons Chanda and Munda. When she engaged in combat with Raktapija, she had to exert extra effort because of his powers, as each drop of the spilled blood had the potential to transform into another demon. Kali managed to drink all his flowing blood and prevent any additional demons from manifesting. Thus, Durga was able to kill him. She then easily killed Nishumba, but Nishumba accused her of accepting help. The Devi then withdrew all her emanations into her own form, battled, and killed Shumba. Another name for Durga is Vaishnava Shakti, which refers to Lord Vishnu's creative power. She is also known as Vindhyavasini, Raktadanta, Shatakshi, and Shakambhari. According to the three modes of material nature, Devi also manifests as Maheshwari, who takes the forms of Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, and Mahasaraswati. These are distinct from the goddesses Lakshmi and Saraswati, as we explore them. In Mahakali, she is considered the personification of the Tamil Guna, or mode of darkness and sleep, or inertia. She is also known as Maya, or Lord Vishnu's illusory energy. We can eliminate this to uncover our true spiritual essence. Within this illusion, seemingly evil and divisive powers exist, often depicted in blue. She wields 10 hands, each clutching a unique weapon such as a sword, disc, mace, arrow, bow, iron club, lance, sling, human head, and conch. Mahalakshmi is Rajaguna's passionate aspect. This aspect depicts her as red, symbolizing her determination to combat evil forces. She has 18 hands holding a rosary, conch club, lance, sword, shield, conch, bell, wine cup, trident, noose, and disc. She is responsible for killing Mahishasura. The sattvic aspect, or goodness and purity, is represented by Mahasaraswati. She is light in color and has 8 hands that hold a bell, trident, plow, conch, pestle, disc, bow, and arrow. She is the manifestation of beauty, work, and organization. She, as Kaushika Durga, manifested herself in Parvati. She is the one who destroyed the demons known as Gumra Loshan, Chanda, Munda, Raktabija, Nishumba, and Shumba, all of which are certain aspects of the ego principle. Kali is another goddess commonly seen in temples and pictures. Typically, pictures depict her nude, with her scattered hair serving as a veil. She has a dark complexion. She wears an apron of human hands and a garland of human skulls. And she sometimes carries a human head in one hand, freshly severed and dripping with blood, and a long chopper in another. The other 2 hands offer blessings of protection. Her tongue protrudes, dripping with blood. She frequently appears amid dead and mutilated bodies on a battlefield or on a cremation ground. She occasionally stands atop her spouse, Shiva, whose body is white or blue. To keep her from destroying everything, he supplicates her in this way. This implies that Kali represents time, which devours everything in terrifying ways. She is naked because she is free from the veil of ignorance that the universe represents, which hides our real spiritual identity. She is black because she represents Taman, or the void that has swallowed everything, including space, time, and the ingredients of material nature. Her hand apron indicates that she is pleased with our work offerings, so she wears them. It also represents the inward potential and the outward manifestations of the ways. Her disheveled hair represents her freedom to go and do as she likes. The garland of 50 skulls represents the 50 letters of the alphabet or sound, from which the whole material manifestation has sprung and is now in a state of destruction, as indicated by her wear. Though she is awesome, her hand gestures offer freedom. A further explanation of why goddess Kali stands on Shiva is that once Kali engaged in a battle, she destroyed all the demons. She danced in victory to such an extent that the world shook in destruction. Everyone became concerned, prompting Shiva to intervene and stop her from continuing the dance. However, she was so agitated that she could not see or hear him. So Shiva lay like a corpse at her feet to absorb the shock of her movements, and when she finally noticed that she had stepped on her husband, she put her hand in shame. Durga, the personification of material energy, is Lord Krishna's maidservant, and she conducts herself according to the will of the Supreme. Her shadow is material energy, Maya. Durga takes on the form of a beautiful demigoddess with 10 arms, symbolizing the 10 types of material activities. She rides her lion, indicating her heroic actions. She is the subduer of vices, represented by the image of her trampling the demon Mahishasura. She is the mother of her sons, Kartikeya and Ganesha, who represent beauty and success. She is armed with 20 weapons, symbolizing the various pious activities enjoined by the Vedas to suppress vices. She also carries a snake, which symbolizes a destructive time. The term Durga also refers to a prison house or fort. Therefore, the material world resembles a prison from which it is difficult to escape. Dur signifies difficulty, while Gie refers to the process of escaping. Therefore, escaping this material world is difficult without enduring numerous hardships. But one who takes refuge in spiritual potency can escape the illusory nature of the material world. Thus, the material prison of the universe confines living beings when they forget their spiritual nature and the service of the Supreme Being, Krishna. Durga oversees this aspect of cosmic creation. However, devotees of the Lord on the spiritual path to reclaim their true nature are free from this prison-like universe. Durga does not affect them. Yogamaya is Durga's spiritual form. Mahamaya, or illusory energy, is Durga's external form. Durga's spiritual form, which functions on the platform of Shuddha Sattva, is a pure transcendental existence and is understood to be Krishna's sister, known as Ekanamsha, or Subhadra. 9. The name Subhadra means auspicious. So Subhadra also paves the way for the devotee's spiritual progress by supplying that which is auspicious and taking away all that is inauspicious. This is Durga's spiritual form, the shadow of which is external material energy. We should note, however, that Durga works in the material world. Subhadra plays the part of Lord Krishna's sister. In the material world, she does not work like Durga. So, originally, their energy was one and the same. But through her expansion as Durga, she works in a different capacity within the material realm. Furthermore, Radharani, Lord Krishna's consort, has a higher quintessence of spiritual energy than Subhadra. She is the personification, essence, and origin of Lord Krishna's pleasure potency, heading Shakti. This pleasure potency of Lord Krishna expands to become Radharani for the sake of the most intimate spiritual pastimes on Goloka Vrindavan, the topmost spiritual planet. This potency expands further into the forms of Krishna's queens on the other Vaikuntha planets, and as his sister Subhadra for other purposes and pastimes. Durga is an extension of this internal or spiritual energy. In this way, Durga can also be considered an extension of Radharani. As a result, Radharani is the source of the spiritual pleasure essence, whereas Durga provides the means for all pleasure in the material realm. So herein, you can understand that Mahamaya in the material world is an extension of Durga. The difference in function is that Yogamaya governs the spiritual sky, whereas Mahamaya governs the material world in her partial expansion. In the spiritual world, Yogamaya protects the devotees, allowing them to forget the Lord's greatness and enjoy loving pastimes with him as his friends, parents, servants, and so on, without feeling overwhelmed by his omnipotence. On the other hand, Mahamaya in the material world keeps the living entities forgetful of their true eternal nature as long as they have no spiritual inclination. It keeps them superficially content with material happiness. So Yogamaya helps bring the devotees together with the Supreme Being in various relationships, while Mahamaya keeps them separate, or at least makes it seem they are separate, through the principle of forgetfulness. Another way to understand this is to say there are two energy divisions, material and spiritual. The original energy is spiritual, Krishna's Shakti potency, his pleasure potency, all spiritual joy and happiness. This is also the original form of Durga, who is indistinguishable from the spiritual energy. But she takes on a different form in the material world. The partial expansion of the Vladimir potency is Mahamaya, which also acts like a covering to the Vladimir Shakti potency, which is the pleasure of our spiritual nature and connection with the Supreme. She confuses the conditioned souls in the material world, leading them to believe they find happiness in material pursuits. In this way, the materialists remain covered by their attraction to their desires for a sense of pleasure due to Mahamaya, and the devotees and transcendentalists become absorbed in spiritual pleasure through Yogamaya, or the heading Shakti. Through Yogamaya, the religious attain happiness or joy in their spiritual pursuits and experience liberation from the material realm. Subhadra's work provides what is auspicious and takes away what is inauspicious for sincere seekers on the spiritual path. Therefore, one must successfully navigate the test of material energy to gain entry into the spiritual realm. It also protects the spiritual atmosphere from those who are not sincere. This is also one of Durga's functions. In the Brahma Vaivata Purana, Krishna Janmakanda, 118:35, Durga talks with Shiva about how she is an expansion from the highest realms and explains herself in this way. I am Mahalakshmi in Vaikuntha, Srimati Radha in Goloka, Shivaha, connected with Shiva, in the region of Shiva, and Sarasvati in the abode of God Brahma. Thus, from the highest levels of the spiritual domain, she expands herself to include all other Shaktis or potencies. The Narada Purana, 1.3.27, also explains that regarding Lord Vishnu, his Shakti is the powerful Maya, the trustworthy upholder of the universe. Scholars call it Prakriti because it is the material cause of the universe. This illusory energy, Maya, plays an important part in the creative process of cosmic manifestation. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 3.5.1.5, Maitreya explains to Vizura that external energy works as cause and effect in cosmic manifestation. She calls this external energy Maya, or illusion. Her agency makes material manifestation possible. The Lord divides Maya, the external energy, into two parts. Maya is the efficient cause, and Prakriti, or cosmic manifestation ingredients, are the other part. 10. The Srimad Bhagavatam 10.6.3.26 defines the carbon aspect of Maya as time, activity, providence, the destiny of the conditioned souls, and nature. These elements, along with the vital force or energy, the subtle material ingredients, the material nature known as the field of activity for the conditioned soul, the 11 senses, the senses of perception and organs of action, and the 5 elements, earth, air, fire, water, and ether, make up Maya. As a result, Lord Krishna is the creator, and Maya only serves as an instrument. It is this Maya, or material nature, that the Lord glances over, becomes agitated, and into which the Lord injects the seed of life as the original living entities. Subsequently, the interactions between the Lord's glance and his energy, which mix with Maya, give birth to the myriad universes. So Maya, or material nature, is merely the secondary cause of creation. However, it fulfills two functions. First, it holds the subtle material elements, and second, it triggers the material manifestation through the resulting changes. The Brahma Samhita 519 also clarifies the original separation of the primary material elements. Then the spiritual power of the Supreme and the potency of his knowledge moved Maya. Combining effective or spiritual power with Maya's inactive material causal principles causes the elements and other entities to work together. Thus, through this combination of energies, the material creation can manifest, and the spiritual living beings appear as the materially conditioned souls within the material elements of the creation. A graphic description explains that Maya appears like a huge pot filled with innumerable universes, each one like a mustard seed within it. Another function of Maya is to cover living beings with material energy, thus keeping them in illusion as to their true identity. This sort of forgetfulness is one of the main principles of the material world, without which living beings cannot engage in material life. If it were too obvious to living things that they are spiritual, they would not be satisfied with material pursuits or bodily sense pleasures. So this forgetfulness must be there to help provide a playground for the materially conditioned souls who are rebellious and want to live outside of God's kingdom. This is Maya's third function, which encompasses all living entities. As explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam 8:14. 10. People in general are bewildered by the illusory energy, Maya, and therefore they try to find the absolute truth, the supreme personality of Godhead, through various types of research and philosophical speculation. Nonetheless, they are unable to see the Supreme Lord. This is further explained as follows. The Supreme Lord's internal power is spiritual. The marginal potency consists of living beings who can lean towards spiritual or material energy. The material energy itself, Maya, also known as nescience or darkness, is the Lord's third potency. It is this Maya that makes the living entity godless and fills him with the desire for fruitive activity and a sense of pleasure. Thus, under the influence of the nescient potency, which obscures his spiritual position, he endures the triple sufferings of material existence. These three miseries of material existence include those that come from the body itself, those caused by other living beings, and those caused by natural occurrences. Due to such illusions, living entities cannot comprehend the truth of creation, leading them to roam the material world for numerous lifetimes. However, living beings are independent in determining whether they want to engage in material or spiritual activities. Misusing this independence to turn toward the dark side separates living beings in varying degrees from the spiritual light. However, when living beings align with God and strive to restore their spiritual essence, they can revert to their original spiritual state and find relief from material existence. The Maya cloud only covers spiritual living beings, affecting their consciousness. Therefore, the goal of any genuine spiritual path is to remove this cloud and the influence of illusory energy. If a religious system cannot do that, then it is incomplete. The Brahma Samhita 544 also explains that Maya is like the shadow of the Lord's chit, or knowledge potency, and is worshipped as Durga, the creation, preservation, and destruction agency of this material world. The Shakta tradition is another of Vedic culture's three major traditions. Shakti is the embodiment of Shiva's power or energy. She has the power and support of the entire universe. Thus, she is the universal mother. Shakta is someone who worships Shakti, or divine feminine energy. Shiva represents eternal consciousness in this tradition, while Shakti represents mind and matter. The Shaktas believe that divine energy, called Shakti, is the original active and creative principle of existence. Shakti is the feminine energy inherent in everything throughout the universe, and in her personified form, she is considered Lord Shiva's companion. The Rig Veda and other later works contain the original ideas of the Shakta belief. However, the Vedanta Sutras 2.2.42-45 highlight some essential faults with the Shakta philosophy. For example, assuming that Shakti, or energy alone, can be the world's independent cause, is a partial understanding. We cannot create energy alone without the cooperation, direction, and facility of the energetic, in this case, the creator or supreme being. Energy must have a source, i.e., vigor. Thus, as explained in the previous section, this Shakti is ultimately the energy of the Supreme Lord. She is not and cannot be the world's sole cause. She works most closely with the energy of the Lord, in the form of Lord Shiva. The Supreme is the source and controller of the energy, just as the powerhouse is the source of the electrical energy controlled to illuminate so many light bulbs. Thus, energy cannot exist without energy. Thus, inclusive Vedic authority did not support the Shakti cult's followers, who believed energy was the world's origin. Energy alone cannot create all of the universe's elements. In the same vein, we do not see a woman produce children without the presence of a man. A woman can only conceive with the energy of a man's seed. Similarly, Purusha, or God, can control and direct Shakti, or nature, to organize the material elements. As explained elsewhere in Vedic literature, everything originates from the Supreme Being, and Shakti is not independent. We divide the Shaktas into two groups, the right-hand group and the left-hand group. The right hand, or Dakshinachara, is the ascetic group, while the left hand, or Samachar, combines their yogic exercises with practices often considered more unorthodox, called Panchakarma, or the 5 M's. These are Madhya, wine drinking; Mama, meat eating; Matsya, fish; Mudra, parched grain; Maithuna, ritual sex and ceremonial songs. Most of the time, sacrificial rites for worshipping the goddess Durga include drinking wine, eating meat, and engaging in activities. Tantrism shares similarities with yoga and the magical formulas of the Atharva Veda. The tantric path's ascetic process is similar to the Raja and Kundalini yoga systems. Before going on to the advanced stages, one must perfect the basics, such as simplicity, kindness, devotion, prayer, self-analysis, and the yama and niyama principles described in Raja Yoga. Tantra is a path that utilizes all sciences to develop psychic power, understand reality, and expand awareness in all states of consciousness. By performing various exercises and techniques, one can explore all levels of consciousness. However, the training and procedures that some tantric yogis may have to undergo as a sign of advancement can be a daunting experience for someone who is not psychologically prepared. Performing what most people consider unusual, if not bizarre, practices leads to detachment from the body and advancement on the path. Tantrism, especially the left-hand path, primarily achieves progress and liberation through direct experience, not meditation. The ritual ingredients and experiences also induce different levels of consciousness. Once the tantric yogi has mastered all the basic requisites of yoga, such as sitting postures, controlling the external and internal organs, and keeping the mind away from all material attractions and repulsions, he can continue with more arduous austerities. They may they instruct him to visit the cremation grounds, sift through the ashes, and identify and consume specific parts of a corpse that do not burn. He must do this without the slightest disgust. This is more extreme. Practices were mostly for adepts with experience in the legend. These practices would induce a deep detachment from praise, pride, shame, and disgust, which could hinder one's journey towards supreme bliss. One metaphor describes these practices as removing a thorn with a thorn. It is to break social norms, transcend body consciousness limitations, and attain Shiva. The path of the right-hand tantric is not as extreme. It uses tamer or more harmless symbolism in rituals, or ignores the severe rituals altogether. Some tantric followers also incorporate magic and alchemy into their methods. It is well known that tantrics who know the art of magic can possess amazing but dark powers. Such sorcerers' apparel usually includes items like flayed animal or human skin as coverings, necklaces of teeth or bone, and a girdle of snakeskin, and they sometimes cover themselves with the ashes of cremated bodies or the dirt from an exhumed corpse. Elements used in their rituals may include charred bones, eyeballs, fat, marrow, and even excrement from corpses, as well as mantras used to call or address the dead demons and ghouls. The tantric may also turn a human skull into his eating bowl, or the top of a monkey skull into a drinking cup. Some also use the human thigh bone as a horn to summon spirits. Ceremonies such as the Black Ritual, a secret and dangerously short path to occult power, use these kinds of items. In Tibet, a ritual known as the Chod involves the tantric practitioner visiting a crematorium and inviting spirits to feast on his body, symbolizing the destruction of ego, pride, selfishness, fear, etc. He's so focused on this that the tantric can hear the ghouls masticating as they devour him. After the spirits have dined and departed, the tantric, recovering from the ordeal, mentally reassembles his bones and organs until he is whole again. Another aspect of this black ritual is known in Tibet as rolangs, in which the tantric, through occult powers, animates a dead corpse by calling spirits to possess it, and then asks it questions, or uses it for magical purposes. If the yogi remains sane and continues on the left-hand shakta or tantric path, he may also try to perform the sex ritual. In this case, the tantric yogi worships the woman as a representation of Shakti, accepts Shiva's role, and has intercourse with her without ejaculating any semen. The tantric controls his mind and senses, and during intercourse, constricts his stomach muscles in particular ways so that he takes in the fluid and energy released by the woman. Thus, he combines his male and female energies at the base of his spine. By combining male and female energy, the practitioner is believed to gain special power and enlightenment. Kundalini, at the base of the spine, is believed to awaken when a yogi begins meditation. However, some descriptions of these sex practices are very strange, and the texts that describe them are quite graphic. Despite witnessing these tantric practices and acts of sorcery during his world explorations, Marco Polo reportedly did not deem it appropriate to provide a comprehensive account of his observations. This, however, is only one aspect of the tantric cult. Other prominent techniques include mantra, pranayama, meditation, etc., as described. These days, in the West, people use certain tantric practices as an excuse to engage in sex in the name of so-called spiritual exercises, religion, or yoga. Although they hardly know anything about the real tantric practices or bother to reach any of the initial yogic qualifications one must attain, they are very eager to engage in so-called tantric sex with the hopes of increasing the duration of their orgasm. This, however, was the exact opposite extended orgasm is believed to deplete the yogi's mystic powers and mental and psychic capacity. Even Buddhist texts mention that keeping the seed semen is life, while the seed falling is death. This way, retaining one's semen can make a man very powerful. When explaining the Tantras, the root tan signifies expansion. As a result, Tantra entails expanding the meaning of Vedic knowledge. The Tantras are the texts studied by those, especially amongst the Shaiva and Tibetan Buddhist Vajrayana cults, who worship Shakti, the goddess personification of the universal feminine energy. These are dialogues between the goddess Shakti and Shiva. Agamas are questions posed by the goddess Shiva, while Nigamas are the questions posed by Shiva to the goddess herself. The Agamas contain descriptions of a variety of topics making, temple and altar construction, and so on. They may also elaborate on the five main topics, which include creation, universal annihilation, worship of the gods, the attainment of the six supreme faculties, and the main methods of meditation that bring supreme. Certain tantras also contain magical or mystical formulas that some practitioners use for their own purposes. The tantras generally accept Shakti as the creative force, worshipable as an aspect of the divine, but inseparable from the masculine principle called Brahma by some and Shiva by others. However, the Tantras often employ irregular Sanskrit to conceal their secrets within the language. Additionally, some of the Tantras employ a significant amount of erotic symbolism and esoteric terminology, limiting their meaning to only those who are initiated. This has resulted in a misinterpretation of its ideology and practices, particularly among Westerners, who mistakenly perceive an overabundance of connotations that are not actually present. It is not straightforward to date the formation or appearance of the Tantra. Scholars propose that North India and Assam were the primary locations for their development, while some scholars remain uncertain about the origins of Tantrism in Buddhism or Hinduism. Evidence indicates that specific Buddhist schools were the first to systematize Tantrism. This systematization divided Buddhism into major and minor groups because of philosophical differences. All such groups assisted in laying the groundwork for various radical ideas, including Tantrism. Tantrism greatly influenced the Vajrayana and Mahayana sects. Some scholars date the Buddhist Tantras, such as the Hivajra, to somewhere earlier than 400–700 CE. Other Tantras include the Nityashoda Shikarnava, Yogini Hridiya, Tantra Raja, and Kulanava, all dated between 1000 and 1400 CE, as well as the later Mahayana Tantra. However, those Tantras related to the older Vedic texts must have been earlier. For instance, it is believed that Lord Shiva spoke the Narada Pancharatra to Narada Muni, and Srila Vyasadeva later compiled it 5,000 years ago. There are, however, different Tantras for different people. For those in darkness, there are Tantras Tamoguna, Passion, Rajoguna, and Goodness, Sattva Guna. There are the Shaiva Agamas, the Shakta Agamas, and the later Tibetan Buddhist Agamas, as well as the Linga, Kalika, and Devi Puranas. We divide the Agamas into four parts: metaphysical knowledge, yoga, ritual practices, and conduct. There are 28 Shaiva Agamas, 77 Shakta Agamas, and 108 Pancharatra, or Vaishnava Agamas. The Vaishnava Tantras include the Narada Pancharatra, Vaikanasa, the Gautamiya Tantra, the Brihad Gautamiya Tantra, and others like the Lakshmi Tantra. These contain rules and regulations for purifying the mind of the stumbling blocks of material attachments and fixing the consciousness of the qualities and spiritual pastimes of the Supreme. The The Narada Pancharatra focuses on Lord Krishna, while some sections also discuss Radha. Ramanuja wrote his Agama Pramanya to show the Vedic connection of the Vaishnava Pancharatra texts. The difference between the Vaishnava Tantras and the Tantras of the left-hand Shaktas is that they remove the illusion that the physical body is the self, along with the need for performing unorthodox bodily activities for spiritual advancement. Simultaneously, the left-hand Shaktas emphasizes using the body to achieve magical powers, rapid illumination, wealth, high position, or quick liberation. To be successful on the left-hand path is very difficult, and the aspirant can rarely persevere to the end. Our partial description of the tantric left-hand path reveals that such philosophy and activities deeply embed themselves in the mode of darkness, tamu guna. While some people may require this level of experience in this life, tampering with this path typically leads to an increase in illusion, selfishness, and pride, as well as the potential for disease, evil-mindedness, insanity, and self-death. This is unsurprising, as anything associated with the dark modes typically yields intense, dark, or questionable results. On the other hand, the Vaishnava Tantras aim to bring one to a higher state of consciousness, a loftier awareness of our real identity as spiritual beings and our relationship with God, without unorthodox activities. It enables one to feel inner joy and happiness by reawakening one's awareness of their spiritual identity. Soon, the obstacles, material attachments, and insurmountable desires have no effect. A serious follower can feel himself progressing very rapidly. As a person attains a higher spiritual taste, he becomes less concerned about bodily attractions and is content in many situations, whether in gain or loss. His unity with God increases, and he becomes perfectly satisfied. Through his spiritual realizations, he soon leaves material consciousness behind and reaches the perfection stage of life. Durga is therefore known as the Universal Mother because the Supreme Being's glance over Durga's energy, Maya, sets in motion the universe's creation. 14. People consistently refer to material nature as a female. Mother Nature, or the goddess. In the Vedic tradition, Durga represents the essence of Mother Nature. Lord Shiva, considered the universe's father, unites with Durga. According to the Vayu Purana, Shiva is an expansion of Sadashiva, a direct extension of Lord Krishna. Sadashiva appears to engage in various pastimes. In the spiritual realm, Sadashiva is one of the eternal Vaikuntha planets. His consort is Rama Devi in form of Lakshmi. In the material world, she expands into Mahamaya, where she's known as Durga. Thus, the spiritual Sadashiva and Ramadevi again relate to Shiva and Durga, the origins of material nature. The Brahma Samhita 5.68 provides a more detailed explanation of Lord Shiva's role during the creation. It states that Lord Krishna, the Lord of Gokula, the topmost planet in the spiritual sky, is the supreme Godhead, the very self of eternal ecstasy. He is busy enjoying the transcendental realm and has no connection to mundane, illusory material energy. He does not stop his spiritual engagements. When he intends to create the material manifestation, he merely glances over the deluding energy, which transforms into his temporal potency. Krishna's expansion of Mahavishnu in the causal earth points to material energy. This glance from Mahavishnu is the efficient cause of creation. The dim halo of this glance, the reflected effulgence, is Shiva in his form as Shambhu, the symbol of masculine mundane procreation. The Supreme Lord associates material energy with this form of Shiva. In his role as Shambhu, he is the principle by which Mahavishnu impregnates the material nature with the seeds of innumerable living entities. Otherwise, the Supreme Being is unrelated to material energy. The Brahma Samhita 5.10 explains that Shambhu Maheshwara is the dim reflection of the Lord's glance and the Lord of the Pradhana, who embodies the seed of all living beings. Pradhana is the unmanifest material created later form of cosmic manifestation. It is Shambhu who comes forth from the Lord's gaze. Mahavishnu creates Shambhu from the space between his two eyebrows. Furthermore, Shambhu joins with Maya as the male orbital power of regeneration. But he cannot do anything without the power of Mahavishnu, who represents Krishna's direct spiritual power.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Therefore, the necessary changes in material energy cannot happen unless facilitated by the will of the Supreme Lord, Krishna. As further described in Brahma Samhita 5.16, Shambhu originates the mundane egoistic principle for conditioned souls. This means that Shambhu is the source of an individual's tendency to forget their spiritual identity. This forgetfulness leads the individual living in this material world to seek enjoyment from the material experience. This is because he thinks he is the material body. This false identity makes all conditioned souls want to continue living in a temporary mundane world. This is the role that Shambhu or Shiva plays in the Supreme Lord Krishna's creative process. Mahamaya and Durga, as previously explained, continue with this principle of forgetfulness. Upon the other hand, Shiva is an extension of the Supreme Lord, Krishna. As described above, he is not a second god that acts in place of Krishna. Some believe he is committing a transgression. He's not a Jiva, only a spiritual soul. The Brahma Samhita 5.45 clearly explains that while acids transform milk into curd, it remains neither entirely different nor identical to its source, milk. As a result, the state of Shambhu is a transformation of the work of destruction, which originated with the primeval Lord Govinda. In other words, Lord Krishna manifests his energy through Mahavishnu, whose glance produces the form of Shambhu, Shiva, to perform various tasks without giving up his completely spiritual activities or coming into direct contact with the material energy. Through Shiva, the Supreme Being associates with his material energy in the form of Maya. He does not do so directly. Thus, Shiva is not really different from Krishna, yet he remains subservient to him. The distinction is similar to that between yogurt and milk. Yogurt is a modified form of milk that changes its function by adding a specific acid. Similarly, the Supreme Being expands and changes into the distinct personality of Shambhu by adding a certain adulterated element to perform a particular function connected with material energy. Later in the creative process, Lord Brahma creates Rudra, another form of Shiva, from this form of Shambhu. So, we have learned another aspect of how spiritual energy expands to create material energy. Thus, ultimately, everything comes from Lord Krishna. He expands into the forms of Mahavishnu and then Shiva and Durga, who are considered the indirect mother and father of the universe, and are themselves expansions of Sadashiva and Ramadevi from the spiritual Vaikuntha worlds. Another point, as previously mentioned, is that the glance of Mahavishnu over Maya is the element of time, which starts the agitation within the energy of Maya, or the Pradhana. is start the process of creating and separating the various material elements. We have identified this time element as Shambhu, the destructive principle's personality. It is also Shambhu in the form of Rudra, who later appears to bring about the universe's destruction at the end of time. So, Shiva is considered an expansion of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, Krishna, and is called Hara. He is transcendental in his material qualities. However, when he destroys the world at the end of time, he connects with a mode of ignorance, also known as Tamo-Guna, and becomes one of the living entities known as Rudra. It is further explained that Lord Krishna expands a portion of his plenary portion, Lord Vishnu, who assumes the form of Rudra when it is time to dissolve the cosmic manifestation. Lord Vishnu does this to accept the association between the material mode and ignorance. Thus, Rudra is just another expansion of Lord Krishna's energy, not a personal one. Rudra has a variety of forms, which are transformations brought about by the different degrees of association with mind. Although Rudra is on a higher level than the Jivatattvas, the individual living beings, he still cannot be considered a personal expansion of Krishna. Therefore, we regard him as an empowered Jiva. Although many people worship Lord Shiva, Shiva worships Lord Krishna. According to the Shiva Purana, Shiva is the supreme because he governs the material world. After all, he assists in annihilating material creation. So he has power over the universe. But no scripture says that Shiva is the supreme lord of any Vaikuntha planet, Goloka, Vrindavan, or any part of the spiritual domain. Such precincts belong only to Lord Krishna and his personal expansions. That's why we always see Lord Shiva immersed in meditation. He meditates on Lord Sankarsana, represented by the snakes on Shiva's body. Shiva, the origin of the mundane, egoistic principle, can liberate one who worships Lord Shiva as a devotee of Sankarsana from the false material ego. Images of Shiva performing his Tandava dance of destruction are common. As an expert dancer, he performs the Tandava dance of destruction with 4 hands, one leg raised and one leg dancing on the Apasmara Purusha. In 2 of his hands, he holds the Damaru drum in fire. The drum symbolizes a sound that either supports or carries. This is a sign of continued creation after annihilation or destruction. Fire represents the Pralaya, or the fire of universal destruction. Thus, Shiva holds the symbols of cyclical universal creation and annihilation. The other 2 hands represent protection and blessing for those who take refuge in him or his spiritual knowledge. The Apasamara, upon whom Shiva stands, symbolizes the ignorance that makes us lose our clarity and consciousness of our real identity. This also signifies our succumbing to the death process without spiritual preparation. Shiva dances on this ignorance to benefit the devotees who seek refuge. The Puranas describe how Shiva aids in cosmic annihilation. The Vishnu Purana, Book 6, Chapters 3 and 4, explains this process of cyclical destruction at the end of each day of Brahma. The Vishnu Purana explains that the earth almost exhausts itself at the end of 1,000 cycles of the 40 days. A day of Brahma known as a Kalpa. A severe scarcity of food ensues, which lasts 1,000 years. Because of the lack of food, all beings become weak and slow, eventually perishing entirely. Lord Vishnu then assumes the character of Rudra, a form of Lord Shiva, the destroyer, and descends to reunite all of his creatures within himself. He enters the 7 rays of the sun, causing all moisture in the oceans, rivers, soil, and living bodies to evaporate. The whole earth is dried up. Thus Thus fed with abundant moisture, the seven rays dilate into seven suns, the radiance of which glows everywhere, and sets the three planetary systems and the lower system of Patala on fire. These suns consume the three planetary systems, causing their mountains, rivers, and seas to become rugged and deformed. The earth alone remains devoid of moisture, resembling a turtle's back. The fire of time destroyer of all things becomes the scorching breath of Anantasesha, Sankarsana, and reduces the lower planetary system of Patala to ashes. The great roaring fire ascends through the universe to Earth and destroys it. A vast whirlpool of flame then spreads to the higher regions of the demigods, putting them all to ruin. The flames enveloping the three planetary systems resemble frying pans, devouring everything there. The inhabitants of the upper planetary systems then mystically move higher to Maharloka, and when that becomes too hot, those who desire final liberation depart for the higher regions of Jamaloka. Elsewhere in the Bhagavatam, 5.25.3, it explains how Lord Shiva plays a significant role in the final and ultimate annihilation of the universe, which occurs at the end of Brahma's 100-year life. At the time of devastation, when Lord Anantasesha Sankarsana desires to destroy the entire creation, he becomes slightly angry. Then three-eyed Rudra appears between his two eyebrows, carrying a trident. This Rudra, known as Sankarsana, is the embodiment of Lord Shiva's 11 Rudras, or incarnations. He appears in order to devastate the entire creation. The Brahma Purana, 124.16, describes how the imperishable Lord Krishna assumes the form of Rudra to bring all the elements and living beings back into himself in the annihilation process. After Shiva appears in this way, he begins to do his dance of dissolution, dancing wildly to the beat of his drum. At the moment of dissolution, Lord Shiva scatters his hair and pierces the rulers of the different directions with his trident. He laughs and dances with pride, scattering their hands like flags as thunder scatters clouds worldwide. Lord Shiva's dancing creates such a disturbance that it attracts clouds, inundating the universe with water as the annihilation process progresses, as detailed in my book, The Vedic Prophecies. In the Sri Sanatkumara Samhita, from the ancient Skanda Purana, we find a conversation between the revered sage Sri Narada and Lord Sadashiva, the master of the demigods. From text number 26 to text 30, Narada Muni asks Lord Sadashiva, O Master, please tell me what method the people of Kali Yuga may adopt to easily attain the transcendental abode of Lord Hari Krishna. O Lord, what mantra will carry the people from this world of birth and death, so everyone may benefit? Please tell me. O Lord, what mantra needs no Purashcharana, Nyasa, Yoga, Samskara, processes of purification or initiation, and nothing else? A single utterance of the Lord's holy name gives the highest result. O Master of the demigods, please tell me the Lord's holy name, if I can hear it. In texts 31-35, Lord Sadashiva answers, O fortunate one, your question is excellent. O you who wish for the welfare of all, I will tell you the secret Chintamani, wish-fulfilling jewel of all mantras. I will tell you the secret of secrets, the most confidential of all. I will tell you what I have yet to tell the goddess's elder brothers. I will tell you two peerless Krishna mantras, which are the crown jewels of all mantras. One is Gopijana Vallabha Sharanam Prapadaya. I take shelter at the feet of he who is the gopi's beloved Krishna. This mantra has 3 compound words, 5 individual words, and 16 syllables. The second mantra is Namo Gopijana Vallabhavya. The mantra pays homage to the divine couple, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, who hold a special place in the hearts of the gopis. This mantra has 2 words and 10 syllables. In texts 36 to 41, Lord Sadashiva continues. One who either with faith or without faith once chants this 5-word mantra resides among Lord Krishna's Gopi beloveds. There's no doubt about this. When chanting these mantras, there is no need for push, charana, nyasa, arishuddhi, mitrashuddhi, or other kinds of purification. There is no restriction on time or place when chanting these mantras. All, from the lowest outcast to the greatest sage, can chant this mantra. Women, Shudras, and all others are eligible. The paralyzed, mute, blind, and lame are eligible. Even if they were born from sinful wombs, the Andras, Punas, Kiratas, Kulindas, Kashas, Abhiras, Yavanas, Kankas, Kashas, and all others are eligible. Those overcome with pride and ego, intent on committing sins, killing cows and brahmanas, and being the greatest of sinners also qualify. Those without knowledge or renunciation, those who have never studied the Shruti Shastra and other scriptures, and all others, regardless of their identity, are also eligible to chant these mantras. In texts 42-48, Lord Sadashiva explains who can chant these sacred mantras and their purpose. Anyone who has devotion to Lord Krishna, the master of all masters, can chant these mantras. Even the greatest sages cannot chant them for lack of devotion. Individuals who have engaged in numerous yajnas, rituals, donated alms, visited all sacred sites, demonstrated dedication to truth-telling, embraced the renounced order, journeyed to the remote regions of the Vedas and Vedangas, faithfully served the Brahmanas, hailed from virtuous families, and adhered to austerities and vows but lacked devotion to Lord Krishna are ineligible to recite these mantras. Therefore refrain from speaking these mantras to those who lack devotion to Lord Hari, those who are ungrateful, proud, or faithless, and those who are atheists or blasphemers. It is not appropriate to speak these mantras to someone who does not wish to hear them, or has not stayed in the speaker's ashrama for 1 year. Give these mantras with care to someone genuinely devoted to Lord Krishna, and free from hypocrisy, greed, lust, anger, and other vices. Lord Sadashiva is the sage behind this mantra. The meter is Gayatri. The deity is Lord Krishna, the beloved of the gopis. The purpose is to serve the dear Lord Hari, says Lord Krishna, the gopis' beloved deity. In text 53, Lord Sadashiva says, by once chanting this mantra, one attains success. There's no doubt about this. Still, to chant Japanese, one should recite this mantra 10 times daily. In texts 54-77 of the Sri Sanat Kumara Samhita, Lord Sadashiva describes the most nectarian meditation of the mantras, after which he continues with many additional topics regarding the pastimes of Radha and Krishna and the importance of the land of Vrindavana. O best of Brahmanas, now I will tell you the meditation on this mantra. I meditate on two-armed Lord Krishna, who is dark like a monsoon cloud, dressed in yellow garments, garlanded with forest flowers, and crowned with a peacock feather, and garlanded with lotus whorls, whose face is splendid like 10 million moons, whose eyes move restlessly, whose forehead is marked with the tilaka of sandal paste and musk, who is splendid with earrings like 2 rising suns, whose perspiration-anointed cheeks are like 2 glistening mirrors, who with raised eyebrows playfully glances at his beloved's face, the tip of whose graceful raised nose is decorated with a glistening pearl, whose bimba fruit lips are splendid in the moonlight of his teeth, whose hands are splendid with bracelets, armlets, and jewel rings, who holds a flute in his left lotus hand, whose waist is splendid with a graceful belt, whose feet are splendid with graceful anklets, whose eyes are restless with the nectar of amorous pastimes, who jokes with his beloved, making her laugh again and again, and who stays with her on a jewel throne, under a kalpa vriksha, wish-fulfilling tree in Vrindavana forest. One should meditate on Lord Krishna and his beloved. On the Lord's left side, one should meditate on Sri Radha, who is dressed in blue garments, who is splendid like molten gold, who with the edge of her garment covers her graceful lotus smile, whose restless chakrava eyes dance on her beloved's face, who with her forefinger and thumb places betel nuts and crushed betel leaves in her beloved's lotus mouth, whose full, raised breasts are decorated with a glistening pearl necklace, whose waist is slender, whose broad hips are decorated with tinkling ornaments, who is decorated with jewel earrings, finger rings, toe rings, bracelets, armlets, and tinkling golden anklets, whose limbs are graceful with the best of beauty, who is always in the prime of youth, and who is always plunged in the nectar of bliss. O King of Brahmanas and her friends who share similar ages and qualities, devotedly serve her with cameras, fans, and other articles. Please listen, O Narada, and I will explain the meaning of these mantras. The Lord's Maya potency, as well as other external potencies, manifest in the material world. The spiritual world manifests the Lord's Chit, spiritual knowledge potency, as well as other internal and everlasting spiritual potencies. Lord Krishna's beloved Gopi Sri Radha is believed to protect these potencies. Goddess Da, the transcendental goddess, is Lord Sri Krishna's direct counterpart. She is the central figure for all the goddesses of fortune. She has Lord Krishna's potential for pleasure. The wise say that she embodies Lord Krishna's potential for pleasure. Durga, along with the other goddesses in the world of the three modes, constitutes a mere minuscule portion of one of her manifestations. We refer to her as Goddess Mahalakshmi and Lord Krishna as Lord Narayana. There is not the slightest difference between them. O best of sages. What more can I say? O best of sages. Without them, nothing could exist. Spirit and matter combine to form this universe, demonstrating their potency. She is Durga, and Lord Hari is Shiva. Lord Krishna is Indra, and she is Shachi. She is Savitri, and Lord Hari is Brahma. She is Dumorna, and Lord Hari is Yama. O Narada, please know that everything has its potency. Even if I had many hundreds of years, I could not describe all their glories. Thus, Lord Shiva encourages everyone, most potently and practically, to make rapid spiritual development. The Vedic pantheon's main deities are the divine personalities described here. In addition to these devas, the Vedic pantheon recognizes numerous other beings as possessing godlike status or presiding personalities over areas of power, directions, planets, or special living entities. Others live in higher dimensions or subtler realms. These include beings such as the Gandharvas, angels, Apsaras, heavenly dancing girls, Prajapati, progenitors, Siddhas, perfected beings expert in the mystic sciences, Vidyadharas, wisdom-bearing spirits, the Pretaks and Bhutas, ghostly beings, Upanayana, fairies, and numerous other minor local village gods and goddesses, emphasized according to their orientation and traditions.
Chapter 31, Pandavas in Exile. As Yudhishthir and his family journeyed back to the Indraprasth, they were unexpectedly intercepted and drawn into yet another game of dice. Driven by his sense of Kshatriya honor, Yudhishthir felt compelled to accept the challenge laid before him. Duryodhan proposed an exceptionally unusual wager. The losers would be condemned to endure 13 years of exile, 12 years spent in the wilderness, and the 13th year requiring them to hide within a city known as Agyatwas. If they were discovered during that final year, an additional 12 years of exile would be imposed. The game commenced, and much to Yudhishthir's dismay, he found himself once more on the losing side. With heavy hearts, the Pandavas prepared for their time in wilderness. Due to her frailty, their mother Kunti chose to remain behind in Hastinapur under the care of their uncle Vidur. Meanwhile, Draupadi's five children, along with Subhadra and Abhimanyu, were entrusted to Lord Krishna's protection in Dwarka. News of Pandava's exile quickly spread throughout Hastinapur and Indraprastha. Many citizens deeply attached to their beloved king wished to accompany him into the wilderness, but Yudhishthir, humbled by their affection, implored them to stay behind and look after Mother Kunti. Sages and learned men joined the Pandavas on their journey, offering guidance and assistance as they established their new home in the wilderness. Amidst this turmoil, feelings of resentment simmered amongst the Pandavas. Draupadi and Bhim were particularly vocal in expressing their anger at Yudhishthir's unwavering adherence to Kshatriya law and his destructive gambling habits. They held him accountable for their current predicament, and during one heated moment, Bhim even called for fire to burn Yudhishthir's hands in frustration. Fortunately, Arjun stepped in to pacify his hot-headed brother, recognizing the need for unity in their dire circumstances. Arjun, despite the overwhelming challenges, displayed an unusual sense of acceptance towards their fate. He suspected that Duryodhan's scheme was designed to utilize the 13 years to amass a formidable army, intending to defeat the Pandavas in battle when the time came. As a warrior prince by birth, Arjun harbored an inner fire for quest, and to some extent looked forward to the thrill of combat that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Nakul and Sahadev remained steadfastly loyal to their elder brothers, dedicated to fulfilling their responsibilities no matter the hardships they faced. Yudhishthir, however, was consumed by the guilt over their misfortune, wrestling with remorse for his actions. As the eldest brother, he felt a profound sense of responsibility for the well-being of his family. Despite their hardships, the Pandavas' new home welcomed friends, well-wishers, and sages, further increasing their responsibilities. During this challenging time, Sage Vyas came to visit Yudhishthir and offered sage counsel. He advised Yudhishthir to seek the blessings of Lord Surya, the sun god, whose radiant energy nourishes the earth and sustains all life. Taking this advice to heart, the young king embarked on a rigorous period of austerities in hopes of receiving divine blessings. Finally, after much dedication and perseverance, one day his efforts bore fruit. Chapter 32, Arjun's Quest. Following Yudhishthir's intense austerities, the sun god Surya looked favorably upon the young king and bestowed upon him a remarkable gift, a mystical pot. Surya instructed Yudhishthir to give the pot to Draupadi, explaining its extraordinary properties. Any meal prepared in this pot will be inexhaustible for the day until Draupadi takes her own meal. Once she eats from it, the pot will remain empty. However, its magical essence will renew with the touch of sun's rays each day. Grateful for this divine gift, Yudhishthir returned to his family with the means to feed not only them but also many citizens who had sought refuge with the Pandavas. During this time, sage Vyas informed Yudhishthir of the Kauravas' preparation to amass a formidable army. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Arjun was tasked with a vital quest. He would journey to acquire divine weapons from Lord Indra, which would prepare them for the impending battle. Accepting this weighty responsibility, Arjun bid farewell to his family, sorrow weighing heavily upon him as he set forth on his journey towards the north and the Himalayas. Arjun traveled for months, traversing rugged terrains until he encountered a sage immersed in deep meditation. When the sage awoke, he questioned Arjun's purpose. I seek Lord Indra, replied Arjun earnestly. I am in search of great weapons to aid my family in a challenging battle that lies ahead. The sage, whose demeanor reflected serenity and wisdom, responded, You have arrived in the domain of sages and saints, Prince Arjun. Here, the tribulations of humanity are unnecessary. Rest and indulge in the pleasure of heaven. Yet, Arjun remained steadfast in his mission, resolved to procure the weapons that would secure victory for his family. The sage revealed himself to be Lord Indra, acknowledging Arjun's valor. You are indeed a courageous prince. Continue your journey to Mount Kailash, where you shall receive all my weapons once you obtain the blessings of Lord Shiva. With renewed determination, Arjun pressed on, his journey marked by years of relentless travel and rigorous penance. Despite his efforts, he struggled to locate Lord Shiva, dedicating months to deep meditation. One fateful day, while lost in thought, Arjun sensed an aggressive charge from a wild boar. Instinctively, he drew his bow and released an arrow, only to discover that another arrow matched his own, striking the boar simultaneously. From the shadows emerged a mysterious hunter, whose eyes burned with intensity. That boar was my prey, shouted Arjun, indignation flaring within him. Who are you to dare to intervene in the kill of a Kshatriya prince? The hunter responded calmly. Your skills are of no match for mine, arrogant prince. Go back to your kingdom. Frustrated and infuriated, Arjun accepted the challenge, and a fierce battle of archery skills erupted between the hunter and the prince. As arrows flew through the air, terror gripped the surrounding inhabitants, and the clash of skills echoed through the forest. Days passed, marked by intense engagement, with Arjun's frustration mounting as fatigue began to set in. It soon became evident to Arjun that the hunter's skills rivaled, if not surpassed, his own. He began to wonder, was this journey destined to end in a confrontation with this formidable adversary? Chapter 33, Shiva's Grace. Arjun found himself at his wits' end, grappling with frustration and despair. Never before had he encountered an adversary of such unparalleled skill. He had journeyed far and sacrificed much in his quest to acquire the divine web that would safeguard his family. Now, the thought of failing in a battle, unfulfilled and without success, weighed heavily upon him. In a moment of desperation, Arjun broke away from the relentless battle. He gathered the soil around him to form a lingam, a sacred representation of Lord Shiva. Searching for flowers, he crafted a garland and placed it upon the lingam, offering a heartfelt prayer to the deity. When Arjun opened his eyes, he was astounded to see the mysterious hunter before him, the garland he created adorning the stranger's neck. In that moment, a brilliant light enveloped the hunter, revealing the true form of Lord Shiva. Overcome with humility, Arjun dropped to his knees, folding his hands in reverence. My lord, forgive me for my arrogance, he said, his voice filled with remorse. Rise, valiant prince, Lord Shiva replied, his voice resonating with authority. You have indeed proven yourself worthy. There is no warrior on earthly plains or in the heavens who is equal to you. Ask for your boon, young prince, and I shall grant it. Arjun said, My lord, if you deem me worthy, I wish to possess your mightiest weapon, the Pashupatastra, the celestial missile. I grant you this weapon, dear prince, Shiva responded. But heed my words. The Pashupatastra is capable of vanquishing all beings and even destroying creation itself if used recklessly. It must only be deployed in the most dire of circumstances and never against a lesser foe. With that, Lord Shiva vanished, leaving Arjun in awe of the encounter. In a flash of light, Arjun was then greeted by Lord Indra and the other gods, who blessed him with their divine weapons and invaluable knowledge. Overwhelmed with joy at having achieved his goals, Arjun felt a surge of hope. Before you return to your family, dear prince, You must spend some time in my home, Lord Indra invited. A celestial vehicle descended from the heavens, whisking Arjun away to the realms above. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by majestic sights and sounds that dazzled his senses. A grand celebration awaited him, with dancers and musicians providing entertainment that filled the air with joy. Under Indra's guidance, Arjun learned to wield various weapons, including the mighty thunderbolt. Despite the incredible gifts he received, Arjun could not shake the profound longing he felt for his brothers and his beloved wife, Draupadi. Lord Indra insisted that Arjun stay for 5 years in the heavenly realms, where he would further hone his skills. At Indra's request, Arjun also immersed himself in the arts of dance and music, learning from Chitrasen, the Gandharva. These enchanting arts were unknown on earth, yet, even amid such wonders, Arjun's heart ached for his family. In the midst of his time in the heavens, he found himself captivated by one enchanting figure, Urvashi, the Apsara, whose grace and beauty drew him into a world of intrigue and desire. Chapter 34, Urvashi's Curse. During his time in Lord Indra's heavenly abode, Arjun not only mastered all the divine weapons entrusted to him, but also honed his warrior skills to an unparalleled level, rendering him unmatched in both earthly and celestial realms. At Indra's request, he even became proficient in the delicate arts of dance and music, immersing himself in the vibrant culture of the heavens. Amongst the celestial beings residing in Lord Indra's palace was Urvashi, a radiant Apsara known for her beauty and charm. As days turned into months, many meaningful glances were exchanged between Urvashi and the valiant Prince Arjun. Smitten by Arjun's handsome and virtuous character, Urvashi found it increasingly difficult to contain her feelings. One night, driven by desire, she made her way to his chambers, surprising him with her presence. Prince Arjun, she said, satisfy my desires. Mighty warrior, your virtues have captured my heart, and I am under the spell of the god of love. Taken aback by her boldness, Arjun replied, Blessed lady, please do not speak to me in this way, for you are undoubtedly the equal of a superior's wife. You are revered to be just as my mother Kunti or Sachi, the wife of Indra, and are to be worshipped. While it is true that I have paid attention to you, it is only because I remember you as the mother of the Kuru race, having chosen Kuru as your husband. O blessed Apsara, you should not harbor any feelings towards me. You are my superior, being the mother of my lineage. Urvashi, undeterred by Arjun's response, insisted, O son of Indra, Apsaras are free to choose their mates. You should not consider me superior in this matter. The sons and the grandsons of Kuru race have come here because of their ascetic merit and have interacted with us without incurring sin. Therefore, do not send me away, for I am burning with desire. Arjun, remaining steadfast, replied earnestly, Indeed, I regard you as my mother. I bow my head before you and prostrate myself at your feet. You deserve the reverence of a mother, and I beseech you to protect me as a son. However, Urvashi's heartache over Arjun's rejection truly turned into fury. Trembling with rage, she pronounced a curse upon him. I curse you to become impotent and to spend your time amongst females as dancers, scorned as a eunuch. With her words echoing in the air, Urvashi returned to her abode, leaving Arjun stunned by his sudden turn of events. When Lord Indra learned of Urvashi's curse and Arjun's rejection, he embraced his son, offering solace. Your patience and self control have even surpassed that of the sages, he praised. Don't be troubled by Urvashi's curse. It will serve you well in your final year of exile when you must live incognito. During that time, you will endure the effects of her curse. But once that year is over, your manhood will be restored. Indra's comforting words eased Arjun's heart, yet he could not help but feel the weight of Urvashi's anger and the implications of her curse as he continued his journey, now marked by both honor and hardship. Pandava brothers and Draupadi felt a profound sense of loss in Arjun's absence. They had not heard from him in years and worried for his safety. Yudhishthir, burdened by guilt for the circumstances that had led to this point, often reflected on his decisions with a heavy heart. One fateful day, their home received an unexpected visitor, Sage Narad. Renowned for his mystical insight, Narad brought uplifting news of Arjun's success in acquiring divine weapons. Overjoyed by this revelation, the family felt a renewed sense of hope. Sensing the urgency of time, Narad advised Yudhishthir to embark on a sacred pilgrimage to divine places of worship until Arjun returned. Heeding Narad's wisdom, Yudhishthir and his family set off on their journey, visiting various revered sites. They engaged in acts of worship, paying homage to the deities at each sacred location. One morning, while Draupadi and Bhim sat by the tranquil banks of a river, Draupadi noticed a beautiful flower drifting downstream. Inspired, she picked it up and mused, "This would make a splendid garland for Yudhishthir, but I need more. Could you fetch more of these flowers from up the mountain?" Bhim readily agreed and set off on his request to collect the flowers, while Draupadi returned to her dwelling. As Bhim ascended the mountain, he encountered an unusual obstruction. A monkey's tail stretched along his path. Hesitating to leap over it, as he deemed it disrespectful, he instead struck the ground with his mace to awaken the slumbering monkey. The monkey stirred and inquired about Bhim's purpose. "Your tail blocks my path, dear monkey. Please remove it so I may continue my journey," Bhima requested politely. The monkey replied, "I'm very tired and in need of rest. You may move my tail yourself and proceed." Annoyed but determined, Bhim bent down to lift the monkey's tail. To his astonishment, it would not budge. Despite using both hands and exerting all his immense strength, the strength granted to him by the Naga potion he had consumed in his youth, which bestowed upon him the power of 10,000 elephants, he found that the tail remained immovable. Realizing that this was no ordinary monkey, humility washed over Bhim. He folded his hands and beseeched the monkey, "Please reveal your true form." In a dazzling flash of light, the monkey transformed into Lord Hanuman.